Welcome to the survival game in the post-apocalyptic world. As you can see, you are in an unfamiliar place. Your only goal is to survive. To survive as long as possible, remember these key points. Disasters happen in cycles. All survivors will receive a warning 7 days before each disaster. Don't rush to set up a shelter anywhere. Find a suitable place to set up. This will significantly increase your chances of survival. Danger and opportunity go hand in hand. The wild may contain survival supplies, but it may also contain dangerous mutants. Defeating the mutant creatures will bring pleasant surprises. Collect as many resources as possible to survive. This is your path to victory. Once installed, the shelter cannot be moved. When you first place it, you'll have the option to choose between an above-ground or underground option. If you happen to meet your kind, congratulations. Perhaps you can form an alliance, trade, or seize their hard-earned resources. Focus to open the game panel. There are many features waiting for you to explore. Don't worry about the elderly and children. They will appear in the game much later than you. When placing relatives, their proximity to each other is taken into account. Have a nice game. The endless wasteland stretched out in all directions. Sumo frowned as he studied the survival manual in his hands. Black letters floated across the first page, and when he turned to the second page, a blinding light suddenly flashed. When the glow faded, the book was gone, replaced by a glowing turtle shell. A survival game at the end of the world, he thought. Watching the blue screen in front of him sway and move along with his gaze, Sumo quickly accepted the reality. On December 22nd, 2022, no one expected that the Mayan prediction, delayed for 10 years, would suddenly come true. Solar flares, an asteroid colliding with the Earth. When he saw the flames raining down, Sumo lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was here. Shelter. Surface placement. 120 square meters. Wooden house. Extremely weak disaster defense. Excellent development potential. Underground placement. 4 meters high. Underground pit. 100 square meters. Weak disaster defense. Low development potential. Taking the tortoise shell and examining it carefully, Sumo saw 2 lines of black text. Looking around at the surrounding wasteland and throwing away the idea of immediate placement, he remembered the previous clues and concentrated, calling up the game panel. It resembled a computer game interface. The panel had various options: chat, trade, crafting, inventory. In the upper right corner was a day counter, 5 days. When Sumo concentrated on this number, a hint appeared. Countdown to the next catastrophic event. 5 days. Catastrophic event, newbie protection. Acid rain. It's going to rain acid in 5 days? It's good that I didn't rush to set up the base, Sumo thought, his face turning serious. He turned his gaze to the chat button. The screen changed. 2 new buttons appeared. World Channel and Regional Channel. First, he went to the World Channel. But I was in a shelter. How did I suddenly end up in this damn place? There's a lion next to me. Help, it's looking at me. The end of humanity has come, haha. Everyone will die. You also only have 1 shelter to stay in? The messages flew by one after another. Sumo noticed a megaphone icon next to the send message button and a number next to it. Megaphone. At the beginning of the game, you can only send 1 message per day to the World Channel. After each disaster you survive, the number of daily messages increases by 1. To communicate freely, use the Regional Channel. A restriction on players joining together? Or a restriction on state power? Sumo wondered. According to the information available, everyone ended up in the wasteland under the same conditions, with 1 shelter at the start. With 1 message a day, even the state machine won't be able to gather enough people to develop under these conditions. Besides, who knows how big this world is? Sumo exited the World Channel and looked into the Regional Channel. It resembled a group chat, marked 1,000 members. All the avatars in the chat were real photos of people, and nicknames consisted of their name and height. Is it just a wasteland? Does anyone have a water source nearby? I'm dying of thirst. Don't put an underground shelter under any circumstances. Damn it, it's a trap. No lighting, no ventilation, no drainage. When the acid rain comes, sitting there will be like being in a grave. Don't give up. Open the crafting page. Minecraft players will be delighted. First of all, choose high places to place your shelter. Of all the people on the planet, no one was near water? Absurd. After observing for a few minutes and gathering useful information, Sumo decided to go out. The survival game primarily eliminated the elderly and children, leaving behind people in their prime. With the exception of one or two spoiled children, most immediately realized what was happening and began to save themselves. However, there were also careless people who, out of curiosity, set up their shelter and are now stuck in place. Sumo then learned the trading function. The trading platform allowed players to exchange goods. The trading rules were fair and free, and items could also be gifted to specific players. The trading function also had an auction system with no commission fees. Open the item creation page, Sumo thought as he moved on to another function. Whoosh! A whole page of recipes. Wooden plank, wood 0/1. Wooden crate, wood 0/4. Charcoal, wood 0/1, fire source. Regular iron shovel, wood 0/2, iron block 0/2. Dozens of basic items, each requiring different materials to create. Obviously, gathering and crafting materials played a key role in the survival game. Paying attention to the last function, inventory. After placing the shelter in the inventory and taking it in his hands again with the power of thought, Sumo had mastered the basic functions of the game in general. We need to quickly choose a place to set up a shelter. Seeing that the sun was already at its zenith, Sumo became anxious and began to look around the surrounding area. On the endless plain, unknown waist-high trees grew everywhere. Grass was scattered here and there. The area did not look completely lifeless. There was not a hint of rivers or lakes within sight. I'll have to choose a hill, he decided. Walking away from the place where he appeared, he periodically lay down on the ground, studying the terrain. In the end, Sumo chose a small, sandy hill. Taking out the shelter shell, he saw the options again. Above ground or underground placement. The first option, an above-ground wooden house, seemed like a pretty standard solution. It allowed newcomers to easily survive the initial disasters and did not create any particular problems for further development. If the area around the shelter could be continually expanded, it might eventually form a whole city. The second option, underground, offered natural advantages in terms of safety. In the event of disasters such as animal invasions or cold, it initially provided some protection. Disasters that are extremely difficult to survive on the surface could easily be survived underground. But before the first disaster, acid rain, arrives, if there is not a sufficient drainage system underground, it could become a real disaster. Sumo thought for a long time. If the keyword of the first option is development potential, then the keyword of the second option is reliability and safety. In most cases, in such a post-apocalyptic world, it is important to act quickly from the very beginning. If you fall behind at the very beginning, you won't have time to develop before the next disaster. In the acid rain on the high ground, the development potential is extremely important. That's why I choose. Sumo shook his head, playing with the shell in his hands, and chose the second option without hesitation. You chose to create an underground shelter. Terrain generation is in progress. The shell flashed red, jumped out of your hands and fell to the ground. As the glow grew stronger, the pebbles on the sandy hill slowly melted, and the landscape changed dramatically. The originally slightly elevated terrain became steep, as if a small mound had formed. As the red glow gradually faded, a wooden door embedded in the ground appeared in front of Sumo. Congratulations! The underground shelter has been created. The current characteristics of the shelter can be viewed in the panel. Ding! It was discovered that the owner has a complete shelter. Should I activate the end-of-the-world survival system? Should I bind the system? When the unfamiliar mechanical voice sounded for the second time, Sumo finally understood and hurriedly replied, "Yes, binding in progress. 1% progress, 2% progress." Waves of ghostly green scanning light spread from Sumo's feet, spreading out to the sides. After reaching the limit, the beams returned back, and the progress increased by 1%. While the binding was going on, Sumo opened the wooden door and looked inside. Behind the door was a staircase carved into the ground. As he walked down the steps and mentally counted to 15, he suddenly felt a sense of spaciousness. With the weak daylight coming through the entrance, Sumo could barely see the internal structure. The wooden plank floor and ceiling formed a solid foundation, ensuring that this huge underground pit would not collapse. "I guessed it!" Sumo beamed with joy. Choosing the ground option certainly had its advantages and could provide some conveniences in the early stages of development. However, he did not forget one important thing. With a crafting page with various tools, building a house on the surface is not that difficult. But to create an underground shelter, you need not only tools, but also sufficient construction knowledge to ensure the stability of the underground structure. Otherwise, during chaotic excavations, you can die under a collapse at night, without even understanding how it happened. Seeing that the progress bar of the end of the world survival system was still slowly increasing, Sumo sat down on the steps, saving his strength, and opened the chat panel. Perhaps others also have this so-called end of the world survival system? He first watched the world channel, then switched to the regional channel. No one mentioned it. "It seems that I am the only one with two systems," Sumo concluded. At the moment, the active communication in the global and regional channels was mainly between those who chose above-ground shelters, and only a few chose underground ones. But even those who chose the underground option only complained a couple of times about the terrible conditions underground, and then began exchanging information about finding resources. Without a reference point and not knowing what kind of system it was, Sumo could only continue to wait. Fortunately, the progress bar grew steadily. After 10 minutes, the green light finally stopped scanning, and after the last return to Sumo's body, a clear signal sounded. The end of the world survival system has been successfully linked. First bind reward, 100 survival points. Scanning the host's environment, evaluating survival points. 5 survival points earned today. Final calculation. You've earned 105 survival points today. Survival points, remaining 105. Along with the signal came a stream of scattered memories. It turns out that the end of the world survival system was a product that he could have tied back on the previous Earth. But unfortunately, his personal capabilities were limited back then, and Sumo had to hide in an official shelter. Naturally, he had no time to create a personal shelter, and he missed the opportunity to bind the system. When he entered this world, if the game survival panel was available to everyone and anyone could use it, then the end of the world survival system was like a modifier, only for Sunday and Monday. According to the end of the world survival system, you can get a certain amount of survival points for each day of survival. Survival points are like points in the game. They cannot be directly exchanged for items. Their function is similar to upgrading items in the game, but the scope of application is much wider. After learning more, Sumo held back his excitement and looked closely at his primitive underground base. Personal shelter. Owner, Sumo. Area, 100 square meters. Ceiling height, 2 meters. Integrity, 100%. Equipment, none. Description. An extremely primitive shelter with no conditions for survival. At best, it is a small grave at the end of the world. After reading the description on the panel, Sumo felt a stir in his heart and turned to the only item in the shelter, the wooden door. Shelter door. Effect, minor theft protection, minor radiation protection. Improvement direction 1. Increase the thickness of the door, strengthen the strength of the wood, slight fire and water resistance, 10 points. Improvement direction 2. Change the material, improve the wooden door to stone, greatly increase durability and other characteristics, 60 points. Evaluation. Do you really plan to survive the end of the world by relying on a wooden door? After observing for a while, Sumo had a hard time understanding the working principle of the end of the world survival system. In addition to the purely costly upgrade with survival points, the system also allowed the user to provide materials, significantly reducing the amount of points required to upgrade. For example, to upgrade a wooden door to a stone door, if he provides 10 units of stone and 2 units of wood, the need for survival points will be reduced to 5. Survival points could replace any substance, but the conversion efficiency was definitely inferior to the original material. Therefore, by providing enough similar substances and using survival points for transformation and assimilation, the costs can be greatly reduced. After understanding these principles, the pressure of survival that had been weighing on Sumo for a long time was finally greatly reduced. I have to create a shelter powerful enough before my parents and sister appear in this world. In the meantime, I need to solve the resource problem. Clenching his fists, Sumo walked up the steps of the shelter. Drinking water and food were the main issues that needed attention. Fortunately, now with the survival system in place, Sumo had already formed a rough development plan in his head. Walking towards a small tree, he used his body weight to break a branch and placed it in his inventory. A notification appeared. Wood +1. Sumo then searched the ground for solid rocks, placing rocks of different sizes in his inventory. Soon, another signal sounded. Stone +1. Indeed, everything has become like in the game, but that's even good. At least my strength at the early stage will not be much inferior to others. Not dwelling on the fact that reality has become so similar to the game. Now I'll try the crafting function. Open the item crafting panel. The interface has changed. Stone axe, normal. Wood 1:1, stone 1:1. Materials available. Selected stone axe. Confirm creation. Entry, wood -1, stone -1. Entry, stone axe, normal. Successfully created. An axe about the length of a forearm appeared in Sumo's hands. The rough wood handle had a good grip, allowing him to hold the axe firmly. The blade was polished to a smooth and sharp wedge shape. Stone axe, normal. A brand new axe with no wear. The current length is 60 centimeters. With it, collecting wood will be much easier. Not bad. Sumo made a few trial movements. The sharpness of a stone axe, of course, is not comparable to an iron one, but with it, cutting down trees became much easier. To get rich, first cut down trees. Overcoming his thirst under the scorching sun, he chopped up 15 units of wood and 4 units of plant fiber before returning along the familiar path to the underground shelter. The coolness of the dungeon cooled his heated body a little, but the protest from his throat only increased Sumo's anxiety. A person can live without food for 7 days, without water, only 3 days, especially after hard physical labor, without water for 2 days, and you can die of thirst in this wasteland. We urgently need to find a way to create a tool for extracting water. First, I will try to make a simple device for extracting water from materials and see if the system can improve it. After resting and regaining his strength, Sumo walked to the daylight part of the shelter and began to dismantle the floor with a stone axe. Without touching the adjacent boards, he carefully removed one, then took out the wood. First, he made a wooden bucket from 4 pieces of wood. Then he made a wooden stick from 1 unit of wood, a wooden shovel from 2 units of wood, and finally a rope from 2 units of plant fiber. The entire set of tools was ready. Sumo took the wooden shovel and began to dig in the resulting depression. It was easier than expected. With the tools, the wooden shovel raised a lot of earth with each blow. After digging a hole deep enough to accommodate the bucket, Sumo stopped working and began collecting the tools he had made. Placed a bucket, hung a stick between 2 floorboards, connected the bucket and the stick with a rope. Then, concentrating, called up a survival system prompt. Well water extraction device? Current efficiency, 0 milliliters per day. Improvement direction. 1. Improve the bucket material, increase the volume, add airtightness, significantly extend the shelf life of drinking water. Improvement cost, 20 survival points. Improvement direction. 2. Deepen the well. Increase the efficiency of water extraction. Improvement cost, 130 survival points. Evaluation. A hole, a bucket, and you think well water will magically appear? It really works. Seeing the second option the system suggested, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. Ignoring the sarcastic comments of the survival system, Sumo's face was lit up with excitement. Wells may be rare in cities, but in the countryside, even before 2022, many places still used primitive wells. Conventional wells, when choosing a location, should follow the terrain, preferably choosing lowlands where water can accumulate and using modern drilling tools. But now with the survival system, if he can create a model of an item, the survival points can replace all the subsequent work. There is hope. Sumo began to carefully study the options for upgrading the well. If he upgraded from scratch, he would need 130 survival points, and with the current efficiency of 5 points per day, it would take at least 5 days to accumulate. By then, he might die of thirst. Waiting for the required number of points to accumulate is definitely a stupid method. Sumo smiled as he came up with a solution. I can provide the materials for the enhancement. Mentally touching the second enhancement option, Sumo quickly learned that of the required materials, he could provide 2 types, 10 units of stone and 6 units of plant fiber. Taking the stone axe, Sumo felt a surge of energy, walked out of the shelter with quick steps and began to collect resources. He picked leaves, collected stones. Half an hour later, having finally collected enough resources, Sumo returned to the shelter. This time, the need for survival points dropped to 75. I choose option 2. Green scanning light spread from Sumo's feet, gradually merging with the pit. Before our eyes, the pit became deeper and deeper, and the wooden bucket gradually sank down along with the change in terrain. The rope made of several units of plant fiber began to stretch as the bucket descended. The pile of rocks on the ground quickly disappeared. When all the materials were used up, a clicking sound was heard, and the green light suddenly returned to Sumo's body. Looking at the well, he saw new characteristics. Micro device for well water extraction, normal. Current efficiency, 2,000 milliliters per day. Improvement direction 1. Improve the well material, add sealing and water purification function. Improve water quality. Improvement cost, 200 survival points. Improvement direction 2. Deepen the well. Improve the efficiency of water extraction. Improvement cost, 300 survival points. Evaluation, essential for survival in the wild. Looking at the well's output of 2 liters of water per day, Sumo was delighted and began to calculate. Without physical activity, about 300 milliliters of water per day is enough to maintain life. Even if you need to work outside, a maximum of 1 liter will be enough. As for the scientific theory about a minimum of 2 liters per person per day, at the end of the world, this is too luxurious. In the civilized era, many people did not drink 2 liters a day. Is it really possible to improve your health in the apocalypse? The drinking water crisis has been solved. Now we need to solve the food problem. After thinking about it, Sumo opened the trading panel, and indeed, a lot of offers appeared on the previously empty panel. Seller, Luo Feng. Product, 1 iron block. Required, 100 milliliters of clean water. Comment, don't write me a personal message that I'm skinning 3 skins. I dug this thing under the scorching sun for over an hour. Seller, Su Yu. Product, 200 gram bread. Required, 1 copper block. Comment, if you don't want to die of hunger, get some copper quickly. The supply is limited. Seller, Han Li. Product, 500 grams mutant desert wolf meat. Required, 300 milliliters clean water. Comment, I'm exchanging for clean water, fresh wolf meat, just got it, need it faster. Seller, Wang Fugi. Product, 100 milliliter thirst-quenching liquid. Required, anything. Write to me in a private message. Review, screw you. You said liquid, but it's urine. Why don't you drink it yourself to quench your thirst? Review, you cheated me out of 10 wood, I'll just get caught. Urine? Looking at the thirst-quenching liquid, Sumo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It turns out that there are such loopholes in the trading system. No wonder this person didn't clearly state what kind of liquid it was. Once here, even if you are dying of thirst, no one will want to drink urine. After a few minutes of general observation, Sumo got an idea of the market situation. Among the people who came here at this stage, there are many brave people. Some have already killed many mutants using the tools they have. Some people have also found chests of food and tools in the desert. However, water remains the most scarce resource. Almost no one puts it up for sale, and if a little appears occasionally, it disappears in a few seconds. After exiting the trading panel, Sumo entered the regional chat, where this time there was a lot of useful information. When you kill a mutant, you get a chest with various things. I just killed a mutant rabbit, got a chest from which a bottle of soda and a wrench fell out. You can find chests in the wild too. Just don't mistake them for trash. Can someone give me something to eat? I haven't eaten anything for a day. I'll soon die of hunger and thirst. In the small group, except for those who were lying in place and did not want to move, most were discussing the search for resources. At this stage, few people focus on developing the shelter. Basically, everyone is stocking up on resources before the next disaster. Sumo observed for a while, obtaining some information. As the description said, the wild is full of dangers and opportunities. After each mutant kill, you can get a chest with a reward. What will fall out of it depends on luck and the strength of the mutant. There are also many wild chests scattered around the wasteland. You will find them, you can open them. In general, at the beginner stage, if you are willing to explore, at least you will not die immediately from hunger and thirst. There is a chance for survival. As for the pampered people who are used to only giving orders, and those who have lost the instinct for survival, in this global competition for survival involving billions of people, they should be eliminated first. All this time, sitting on the steps of the shelter, when the sun at its zenith sank to the horizon with the last rays of light, Sumo picked up the bucket. About 5 hours passed, and the bucket had already accumulated 400 milliliters of water. After spending another 4 units of wood to create another bucket, he poured water from the well bucket to settle the sediment and lowered the bucket itself again to continue collecting water. With the thirst in his mouth, he opened the trading panel and put 200 milliliters of water up for auction. Seller, Sumo. Item, 200 milliliters of underground mineral water. Required, any food. Comment, fresh underground water. I dug for half a day to get this much. All I need is food, whoever bids the most. As soon as Sumo put the water up for sale, the chat channel exploded. Damn, someone put water up for sale and dug it up. There's water underground. Stop chatting. I'm going to dig up some water right now. This is the first time I've seen water that someone dug up. Today's trading is mostly water from chests that were found, and this guy is willing to trade it. I just need food. I have 300 grams of bread. Can I exchange this water for it? The World channel was buzzing with discussions. On the other hand, many people started to send Sumo private messages through the trading channel. Brother Su, can I exchange 20 units of wood for your water? Do a good deed. I'm dying of thirst. I have billions of assets. Give me this water. I'll give you 1 billion. Provide you with wealth for life. Brother Sumo, I'm so thirsty. Give me some water. If we meet, I'll agree to any of your demands. Brother, 300 grams of wolf meat plus 200 grams of bread. Will you exchange it? I need water. Among the thousands of personal messages were also avatars of foreigners, but their messages were translated into Chinese by the trading system. Among these people were many acquaintances from the past lives of stars, even rich people and officials. Some promised mountains of gold, some threatened, and some even tempted with beauty. Sumo ignored them all. In 5 days, the first disaster would come. In such uncertain times, everyone was equal. Who knows how many of these people would survive the disaster? After browsing for about 10 minutes, Sumo finally chose the highest bid and completed the transaction. Record: you lost 200 milliliters of water. Record: you received 350 grams of bread, 200 grams of dried meat, iron X1, lighter X1. After completing the transaction, Half of the water in the bucket disappeared and several items appeared in the inventory. Considering the previous expenses, there were only 4 units of wood left in the inventory. Sumo calculated and spent 4 units of wood to create a wooden box, where he put all the items he had received in exchange. After carefully drinking the remaining half of the water from the bucket before it got completely dark, Sumo went outside again. Having received the iron blank in exchange, Sumo did not hesitate. Opening the crafting panel, he immediately created an iron axe using 1 piece of metal. The result was not long in coming. The trees now gave in much faster. The survival system seems to evaluate the situation around and assign points based on it, he thought, raising his axe to another tree. That means the cozier and safer my shelter, the higher the chance of getting more points. I need to make it truly habitable. Then there will be a snowball effect. He continued chopping trees until sunset. When the sun had completely disappeared over the horizon and the feeling of hunger became unbearable, Sumo went back to the shelter. The inventory was replenished again, 20 units of wood and 8 units of plant fiber. The maximum stacking limit of one type of item is unknown, but 20 inventory slots are more than enough for now. The shelter was plunged into pitch darkness. Even the steps were barely visible. Sumo called up the crafting panel. Torch, normal. Required, 1 wood, 2 plant fibers. Result, +1 torch. Properties, burns for 12 hours. It's good that the game developers didn't complicate the fire issue. This resource was given relatively easily because without light, it is almost impossible to survive. He felt his way to the main shelter area, took a lighter out of the box, and struck it. Phew! The torch flared up with a bright flame, instantly illuminating the darkness. He tried to create another well. Unsuccessfully, the system ignored the request. Then he drove a stick next to the already prepared source of water, tied a torch to it with a rope, and made a primitive lighting pole. After locking the door with a bolt, Sumo felt a real sense of security for the first time. The first day of the apocalypse, his own underground shelter. Drinking water? Yes. Provisions enough for a couple of meals. Light. Present. Against the backdrop of general chaos. Almost luxury. He sat down on the last step of the stairs, called up the creation interface, and spent the remaining materials to make himself a crude home. A straw bed, a simple wooden stool, a mug, and a small round table that could seat 3. Now he had 8 units of wood left, and the fiber was completely gone. But instead of regret, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Everything was done with his own hands. He placed the bed further from the entrance, the table closer to the exit. He poured 150 milliliters of water from the well into the reservoir and poured 1 cup for dinner. Next, a slice of bread and a couple of pieces of dried beef were placed on the table. A real feast for the whole world, he grinned. Having made a sandwich, he bit into it greedily, then drank the water in 1 gulp. After a day on his feet and constant tension, the taste of the food was divine, like a breath of fresh air in the desert. We need to build a shelter where we can take our family, flashed through his mind. He continued eating, and his head was filled with anxious thoughts. The system said nothing about the timing of the relatives' arrival. The unknown weighed on him like the sword of Damocles. While the food was digesting, he opened the chat. The global panel was the same. Everyone was looking for water and food. Almost 8 hours had passed since the transfer to this world. He already has a shelter. The others have empty boxes. At night, they will sleep on the bare floor, tormented by thirst. Some have already suffered. Some were lucky with chests. But there were also those who paid with their lives in half a day. The group chat in the region started with 1,000 participants. Now there are 988, minus 12 people, in less than a day. Death is real. This is not a game. A step to the left, and that's it. Some recklessly ran into mutants and died in an ambush. Others overestimated their strength and were killed with 1 blow. It seems that many perceive what is happening as a game. Sumo frowned. But here, everything is for real. I'm still ahead, but tomorrow I need to start training. If I don't develop my body, the monsters will quickly put an end to it. He made a plan. Increase ventilation, think about diverting acid rain, and stockpile food for at least 3 days ahead. Then it will be possible to survive even in case of disasters. Sumo closed the chat and went to the exchange tab. Just like during the day, everyone was exchanging resources for water and food. It was worth its weight in gold now. And here's something unusual. He saw a deal marked Special. Seller, Chen Pingan. Item, Illustrated Guide to Monsters. Beginner level, one-time use. Price, 1 liter of water. Comment, only water. No alternatives. Whoever brings anything else, let their mother hang on the second tree today. Wow, someone with character. The comments section was a real show. A guide for water? Have you seen yourself in the mirror, genius? Everyone will have guides eventually, but without water, you'll die tomorrow. I offer 200 milliliters of baby urine. A good exchange, okay? I have 500 milliliters of wolf's blood. If you want, take it, it'll be enough for you for the night. The comments kept coming. The seller, it seems, couldn't take it anymore. Soon, a new product appeared in his profile. Product, pears, 10 pieces. Price, 100 milliliters of water per piece. Comment, those who want to save money, go ahead. I won't die without water today, but you might. The flow of indignation only grew stronger. Sumo wanted to write to the seller, but changed his mind. Of course, he needed the reference book, but there was no water yet. He would have to wait until tomorrow. He stretched, made a spear from the remaining materials, and placed it next to the bed. He put out the torch. There was no ventilation in the basement yet, and a long burning fire could suck out all the oxygen. Sleep gradually rolled in. Sumo fell asleep hugging the spear. In his dream, he saw his family arrive in this world, and his refuge is an automated, safe, luxurious shelter, protected from any disaster. Meteorites, frost, mutants. His sister laughed. His parents looked on with pride. But Sumo himself had no idea. That day, unnoticed and silent, nearly 10 million people died. Food and water saved him. He was strong enough to survive the night. Others were not. Thirst, hunger, and rustling sounds in the darkness tormented the psyche of the survivors. That's when the advantages of the underground shelter became especially obvious. At least for now, it saved them from the predators of the night. The sun rose. The moon went away. After graduating from university, life for many people no longer belongs to them. On their shoulders are the expectations of their parents, the pressure of society, the rules that cannot be broken. The modern world is like a giant casting mold. It slowly but surely erases individuality, turning everyone into similar cogs, working day after day in the same place. Sometimes, standing by the big window, looking at the city, Sumo felt like a stranger in his own world. The development of technology and the noise of the city sometimes made him feel detached from reality. Now, having found himself in another dark world, even despite the constant threat of death, for the first time in a long time, he allowed himself the luxury of sleeping until he woke up on his own, without an alarm clock, without a schedule. Waking up in the semi-darkness, he heard the voice of the system. Apocalypse calendar, January 2nd. You are a little lost in the new world, but today you finished building the shelter. Joy overwhelms you. 50 points. You have improved the water extraction system. Now you are provided with liquid for every day. Plus 5 points. You have built a bed to sleep on. Even this gives a feeling of coziness. Plus 5 points. You have assembled simple furniture. Plus 1 point. The food is satisfactory. Plus 1 point. The environment analysis is complete. Additional points, plus 11. Total for the day, plus 73 points. Remaining points, 103. Sumo beamed. He spent 75 points to upgrade the water intake yesterday, and today he was back to 103. So, the progress for actions is stable. Even without unnecessary risk, you can earn 10 to 20 points every day. Excellent. The main thing is that this system does not force you to perform deadly dangerous or morally questionable tasks as it happens in science fiction, he thought with relief. However, leaving the shelter in such a dark and stuffy state was dangerous. You could easily break your neck in the darkness. Sumo firmly decided he needed to improve the ventilation and lighting. He closed the heavy wooden door. The shelter was plunged into darkness again. Only a thin strip of light seeped through the crack under the door. Feeling his way carefully, like a blind man with a staff, he took the wooden spear and groped his way to the stairs. He climbed up and slowly opened the hatch. The cold morning air rushed in, mixing with the heavy stagnation of the dungeon. The light hurt his eyes. Sumo squinted, looked outside, and, after making sure that everything was safe, opened the door completely. Everything was the same as yesterday. No trace of mutants. He took a breath of fresh air, then went back inside and walked to the well. Pulling the rope, he lifted the bucket. You got 920 milliliters of water. Current supply, 970 milliliters. Almost a liter. Almost enough to exchange for that very monster guide. A little more, and it will be. A person needs about 60 to 90 milliliters of water per day to survive. He poured himself 3 sips, about 90 milliliters, and opened the exchange panel. Sumo had already understood. The main thing was to provide for basic needs and use the surplus for trade. This was his chance to get ahead. He scrolled through the list. And luck. The same monster guide that cost 1 liter of water yesterday had dropped in price to 700 milliliters today. Moreover, pairs, which used to cost 100 milliliters each, were now sold for 50 milliliters. What a lucky break I had. Without wasting any time, he put in 800 milliliters of water and bought a reference book and 2 pairs. Instantly, the resources in the inventory were updated. Instead of water, a book and juicy fruits appeared. He took 1 pear, the size of a fist, and bit into the flesh. Sweet, juicy, although it contained less than 50 milliliters of water than stated. But in the conditions of the apocalypse, even a piece of fruit is a holiday. Meanwhile, an argument flared up in the general chat. Did someone really give 700 milliliters of water for a fucking reference book? Chung Pingan, did you sell this? Holy shit, they say it's Sunday Monday. Yesterday he was selling water, today he's throwing liters of it. Where did he get so much? Sumo, answer me. Where did you find a source of water? Petition 1/10,000th, asking for a guide. Petition 2 out of 10,000. I have food. Sumo, take the bread, just give me some water. Sumo's name went viral. While others were sharing drop by drop, he easily drained 700 milliliters for the sake of some book. Meanwhile, he finished the pear and the remains of yesterday's sandwich, opened the book. The system warned, confirm the use of the reference book, not subject to exchange. Confirm. A new tab appeared on the panel. Directory. He opened it. The list filled with names. Dryleaf snake, green-headed turtle, mutated hawk. He chose the first one. Dryleaf snake, dark brown back with scarlet stripes, olive belly with white spots, mildly aggressive. Weaknesses, afraid of fire and blunt blows. Danger, 80. Even with a 3D model, you can turn it around and examine it. Sumo realized that the book was priceless. If you know the weaknesses of hundreds of creatures, you can survive and save a lot of resources. And also, the book can scan. Scanning! A radar appeared on the screen. A red warning popped up. Camouflaged mutant chameleon detected within 265 meters. Danger, 65. Remaining attempts, 2/3. Sumo shuddered. He looked outside, and his heart sank. The creature was hiding right where he had been chopping down trees yesterday. Now, even knowing where to look, he couldn't see it. He clutched the spear. Fight? Stupid. With my skills and this weapon, it's anti-revival. He opened the manual on the chameleon. Mutant chameleon. Has advanced camouflage, attacks with a poisonous tongue. Moderately dangerous. Weaknesses. Slow reaction and fragile body. A side effect of mutation, Sumo thought. In the sun, even such creatures need to eat and drink. We must wait for the moment when he weakens, and then attack. But first, a new weapon. He returned inside, lit a torch, and sat down at the table. He took out his spear and carefully examined it in the panel. Wooden spear, new but weak. Not suitable for battle. Upgrade options. 1. Strengthen the material, sharpen the tip. Price, 5 points 2. Improve the material and add an electromechanical amplifier. Increases attack speed. Price, 40 points. The choice is obvious, Sumo muttered as he prepared for battle. Both upgrade options had their pros and cons. The first one is cheaper and gives an instant effect. The advantage is immediately visible. The second one is expensive, with an electric drive that dramatically increases attack speed. Which one should I choose? Sumo exchanged glances with the spear on the table and froze in thought. Deep down, he was drawn to the second path. In an era when everyone was still barely grinding stones, a weapon with electrical assistance sounded like a step towards a qualitative leap. But I'll take the first one, he decided. He remembered what the reference book said about the chameleon. The mutation increased the creature's camouflage but cut its mobility. In this scenario, the increase in sharpness and durability for 5 points looks much more profitable than the speed for 40. In addition, the electric unit still needs to be charged. And with what, excuse me? There wasn't even proper ventilation in the shelter. You could only get electricity by friction. While he was thinking, the interface began reforging. The shaft and tip changed color. The simple wood shimmered with warm red-yellow tones. This was clearly not turning into metal or stone. Jumu spear, a new wooden spear, fine texture, patterned like a bird's footprint in the sky, density and elasticity comparable to iron. Damage is quite significant. Jumu. Sumo exhaled, both surprised and pleased. This breed is valued by gunsmiths. It is rare, strong, and resilient. Just what a beginner fighter without much experience needs. 5 points. And such a quality increase. The system has once again shown what it is capable of. Now if only there was armor. In the field, you can't afford even minor wounds. He opened the trading platform and began to scroll through the new lots. Apocalypse calendar, January 2nd. During the day, many were so pressed that they climbed outside to explore. There were few chests found, but with billions of players on the board, individual sets of protection still surfaced. I don't have to take the top. The system will probably allow you to grow your own armor, he figured. Water supply, 100 milliliters. By midday, if everything goes as usual, another 100 will run up. For that kind of money, you can now buy a simple, heavy ceramic lamella one. It's not very effective against a large creature, but it will protect against small ones. And that's bread. He waited until the heat, when the sun was at its hottest. Sumo gave 200 milliliters of water for the ceramic armor and another 50 milliliters for 300 grams of bread. He washed down the rest of the pair with 50 milliliters of water. His strength returned completely. Unlike the chameleon, who had been languishing in the heat all this time, Sumo came out on fresh legs. Classic, beat a tired opponent. Too early. Let's wait a little longer. He launched the scan in the reference book again. The chameleon was in place and began to work on the armor. In front of him were yellowish clay plates strung on an unknown hemp thread. Shields covered the body and hips. Battered ceramic armor. Improvement 1. Increase defense by improving ceramics and overall durability. 5 points. Improvement 2. Change the material and structure based on the input raw materials. 60 points. Rating. It should be in a museum, not in battle. Following his tactics, he chose the first path. The light flashed. The surface immediately became smoother and thicker. A spicy field aroma wafted from the armor. Hunter's ceramics, good material, neat assembly, noticeable protection. A special herbal smell masks the human spirit. Having stuffed the armor on himself, not without effort, Sumo felt confident. Well, creature, let's see where you go now. He threw open the shelter door and strode forward, holding the spear like a rifle. Yesterday's clear-cutting had turned the brush into a jumble of dry branches and leaves, the perfect cover for an ambush. No big deal. He mentally commanded another scan. Detected. 19 meters. Camouflaged chameleon mutant. Danger. 65. Today's attempts, 0/3. Finally, a silhouette came into view. The creature was not sitting on the ground. The cunning beast had settled on the first branch that had not been cut down yesterday. If he had started chopping without checking his surroundings, a sudden attack would have been almost guaranteed. Sumo slowed down, pretending to just look around. Whether you have brains or not is unknown, but caution never hurt anyone. He approached within 2 meters and rushed with all his might. Keeping the spear down, he threw the tip at the target. Chameleon realized that he was seen and tried to move. Too late. The slowness given by the mutation became his doom. Dash, thrust, turn. The combo went smoothly. He missed the head, but the Zumu tip pierced the body. A pull, and vile green blood sprayed into the air, burning the bark underfoot with a pungent smell. Sumo immediately retreated. The poison was clearly strong. He glanced at the tip and went cold. The surface was covered in small pores, like ice under fire. The spear was literally melting. He carefully put the damaged weapon aside, lay down on his stomach, quickly crafted a new wooden spear and invested 5 points into upgrading it again. Meanwhile, the chameleon was thrashing around, splashing toxin. Rage had given way to exhaustion. After a few dozen seconds, he fell over and froze as if dead. Sumo raised an eyebrow, but didn't move. He remembered from the chat. After killing a monster, a chest always drops. If there is no chest, it means it is still alive. And so it happened. A minute later, the creature began to convulse, spat one last spit of poison, and finally fell. Sumo threw the corroded spear nearby. The chameleon twitched as if it wanted to spit again, but seeing only a wooden shaft in front of it, it made a plaintive sound and sank. Silence. The poisonous puddles quickly evaporated. A sharp light flashed from the body, and a silver chest appeared on the ground. Silver! What a jackpot! His heart jumped. His hands itched to rush and tear off the lid to find out what was inside. According to the information Sumo managed to collect, the defeated monsters drop chests of different levels. The simplest is wooden. Next come iron, bronze. What's next is still unknown. Many players assume that there should be silver, gold, and even diamond. But for the entire first day, the best trophy that became known was a bronze chest. Incidentally, it was from there that Chen Ping'an took out that very same monster manual. Silver! Silver! My little heart! Sumo pressed the spear to his chest, as if he had drunk a can of ice-cold cola on a hot day. Only 2 words suited his state. Bliss. Coming closer, he carefully picked up the silver chest and immediately headed back, trying not to linger in place. All 3 scan attempts had already been spent, and this was no time to relax. Having reached the shelter, he locked the door and put the chest on the table. Shiny, shimmering, as if breathing. Even just being there, it seemed to be calling, "Open me." Open the silver chest. Click, flash, sound like dice being thrown. You opened the silver chest. Received, unenergic zone. Unidentified, pet egg zone. Energy bicycle blueprint zone. Bottled water, 500 milliliters. X2. Large loaf of bread, 5 kilograms. This is wealth. An unreal drop. Sumo yelled. He laid out 3 special items, water and food for later, and began to examine them carefully. 1. Unenergy, one of the top pure energies, with anomalous properties. Used only with suitable blueprints. 2. Pet egg unknown. Apply a drop of blood to activate hatching. Drawing of an energy bike can work from any resource, firewood, food, fuel, unenergy, etc. Is this really the same energy that Earth scientists have been trying to tame for decades? Holding a piece of blue crystal the size of a peach, Sumo felt that this world was much more thoughtful and advanced than it initially seemed. On Earth, they never learned to use this energy. Formulas, schemes, theories, everything remained in secret laboratories. And here, hold it in your hands, use it as intended. He instantly called up the shelter panel. Personal shelter owner, Sumo area, 100 square meters. Integrity, 100%. Objects, bed, table, chair, hand. Well, description, a simple, basic shelter with minimal survival conditions. Food is the main problem. Available upgrade. Shelter on Un-energy requires 5 million survival points or 5,000 crystals of Un-energy. 5 million points? Or 5,000 crystals? He almost dropped the crystal in amazement. Until this moment, the system did not show the direction of the shelter upgrade at all. And now, as soon as he received the energy of Un, the upgrade option opened itself. And if it works, as the earthly theories suggest, then such a shelter will be almost alive, with the highest resistance to all disasters. Who knows, maybe one day it will even be able to withstand a flight into the sun. But these are dreams for now. Now he focused on the main source, the well. Micro well, normal productivity, 2,000 milliliters per day. Improvements, 1. Increased hygiene and tightness, 200 points. 2. Deepening the shaft, 300 points. 3. Transition to Un-energy, a sharp increase in productivity, improved water quality, a rare chance of improving the body with long-term use. 1,080 points. Well, of course, it's expensive, he thought, but then realized the materials had not yet been entered. As soon as he inserted the Yun crystal, the price instantly dropped to 70 points, and the other materials turned out to be rare and unknown. There were none on the market yet. Select an upgrade. Direction number 3. He had 88 points left. Just right. He confirmed his choice. The crystal disappeared, and the well was instantly transformed. The former grey stone became dark blue with purple veins, like a mineral from science fiction. Improved Un-energy. Well output, 7,200 milliliters per day, 300 milliliters per hour. Future upgrades, water quality, 5,000 points. Output, 500. Frost resistance, 200. Overall quality, 3,000. The water now shone with light blue sparks. A new inscription appeared in the description. Water on Un-energy. Slight healing effect. Regular use increases physical endurance. Sumo took a sip and gasped. The taste was like expensive alcohol. Soft, sweetish, rich. The burning sensation in his throat went away. Breathing became easier. This is a success. Now, every 60 minutes, 300 milliliters of such water. Time to pick up the pace. He lowered the bucket into the well, let it fill. He temporarily removed the 2 remaining items. Yes, he covered the food and water, but if something gluttonous hatches from the egg, there will be trouble. And the bicycle drawing, after a quick glance at the list of resources for assembly, he waved his hand. Too complicated, let it wait. Although in theory, it was possible to pedal even from bread or branches. But the technology of converting mass into energy is still beyond the pale. The most important thing now is the base's security, ventilation, and drainage. Everything else will come later. He turned on the torch and began to make notes on the redevelopment. The silver chest gave out only 2 bottles of water, and they already looked like a huge treasure. So why not use the new elite water for trading and upgrade the shelter to a new level? We need to figure out how to improve ventilation in the shelter. This is the main problem of underground bases. Sitting down on a hard wooden chair, Sumo began to remember everything he knew about the technologies of the past world, from the school curriculum to the plots of post-apocalyptic films. Ideally, an underground bunker would have a highly efficient air filtration and circulation system. But every air duct that leads outside is a potential hole in the defense. The optimal solution is internal air circulation, with water electrolysis and oxygen generation. But this requires water, electricity, and equipment. Sumo understood that with current capabilities, this was a fantasy. On the other hand, complete hermeticity is also death. External channels with the ability to seal are needed. Ideally, they would be located under rocky outcrops, in dry riverbeds, or on deserted islands. A simple option now available is a periscope design, like those found on submarines. This would provide both light and ventilation. The plan was as follows. Dig a vertical tunnel directly above the center of the base. Install strong, translucent glass at the top. Make holes in it for airflow. Make a Z-shaped bend inside the shaft, with a mirror at each turn at a 45-degree angle to reflect sunlight. Light down. After the first layer, there's impact-resistant glass to block the flow in case of an accident. Simple? Only on paper. Without tools, digging a shaft 5 meters down while maintaining accuracy is unrealistic. But he has a system. Sumo had already studied its mechanics. If there were no resources, the system would create materials at a huge cost. But if there were materials, the system would work like a construction crew, spending very few survival points on installation. After thinking about it, he looked into the trading system. Current resources: mineral water, 1,000 milliliters. Energy: unwater, 600 milliliters. Bread: 10 kilograms. He was not going to exhibit the egg in the drawing. He created 2 lots. 1. Seller: Sumo. Product: 50 milliliters of water on unenergy price. Shockproof glass. Comment: water that strengthens the body. Need 2 glasses. High quality. Seller: Sumo item. 15 milliliters of mineral water. Price: 1 iron ingot. Limit: 1 ingot per person. He then bought 2 mirrors with good reflectivity for 25 milliliters of water. Thus, all the mineral water supply was gone. 15 milliliters per ingot is a tough exchange, but the players dying of thirst gladly paid. The limit of 1 ingot per person was explained simply. Sumo did not want the water to be bought up and hidden. He wanted it to be spent immediately. A flurry of messages began in the chat. Whoever has iron, run to the exchange. Sumo is selling water again. Sumo is a saint. Only 1 transaction per person. Hurry. Do you think you can get anything from his 400,000 subscribers? Yesterday, he gave 700 milliliters for a reference book, and today he's giving away a liter. This guy bathes in water. He posted water. It strengthens the body. And all it asks for is glass. If you have any, exchange it immediately. The number of messages in the world chat was huge. Given the limit of 1 message per day, it was a flurry. Sumo's private messages exploded. In 2 seconds, all 65 units of metal were sold out. But still, the crowds begged for a sip. Water is the new currency, he thought. He used a filter in his personal messages. He entered the word metal and filtered out 80% of the spam. Then he selected messages that mentioned impact-resistant glass. Most wanted to hand over regular glass and get more water. But one message caught his attention. Feng Mengyue. I have regular glass, but I don't think you're interested in it. If you pay extra, I'll give you 1 high-quality glass and 1 rare one. The girl's avatar is strict and beautiful. Sumo grinned. She demands more right away, but doesn't name the price. Cunning. He replied, Sumo, you know that my water is the only product that increases physical parameters. I just need the glass for the hatch. Any glass will do. The answer was not long in coming. Feng Mengyue. Will 300 milliliters do? Sumo. Don't even think about it. I won't give that much for 2 glasses. If you don't take it, I'll drink it myself. Feng Mengyue. Let me think about it. Sumo laughed quietly. He holds the only source of valuable water. The market belongs to him. If he doesn't sell it, no one will get it. A few minutes later, the message came again. Feng Mengyue. 2 glasses and 1. Informational message. All for 300 milliliters. Sumo. What information? Feng Mengyue. How did I get these glasses? Sumo thought, information is more valuable than resources in this world. If he hadn't known about the chameleon's vulnerability, he might have died even with the equipment. He made a deal. 300 milliliters of water. The specific recipient is Feng Mengyue. Successful transfer. 1 times high-quality impact-resistant glass. 1 times rare impact-resistant glass. Information. Receive, receive. A voice came from the speaker in the shelter. Ruins periodically appear in the wasteland. This morning, one of them appeared near me. It looked dangerous, so I didn't go inside, but I managed to search the perimeter and find a few pieces of glass. When I came back, the ruins had already disappeared. Is anyone alive? It feels like I'm playing a single-player game. Sumo muttered and chuckled. Feng Mengyue's voice, light and clear, rang out 3 times within the shelter before it faded away. Her short story contained a wealth of useful information. It turns out that mysterious ruins appear in the wastelands from time to time, and even the glass mined on their outskirts can be of the highest quality. Sumo put this in his memory as priority information, and he picked up both pieces of glass again. The impact-resistant glass is good. Strength 15, resistant to acid, corrosion, and impact. Shockproof glass is rare. Strength 50 has the ability to self-restore strength when exposed to light. The second clearly had something beyond today's standards, a magical restoration effect. Sumo decided the rare specimen would go outside, and the good quality glass would become an internal gateway in case of disasters. After checking the drawing in his head once again, he took a wooden shovel and began digging in the very center of the shelter. The impact-resistant glass was reliable, but the earth was not at all. Strengthening was needed. We'll have to line the shaft with an iron pipe and then mount the glass on it. Otherwise, everything will collapse. Having dug the shaft up to his waist, Sumo lowered 1 iron ingot down, placed 2 mirrors, 2 pieces of glass, and the remaining ingots next to it, then returned inside the base. Concentrated, looking at the ceiling, and sure enough, a new interface line appeared. Installation, ventilation, and light module. Option 1, periscope with cast iron pipes, anti-corrosion and water-repellent coating. Price, 15 points. Option 2, electric ventilation with an upper light guide, high power, and illumination. Price, 65 plus 700 points. Comment, calling this black ceiling ventilation is a direct path to baldness. Sumo grinned. The system is in its repertoire. He chose the first option. In the morning he had 103 points, 70 went to upgrading the well, 10 to 2 improved spears, 5 to armor. There were exactly 18 left. Having selected the installation, he felt the earth tremble. Red-hot metal flowed out of the iron ingots right before his eyes, turning into pipes. At first the beam of light was dim, then sharp, penetrating, and finally a sunbeam crashed into the center of the room. Light. Air. He took a deep breath, squinting from the brightness, and ran outside. The pit he had dug that morning had disappeared. In its place is a 50-centimeter glass window, perfectly camouflaged with an anti-reflective coating and light-absorbing properties. Impact-resistant window, strength 50, optical camouflage, breathability, water-repellent effect. Comment, a window like this, and even neighbor Wang won't know what you're doing here. That's powerful, Sumo marveled. The system didn't just implement my plan, it improved it. Air gets through, water doesn't. It's a miracle. Returning to the shelter, he breathed in the cool air again, gently rippling from the stream above. The second night, and he was ready for the first cataclysm. There was water, ventilation, light. The last line of defense remained, drainage. If he could build a water drain, he could survive even acid rain. It was about 5 in the evening. There was no point in going out into the forest anymore. You can only chop down trees or collect fiber. Sumo decided to stay in the shelter until the next monster scanning update. He took a loaf of black bread, soaked it in water, and ate it. The food acquired an almost divine taste. He started evening trading. Every time he put out water, it was taken away instantly, and in return, Sumo got twice as much iron as during the day. In order not to collapse the market, he sold limited. At the same time, he still managed to find out why so much iron was coming into circulation. It turned out that, in his region, it was easy to get wood and fiber, but there was no hint of ore. He thought that it was like that everywhere. But he was wrong. Some lucky ones found themselves next to exposed veins of ore. Having made a stone pick, they quietly mined stone, and even iron. The more people, the better the chances. And so the hardware went to the masses. Walking around the market, Sumo simultaneously bought strange and unknown items, even if he did not know their purpose. So he acquired the core of the generator, the rotor. Rotor, quality, good description, a rotating element on a support, used in devices that require energy conversion. Comment, spinning, jumping, with my eyes closed. Sumo didn't know where and when he would assemble the generator, but at least one step towards electricity had been taken. And then he noticed a new ad on the market. Large agricultural platform for growing vegetables. Sumo's eyes lit up. Here it is. As I expected, on the second or third day, players will start dumping rare items for food and water. Currently, 95% of all food players received from loot boxes. Even the meat from the dead mutants was not eaten by anyone. Without special preparation, it looked like poison. If you don't find the chest, you'll die of hunger. And that means the ability to grow food was a strategic breakthrough, which he had been thinking about since the first day he started building the underground shelter. If it weren't for this find, in a couple of days he would have started digging the soil himself in an attempt to recreate a mini ecosystem. He looked at the seller's demands and began to figure out how to pay. This installation had to be obtained at any cost. As soon as the large vegetable plant appeared on the marketplace, a wave of excitement immediately arose in the community. A plot of land where you can grow food? Anyone who saw this object, especially Chinese, seemed to awaken the farming instincts embedded in their DNA. Everyone was itching to get their hands on this thing. And the owner, Li Shufeng, turned out to be quite cunning. He didn't specify the price, but launched an auction, which would hardly have been decided upon by anyone without serious intentions. Vendor, Li Shufeng. Item, large vegetable plant. Desired resources, any useful ones. Note, food, water, rare blueprints, weapons, armor, anything of value can be offered. The best one will win. Additional note, don't try to snatch it for next to nothing. This is the only item from the silver chest that I got at the cost of my own life. Appreciate it. Silver chest? The winner gets the goods? Not only the regional chat, but also the world channel immediately exploded. Really? Compared to such players, you want to hang yourself. First Sumo with his energy water, now Xufeng with the installation. When will my luck be mine? Who knows where I can find a silver chest? I'm ready to exchange a rare resource, one piece of wood, for information. They say that to get a silver chest, you need to kill a particularly strong mutant. Is that true? I'm already signing up for the queue for future vegetables from Xufeng. But there were also skeptics who looked at what was happening soberly. Seriously? Do you really think this is a useful thing? Growing vegetables is not a matter of pressing a couple of buttons. It's not a game where you plant today and harvest tomorrow. You probably forgot that vegetables need to be watered. You don't even have enough water for yourself, and you're going to take care of your plants? Acid rain will start soon. I advised Chufeng not to sell it, but just put the installation out in the rain. Let the vegetables drink their fill. However, there were also those who immediately ridiculed them. Well, those who can't afford it, the grapes are sour. There are already a lot of bets, and you continue to whine on the sidelines. Soon, Li Shufeng himself appeared in the chat, and this became a new explosion. Even Sumo, who had been just watching until now, involuntarily cursed to himself. If the owner were an ordinary player, he would have already bought the unit, paying, say, 500 milliliters of water. But Shufeng is not like that. He clearly understood the value of the product and behaved like a skilled stockbroker. Now, there is a water shortage, that's a fact. But some players already have a strategic reserve. This means that the installation is an investment in the future. The more disasters, the higher the value of resources that ensure sustainable food production. And this was confirmed by the stakes. Tarkov offered 800 milliliters of water, 2 kilograms of bread, yogurt, copper, bolts, reinforcement, wood, garbage. Hashimoto Mutsume put forward 300 milliliters of water, sashimi, oranges, grapes, and a pair of socks in their original packaging. Tom Pup offered 2 kilograms of oil, 1 kilogram of gasoline, a remote-controlled toy car, batteries, 500 milliliters of water. Offers came in every minute, the strangest and most varied. The system automatically assessed the bids by total value to make it easier for the seller to choose. Many players who had not previously appeared in the chat voted for the first time precisely because of this lot. It immediately became clear. Among the survivors, there are many hidden pros. Some even offered mutant meat. Sumo was in no hurry to place his bet. He was watching. Auctions are not won by those who place their bets first, but by those who understand the limits of their opponents. Betting too early is like showing your hand in poker. Sumo had one obvious trump card now: energy water, which he could obtain in large quantities, pets, blueprints. It's unlikely that anyone will be interested in this now. But water that can heal is an extremely valuable resource, especially if used at the right time and in the right dosage. He collected the entire supply from the well, 700 milliliters. Watching the bets continue to rise, Sumo did not see any activity from Li Shufeng himself. He did not respond, did not react, did not show any interest, as if he was waiting. After some thought, Sumo made his first bet. He offered 400 milliliters of energy water. The result was immediate. The system gave an assessment. Sumo's bet received 2,122 points, leaving the second place far behind. He had only 322 points. Sumo appeared. Is his water really that strong? What's special about it? Does it allow you to fly? Anyone who has tried it knows it's not just water. Even those who had previously received water from Sumo confirmed its effect. He himself only nodded, without expressing any emotions. He knew. Water improves the body slightly, but it heals perfectly, especially harmless diseases and inflammations. The effect is like an anti-inflammatory drug. And then he remembered, Shufeng wrote that he got the chest at the cost of his life. Perhaps he was seriously wounded? And indeed, Li Shufeng answered for the first time. Not enough, Sumo. Water is certainly a valuable thing, but for such a price, I will give it too generously. Throw in some more, and the goods are yours. Ha! It's revealed. Sumo grinned. He wanted to get acquainted with a fighter like Li, but his behavior was too much like a black merchant. Instead of offering a price or negotiating directly, he played the role of a mysterious salesman, inflating the price. Sumo replied, Sorry, that's all there is. I took this out of the ground at the risk of my life. The rest I must leave. And you, I think, know better than me what this water is capable of. Li Shufeng panicked. He was in a wooden hut, leaning against the wall, with bleeding wounds on his leg that were soaking into the floor. His only hope was precisely the energy water. He had already exchanged a mirror fragment for one sip before, and some of the wounds had healed, but the larger ones were still oozing blood. And now, in the face of death, he was forced to give in. Sumo, I admit, I did wrong. I urgently need water now. If you give me a little more, the order is yours. Next time, I'll offer you anything valuable first. Will 500 milliliters do? If so, I'll immediately cancel the auction and formalize the deal in person. The main thing in negotiations is not to reveal your weaknesses. Shufeng revealed everything at once and found himself in a vulnerable position. Sumo didn't answer. He only updated his bet. He gave 500 milliliters of energy water and received a large vegetable plant. Large vegetable growing medium is excellent area, 35 square meters. Water requirement, 50 milliliters per square meter per day. Description, slightly accelerate the growth of vegetables, automatically pollinate, and the quality of the vegetables grown will not be lower than that of the growing medium. Special ability, sensor, concentrated light. As long as a part of the growing medium receives light, the effect is transmitted to all the vegetables. Comment, Master, look, there is a growing medium. Xiaomin went to the growing medium to pick vegetables for Master. Seeing the properties of the growing medium, Sumo laughed. It was no wonder that Brother Fengzi was so hesitant to continue asking for more. Perhaps even he would not believe that 1,750 milliliters of water per day to completely fill the nutrient medium was what people could provide now. Moreover, using this amount of water to water the vegetables would be more profitable than simply exchanging it for water. Sumo, however, did not pay attention to this. His keen observation allowed him to note the properties of the nutrient medium. The vegetables grown would be no less than excellent. Quality. This property may seem insignificant, but in Sumo's hands, it was like a divine artifact. As long as he had extra survival points, he could invest them in improving the growing medium, and the vegetables would improve as well. Just the thought of rare and even better. Vegetables that were waiting for their moment, Sumo's tears flowed like a river. Opening the trading panel, Sumo easily bought enough seeds to sow 35 square meters. The price of these seeds was shockingly low. It cost only 10 milliliters of water. In civilized times, what can 10 milliliters do? Water? Take the cap of a bottle of Nongfu Spring, for example. One cap is almost 8 milliliters. Sumo spent a little more than a cap to get dozens of seeds. It was a huge discount. Even Hua Tuo would shed tears. For 2 whole days, Sumo did not eat a single chopped vegetable. His mouth was practically drooling. The talent for farming that was in his ancient bloodline was awakened the moment he received the seeds. Of the 35 square meters of seeds, Sumo planned to plant more than half with tomatoes, and the rest with garlic and pak choi. In the past, southerners living in fertile regions fully satisfied their vitamin needs with a rich variety of vegetables, fruits, and seafood. However, northerners, due to limited water resources and the state of their land, could grow only a few vegetables sufficient to sustain life. Among them were tomatoes, garlic, bean sprouts, choi, and potatoes. Tomatoes promote digestion and bowel movements. Garlic removes toxins, kills insects, destroys bacteria, and strengthens the stomach. Garlic sprouts can also be used to enhance the flavor of fried foods and are an excellent snack. Potatoes yield a high yield per acre and are filling. One meal is enough for a whole working day. Cabbage, due to its easy storage and pleasant taste, is also included in the diet. Northerners. These 4 vegetables are currently very suitable for Soma. After careful selection, Soma decided against planting potatoes. He took out vegetable growing medium from his supply, and the once spacious shelter suddenly felt cramped. He placed the medium under a skylight and planted vegetable seeds into the soil, distributing them according to their spacing. Soma thought, tomatoes and garlic take about 3 months to mature, and cabbage takes a little longer, about 2. I just don't know how much faster this growing medium can speed up the process. Planting the seeds was no easy task. Soma knew little about agriculture, so he could only hope that the growing medium would be effective. After all, finding suitable fertilizer in the apocalypse was incredibly difficult. As for adding wood ash, Somo thought for a moment and decided to wait until he survived the first disaster. Without watchers, all the inhabitants of the wasteland returned to their usual daily routine, getting up and going to sleep. Sitting down on a stool, Somo began to review his supplies. The first thing he did was reached the base's most important gold mine, psionic water. After half a day of storing psionic water, 1,000 milliliters had accumulated. At a rate of 300 milliliters per hour, if it weren't for the need to control supplies, Somo would have been tempted to sell everything in exchange for supplies. Iron, strategically, an important mineral, has already been sold for 130 units. If the shelter were to be converted to iron in the future at a rate of 2 units per square meter, it would take 70 units to completely renew the shelter's material structure, making it more stable and reliable. However, without lightning protection, this remained only a theoretical goal. As for food, he ate a pound of black bread during the day, leaving behind 9 pounds. The bread was filling, but hard as a rock. If it hadn't been soaked in water, Somo's teeth wouldn't have been able to chew it. What was left were the eggs of the animals and the drawing. After completing the inventory, Sumo went to the market for another stroll. Compared to the bustling day, the market was deserted in the evening. Water and food were still hard currency, and there was little of them. Or rather, everyone was stocking up. After all, no one except Sumo knew whether water would be available tomorrow after he drank it. Not finding anything valuable, Sumo, bored, returned to chat. The main goal was to gather intelligence. The World Channel was overflowing with information. At night, everyone locked in the shelter could only communicate to relieve their loneliness. Somo quickly scanned the chat, stopping only to glance when he found a keyword that caught his attention. By the second day, many players had encountered ruins appearing nearby. However, not everyone had the courage to explore them. Most simply watched from the sidelines. According to some players who entered, the ruins disappeared if they retreated. There was only one chance to explore. There was also a time limit on entry. According to some vague explanations, there were about 2 hours left before the expulsion. As for the dangers and what kind of dangers they were, no one mentioned them. Hearing this news, Somo felt a chill in his heart. Perhaps the ruins were not as beautiful as some imagined, and full of dangers. No one had yet spoken of specific dangers. It was highly likely that no one who encountered danger would return to base alive. Only the living could speak. The dead were silent. The fact that there were only 762 people left in the regional chat was proof of this. In one day, over 200 people had died in the wasteland, never returning to Earth or seeing their families. Inevitably, a feeling of grief washed over Somo's heart. If the ruins appeared right next to him, tomorrow, would he come in or not? Hiding in the base, slowly evolving on psionic water, was certainly a good idea, but the generous reward for killing the chameleon tempted Somo. The Apocalypse survival system improvements also required items to activate. If all went well, normally, without disasters and mutants, Somo could live here forever. But not here. Horrifying mutant creatures, randomly appearing ruins and unknown disasters. It's too dangerous to stay here. After all, my base is too weak. Even the doors are wooden. If a stronger mutant appears, I'm afraid I'll die without knowing how I died. If there are ruins here, I should go in and scout out the situation. I'll set up a perimeter and fall back if there's any trouble. Under the bright light of the fire, Somo's expression hardened. In Apocalypse's survival, if you don't move forward, you retreat. He had a system for creating supplies and shelters, and he was confident that no one could surpass. In terms of personal strength and character, Somo was even more determined to keep up. When my family comes, I must be strong enough to protect them. After many trials and determination in his heart, Somo underwent his first major shift: humility and meekness. Civilized human nature gradually retreated, while the ferocity and wildness of the animals were increasingly awakened. Clutching the elm spear in his hands, Somo lay down on the bed. A moment later, his breathing became more even, and he fell asleep. The starlight poured into the darkness, and countless dark figures moved swiftly across the wasteland, accompanied by roars and cries. Human shelters were constantly being destroyed, cries and animal roars were heard, but eventually, silence reigned. Countless fierce men set traps, deliberately luring mutant beasts to their doorsteps, waiting for them to come and get them. In the mining area, countless workers still held torches, bending over the veins, extracting resources. It was the second day of the apocalypse. Humanity's survival was at stake. January 3rd, Doomsday Calendar. You spent last night alert and safe, and now enter a new day of the Doomsday Calendar survival points +3. You scanned the mutants that threaten your survival. Survival points +2. You have basic weapons and armor, making you more powerful in the wasteland. Survival points +5. You killed the chameleon mutant without taking damage. No damage the first time, which earned you a big reward. Survival points +20. You upgraded the water extractor from the psionic well, greatly improving your quality of life. Survival points +50. You upgraded the ventilation and lighting of the shelter, and you are very happy. Survival points +2. You received a large environment for growing vegetables. Green hope that gives you a sense of direction in the apocalypse survival points +5. Scanning the owner's living conditions, evaluating survival points, 30 survival points received today. Final calculation, survival points +117. Survival points remaining, 120. 120 survival points. Sumo sat at the head of the panda-eyed bed. The constant sounds of creatures moving outside kept him awake all night, afraid that someone might sneak in. He finally fell into a deep sleep only around 5 o'clock. Breathing in the fresh air and brightly lit shelter, watching yesterday's survival point calculation, Sumo curled his lips. The more I do every day, the more survival points I earn. Ventilation, lighting, and nutrient medium alone add 19 points. Excellent! In his line of sight. The nutrient medium located under the vent, although only illuminated by one angle, glowed with a jade-white light. Sumo called up the game panel and clicked on the monster manual. The scan counter has been updated. No mutant beasts found within a kilometer of the player today's count. 2/3. I wonder who is so unlucky that mutant beasts roam around every day. Reassured, Somo began his daily chores in the sanctuary in a good mood. The first thing he did was visit the sanctuary's treasure chest, the psionic well. During the night of accumulation, the well collected 3 liters of psionic water. Adding 800 milliliters left over from yesterday, he got 8 liters. He scooped up 8 liters and evenly watered the vegetable crop. He took out the black bread and chopped off another pound with the iron axe. After eating and drinking the psionic water, Somo began to put on his armor. Just because there were no mutants within a kilogram radius didn't mean he was completely safe. Putting on his armor was a good precaution. Opening the wooden door of the shelter and stepping outside, Somo instantly focused on one point. What was it? Among the previously lifeless plains, in the distance, a vast expanse of mist-shrouded ruins suddenly appeared. Somo had a familiar impression of the place where the ruins had appeared. Yesterday, this area had been lifeless, with only a few trees. He hadn't expected the ruins to appear here. Estimating the distance between the ruins and the shelter, he estimated it to be about 300 meters. Standing at the entrance to the shelter, he couldn't see clearly what was inside. All he could see were the ruined remains of buildings, shrouded in fog, looking as if they had been bombed. A terrifying sight. I had originally intended to wait until the crisis came before making plans, but now it seemed I needed to immediately increase my fighting power. Back at the hideout, Somo pulled out his pet eggs from his inventory, his eyes blazing. Explore the ruins alone was too dangerous for him. Sumo had originally planned to keep this pet egg until the food production system at the base was established. No more waiting. Exploring the ruins was a necessity. The spawn location this time was perfect. If anything changed, he could quickly retreat from the ruins and return to the base. If in the future he appeared several kilometers away from here, it would be problematic. He made a new iron axe, ensuring sterility. Sumo carefully ran his index finger along the edge of the axe blade, leaving a small cut on the tip of his left finger. He squeezed it with his right hand, and a few drops of blood flowed out from the wound, dripping onto the egg. As the silvery white egg absorbed the blood, its shell gradually bloody patterns began to appear. A low rumble, like the growl of a ferocious beast, came from inside the egg. Several streams of blue light rose from the shell, divided into 9, and rushed straight to the top of the shelter. In an instant, the shelter turned into a sea of blue, illuminating even the previously dark corners. Whoa! A series of crackling sounds echoed across the shell. Crack! Countless cracks covered the surface of the egg. The next moment, woof, oh, woof! The azure light dissipated, and Sumo stared dumbfounded at the black and white animal in front of him. Before Sumo could do anything, a figure flew up to him and began circling around Sumo's feet, flattering him to the extreme. Did I just give birth to a husky? Sumo lowered himself, hugging the dog's head, feeling both amused and embarrassed. With all the fuss surrounding the opening of the pet's egg, he had expected to see some impressive animal take off, clutching its hips. Instead, it was a husky. Holding the husky's head and watching it lick him furiously with its tongue, Sumo felt a genuine closeness. That was why he hadn't dodged when it had just lunged at him. The pet he had discovered felt like he had been raising it for over a decade. He instinctively knew that it bore no malice and just wants to be close. The husky's smooth coat sparkled like a jewel, and when Sumo stroked his head, he purred with pleasure. Luckily, he's a husky. Even if he eats a lot, I can afford it. After only 2 days of being alone in the wasteland, Sumo felt incredibly lonely. The timely appearance of information on the game panel dispelled his worries. Pet name, nameless status, larva description, a gentle creature of the wasteland, a mutant husky with a varied pedigree that will become stronger as it grows. Note: the pet's personality changes along with its owner during the larval stage. Ability 1. High-speed movement. Its muscle structure provides a certain level of explosive power. Activating this ability doubles his speed for 30 seconds. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Ability 2. Sixth Sense. His biological structure grants him extremely powerful perception. Activating this ability allows him to briefly foresee impending danger. Cooldown: 1 day comment. He's a good kid if you help him awaken all his bloodlines. Woof. Phew. Seeing Sumo in a daze, ignoring him, the little husky playfully rolled on the ground, revealing its snow-white belly. Its already comical face seemed to be questioning Sumo. Why don't you play with me? Seeing the expression on the little husky's face, Sumo's heart was touched, and he said with a smile, "So cute. You don't have a name yet, so I'll call you that." He paused, and then saw the black and white coloring of the husky. For some reason, Sumo suddenly felt like an Oreo cookie with filling. He laughed and said, "My name is Sumo, and from now on, you will be called Oreo." The husky, who was still lying on the ground, was delighted by the name. He stood up, holding his head high, with a proud and indescribably majestic expression on his face. Woof! Woof, woof, woof! Oreo seemed to really like his name and happily began patrolling the shelter. What a mischievous little fellow. Seeing his new life at the shelter, Sumo was full of emotion like a kind old father. Alone in the wild. 2 days felt like months. Without a family, no one to talk to, and even the chat room was full of intrigue. In the end times, perhaps before a person reaches a certain level of strength, the word friend seems too luxurious. Seeing how sad Sumo was, Oreo quickly ran over and rubbed his fluffy dog head on his face. Okay, I'm not sad, I'm happy. I'm glad. Sumo remembered that Erha liked meat, so he opened a market and immediately bought half a pound of mutated coyote meat. Oreo happily ate the dry wolf meat that was hard for humans to swallow, not caring at all about the taste. Eat as much as you can. If it's not enough, I still have black. Bread. Seeing how reluctantly Oreo ate after eating, Sumo took out some black bread from the cabinet, startling Oreo into running away in panic. Sumo's loud laughter echoed throughout the shelter for a while. Well then, the next step is to explore the ruins. Chapter 13. Initial exploration of the ruins. After checking his armor and weapons one more time, Sumo called Oreo to open the wooden door of the shelter and come out. He still had a surplus of survival points, more than enough for a full round of weapon and armor upgrades. However, Somo's purpose in this expedition was not to fight. Since yesterday, in all the information he had gathered about the ruins, no one had mentioned monsters inside. The unknown was always the scariest thing. If the ruins weren't dangerous, someone would have explored them by now. The main reason why now. Nobody talks about this situation, probably because everyone who researched it is dead. Even if I upgraded my equipment with my current combat power, it would be completely useless. Self-knowledge is essential. Despite his regular training, Somo did not believe that his current combat power could compare to that of a Special Forces soldier. After all, he was an ordinary person with little force. Be very careful, and don't hurt yourself, Oreo. Come here. The fog above the ruins was like a mosaic, obscuring the view even at a distance of 100 meters. Somo crouched down, waved to Oreo, who was looking around, and said with a smile, "Woof, woof." Noticing Somo's actions, Oreo affectionately ran up to him, pressed himself against him, and patted him vigorously on the head. His previously serious and imposing expression instantly disappeared, and with a slight playfulness, he licked Somo on the chin. Okay. When we get to the ruins, I have a task for you." God knows, Somo did not think at all that Oreo's obsessive behavior is related to his character. No way. Hearing Somo's words, Oreo pricked up his ears and pretended to listen attentively. "Once you're inside, don't go too far from me. Stay 5 meters away. If you sense danger, raise the alarm immediately. We'll retreat the way we came. Got it?" Oreo bowed his head and nodded after 2 seconds, indicating that he understood. "Well done. You may encounter other creatures inside. Remember, they're enemies. Don't knock them down and don't die." With these words, Somo stood up, took his elm spear out of his inventory, and walked towards the ruins with a determined step. After walking about 10 meters, Somo finally saw the inside of the ruins clearly. Low earthen walls, about 2 or 3 meters high, were covered with grey-black scorch marks, as if after a battle. This strange situation not only did not dispel Somo's doubts, but, on the contrary, sparked his curiosity. Judging by the information available at that time, the civilization in the ruins could not have been highly developed, at least not beyond its understanding. Clutching his spear and calling Oreo, Somo gathered his courage and dove into the fog. There was a strange smell. Once in the fog, Somo became extremely wary and began to look around carefully. Entry: You have entered the ruins. Entry: The game panel identification function has been blocked. Please leave the ruins before continuing. A sudden system sound startled Somo, and the fog, as if caught by a signal, began to dissipate within a radius of 5 meters. Not daring to go deeper, Somo began to circle around the ruins. After walking for about 20 minutes, he still hadn't reached his starting point. These ruins are so huge, Somo noted mentally and began to retrace his steps. Surviving the apocalypse is not a novel. Rushing forward at breakneck speed is the writer's destiny. He doubted he had the courage to rush headlong into the unknown. Reaching the starting point, Somo began to move forward. The yellow earth under his feet resembled a dirt road, 1 foot deep, 1 foot shallow. Walking along the earthen wall to the corner at the end, he suddenly saw a view. In the distance, a structure similar to a memorial arch towered. Looking down from below, Sumo's excellent vision immediately made out the words in the center of the arch, barely visible through the fog. Liangfang City? City? Seeing the familiar Chinese characters, Sumo felt nothing. Familiar, like a fellow villager meeting a fellow villager. Instead, a chill ran down his spine. Beside him, Oreo seemed to be facing a serious threat. He was running around in a disorderly manner, but when he saw the arch, he suddenly fell to the ground and looked forward with fury. Sumo's skin was covered in goosebumps, and the shock of the scene made him jump to his feet. Looking into the fog beyond the arch of Liangfang City, Sumo instinctively sensed something was wrong and resolutely retreated along the path. In the apocalypse, the fog-shrouded place looked like a ghost town. few would dare to look in and explore. He didn't know if there were more ruins like Shura, but he was sure that with his current equipment and combat capabilities, going out to search would be extremely dangerous. As Somo turned the corner, the fog behind him slowly began to thicken, gradually obscuring the arch. As he walked along the mud wall, Sumo began to entertain an ominous thought. Since the city seemed so dangerous and impregnable, he decided to find a way to break through the wall and see what is inside the roadside farmhouses. Oreo, be on guard. Sumo carefully walked back the way he came and began to inspect the wall. Like any other rural mud brick wall, Sumo poked it with his elm spear, instantly chipping off a small piece. Something very promising. Seeing that the wall was not as strong as he had imagined, Sumo became inspired and began to chop at it with an iron axe. Each blow, accompanied by a loud clang and the sight of falling clods of earth, increased his pressure. The wall, about half a meter thick, collapsed with a deafening roar. In less than 5 minutes, creating a gap large enough for 3 people to pass through at once. Looking inside, he could vaguely make out brick and tile houses in the old country style. The house had 3 rooms, symmetrically arranged left, middle, and right. Oreo, smell for danger nearby. Sumo sat down on the earthen rampart and looked around the house from the inside with curiosity. All the rooms were locked, and it seemed like the owner was nowhere to be seen, and there were no signs of life. After looking around the house from the outside, Sumo noticed Oreo. Oreo pricked up his ears and listened, then lay down on the ground and sniffed everything around, shaking his head, indicating that he did not smell anything inside. Putting away the elm spear, Sumo picked up the iron axe and walked out into the courtyard, alert. Just now, he seemed to be looking around randomly, but in fact, he had already made a retreat route. From the courtyard to the ruins, judging by the walking speed, should be about 30 meters. The running speed of an adult on this terrain is about 5 meters per second. Even if you investigate the house, if something is wrong, you can leave the ruins in no more than 10 seconds. Sumo walked step by step towards the center of the courtyard, looking at the 3 neighboring houses with extreme caution. Pfft! A dark shadow flashed and crashed into Sumo's ceramic armor, knocking him down. Quietly, Sumo growled and looked up, and was horrified to see a terrifying wolfhound standing in front of him. Seeing Sumo being hit, Oreo behind him flew up and blocked Sumo. For a moment, the 2 sides actually began to confront each other. Fortunately, with Oreo's grin in front, Sumo, who was dizzy, got a precious chance to breathe. After 3 or 5 seconds, when the dizziness in his head dissipated a little, Sumo stood up and carefully looked. In the previous quick glance, Sumo just thought that it looked a bit like a wolf. Only when he saw it now, he realized with a tingling sensation on his scalp that it was not a creature that appeared on Earth at all. Although it looked like a dog, there was not a single patch of unbroken skin. Especially on his back, where a large patch of skin had disappeared, revealing rotten flesh dripping with grey-black blood. A pair of black eyes stared at Somo, as if warning, "You are intruding." Now the wildness in the black dog's eyes was revealed in all its glory. As if Somo had dared to move forward, he would have pounced and entered into a fight. This was definitely not an ordinary creature. Run or fight? Just as Somo was thinking, the hideous beast suddenly rushed forward again, leaping out of the air like black lightning, trying to break through Oreo's defense. Somo instinctively extended his arm to block the blow, but Oreo, lower down, struck the black dog in the stomach as it jumped up, throwing him aside. A golden opportunity. Somo's eyes flashed with rage, and he rolled over, instantly completing the process of smashing the iron axe into the elm spear. With a sharp thrust and jerk, the spearhead pierced the black dog's flesh. Then the spear shaft, now connected to tip, brought all of Soma's power down, turning the spear into a whip that slammed down on the dog. Whoosh! The blow seemed to have hit a sore spot. Even with the bloody wound, the black dog hadn't made a sound. But now, struck by the spear, he howled. Hit him while he was weak. Living in a peaceful and refined life in civilized times, Soma could not imagine that such incredible strength could be born within him. A wave of power emanated from his waist, spread through his shoulders, then his forearms, and finally forced the shaft of the spear to strike again and hit the black dog again. Only after the dog's spine was broken in two did Soma stop. He looked down at the black dog struggling on the ground, his gaze lingering on its decaying face for a long time. Watching the black dog struggle for a long time, Somo sighed in relief. Suddenly, he felt a wave of exhaustion, almost losing consciousness. Seeing Soma's expression, the black dog sprawled on the ground seemed to split into front and back halves. In a strange gesture, he pushed off with his front paws and jumped up, revealing dark yellow teeth, and bit Soma on the thigh. Oreo, who was standing nearby, whined and tried to help Soma block the attack. However, Oreo didn't expect Soma to be faster than him. As if everything was just an illusion, Soma raised his spear again and firmly slammed it into the advancing black dog. With a dull thud, the tip of the spear pierced the black dog's mouth. Soma, who was clutching the spear, felt as if he had been hit hard and fell to the ground from the impact. Looking at the black dog monster impaled on the spear as if on a spit, Soma's eyes flashed with anger. He licked his gums and spat out blood. "This is bloody scary!" Lowering his spear, Somo looked at Oreo, only to find him whining and lying on the ground, refusing to come closer. Realizing his state, Sumo froze and then dropped the spear. The fury in his eyes turned to his usual softness as the spear touched the ground. Ooh! He felt only pain all over his body and a tightness in his chest from the first blow of the black dog. He raised his hand, now covered in tiny wounds from the friction of the spear. The tight grip he had on it caused unbearable pain. This damn thing was incredibly strong. It couldn't even be considered an ordinary being. It didn't even need to breathe. Rubbing Oreo's head with his elbow, Sumo forced himself to stand up. The black dog was clearly not a being he knew existed. Even the mutated chameleon from the past hadn't gone beyond the world of living beings. But this monster didn't have. There was no breath, no smell, and even with his spine broken in two, he could still perform an anti-revival attack, which was truly terrifying. Forcing himself not to fall asleep, Sumo walked towards the central house, leaning on his spear. He was afraid that the noise had attracted other creatures, so he had to make a quick decision and look for something. This castle is somewhat similar to those on Earth, although I have never seen this shape before. But now was not the time to examine locks. He pulled out the iron axe, overcame the pain in his hand, and with one blow, the thin iron chain hanging on the lock broke, and the lock hung limply. Pushing the door, he smelled a musty smell, as if no one had lived here for a long time. With the light outside, Sumo could barely see the interior. The house was extremely simple, as if it had been looted. And although it was called a house, to the left of the door stood a kang, popular among northerners and taking up a full third of the room. At the head of the kang stood an old, huge television. Without thinking, Somo walked up and stuck TV, plugged into an extension cord, along with its belongings in his inventory. Large, or LCD TV? Coming to this world, seeing the objects from his previous world, Somo felt a deep sense of closeness. If there was electricity, maybe the TV would work. Who knows? After cleaning the kang, Somo didn't forget the tea set on the round table in the middle, throwing it there along with everything else. Everyone had 20 slots in their inventory initially, and Somo used up 6 before leaving. This was more than enough storage space. After another inspection, intent on cleaning up the mess, Somo rolled up the moldy bedding on the kanga, threw it in, and walked out of the middle room. The owner of this room had probably taken everything he could. The rest is probably inconvenient or meaningless. He unlocked the right door, and sure enough, the room was completely empty. Not a single item left for Somo to put away. For a moment, Sumo felt a little disappointed at the price he paid for such a paltry amount. But when he opened the left door, he was pleasantly surprised. There should be a place for cooking here. I didn't expect them to leave me something like this. The left room was simpler. There were 2 clay pots on the left, and a small table with a cutting board on the right. Of course, they weren't the reason for Sumo's surprise. The real source of his surprise were the bottles and jars on the table. A packet of salt, pepper, chili powder, baking soda, star anise, bay leaf, and 7 or 8 other spices were all in Sumo's inventory. Looking down, Sumo was delighted to find another half-open packet of flour in the water tank. Since the tank was sealed, Sumo started digging around in it with his hands. Although the top was a little black, the bottom was still pristine white, a pleasant surprise. Take it. Take everything. Clay pots, a water tank, spices, and half a bag of noodles. The kitchen was the main trophy of this battle. Satisfied that the room was empty, Somo retreated, leaning on his spear and limping toward the gap in the earthen wall. Meanwhile, Oreo obediently crouched by the gap, watching. Seeing Somo approaching, he hurried towards him. "Woof, woof, woof," Oreo barked quickly, tugging at Somo's pant leg. "Okay, let's go. Let's not explore any further. Let's come back here and search when we're fully armed." Looking at the nearby earthen dwellings, Somo felt a little envious. But after looking at Oreo's status bar and seeing that his sixth sense skill was on cooldown, Somo sped up and exited through the foggy exit he came through. With Somo gone, the noisy entrance to the ruins became silent again. Soon the fog cleared and the passage became cloudy again. But in the gap that Somo had cut with his iron axe, a shadow the size of a man could be seen. The shadow seemed to stir slightly, lingering for a moment before disappearing back into the fog. The fog-shrouded ruins suddenly began to disappear as Somo walked out, as if dissolved in the fog. At that moment, the corpse of the black dog that Somo had pulled out on his elm spear also became insubstantial, just like the fog. A light breeze blew and it turned into dust. What a pity. I thought this thing was so powerful I could pull it out and identify it. What the hell is it? The Soma lamented, looking through the monster manual, calling up the game panel, and clicking on it. Not a single mutant was found within a kilometre of the player. Today, 1/3. The area around the shelter was barren, and large animals could be seen with the naked eye. 2. Calm down. Somo took advantage of it once. Dragging his exhausted body back to the shelter and closing the wooden door, he felt a long-lost sense of security. A wave of pain washed over him, and with it, a sense of security. Removing the terracotta armor, he felt how a piercing pain pierced the scalp. The forces act in pairs. The terracotta armor blocked the black dog's strike, but the recoil still left bruises on Sumo's chest. The skin on his palms had been rubbed raw from squeezing the elm spear, and now, in the sun, it was bloody. The rest of his body ached with sudden pain, soft tissue bruises, nothing. Serious. Woof. Ouch. Oreo lowered his head, circling Sumo again and again. Although the dog couldn't speak, his concern was genuine. Sumo forced a smile through the pain. "Well done, I'm fine. We messed up this time. Everything changes with time. Next time, I'll show them what a modern weapon is. Ouch." Oreo raised his head, clearly not understanding what Sumo meant by a modern weapon. What a cute, fluffy baby. Oreo was clearly no ordinary pet. As a mutant born in the apocalypse, his ability to understand human language gave him an extra layer of mystery. While comforting Oreo, he walked over to the bucket of psionic water. He picked up the cup and drank the entire thing. The burning in his chest instantly subsided, and even the wounds on his arms began to tingle. He raised his hand, and the slightly peeling wounds began to heal under the influence of the psionic water. The larger wounds also stopped bleeding. Every failure is a lesson learned. After this exploration of the ruins, Somo finally faced the need to fight in the apocalypse. Simply hiding and avoiding battles would only lead to irreparable destruction. Fighting is necessary in peacetime, and even more so in a chaotic apocalyptic wasteland. Psionic water was not a panacea. Even with unlimited consumption, it lost its healing properties after 300 milliliters. Picking up the mirror left over from cutting the light and ventilation duct, Somo peered closely. Having inherited the striking facial features of his parents, The young man in the mirror had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Youthful, refined beauty. The bloodstains and tangled hair on his face did not make him look sloppy, but, on the contrary, radiated masculinity. His perfectly curved jawline accentuated his profile. Looking down, Somo saw his chest in the mirror. When he looked down, it was a terrifying purple-red color, tinged with blood. After drinking the psionic water and activating its latent healing properties, the blood flowed, and the purple-red became slightly blood-violet. He nodded, and Somo put down the psionic cup. It was around 9 in the morning when he entered the ruins, and by the time he left, it was already at least 4 in the afternoon. This was completely contrary to the information he had gathered earlier, which indicated that he had been in the ruins for 2 hours. Opening his private messages and finding Feng Mengyue, Sumo immediately sent her a message. Sumo, hello. I would like to know more about the ruins. I can offer you psionic water as payment. After sending the message, Feng Mengyue responded with a delay of 2 or 3 minutes. Feng Mengyue, hello Sushen. What do you want to know? If you are looking for information about explosion-proof glass, I am sorry, but the ruins have not been updated this morning, and even I cannot enter. Sumo, I would like to know what you have seen and heard since you entered the ruins. Since I was there too, I will use my experience to evaluate the veracity of the information. I hope we can have a pleasant conversation. Instead of evading the question, Sumo spoke frankly. In fact, from the moment he entered the ruins, he had keenly noticed the difference between his own and others. It was enormous. The ruins that others encountered were so big that even from here one could barely see what was hidden deep inside. But even after walking around the ruins for over 20 minutes, he still couldn't get out, let alone see what was inside. Feng Mengyue, okay, but it will take some time. I'm in the wild right now, so it's not convenient for now. So, Sushen, I'll go back to the shelter and describe it to you in words. You can just pay me based on the cost. It's not a big secret. After answering well, Sumo closed his personal channel. Now he was 100% sure that there was something wrong with his ruins. Opening his inventory, Sumo began to take out things from it one by one. First, he took out the most expensive item, a 32-inch color TV. TV, excellent description. A technological product of an unknown era, mainly consisting of a power supply circuit, a common channel, an audio channel, a color decoding circuit, and a color image display system. It displays images at 25 frames per second, with 625 lines per frame. Special ability. When placed in the shelter and turned on, it can control a 1,000-meter radius around the shelter, with the ability to zoom in and out and switch viewing angles. Comment. In front of this TV, you, me, her. No privacy, that's fair, damn it! Something so glitchy? The properties of the TV amazed Soma. It seemed like a normal TV in the ruins. Now it had such a glitchy function outside the ruins. If he could turn on the TV, Soma would have absolute control over a radius of 1,000 meters. Not understanding how the TV works was not a big problem. The power of this inexplicable function could drive one crazy. As expected, the risks and benefits were equal. At this moment, Sumo's thirst for electricity reached its peak. He had not used his phone for 3 days since crossing here, and now that he had some free time, he suddenly felt the importance of electricity. After taking out the checked things and putting them away in a safe place, Sumo suddenly had a bold idea. If there are TVs in this city, then there are certainly generators. It was only logical that such a large city would not have stockpiles of strategic resources such as generators. With this thought, Sumo's mind suddenly perked up. As long as I had firearms, those monsters from before wouldn't matter. Perhaps I can quickly set up a shelter in the ruins. With hope in his heart, Sumo continued to look at the moldy blanket he had stolen. 3-piece Kang set. Normal description. Consists of a blanket, sheets, and a pillow. Special properties. Unique fabric provides a slight, increased comfort and a certain degree of moisture insulation. Comment. What the white sheets with love lack, this three-piece set of red mandarin duck makes up for. Even after receiving an ordinary item, Sumo was not afraid. He did not have high hopes for it when he took it. The moldy blanket itself had a special property that slightly increased comfort, which was a rare thing in itself. Taking advantage of the still bright sun, Somo left the shelter and spread the three-piece set on the ground, allowing them to absorb the sunlight and remove the mold. If it weren't for the lack of resources, Somo would have been willing to wash his clothes before hanging them out to dry. However, his current living conditions forced him to keep things simple. Returning to the shelter, Somo took out the table, tea set, and seasonings he had taken earlier. Unfortunately, the game panel did not recognize them, so he had to treat them like ordinary furniture, cups, and seasonings. However, half a sack of flour found in the kitchen pleased Somo. Refined flour. Excellent description. Creamy white, somewhere between the finest and the lowest quality flour, with a semi-crumbly texture. Suitable for baking buns, steamed buns, noodles, and the like. Special properties. The flour has an automatic dust removal function, is resistant to spoilage, and is suitable for long-term storage. Comment? What? Looking at it, doesn't it make you want to cook a bowl of noodles drenched in oil and eat it to death? Hot food, a great improvement in life. As for food, Soma's requirements were not high. He just wanted it to last a long time and not spoil. Flour's special ability to search and read Google was exactly what he needed. At this point, everyone's food was extremely simple. For example, Soma's large loaf of bread at least contained enough salt to cover his daily needs. Others were not so lucky. Some could only dig grass and cut tree bark 3 times a day. Some were so hungry that they even ate dirt to survive. As for the meat of mutant animals that could be traded, due to the harsh natural environment, the meat of these animals was almost lean. It tasted like tree bark when chewed and was extremely dry. Only Oreo cookies could be eaten raw or cold, and they enjoyed them with great pleasure. Somo was delighted. Compared to the market rate of 100 milliliters of water for 500 grams of bread, Somo could exchange 100 milliliters of water for about 700 to 800 grams of mutant meat. Opening the trading panel, Somo blinked his eyes. Today, he decided to treat himself by spending a little more water on tasty treats in honor of his successful escape from the ruins. After a day of stockpiling, with the morning's leftovers and whatever he'd taken to heal his wounds, he now had a whopping 8 liters of psionic water. Among the survival players of the world, Somo was unrivaled. After checking for rare items, Somo immediately began searching for keywords. Chicken sorry, no chicken found pork sorry, no pork found beef. The trade channel featured a variety of products, including treasure chests where people found the finest goods on earth, but without exception, not a single meat product. After spending some time searching, Sumo reluctantly changed his query, this time choosing canned meat as the keyword. Sorry, nothing related to canned meat was found. Is there anything like that here? Bacon! 2 products were found matching your search. Changing the search, Sumo smiled contentedly. A piece of bacon 400 grams, a piece of 200 grams, 1 milliliter of water for 3 grams of bacon. A considerable sum. He opened a private chat and wrote to the seller. Upon seeing Sumo, the merchant became happy and asked if he wanted to exchange him for psionic water. After receiving a positive response from Sumo, the seller lowered the price to 1 milliliter of water for 6 grams of bacon, leaving Sumo in shock. Although there had been rumors in the past few days that psionic water could heal, many people only knew this claim, not knowing whether it was true or not. Seeing the seller's willingness, Sumo simply treated it as a promotional item and sold it at the original price, earning a wave of gratitude. After he spent 200 milliliters of psionic water on the bacon, a flash of light appeared, and the water level in the wooden barrel of psionic water dropped slightly. In Soma's inventory, 2 pieces of bacon of different sizes appeared. Pulling out the bacon, Soma felt a surge of appetite at the sight of its bright, translucent, yellowish-red hue, intertwined with fatty and lean parts. He took out 6 units of iron blocks to update the database and switched to the page. Crafting. Iron furnace, iron block, 6/6, wooden block 1/1, clay block 2/2. Confirmed. Iron block -6, wooden block -1, clay block -2. A flash of light and a typical rural furnace appeared in Soma's inventory. He found a place in the corner, and with a single effort of thought, the furnace appeared. This is also an advantage of systemic creation. When you put something down for the first time, you just have to concentrate to choose the right place. After picking up the clay pot he got from the ruins and rinsing it with 100 milliliters of psionic water, Oreo, who was lying by the door, howled. "I forgot about you, baby." Ever since he returned, Oreo had been running towards the door involuntarily, to guard her, acting so obediently and unlike a husky. Now, attracted by the smell of bacon, Oreo, who was hungry for meat, wanted to approach Chunghwan. But he was also afraid of the monsters invading and that he would not be able to protect Somo if he left. "Let's eat together later. Don't rush," Somo said approvingly, looking at Oreo. He stopped howling when he got the confirmation, but the drool at the corner of his mouth betrayed his honesty. Huskies were originally working dogs, but in the isolation of the city, they gradually lost their wild nature, their only job being to destroy the house. Now, guarding the door, he was no worse. Farm dog. After washing the clay pot, he put it on the stove. As a child of the older generation, he was not like the city children of today who knew how to start a fire with just a simple twist of the gas stove. Sumo took out a piece of wood and slipped it under him, then pulled out lighter he had traded, igniting the plant fibers and easily starting a fire. He poured in almost a liter of psionic water and threw in 2 slices of bacon. Despite the simple conditions, he planned to make a stomach-nourishing bacon soup that he would enjoy warm. It was a pity that the cabbage and tomatoes nearby had just been planted. Otherwise, with the addition of fresh vegetables, the taste would have been even more delicious. Then salt was added, a pinch of fermented black beans, wine, and black pepper. Soon, the bacon soup started to simmer and exude a sweet, fresh aroma. Even Sumo, who was watching the clay pot, was tempted. Sumo had not eaten anything seasoned for 3 days. He had never imagined that a simple bacon soup without any side dish could make him so hungry. Seeing that the soup was almost ready, Sumo opened the trading panel and bought a pound of mutant coyote meat. He made 2 small bowls and a pair of chopsticks from 3 pieces of wood. Sumo placed one of the bowls on the ground and added the coyote meat. Then he handed out some bacon soup from the pot along with a 200-gram piece of bacon. "Oreo, come eat. Today's feast is a reward for protecting your master in battle. Keep up the good work." During the battle with the black dog, Oreo intervened, interrupting the dog's second attack and creating a good opportunity for Sumo. At this moment, it was natural to reward him. Watching Oreo swirl in the fragrant warmth, Sumo chuckled and poured the remaining soup from the pot into his bowl. The ghost water had a naturally sticky and aromatic scent, but once it was heated, the sweet aroma permeated the air unhindered. Luckily, the rich, savory flavor of the bacon kept the sweetness from spreading too far. The broth was pale, with hints of fat floating on the surface, making it delicious and tempting to eat. He picked up the bacon with his chopsticks and bit into it carefully, letting the juices slosh over the edge. The taste was rich and aromatic, neither greasy nor lean nor sticky. Chinese cuisine always soothes the soul. It was not the end of the world, not an alarming apocalypse, but rather a feeling of bliss floating in the sky. Despite the still boiling soup, Sumo picked up a small bowl and drank it down in one gulp, the aroma of which lingered in the mouth, leaving a long aftertaste. After a hearty meal, both the man and the dog collapsed in pleasure. Oreo's tummy is so round, and the serious and funny expression on his head, tilted to the side, is incredibly cute. While digesting the food, Sumo opened the personal panel. Messages. And indeed, several private messages came from Feng Mengyue. Feng Mengyue. Since I don't have a special instrument to measure time based on the angle of the sun, I entered the ruins at around 8 a.m. Feng Mengyue. The ruins are shrouded in fog from the outside, but you can barely see what's inside once you get close. Looking at Feng Mengyue's private message from 2 days ago, Sumo nodded. In terms of time and shape, the ruins all seemed the same. Pulling his mind down, Sumo continued to watch. Feng Mengyue. After entering the ruins, when I regained consciousness, I found myself standing inside a building surrounded by the explosion-proof glass I traded for you. I tried to look out the window, but was blocked by the fog. After that, I didn't dare to go out, holding on to the shattered glass, until 2 hours later, I automatically left the ruins. Feng Mengyue. About 2 hours passed after leaving the ruins, as well as inside the ruins. Feng Mengyue. Although there is no way out of the ruins, I am sure that these ruins are not our Earth. Seeing Feng Mengyue's private message, Sumo's face darkened with a premonition. The first 2 appearances of the ruins were the same, but the last 3 were completely different. Not only Feng Mengyue, but also everyone who entered the ruins in the chat claimed that they came out of the building. Sumo found himself alone in the wasteland, having broken through the wall of a peasant to enter the courtyard. Moreover, Sumo was 99% sure that the place he had entered was definitely connected to the Earth. Suma, why are you like this? Are you sure? Sumo sent this message with a thought, his mind racing. He clutched a white porcelain cup in his hand, silently thinking. Somewhere in the slightly damp underground base, a woman leaned against a wall and smiled at the message on the screen. The firelight reflected her snow-white teeth and charming smile. Unlike the upset faces of the other survivors, if Sumo saw her now, he would recognize her as Feng Mengyue. Feng Mengyue did not immediately reply, but instead sent a message to the others through private messages. Soon, 4 people entered the underground base. 3 men and 1 woman, all tall and strong, with determined faces that did not resemble ordinary people. How are you, Yue? What did Sumo say? The woman who entered immediately asked anxiously. The other 3 men also expressed impatience upon hearing Sumo's name. It's hard to say about Sumo. He's very cautious. I think he is quite strong and has already scouted the situation outside his shelter. Feng Mengyue shook her head slightly. Everyone fell silent. Feng Mengyue continued. He had previously acquired glass to strengthen his shelter. He also has a constant supply of water. Usually, an ordinary person would settle down near the gold mine and gradually settle down, but Sumo didn't do that. He still took the risk and entered the ruins, proving that he was not an ordinary person. So what should we do? Can we take him into our team? The man with the scar on his left cheek asked with anxiety and a little impatience. Let's take things step by step. We don't have transportation now, so moving is impossible. We can only communicate because we are close. Feng Mengyue, Su Shen, you have seen the properties of this glass. We don't have technology like that on Earth. It's almost like magic. Plus, there are others on our team who have left their buildings and seen the outside world. If Su Shen wants to join our team, we can share this information. Hearing Feng Mengyue's answer, Sumo shook his head and chuckled. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of being alone, nor was it that he was afraid that these people would harm him. At this stage, it was almost impossible to form a team, except for proximity. And if he joined, the only price he could provide was the psionic water he possessed. It wasn't such a good deal. After sending Feng Mengyue 100 milliliters of psionic water as a reward for information, Sumo closed the private message. If next time I am still different from the others, I will try to buy information from others. There is no hurry yet. The main danger now was the unpredictable frequency of disasters. Investigating the ruins meant securing the shelter. If he neglected the important and focused on the small things, the shelter could be destroyed by a catastrophe, which could result in the loss of both the owner and the soldiers. After some thought, Sumo collected his thoughts and continued building. He had almost completed the iron mining process, but the original shelter could not be built entirely of iron. iron shelters are not very durable. Although they can serve as a Faraday cage to protect against lightning, their practicality is very limited. Ideally, reinforced concrete would be the optimal solution. Opening the supply panel, Sumo began to sort through the resources he had purchased. First, iron. Previously, he had irregularly collected 130 units and spent 6 units on building an iron furnace, leaving 124. Then, wood. Since he entered the ruins, he hadn't cut down any trees today, so he only had 1 block left. The plant fiber and stone were gone. 6 units of mud. After washing the cauldron, buying meat, cooking food, and paying Feng Meng Yue, he had 8 liters of psionic water left. Sumo didn't plan to hoard them. Psionic water had a fixed daily supply, but the materials were different and had to be collected and sold manually. Sumo was cautious. The current trading system was quite glitchy. Not only was it unlimited, but it even allowed for the transfer of items over a distance. Although this mechanism might prove ineffective in the short term, it would inevitably be manipulated by financial specialists in the future. Using the difference in prices, these financiers could manipulate ordinary people into madness. Survival games, of course, will not sit back and allow these people to break the rules in this way. After the beginner stage, the trading system will inevitably be limited or even cancelled. Moreover, the exchange rates for the most important trade items, water and food, will inevitably return to normal over time. At that point, it will become even more difficult to use resource asymmetry to gain an advantage in development. Having figured this out, Somo opened the trading panel and began buying rare items. The rare items were still not up for sale. He then moved on to the common materials, sorting them by price. After wood, soil, and fiber, stone is currently the cheapest resource on the market. Mining 1 unit of stone on the plains takes about 15 to 20 minutes. Miners near the mines can extract it in about 5 minutes. Thus, if you calculate the cost of the resource taking into account labor costs, then 5 milliliters of water is required for 1 unit of stone. It was enough to quickly calculate this in his head, and Somo involuntarily exclaimed, "What a dubious mine." No, not even a dubious capitalist mine would dare to do that. In an hour of work under the scorching sun, he earned only 60 milliliters of water. It's just 2 sips. That's why many miners rest during the day and go to work at night. The scorching heat of the day is too intense, and 60 milliliters of water cannot cover even an hour's energy reserve. Only at night can these water resources satisfy the miner's basic needs. The more he analyzed it, the more clearly he understood the plight of others in this apocalypse. Suppressing his inner rage, he took a deep breath and said, "The game of life. It is essentially a game of survival, but behind it are people desperately trying to survive. Mining is just a miserable existence. Without mining, death. Of course, these miners are still ordinary people living relatively comfortable lives, for example, on vast plains like Somo, where there are no minerals. All he could do was cut down trees, but the resources he received in return were even less. Probably not enough to even meet the daily needs of one person. Shaking his head in mild disappointment, pretending to forget the images that had flashed through his mind, Somo muttered, "In poverty, I take care of myself. In wealth, I help. World, consider it my modest contribution." According to market prices, the exchange rate of his psionic water for regular water was 1 to 3. However, Somo did not exchange it, but bought things with it. Trading under the monopoly was incredibly profitable. For just 1 liter of psionic water, he bought as many as 200 units of stone. From the remaining 800 milliliters of water, Somo took 500 milliliters and exchanged it for food, saving it. When choosing food, Somo was guided by the following principles. Convenient to store, filling, salty, and durable. Choosing bread. With the remaining 8 kilograms of bread sheets, his bread supply now stood at 14 kilograms. Looking at his overflowing supply, Sumo, who had been depressed by the plight of humanity until then, gradually gained confidence and said calmly, "Although relying on the system is not my strong point, who knows what the future holds? As long as I live, humanity will never die out. One day, I will become stronger and live longer. Perhaps I can create a super shelter that even natural disasters cannot shake." Sumo's voice became calmer. Oreo, who was on duty on the other side, also turned around in time and howled, indicating that he shares this burden. January 4th. Doomsday Calendar. You slept very soundly, and your spirit and condition were restored. Survival points +2. You discovered ruins. Survival points +2. You got your first partner in the Oreo apocalypse. You are very happy, and your depression is washed away. Points. Survival +20. You explored the ruins, giving you some insight into the unknown. Survival points +5. You killed powerful monsters in the ruins, increasing your combat effectiveness. Survival points +10. You accomplished a lot in the ruins. Survival points +5. Your food is very convenient and the feeling of happiness has increased significantly. Survival points +2. Scanning the host's environment. The survival points are being evaluated, and 36 survival points were obtained today. Final calculation. Survival points +82 survival points remaining. 202. The morning sun was shining, and Sumo woke up in a warm place. The chill of the night was gone, thanks to the 3-piece set he had received yesterday at the Kang. Oreo, who was lying next to him, saw Sumo wake up and obediently placed his dog's head on the edge of the bed, gesturing for Sumo to pet it. After petting Oreo's dog's head, Sumo stretched and sat on the edge of the bed. After 2 days of accumulation, survival points had finally exceeded 200, which was the minimum requirement to upgrade the shelter materials. Opening a chat channel, after days of confusion, the remaining survivors began to face reality and survive in the wasteland. First, enter the Peace channel to chat. Tomorrow will be the first acid rain. Are you ready? Brace yourself for it. I wish it would rain today. It's so damn hot my throat is smoking. Are you serious, brother? You dare drink acid rain? I respect you as a hero. Can't you drink acid rain after boiling it? Is it really impossible? It's just that for scientific reasons, you can't drink acid rain. It all depends on the concentration. For example, acid rain is sulfuric acid of very low concentration. Even if you boil it and remove impurities and harmful substances, the sediment will still remain. If the concentration is low, you can drink a little after processing. If the concentration is high, I advise you to pray for your life. May God bless us so that we survive. Compared to the initial congestion of the World Channel, the chats are now few in number, and everyone's comments can be easily read without scrolling. Contents 25. Changed from hopeless and pessimistic at the beginning to periodic scarcity of information. Tomorrow is a disaster. Time flies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye since arriving in the wasteland. Switching to the regional channel, Somo's first glance was at the number of survivors on the right. 774. Not bad. This number is much better than expected. During the rookie period, the mad mutants rarely attacked at night, so the surviving humans could at least hold out for the night. But on the last day of the disaster, everyone had to find ways to survive. He got up, collected the psionic water he had saved during the night, and carefully watered the plants. After collecting the remaining psionic water in a bucket, Somo began to prepare a delicious breakfast for his 4th day in the wasteland. He took out the clay pot he had washed the night before, placed it on the stove, lit the last piece of wood, and placed it under the stove to start the fire. He poured into the pot and began to heat the rich, sweet psionic water. Sensing a faint aroma, Somo continued to take out the bread and began to break it up like buns for mutton soup. A finger-sized loaf of bread was dropped into the pot. As the water gradually cooled, it softened and melted into one piece. After breaking off about 1.5 pounds, the water in the pot began to boil. Instantly, the juicy peach pits and hazelnuts on the bread, mixed with the psionic water, released a unique aroma. How aromatic. This water is like a natural seasoning. Somo inhaled the aroma deeply. If yesterday's meat soup had been filling, today's bread soup was simply delicious. Although Somo had been in the wasteland for less than a week, he felt as if he hadn't tasted anything so delicious in at least a month or two. His mouth watered. It would be even better if there were vegetables in there, Somo said, holding back the heat as he opened the shopping channel. Looking for vegetables, dozens of pages of vegetable bags. The prices were inflated. Some of these bags were found in treasure chests, while others were leftover instant noodles. Somo considered trading with psionic water, but then he thought, why not try the World Channel? Suddenly, he opened the World Channel. Since arriving in the wasteland, he had not used his pipe once. Somo, a bowl of delicious bread soup made with psionic water, is available in exchange for a vegetable bun. The highest bidder wins. Serious members only. A message flashed across the World Channel. Sumo's profile now had over 1 million followers, and the news instantly attracted the attention of many. Damn it! Was Su Shen really that generous? Psionic water soup? Thorn. Although most people accepted Sumo's generosity, some of those who rarely read online chats were extremely shocked. In just a few seconds, Sumo received thousands of trade messages. Some actually contained vegetable sets, while others offered other items in exchange. Groceries. Su Shen, I haven't eaten for 2 days. Please give me some soup. I have a kerosene lamp. Can I exchange it for something to eat? Master, I have a package of kanshufu instant noodle vegetables. Can I exchange it? I have a portable vegetable set, a whole 100 grams. Can I exchange it, Su Shen? So many people came to trade that the scene was so lively that even Sumo did not expect it. When Sumo served a bowl of bread soup with a volume of about 200 milliliters, the exchange broke out. Bread soup, 200 grams. Excellent description. A bowl of bread soup mixed with a special element of water, rich in aroma and gives happiness. Special properties. After consumption, it slightly increases the feeling of satiety and restores a certain amount of health. Rating. Can you remember how many pieces of bread you ate? Dio. After adding psionic water, the artificial bread soup reached excellent quality, causing an even greater stir in the market. Naturally, Somo haggled with the one who offered more vegetable bags. After much deliberation, Somo chose the one who seemed most willing. Pay Alan Brando. Hello, Mr. Su. I have 2 small bags of dried vegetables weighing a full 250 grams, as well as 200 grams of gunpowder. I would like to exchange them for the bread soup you sell. Do you agree? He had not only the necessary vegetable bags, but also a surprise. Most buyers would usually buy a bag of vegetables plus resources, but this guy had some really strategic supplies. While making multiple guns and rifles was impractical with current technology, it was always better to be prepared. Somo immediately assigned his trading partner, selecting 3 of Alan's items to exchange. In this type of transaction, the others could only watch, but not participate. In a matter of seconds, Alan's items were instantly sold, and the transaction was completed. The gunpowder was a delicate commodity, and Sumo had not yet found a place to store it, so he had to put it in the inventory. He took out a bag of vegetables and poured a 100-gram packet of ingredients containing 4 or 5 different vegetables into the remaining bread soup. Gurgle. The small shelter was filled with the subtle aroma of vegetables and spices. Oreo was already leaning over the pot, staring intently at vegetable soup with bread. His mouth was full of saliva. Sprinkle some seasoning and serve. Being from Shanxi, Sumo was not used to such bland dishes. He took out the chili powder he found in the ruins and added some with a bit of remorse. Instantly, the intoxicating aroma of chili peppers mixed with the aroma of bread soup, creating a spicy and fresh taste. Sumo took a big sip and moved the clay pot to the nearest stove, preparing to serve. "Haha, woo-woo, woo-woo." Oreo sniffed and lay down on the floor impatiently. "Oh, you little gourmet." Sumo smiled, shook his head, picked up the pot, poured half into Oreo's bowl, and took the rest. The clay pot soup smelled of fireworks, which is hard to smell in the city. The soft breadcrumbs melted in his mouth. Sumo chewed very carefully, not forgetting every vegetable strip. Closing his eyes, he felt like he was back in the age of civilization. It would be so great if we could eat food like this every day in the future. The man and the dog ate heartily. By the time they finished eating and washing the pot, it was already midday outside. The morning chill had completely dissipated. It was time to go to work. Today, we had to drain the water to prevent flooding. After dinner, he grabbed a shovel and ran outside. It was 10 o'clock in the morning of wasteland time, and Sumo, a worker, arrived at work on time. Perhaps during the rookie protection period, the wild animals were not so agitated. After scanning today, no mutants were found near the base. What a pity. I thought I would receive the package today. The mutants that everyone feared became a package for Sumo. It must be said that in the apocalypse, if you change your mindset, it can be quite pleasant. Standing on a small hill of the shelter, Sumo looked out over the vast expanse of desolation. Days of intense heat had turned the previously green land into a scorched yellow. He stepped on the cut-down bushes. The place where he met the chameleon was washed away by the noisy evening wind from the plains. Except for a little bit of confusion, there were no direct traces of the previous battle. Sumo took out an iron axe and began chopping down trees. The wood in the market was incredibly cheap. Even 100 milliliters of water could gain dozens of units. However, Soma's goal was different. Like some ninja on Earth, even those with chakra had to start with the most basic techniques of climbing trees and moving on water to hone their skills. Soma's current actions reflected this. With each, Soma aimed for extreme precision with his axe strike. With each strike, Soma tried to control the force within a certain range, not too much and not too little. Even if I had a firearm, in this world, close combat is inevitable. The more Soma aimed for control, I understood the complexity more clearly. I don't have unstoppable force, like in fantasy. I can only strive for speed and precision. The key was to hit the vital points, quickly, hard, and accurately. Looking at the cuts on the second half man-sized tree that had fallen, which were much neater than the first, Soma had a fleeting understanding. It was better to dodge than to block, and it was better to attack first than to dodge. Before I strike, I must be like a chopper. Chop where it will be most effective. If I can destroy the enemy before he strikes, I won't have to worry about not being able to dodge his attacks later due to lack of professional training. The more Sumo thought about it, the more accurate his axe became. In less than an hour, he had learned to maintain power and accuracy over a long distance. By then, he had accumulated 20 units of wood and 8 units of plant fiber. After returning to the base, he took a few sips of cold water and handed the portion to Oreo, who was patrolling nearby. Then Sumo began to think about drainage. The shelter currently had no sewage treatment system, and people had to use the toilet outside. Therefore, there was no need to worry about how to drain the wastewater from the shelter. The location of the shelter slightly changed the hilly terrain, turning it into a gentle slope. Normally, proper drainage should not be a problem. However, this type of terrain is prone to potholes. During heavy rains, lakes of water form under the foundation of the shelter. Over time, humidity and water pressure will compromise the stability of the shelter structure. Moreover, acid rain corrodes the surrounding area, making it barren and unsuitable for further construction. A simple drainage ditch is not enough. I need to dig a structure that can drain water instantly, ideally 400 to 500 meters away. Having sketched out a path in his mind, Somo set to work. Luckily, shovels made from game panels in this world can help, lifting up a strip of earth with minimal effort. However, after 3 or 4 hours of digging, by sunset, the drainage ditch had only reached a little over 50 meters. 3 lines of ditches, reminiscent of scratches, were crooked and unconcreted, appearing very loose. But the effect was undeniable. Invoking the survival system, Somo looked at the dug drainage ditch. Simple drainage structures. Improvement Direction 1. Strengthen the structures and change the materials to significantly improve. Drainage efficiency requires 150 survival points. Upgrade direction 2. Use underground pipes for drainage. This is more efficient, more hidden, and less susceptible to damage. Requires 550 survival points. Introduction. Don't even think about using this drain to cross a bend. I guarantee you'll get stuck. Try placing one block of stone and see. After looking at the two paths suggested by the system, Sumo took one block of stone and placed it in the drainage channel. Sure enough, the improvement direction 1 suggested by the system reduced the required amount by 3 points. The description also became Improvement Direction 1. Use stone reinforcement to improve drainage efficiency, increase its durability, and reduce its susceptibility to corrosion. Requires 147 survival points. There are 200 units of stone in the backpack. This thing is cheap, so Sumo doesn't mind. After he put 47, 10, and 20 units of stone, the required number of survival points set by the system no longer changes with the increase of the stone. It is fixed at 9 points. Select the direction of improvement 1. As soon as these words fell, a green light burst out from Soma's body. Light, melting over 40 pieces of rock into the drainage channel. Starting from Soma's feet, the drainage channel, once soft and fragile, began to be covered with traces of rock. With each wave of the green light, more rocks appeared in the soil. In 3 to 5 seconds, a rock drainage channel. Done! The grey-black rock formations lined up neatly like the Great Wall of China against the desert landscape. A breathtaking sight. The untouched rock surface, as if paved by a machine, showed no signs of human intervention. It seemed to have formed naturally. The more Sumo looked at her, the happier he became. It was discovered that the probability of a player overcoming the first natural disaster was over 99%, and he was the only player in the world who had succeeded. You won the lottery. Standing on a small hill and looking into the distance, Sumo felt double blessing. He quickly opened the game panel to check. Behind the azure blue panel, a dazzling new feature appeared, a dazzling rainbow, lottery. I didn't expect that digging a drainage canal would be such an achievement. If I had known, I would have dug it up on the first day. Sumo stared at the large lottery wheel in front of him. The wheel was divided into 5 sections: pets, blueprints, tools, props, and resources. No thanks for the favor. This was definitely not a game developed by the Ma family. All 5 options were extremely useful. With Oreo in hand and now abundant resources, even if Sumo pulled out a pet, he wouldn't mind having another mouth to feed. He simply pressed the lottery button. The initial rotation speed was high, but over time it inevitably slowed down, and the pointer finally stopped at the blueprint area. Entry. Congratulations to the player on receiving the hunting compound crossbow blueprint. As soon as the notification on the game panel ended, a glowing red blueprint appeared in the inventory. The scheme for creating a hunting compound crossbow. A long-range weapon with a slow reload, high initial speed, and significant killing power, indispensable for survival in the wild. Nature. Ranged weapons. Sumo's eyes lit up. He had been thinking about creating a ranged weapon long before his first battle. But he had put the idea aside due to the lack of a well-thought-out crafting strategy and the shortage of survival points. He hadn't expected to find a crossbow even more advanced than the bow point. The main difference between a bow and a crossbow is accuracy. A crossbow does not require aiming when pulling the bowstring, so it places fewer demands on the shooter. Although it takes much longer to reload than a bow, its range, lethal force, and accuracy are higher than those of a bow. It is a powerful, long-range weapon. A woman with a bow can shoot no more than 20 to 30 meters due to the strength of her arms. But with a crossbow, everything is different. Once you learn how to use it, you can shoot at almost any target within a radius of 50 meters, and the shooting accuracy is frighteningly high. After the crossbow was crushed, a stream of light poured into the game panel where the crossbow arrow was produced. Sumo was eager to open the list of materials for crafting. Check the material requirements for crafting the hunting compound crossbow, and crossbow bolts. Scrolling down the crafting page, Somo mentally clicked, and a list of materials appeared. Hunting compound crossbow, wood 0 out of 8, iron 0 out of 8, copper 00/4, nylon 0/2, composite nylon. 0/15, crossbow bolts, wood 0/2, iron 0/1. After unlocking the compound crossbow blueprint, the blueprint for crafting the bolt came with it, saving Somo from having to find it again. Iron is easy enough. Now I only need nylon, composite nylon, and copper. I wonder if anyone else has nylon, but copper should be relatively easy to come by. Somo thought about it, calling out to Oreo on the way back to the hideout. It was easy to lose sight of your surroundings while exploring the board, so Somo usually spent his time checking out the market from the comfort of his hideout. Previously, while checking the goods for trade, Somo noticed many strange little things. The search revealed traces of copper on the trading board. Now the price of a copper ingot is 100 milliliters of water, and nylon is nowhere to be found. These people sell too much. Somo looked around and suddenly realized that only 2 people were selling copper ingots. Before he could buy a new one, it was already snatched up. These players, like in-game traders, hoarded scarce resources and jacked up prices. Better to buy it yourself. Trading psionic water for materials is more profitable. Somo thought for a moment before listing several trading options. Seller, Somo, item to trade, 50 milliliters of psionic water. Demand, 1 copper ingot. In stock, 200 milliliters. Item to trade, 100 milliliters of psionic water. Demand, 2 nylon stock, 200 milliliters. Trade item, 200 milliliters. Psionic water. Demand, composite nylon stock, 200 milliliters. Tomorrow's acid rain is not a disaster in the eyes of most people, but rather an offer. Since this morning, the purchasing power of water has been steadily falls. It is exchanged not only for materials, but also for equivalent food, and its prices are greatly reduced. Fortunately, the purchasing power of psionic water remains high. The materials purchased are just enough to create a hunting composite crossbow. Within half a minute of the announcement of the sale of copper, 4 units were sold. Boss, where did you get psionic? Water? Don't worry, we'll split the profit 19-10, okay? Sushen, I still have copper. Could you take mine? I haven't had a drink of water for a whole day. Sir, I have nylon, but the price is not high enough, and it's going up. The private messages poured in. Sumo had been selling psionic water for the umpteenth time, so almost everyone assumed that he had a permanent gold mine and a stable supply of water. Most buyers of psionic water used it for more than just quenching their thirst. In fact, it was stored as a strategic medical material. In the event of injury, psionic water could be enough to sustain life. 69 Shucks.om's global and regional channels centered around the 2 types of nylon Soma needed. After some initial research, Soma found out that nylon wasn't in short supply. Some people just weren't willing to sell it for fear of higher prices. Seeing growing number of personal messages, Soma set the keyword to composite nylon and ignored them. He was not in mortal danger yet, so he did not need a compound bow yet. Perhaps, after a short break in the evening, someone would sell it at a lower price. After sorting by price, Soma received another 50 units of stone, compensating for the loss from the construction of the canal. Slowly unloading all the building materials and storing them in the shelter, Somo felt a surge of excitement. Living in a wooden shelter was fine at first, but over time, the wood would lose its rigidity, making it unsafe. Now that he had the necessary conditions to upgrade to a stone shelter, Sumo did not hesitate to start upgrading it manually. The first thing he upgraded was the door. Shelters, the first line of defense in the wasteland. Shelter door effect, slightly anti-theft, slightly radiation resistant. Improvement direction 1. Increase the thickness of the wooden door. Increase the strength of the wood and slightly resist fire and water 10. Improvement direction 2. Change the material, upgrading the wooden door to stone, greatly increasing the durability and other properties. 5. Comment. You wouldn't wanted to live in the apocalypse relying on a wooden door, right? By clicking on Improvement Direction 2, the rocks on the ground were scanned by green light, and 10 units of rock melted into stone water that stuck to the wooden door. After a short wait, the original wooden door disappeared, replaced by a simple stone door. After pushing the stone bolt, pulling the wooden door handle, and slowly pushing the stone door, Sumo was surprised again. The thickness of the stone door is more than 20 centimeters. Even bullets cannot penetrate it. As long as he closes the door from the inside, no matter how many people are outside, they won't be able to get in. Of course, this assumes that those people don't have explosives. The outside of the stone door was crudely made, and the system also took camouflage into account during the upgrade. While it still looked out of place in the wild, at least normal creatures would mistake it for a rough piece of rock. Closing the door and returning to the base, Soma began upgrading each area. With each flicker of green light, the wooden floor underwent a dramatic change, turning into a light grey stone floor. After updating the foundation, Soma moved on to updating the load-bearing and ceiling components. With the color change of the last piece of wood, the shelter took on a completely new look. First, the interior. The dampness was gone, and so was the dirt from a few days of activity. Now the floor was uniform, clean, light grey, polished so smoothly that at first glance it looked like grey tiles. Previously uneven areas had been filled in with system upgrades. The stone walls were a dark brown with a slight roughness, showing through in places with grain, making the shelter less dull. The ceiling overhead was the same color as the walls, adding a sense of unity. Not bad, Somo said, looking around the shelter from the inside and outside before opening the game panel to see it in its entirety. Personal shelter description. Built entirely of stone, this shelter is exceptionally strong and provides excellent security, excellent insulation from moisture and heat. Area, 100 square meters, ceiling height, 2 meters. Complete set, 100%. Amenities, iron stove, bed, large vegetable growing medium, psionic water separator, dining table. Description, everyone pays for their youth. But you must build a house for yours. That is the greatness of human civilization. Somo sighed, clapping his hands. The main advantage of a rock shelter is simple. Safety. The safety that everyone strives for in an apocalypse, and Somo created it in just 4 days. Walking around, touching, and looking at the newly renovated shelter, Somo couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. What a pity. If only there was electricity here. Living in this stone house is not as comfortable as living in a reinforced concrete one. Later, I will install a bath. No, a bathtub, so I can watch movies and drink wine. Somo sat on the stairs, staring at the ceiling, his mind wandering. Since arriving in this world, every time the shelter environment became more earthly, Somo's feelings became more complex. It took humanity more than 5,000 years to evolve from nothing, from the Stone Age to the Electric Age. And the human lifespan is only a few decades. Would the electricity be restored in this alarming apocalypse? Somo clenched his fists and pushed away his despondency. Now was not the time for lamentation. He couldn't walk 3 kilometers through the nearby wilderness, let alone in the future. He estimated his supplies. Not counting the 400 milliliters of psionic water he sold at the market, his reserves were back to around 5 liters. With a liter of water in reserve, Somo went on his last pre-disaster shopping trip. The first thing Sumo thought of when buying anything was cloth. The cloth was now in the shelter. Is not often used. For example, mats made of plant fibers are used to wash pots and pans. Given the possibility of a leak in the base, patching the hole with fabric is a reliable option. There is a large supply of fabric on the market, whether from old clothes or treasure chests. The selection is huge. Just buy 2 rags and some regular fabric scraps to patch the hole. After purchasing, he spent 50 milliliters of psionic water and acquired 2 rags, 1 grey and 1 dark blue, as well as a piece of cloth the size of a human head. We have the cloth, and now we need all the resources. Sumo was about to continue searching when suddenly a private message appeared in the lower right corner. The message came from Chen Pingan, who had previously sold the monster manual. After the exchange, they were automatically added as friends, and Sumo immediately saw the message notification when he opened the game panel. Chen Pingan, Sushen, do you want some composite nylon? I just happen to have some. Somo, yes. Do you need food or water? I can cook food right here. Seeing the phrase composite nylon, Sumo was delighted. The composite nylon I put up for sale during the day had still not been found by the evening, but he never expected that Chen Pingan had it. It seems to be quite capable. It is not something you can find in the wild, Sumo thought. After arriving in this wasteland, Chen Pingan, whether by luck or sheer force, was the first to obtain the rare monster manual. Its strength should not be underestimated. Judging from the frequency of exchanges, Chen Pingan's life there should be quite good. At least with his combat skills, he won't die without a major natural disaster. Chen Pingan. I need water, psionic water. I'll exchange 1 composite nylon for 500 milliliters of water, okay? Sumo. Of course. Chen Pingan. Damn it, is it really that scary, brother? You don't even haggle? The last time I put the monster manual and water pair up for sale on the trading channel, the number of trolls down there was terrifying. Not to mention the people who came asking for knives, dragon-slaying swords. There were thousands. One even said, "Make me one. A favor, give me the monster manual." So during this transaction, Chen Pingan deliberately inflated the price, but unexpectedly, Sumo. You can take back your words, but our further transactions are over, and I will block you. Sumo knows the basic rule of dealing with such people. Principle. He also learned this principle from his daily shopping. The same vegetables at the market, the same price, and everyone, whether they buy them or not, always tries to haggle a little to get the price down. Price. In the supermarket, on the other hand, no one knows how to bargain, so everyone just packs up the groceries and takes them. Even if the first person manages to bargain, they will still be a little disappointed when they remember it, because customers can never figure out what they are expecting. Seller. Although the latter did not haggle, he stuck to the fact that everyone else was paying the same price, so he did not realize how much he had lost. 13% சதவீதம் 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% சதவீதம் 10 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 சதவீதம் 10.com. If Sumo had agreed to Chen Ping'an's price increase at that moment, it would have planted the seed of unbridled principles in his heart. Subsequent transactions probably wouldn't have gone as smoothly as they did now. Chen Ping'an, Su Shen, come on, I'm joking. You're my brother, don't be mad at me. 500 milliliters will be enough. I desperately need psionic water to survive. This desert is too dangerous. There are monsters everywhere. Somo, you went to explore? Chen Ping'an, yes, I chose to take refuge on the surface. I can only survive by scanning the map for resources. The monsters in this wasteland are more ferocious than each other. I can only pray that no biological mutations will occur in the future disaster. Otherwise, it will truly be a disaster for humanity. Sumo watched Chen Ping'an's speech with mild curiosity. Suppressing the urge to ask Chen Ping'an about his thoughts on the wild, Sumo opened his deal, listing Chen Ping'an as the seller. In a short exchange, 500 milliliters of psionic water was successfully exchanged for a piece of rare composite nylon. In the short time following the deal, the price of water continued to plummet. Even food prices steadily fell. On the contrary, minerals, which were usually inexpensive, were slowly rising and becoming more expensive. The ups and downs of the market seemed like an invisible hand manipulating the fate of humanity in the wasteland. Sumo silently guessed the reason for this development. But with a bitter taste in his mouth, how could he honestly admit this? The harsh truth? It wasn't that all the people who visited the wasteland were free from the lack of water and food. The real reason was that those who couldn't survive the initial period of not being able to secure a stable source of water and food in the wilderness were already perished. It was already the fourth night of the apocalypse calendar. Those who survived 4 days without access to water perished forever in this desert. Without an exact number of deaths, Sumo could not guess how many. He could only judge the fate of humanity, the common fate, based on the current market prices. In the trade channel, seeing more and more, the chaotic fluctuations in market prices, Sumo had no choice but to take action himself and begin refining materials. This time, the refining efforts focused on basic materials, especially iron and copper, which are very prominent. Oreo, watch the door. I'm going to cook dinner, I shouted to Silly Dog. Oreo, having received the order, grinned and rushed to the door, obediently squatting down. The stone door could not block the smell. In this environment, Oreo was as useful as an instruction manual. After carefully wiping the cast iron with a rag, Somo added 600 milliliters of water and, following the recipe with the previous morning, added a flatbread. As the temperature increased, the water boiled. Seasoning and a vegetable packet were added. 2 bowls of steaming bread soup were served. By the end of the meal, the wasteland was completely dark, leaving only the faint warmth of the shelter. Most of the iron and copper ingots put up for sale before dinner were collected. Good luck. Most people haven't reached Somo's level yet and don't understand the importance of stockpiling basic resources. Unfortunately, no one wanted to sell ordinary nylon. Just when Sumo thought he wouldn't get ordinary nylon today, nylon, 100 milliliters, which he put up for sale in the trade channel, was sold out twice in a row, successfully selling for 2 rolls of nylon. Now he had all the materials for a hunting compound crossbow. Already! Sumo exclaimed as he opened the crafting page. In the weapons section of the crafting page, the blueprint for the hunting compound crossbow was already glowing, and the hammer symbol behind it indicated that it was ready to be crafted. He mentally clicked on the blueprint. He selected the hunting compound crossbow and 5 matching crossbow bolts. Confirmed creation! The hammer clanged against the blueprint, and the materials in the inventory gradually disappeared. The iron block turned into molten iron, giving it the shape of a crossbow. The copper block rose from the ground, transforming from a normal square into a plastic shape. The 2 nylon strands stretched, and the composite nylon stretched, wrapping around the crossbow. Record: you lost 10 wooden blocks, 9 iron blocks, 4 copper blocks, 2 nylon blocks, and 1 composite block. Nylon. Record: you got a hunting compound crossbow. Record: you got 5 crossbow bolts. Watching the progress bar, the process was completed. Suddenly, a crossbow appeared in the inventory, emitting a cold light just by looking at it. A thought flashed through Sumo's mind. A crossbow appeared in Sumo's right hand, as if created by nature itself. 5 crossbow bolts appeared on the ground, each with perfect precision, as if copied from a mold. Wow, the design may be crude, but its precision is quite good. After carefully examining the mechanism of the crossbow, Sumo was astonished. Crossbows on Earth are standard adjustable weapons, practically inaccessible to civilians. In Participant A's past life, his father would take him out for fun, sometimes visiting the shooting range and testing out a modern crossbow. The crossbow, made according to the blueprints, was a trio of yellow, silver, and black, giving off a cool, mysterious air. 2 small, polished brass discs hung on either side of the crossbow, holding the nylon string open. A simple opener in the middle opened the arrows. Somo tested it and found that it could only hold 5 arrows at a time. Although the crossbow could not fire continuously and required restringing after each shot, the ammunition storage compartment was quite impressive. Having prepared the crossbow, Somo began to pull it with the bolt. The first bolt slid smoothly into the chamber. Containing his excitement, Somo took a piece of wood from his inventory, knocked together a hammer board, and placed it in the corner of the shelter. He aimed at the board and pulled the trigger. Zap! With a muzzle velocity comparable to a small police pistol, the bolt pierced the wood in the blink of an eye. Damn it! It was actually cast. The power is simply unbelievable. Watching the still trembling crossbow bolt, Somo quickly approached the board. He flipped over a 2-inch board and a solid bolt pierced it, lodged half in the front and half in the back. While it wasn't as powerful as the precision crossbows produced by the big gun companies in the age of civilization, it was certainly no less powerful. The creature, the chameleon of yesteryear, would likely have died instantly from such a powerful weapon. Try again. Somo was filled with delight at the sudden acquisition of such a powerful weapon. But he also knew that the crossbow's immense power depended on unwavering accuracy. He aimed straight at the center of the 1 meter by 1 meter board. But when he fired, his hand shook and the arrow hit the upper right corner, barely missing. This deviation was only 10 meters, not to mention the accuracy at 50 or 100 meters. From accuracy to power, trajectory, shooting feel, and how to pull the bowstring, Somo began to slowly shoot and experiment. Crossbow bolts are not consumables. In fact, one arrow fired at a wooden plank can be recycled more than 5 times. Only after multiple shots will the arrow begin to deform slightly. Moreover, 5 arrows require only 2 units of wood and 1 unit of iron. Quite affordable. Zip, 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 shooting over and over, constantly studying and evaluating the angle of elevation and the accuracy of aiming, Soma's skill skyrocketed. Such luxurious training in a shooting club on Earth would cost tens of thousands of dollars a day, but in the conditions of the apocalypse, it was possible to spend it without limitations. With each shot, Soma aimed not for speed or brute force, but for precision. After 20 or 30 repetitions, Soma would turn his attention to the physically demanding task of drawing the bowstring. Drawing the bowstring of a crossbow had always been a serious challenge, let alone his compound, quick-loading crossbow. From the earliest crossbows with their stirrup wind-up mechanisms, crossbow enthusiasts looked for easier ways to pull the bowstring. Later, manual gear and block winding mechanisms appeared, as well as specialized ones. The efficiency of drawing the bowstring increases. After 30 to 40 consecutive shots, Sumo felt numbness and weakness in his arms and also measured his current speed limit. For the first 3 arrows, he could string and aim in a minute. After that, it took him between half a minute and a minute to prepare each arrow. After 10 arrows, each shot took at least a minute and a half. If only he could switch to electric tension, it would be much more convenient. Sumo's heart sank at the thought of the powerful improvements of the doomsday survival system. He focused his attention, mentally calling out "System," and fixed his gaze on the crossbow. Hunting compound crossbow ordinary. Description: long-range combat weapon with slow reloading, high initial bullet velocity, and significant killing power. An indispensable tool for survival in the wild. Firing speed: 140 meters per second range. Shooting: 80 meters maximum damage, 165 meters. Effective damage: 330 meters maximum damage. Improvement direction 1. Improvement of the crossbow material, increase in the striking power of the crossbow, decrease in the pressure on the bowstring, requires 180 survival points. Improvement direction 2. Improvement of the crossbow material, adding electric bowstring tensioner. Design mode change, adding automatic burst fire mode, increasing ammo capacity, requires 400 survival points. Introduction: liberal arts students use Cupid's arrows to shoot girls' hearts. Only liberal arts students. Natural scientists use powerful crossbows to express their love. Praise the machine. Fuck! But I'm not educated, so I can say fuck to get around it. At this moment, looking at the second attribute in front of him, Sumo was a little shocked and excited. Before this, when upgrading the wooden spear, the electric device option also appeared. However, the electrical device of the wooden spear and the crossbow in front of it can be described as a fundamental difference. With the addition of the electrical device, the crossbow completely changed its shooting method. Not only can he fire continuously, but he can also draw the bowstring with electricity. As long as Somo had enough crossbow bolts, he could reliably fire a Gatling gun with just one crossbow. And this upgrade only cost 400 points. At his current skill level, if he lasted about 10 days, it would have accumulated that much. By then, its combat effectiveness would have increased dramatically. Alas, we still need electricity. If we can't generate electricity or find a device to convert it, this thing is useless. He sighed. Somo once again realized the importance of restoring electricity. The invention of electricity was the main reason for the sudden and rapid technological progress in the era of civilization. Electricity fully revealed the charms of technology to every ordinary citizen. At that moment, Somo saw Oreo running up to him, shaking his head as if asking if he had any problems. "Oreo, I order you to generate electricity for me right now." "That's my order?" Somo laughed heartily, beckoned Oreo to him, hugged him, and stroked his head. Poor Oreo didn't yet understand what electricity was. As soon as he heard this, a spark of wisdom lit up his eyes. From a perspective that Somo couldn't see, Oreo seemed to be pondering something. When Somo turned his head to look, Oreo's once clear eyes had clouded over once more. No mutant beasts were detected within a kilometre of the player. Today's attempts, 0/3. Having used his last chance for the day and making sure there were no mutant beasts nearby, Somo set out with a lantern. Tomorrow would be the day of the acid disaster. He needed to check the drainage system one last time to make sure there was no... Have the sandstorms from the plains blocked the waterways? We must ensure 100% safety. He warned Oreo to be on guard, then made 3 torches and stuck them into the ground. The originally silvery moonlight, now glowing in anticipation of the approaching disaster, turned an ominous red. The red light fell on the ground, mixing with the flames, creating an indescribable, ominous, and piercing beauty. In just half a day, the sandstorms from the plains had almost covered it with a thin layer. Taking out a shovel, Somo began to clear the waterway. Once he was done and satisfied that it was clear, he returned to the shelter. Lying on the bed, next to the fire, he looked at the massive stone gate and the flawlessly polished stone walls and floor. On the last night before the disaster, Sumo covered himself with a blanket, and his breathing gradually calmed down. Sumo was confident that he could withstand the impending disaster. However, late at night, when the temperature had already begun to drop, countless people were still running around with torches, begging for the last minute to take action to prevent a catastrophe. Only a few people sat in the shelter with complicated expressions, waiting for the catastrophe to come. Feeling the acute crisis, no one could sleep peacefully that night except Sumo. Street Diary. A group of authors decided to write some survival stories for friends. Shuang Mei's nude collection exploded on the market. Dog Brothers' data skyrocketed, Shanhei said countless things, and Jin Xian's writing skills steadily improved. Only I seemed to have died in the first round. A regrettable recommendation. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The night was deepening, and all was silent. Birds, shrouded in black, flapped their wings above the ground, diving down. The once violent wind on the plains seemed to have died down, as if a black shroud had enveloped the sky and the earth. The light of the crimson moon began to fade, gradually dissolving into the dark clouds. Water. It's water. We are saved. We have water. Praise God. Praise Jesus. Praise you for new life. As the sound of the rain grew louder, countless dark shelters began to be illuminated by tiny sparks. The next moment, several people excitedly jumped out of their shelters and stood frozen under the sky, enjoying the caress of the water without restraint. Boom! Lightning flashed across the sky, piercing the sky, suddenly illuminating the earth and the frantic faces of the people. The roar that followed was like a warning, spreading across the sky and the earth. Bang! Time passed. The drizzle, which had not stopped for some time, suddenly intensified. In the pitch darkness of the night, the only melody was the sound of rain. The parched earth greedily absorbed the nutrients falling from the sky. The cracks in the earth, cracked from the scorching heat of many days, gradually healed under the caress of the rain. It seemed that everything came to life. But, oh my face, how could this happen to my face? When ulcers began to appear on the face of the first person, as if eaten away by concentrated sulfuric acid, the crowd that had run out froze. In a flash of lightning, the view flashed. Those caught in the rain were shocked to find that their exposed skin had turned black, covered in tiny pits and gouges. There was no pain, but on the contrary, a strange numbness was felt. But the most frightening thing is that all this happened silently. On the World Channel, countless meteorologists and chemists who travelled in time also encountered acid rain anomalies. Everyone, be careful. Don't let the rain affect you for too long. Prolonged contact for more than a minute will corrode you. This rain is unusual. It may not be sulfuric acid. I've experimented with it, and it doesn't corrode wood or soil at all. Anyone who has the opportunity can collect some and study it with me. Professor Lee's talk is over for today. I will say this. Professor Lee says this acid rain may contain a nerve agent. Don't let yourself be in direct contact with it for too long. If you get wet, dry it off quickly. I've only been showering for 10 minutes and I'm already numb. Please save me. I don't want to die. Mom, I want to go home. I need water. I don't want to stay here. Please save me. My stomach hurts. I just drank rainwater. It hurts. It hurt. More and more numb voices filled the global channel, bringing with them a deadly apocalyptic panic. Drops of water were already seeping into the dilapidated houses. Poorly sealed underground shelters were leaking rapidly. The lowlands were forming potholes in which rainwater was accumulating. More and more people were beginning to understand the significance of the disaster. It turned out that this was not just a disaster for a small group of people, but a disaster for everyone. Acid rain, it was truly terrifying. Woof, 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 woof. Oh! In the dim light of the shelter, Sumo opened his tired eyes and looked at Oreo, who was desperately beating his fists on the headboard of the bed. The drowsiness instantly disappeared. What happened? Sumo leaned on the bed with one hand, sat up, and touched his chest. After several days of hard work and the injuries he received when entering the ruins, he had finally recovered significantly. Following Oreo's gaze, Sumo suddenly noticed that the stone, a considerable amount of water leaked through the shelter door, soaking part of the stone slab. Oh no, there's something wrong with this rain! Seeing Oreo's grimace, Sumo suddenly felt a prickling sensation. Sumo involuntarily put on his clothes, opening the game panel and checking the World Channel. As soon as the game panel opened, one after another began to sound the prompts. Recording. Attention all players. Attention all players. Attention all players. Recording. The first acid rain disaster is about to begin rookie defense. Please be careful and do not be careless. Note. This disaster will last for 36 hours. Note, please note that the system notification will stop after the first rookie disaster ends. Note, congratulations to player Sumo. It was found that your shelter's disaster resilience score is currently ranked #1 in the world. Want to publish the ranking data and simultaneously start a live broadcast of your shelter's disaster resilience? Note, please note that starting a live broadcast will not broadcast what is happening inside the shelter. A volumetric live broadcast will start above the shelter, which other players will only be able to use to observe the above-ground buildings. Recording. If you broadcast live for more than 15 minutes and survive the disaster, you can receive a random airdrops recording. Want to start? A chaotic stream of notifications, like the buzzing of hundreds of birds, exploded in Sumo's ears. Has the disaster already begun? And this live broadcast? It took Sumo a few seconds to comprehend his situation. The acid rain had indeed begun, and the water seeping into the shelter was undoubtedly acid rain. However, even a shelter like his that was already leaking was the worst, and Sumo did not. dared to imagine how dire the situation was with other shelters. Ignoring the system notifications, Sumo decided to check the World Channel. As soon as he entered, the flooded world seemed to restore the majestic scene of the first day of his time travel. My shelter. Flooding. When will this rain stop? I hate it. I hate it. I hate that I didn't dig a sewer. My legs. My legs are eaten away by the rain. I don't have legs anymore. Remember, never allow rainwater to come into direct contact with your skin, or it will eat away at your nerves. Use plant fibers to absorb water whenever possible. Never let water touch you. This is not a natural disaster, it is a baptism. Only in the pouring rain can we humans find our way. Amen. God, can your believers go to your heaven after death? Countless meaningless comments filled 99% of the chat. Soma watched for only 3 to 5 seconds before he became speechless. Even the horror of Earth's acid rain could be traced. Its composition was crystal clear. However, according to the current World Chat channel, the acid contained in this acid rain is harmless to objects. But when it comes into contact with the human body, it causes severe corrosion, and the rain subsides. It is actually neural acid. Sumo's face showed horror. For some reason, he suddenly remembered the black dog he had met in the ruins. The black dog's skin was covered in countless disgusting rotten spots, and it didn't notice it at all. Even when Sumo poked her with a spear, she didn't react at all. He turned off the World Channel and turned on the Regional Channel. The number of participants in the Regional Channel seemed to be stained with bright red blood. It was hard to believe. Yesterday, before going to bed, Sumo specifically memorized the number of survivors in Regional Channel, and at that time, there were 645 people. In just one night, half of them disappeared in the rain. The remaining 300 people are now in immediate danger. Those who chose to take shelter above ground are lucky. As long as the terrain isn't too low, they at least won't have to deal with Shurov's scene of acid rain falling on the shelter. The smart ones, relying on wooden shovels and buckets, are careful to keep the water from flowing back into the shelter. The dumb ones just made simple raincoats and umbrellas from plant fibers. Wearing the raincoats and holding an umbrella over his head, he climbed onto the roof of the wooden shelter, and then built a small attic out of wooden boxes and planks to escape the disaster. Those who hoped to drink the acid rain were left in this wasteland, forever and never lived again. After watching for a while, Sumo closed the game panel without taking his eyes off it and looked at the leak. If the rain outside was really that heavy, then it was only logical that his shelter would be number one. Since the shelter was underground, there was currently no puddles of water. With the stone door well sealed, there is great hope of avoiding the first wave of disasters. Oreo, don't touch the water! After greeting Oreo, who was grinning at the leaking area, Sumo took out the scraps of cloth he had saved up before the disaster and began to study the defense plan. Rain. Most people, when gathering supplies, did not think to use scraps of fabric, which absorb moisture better, so they could only use the worst plant fibers. Pulled a handful of scraps of fabric from the corner of the closet. After counting them, Sumo felt relieved. This should be enough. Lighting the torch, Sumo carefully approached the stone door to check where the water was leaking from. After observing for a minute, Sumo felt relieved. The water was leaking from the lower right corner of the stone doors. Perhaps because of the uneven terrain, the shelter was slightly higher on the left and lower on the right. This allowed acid rain to leak through the lower gap on the right. And because of the unevenness, the left side did not leak. Otherwise, there would have been problems if it leaked completely. If so, then it's not that serious. Looking at the seeping leak, Sumo had a bold thought. If this acid rain could be collected, wouldn't it be a poison, and a potent one at that? While the others were trying to figure out how to survive the disaster, Sumo was racking his brains in his luxurious hideout. The more he thought about it, the more he became convinced that it was possible. He exclaimed excitedly, "Since this acid rain only corrodes the human body, I can build a guide and use a water tank to collect the leaking acid." He immediately set to work, spreading out a cloth and gently placing it on the stagnant water. Watching the water quickly soak into the dried cloth, Sumo felt relieved. Standing nearby, the worried Oreo seemed to sense that the danger was receding, and his grimace softened. Somo began to review his survival points from yesterday as he absorbed the water. January 5th, Doomsday Calendar. You survived the first night of the disaster without sustaining any damage. Survival points +5. Thanks to your tireless training, your combat effectiveness has increased slightly. Points. Survival +2. You have built your first small structure associated with your shelter, a water supply and drainage channel. Survival points +30. Your base has undergone a dramatic change, moving from the Wooden Age to the Stone Age. Survival points +50. You have acquired your first ranged weapon, which greatly increased your combat effectiveness. Survival points +10. Your ability to shoot at long range has improved. Survival points +2. Scan the host's survival environment, assessing the survival points. Today, 52 survival points were earned. The final calculation. Survival points +151. Survival points remaining 153. 153 survival points. Seeing the stats in the background, Somo was slightly surprised. Yesterday's shelter upgrade had almost completely deprived him of all his survival points, leaving him with only 2, and the feeling, safety dropped sharply. Suddenly, thanks to the drainage system and the rock shelter, his survival points returned to 153. So I won't be afraid of a sudden disaster. Restoring his survival points certainly made him feel safer than in this shelter. Sitting on the rock bench and looking at the safe haven, Somo felt safe. Then his stomach rumbled in protest. "You're starving too, right?" Somo patted his stomach and laughed. Oreo, who was standing nearby, also realized that dinner was about to begin and jumped up and down with joy, as if he was about to fly. He took out the psionic water he had stored overnight, and after checking its quality with the survival system, he poured it all into a wooden storage barrel. Using a wooden basin, he scooped up about a liter of psionic water from the barrel and poured it into a clay pot. Somo began to light a fire and cook. It was the same bread soup, rich and pale, with an indelible taste. While the others were desperately trying to escape the disaster, it was a real comfort to be able to enjoy such a hot soup in the underground shelter. After eating, drinking, and cleaning, the fabric of the boiler had already absorbed almost all of the acidic water that had fallen from the ground. Carefully peeling back the fabric with a wooden stick, Somo took a burner and evaporated the last of the water. It looked like it was just a small leak. That was all that had accumulated overnight. After examining the crack in the door, Somo got a clearer picture of the shelter's current disaster resilience. Although acid rain is terrifying, it is considered a beginner's disaster in the survival game's disaster classification. This means that with a little ingenuity and caution, you can survive your first disaster. Easy. The facts have proven that those who survive can usually rely on their own strength to live another day. Having conveniently moved the water tank to the foot of the stairs, using the space for storage, Somo began making rails to collect acid rain. From 2 units, Sumo forged an iron plate with an iron edge and made a hemp rope from 2 units of plant fiber, which he then used with a wooden box to attach the railing. Any rainwater that seeped through the cracks in the door ran down the stone steps, eventually falling onto an iron plate and ending up in a water tank. At the current rate of work, it would not be difficult to collect about a liter of rainwater before the disaster was over. Having completed all these disaster relief works and collected water for watering the garden, Sumo sat down on a chair and continued to gather information. Unable to leave, almost everyone gathered in the chat. Skipping the dizzyingly busy world channel, Sumo switched to the regional channel, where there were heavy losses. The regional channel, usually quite lively, was now sparsely populated, and the conversations were about trivialities. Alas, when will this difficult time end? I am doing well. I chose the high ground, which is good. It seems we can handle this disaster without problems, but next time. Xiaolu, who was near my base, has not been in touch since yesterday. I don't know what happened. I heard that some people in the wasteland left their shelters and wandered around committing crimes, relying solely on robbery. Everyone, be smart when you deal with this disaster and don't let these creatures attack you. Yes, in this lawless and chaotic world, I don't know how many lives will be lost. If they dare come, I'm not weak. I'll make them pay. Besides, these people probably stole a lot of stuff. Maybe I'll hit the jackpot. Don't be silly. There are several of them, and you're alone. You can't fight them with 2 fists. After watching for a while, Sumo silently walked out of the regional channel. He had long suspected that some people would abandon their shelters and choose to wander, relying on raiding others to gather supplies. He just didn't expect such a human nature to fall so quickly. It seems I have to be wary not only of mutant monsters, but also of these wanderers from the wild. Silently adding this to his mental rule, Somo began to study the new functions. Under the chat function, in addition to world and regional channels, there was indeed a disaster relief channel. He switched to a disaster relief channel. It was like a live broadcast room from the days of civilization, with 10 live broadcasts evenly spaced from 1 to 10. Even the names were different. The #1 shelter in the universe, no gifts, just come in and you are my friend. Today's live broadcast of the evacuation first-hand after the acid rain. The host explains the design features of the shelter. Huaxia shelter. Recruitment of strong participants. Anyone with professional skills. Disaster victims nearby. Food and shelter provided. The best ideas. A look at future disaster evacuation trends from an offensive and defensive perspective. A lone wolf survival guide. Zeus shelter. Recruiting strong members. Requirements. Currently, of the top 10 shelters with live broadcasting rights, only 4 are from China, ranking 3rd, 5th, 6th, and 9th respectively. 6 are from overseas. Sumo was slightly surprised by this figure. In his estimation, it would be very good to have 2 shelters in the top 10. The best in China, but he didn't expect that there were now 4. After all, in terms of practical capabilities and combat effectiveness, foreign countries are vast and sparsely populated, and there are more opportunities for practice. China is relatively stable, so naturally, many people don't have the opportunity to get out into nature for real practice. After entering the live broadcast from the sanctuary of Zeus #1, the screen suddenly changed as if it was a completely realistic simulation, giving the feeling of being there. The sky was grey, and the curtain of rain had turned into a continuous stream, crashing down to the ground. Looking down, one could see the endless expanse of the mines. It stretched from one end of the sky to the other. Truly astonishing. As the camera zoomed in, at the foot of the mountain, Sumo saw a group of wooden houses known as the Sanctuary of Zeus. Built against the side of the mountain, the houses ran from north to south, and there were about 20 or 30 of them. Except for the 3 main rooms in the center, which looked magnificent, the rest of the rooms seemed to have been hastily built and were crooked. Because of the topography of the mountain, the acid rain automatically followed the terrain, posing no threat to the sanctuary of Zeus. Whoever chose this place, it's quite impressive, Sumo thought when he saw such a large-scale complex. The area is located near mines, so even minor disasters, not to mention major ones, can be survived without losses. With dozens of people gathered in a combat squad, the efficiency of exploring the ruins is definitely much higher than he could have done alone. The owner of the Zeus sanctuary didn't seem to care that his sanctuary was on display, and he had opened all the viewing permissions. Trying to operate the camera himself, Somo zoomed in. In the center of the main hall sat a fair-haired man with a beard, talking incessantly, speaking. After the camera angle changed, the scene in front of Somo froze, turning into a still frame, like a live broadcaster. Welcome to the Sanctuary of Zeus, the safest in the world. The shelter currently houses more than 80 people, including more than a dozen wilderness survival experts and 30 highly qualified veterans. We can fully guarantee the safety of everyone who joins the Zeus Sanctuary. Of course, we do not keep idlers in the shelter. To join, you must meet the following requirements. Men must be at least 175 centimeters tall, women at least 168 centimeters tall, and maintain a healthy weight. Have certain skills. If you can help build a large shelter, we would love to hear from you. Of course, if you were a technical staff member, you didn't have to go on the hunting party's forays. You could just stay at the shelter. The bearded man, seemingly without saying a word, spoke eloquently. And thanks to the translation on the game console, Somo sounded natural and casual. While he was speaking, he even found time to demonstrate the current configuration of the base. Following his camera, they arrived at the supply room, where a mountain of mutant beast meat was revealed. About 1 or 2 tons of processed meat piled together looked quite impressive in an apocalyptic world of food and water shortages. But that was not all. Beside them were 3 vats, each half a man high, which, when Big Beard lifted the lids, revealed slightly cloudy yellow water. Looking at the water, Big Beard was clearly tempted, but he pursed his peeling lips and closed the lids. Next door, they visited the armory, where a row of wooden spears and 3 bows with arrows that seemed to be handmade. At last, Big Beard reached the largest room. Although this room had windows on all sides, a fire in the center drove away the cold. 40 or 50 people from the shelter, men and women, sat in the center, singing and sometimes dancing. Looking at this scene, no one would have guessed that they were in the apocalypse. Big Beard puffed out his chest, beaming with pride. That's the power of our American shelter, Zeus. We have enough food and water, and the security you dream of. I saw in the comments someone mentioned China. Huh? No way. Are you willing to work more than 15 hours a day in a shelter? Do you want to go to a Chinese orphanage where you have to toil outside to bring in supplies and then support others? The bearded man's words made the men and women around the fire laugh. Don't call me harsh. Everyone in this wasteland must have their own ideas. Look at your Chinese shelters. They're just a bunch of motley groups. They're still thinking about how to get rid of so many burdens. The next disaster will destroy them all. Hearing the bearded man's arrogant words, Sumo twisted his neck and exited the broadcast. It seemed that these people had different views on the shelters. After skipping the second broadcast, Sumo immediately switched to the third one, the Chinese shelter. From the grey sky, the rain. Unlike the mine where Big Beard was, the area around Huaxia's hideout this time was the same as Sumo's own. An endless plain. Together, we fight disasters and help. Looking down, Sumo noticed a banner similar to Big Beard's banner among the huge buildings. The banner was made of white cloth and hung somewhere among the low wooden houses, with a line of words written on it in charcoal. 1, 20, 15, 25. Counting them one by one, Sumo was surprised to find that there were only 43 houses in Huaxia's shelter, and more than 10 of them were wooden houses generated by the shelter that came with the survival game. Unlike Big Beard, who relied on the terrain. Disaster relief areas, the Huaxia shelter decided to build dams to prevent damage from rain. Winding canals snaked through the shelter grounds. Hundreds of people, wearing bulky straw cloaks and holding straw umbrellas, worked hard to clear the drains. Soma did not see the same joy on the faces of the workers on Earth that he had seen in the sanctuary of Zeus. Instead, he saw something else. Hope. Hope shone on the faces of every toiling soul. Hope for life. Only the Chinese could feel this awe, and only they could understand the feeling, responsibility that hope demands. Cut to the presenter's point of view. The camera pans to a torchlit room near the furthest building. Hello to everyone in China watching this live broadcast. This is the forward headquarters for the earthquake response. We cooperate with the 79th Regiment of the 13th Chinese Army. The maximum live broadcast distance is 50 kilometers. Any Chinese citizen within 50 kilometers of this rescue point can contact the rescue center after the disaster. The rescue team will arrive soon. Please be patient and don't lose hope. Repeat. China has not given up on saving its citizens. Please stay in your shelters and survive this disaster. We have a bright future. For those who are not near Chinese shelters, please don't worry. There are currently 42 known shelters set up by the military. Please do not venture out recklessly. Stay safe and wait for the military to expand the search area. Do not venture into the wilderness without permission. Repeat. The young, dark-haired woman in charge of explaining repeated these 4 sentences over and over again. She did not notice her bloodied, cracked lips from talking. Chen K. With a heavy heart, Sumo remembered the woman's name and exited the broadcast from Huaxia Shelter. Compared to Zeus Shelter, which only recruited talented people, Huaxia Shelter's approach was completely incomprehensible to people from other countries. They definitely wouldn't understand why they needed to protect these people in the apocalypse. Helpless, incompetent, and talentless ordinary people. But at that moment, Sumo believed that every Chinese person watching the broadcast would feel a surge of hope. Natural disasters are merciless, but people are compassionate. One day, China will rebuild its homeland in this desert. After watching all the broadcasts, Sumo gave up the idea of leading the disaster resilience rating. Although the prospect of receiving unknown aid for the broadcast looked tempting, the top 10 hideouts was certainly not a small group. A man without guilt is guilty of possessing treasure. The fact that he could single-handedly build a shelter that was superior to other groups was a clear sign of trouble. In the absence of modern firepower, Sumo decided to remain patient. Always remember the strategic principles of Emperor Taizu of the Ming Dynasty. Build high walls, stock up on abundant food, and gradually conquer the throne. Don't be like Yuan Shu, a great general of the late Eastern Han Dynasty. After receiving the imperial seal, he began to dream of becoming an emperor every day. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and became the emperor, which immediately made him a target for almost all military leaders, and eventually failed and died, becoming a laughingstock. I will immediately give out my coordinates within a radius of 50 kilometers. If there is no one around, it is fine. But if there is someone, the risk is too great. This is not right. After much thought, Sumo simply turned off the live broadcast interface, hoping that the situation would not bother him. Just now, watching the top 10 shelter construction projects, Sumo was deeply moved. The so-called mentality of the common people. Once in this unknown world, they think only about how to survive, how to improve their shelter, and how to survive natural disasters. This leads to neglect of the most important aspects of increasing combat effectiveness and exploring the outside world. In this disaster, all participants of the first dozens of broadcasts decided to build above-ground shelters, mostly wooden huts. Only the lone wolf guide, who placed 9th, was part of a team of 7. They decided not to stay in the survival game shelter, but instead moved straight to the foot of the mountain. For 5 days, these people worked day and night and finally dug a cave on the last day, big enough for 7 people. Supported by the mountain, it was incredibly stable. I wonder if these people abandoned the game shelter or just didn't let it out. Sumo thought as he began to think about how to build a shelter. Previously, following the prompts of the game panel, he subconsciously gave priority to the shelter generated by the panel. As a result, their current development was locked in the shelter. This was good, but also bad to some extent. I'm just one person, and they often have 7 or 8, sometimes dozens. I'm definitely not as quick as them at first in stockpiling supplies. The only way to catch up is to climb the technology tree. I never imagined that someone like me, a social worker whose life was spent studying and memorizing with little use of a brain, would ever be able to properly plan a base. But my hair, Sumo chuckled. Simply accumulating resources and upgrading the shelter will turn it into a reliable tomb. When improvements cannot cope with the severity of the disaster, we will be helpless. Finding something valuable in the ruins requires combat power, and exploring the wilderness requires combat power. Without better equipment and weapons, this is impossible. The most important thing is to find a way to generate electricity. I have an advantage, and I must use it. Sumo's eyes darkened. We can only move step by step. The rain continued to pour outside. Sumo stood up and began to carefully weave a straw cloak and umbrella. He had to go out and check the surroundings to make sure nothing had happened. After several attempts, maybe I wove it too poorly? The system doesn't recognize it? Seeing that the system couldn't display the characteristics of the grass cloak, Sumo curled his lips. He spent 4 more units of wood to make a wooden box. He placed the grass cloak inside, mentally repeating to himself, "This is a cabinet, this is a cabinet, this is a cabinet." He repeated this 3 times, focusing his attention and mentally calling on the survival system to look at the box. A simple cabinet. Description: made of wood, used to store clothes. Reserve: grass cloak. Select an item to upgrade. 1. Wardrobe. Dusra: grass cloak. Of course! Sumo raised an eyebrow when he saw the cabinet's stats. After creating the grass cloak, the survival system was unable to display its stats or upgrade options. Apparently, the system simply didn't recognize the item. Like the table and tea set found in the ruins, upgrade options not yet developed. After I built the cabinet and placed it inside, an upgrade item appeared. I choose 2 factorial. I muttered under my breath, and when I looked, I saw that the properties of the grass cloak were already displayed. Grass cloak description: a cloak woven from plant fibers, with weak protection from rain. Improvement direction: 1. Change the material and shape to make it more comfortable. Requires 25 survival points. Improvement direction: 2. Change the material and add electricity to make the cloak more impact resistant, radiation resistant, and corrosion resistant. Requires 300 survival points. Description: an old man in a straw hat and cloak is fishing in a boat on a cold river covered with snow. Why these 2 directions? Sumo frowned. If he wanted to go outside, he would definitely need better waterproofing. But the 2 suggested directions for improvement did not explain what exactly was being strengthened. Spending survival points like this was a waste. While trying to do this, Sumo muttered to himself, "System, can you change the direction of the enhancement and replace it with stronger waterproofness?" Just as Sumo finished speaking, a flash of light flashed, and the 2 originally set enhancement directions flashed and were replaced by a new interface. Grass cloak. Description: a raincoat woven from plant fibers with weak waterproofness. Improvement direction: durable raincoat. Branches: waterproof 10, material 10, thermal insulation 10, corrosion resistance 10. Description: a durable waterproof raincoat that will protect you from the rain. Do not expose it to direct sunlight, dry in the shade. Can they really be changed? Sumo was surprised. Apart from the method of improving the psionic well, this was the first time he encountered such an independent attribute improvement method. Compared to the undefined comprehensive improvement of the general direction, this method is more expensive, but you can choose the desired attribute that is better, is suitable for use in this situation. It seems that there are many ways to play the system that I don't know about. Silently memorizing the information he just received, Sumo spent 20 survival points and chose one by one, upgrading the waterproofness and material. In the blink of an eye, the grass cloak in, the cabinet began to change. The original waterproof layer of grass began to thicken, and the material began to change. Gradually, it turned from grass into a material similar to the waterproof fabric of civilized times. The color also changed from the original yellow-green to black and white. After completing the upgrade, Sumo took out a powerful cloak and began to examine it carefully. It is worthy of a systemically upgraded cloak. Such quality of work is absolutely impossible without machinery. Waterproofing requires precision. Putting on the raincoat, Sumo discovered that the powerful raincoat is actually a pullover that covers the entire body, including arms and legs, eliminating the need for an umbrella. From the head, the cloak, reaching down to the feet, seemed to fit the figure perfectly. The face had tiny pores for breathing and was coated with a water-repellent layer to prevent water molecules from escaping. No mutant beasts were found within a kilometre of the player. Today's issue, 2/3. Ordering Oreo to stay inside the base, he opened the door, slid the bolt, and walked out. A hot flash washed over him. Raindrops pounded overhead, then cascaded down the fabric of his cloak to the ground. Despite the wind, many of them fell on his faceplate. Sue wiped the water off his mask with his hand, then looked out and gasped. Outside the shelter, it felt like the swamp had suddenly transformed. Halfway up the hill, the once dry and cracked earth had absorbed moisture and turned to mud. The parched brown vegetation was beginning to take on a greenish tint. It was raining so hard here. Fortunately, I have a special cloak. Sumo, feeling a little uneasy, shook his head and looked at the soil around the shelter. The amount of precipitation in different places was different, information he had collected during the live broadcast. Even the highest-ranking Zeus sanctuary was experiencing rainfall these days. Less rainfall. A foot deep, a foot deep. Sumo reached the foot of the hill. The 3 drainage ditches that had been dug were working at full capacity, preventing water from accumulating under the shelter hill. 60 meters away from the shelter, a small lake had formed. Seeing this, Sumo felt a surge of regret. If he had known, he would have simply dug a drainage ditch, widening it as much as possible. But who could have imagined that the rain would be so heavy that a lake had formed right behind the base? A small lake about 10 meters long and wide. Wow, the rain has stopped. I'm here, by the mountains and by the water. After making sure that the drainage system was not clogged, Sumo walked around the shelter, checking whether the ground had dried out. Fortunately, during these hot days, the soil had become very dry, preventing it from turning into a swamp. Otherwise, after the disaster, the road would not have dried out for another day or 2, and it would have been difficult to walk. Impossible. After patrolling for half an hour, Sumo headed back, still dry and comfortable thanks to the water-repellent properties of his cloak. He returned to the main gate of the shelter. Sumo opened the door, but at the same time he involuntarily turned his head and saw the grass 10 meters away. Himself. The sharp mark caught Sumo's attention. Taking a closer look, Sumo instantly felt his pupils narrow. What was that? Traces? Wiping the rain off his mask, Sumo pretended to shake his head, then casually glanced again. This time, he saw it clearly. It was human footprints. Those weren't my footprints. 2 thoughts flashed through his mind, and Sumo frowned, his face darkening. Someone was near the shelter. For the past 2 days, Sumo had been dreaming of people near the shelter, working together to create a harmonious home. However, when near the shelter, real human footprints appeared. Sumo felt only anxiety. He did not know where this man was hiding and what his motives were. It was the end of the world. Humans are the natural enemies of mankind. Stockpile food, but not weapons. Your home is a granary. Stockpile weapons, but not food. Granaries are everywhere. In such an extreme disaster, it is only natural that some people go mad from lack of resources. At this point, Sumo did not hesitate, opened the door of the shelter, and entered. The curtain of rain descended upon the plain once more, obliterating all traces of Sumo's presence. Standing in the corner of the shelter, Sumo opened his arms, waiting for the cloak to dry naturally before gradually removing it. The heavy rain masked the scent, so Oreo did not raise the alarm. After several days of carelessness, Sumo suddenly discovered traces of a person. After thinking about the situation carefully, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I just saw it said that wild vagrants were attacking ordinary civilians everywhere, and I didn't expect to find them on my head. No wonder my drainage canal is too obvious in this wilderness. I wonder if this man saw me repairing the drainage system yesterday. No, I can't just sit and wait for death. Sitting on the stool, Sumo took a deep breath to suppress his anxiety, his gaze fierce. Oreo, come here. He called Oreo, who was fast asleep in the corner, and stroked his soft head. Calm, turn on your 6th sense and sense any danger nearby. Oreo understood the command, lay down on the ground, pricked up his ears, and began to listen slowly. A whole minute or 2 passed. Oreo, who had been smiling innocently until then, suddenly changed his expression. He began sniffing around and finally barked towards the southwest corner of the base. Are you saying there is danger in that direction? Seeing Oreo nod, Somo quickly recalled the scene he had just seen to the southwest. It was the side of the base's drainage ditch, beyond which was a small lake. In the distance, a forest of bright green shrubs could be seen. The more he remembered it, the more Somo began to look at it from a third-person perspective. Black. A patch of black. Suddenly, Somo remembered the black in the forest. A black that was not at all like the color of the trees. Without warning, he would have ignored it. Now, on alert, he immediately noticed the clue. The dark figure was about 100 meters away from me. I didn't see him, but he definitely saw me. Damn it. Slapping his thigh, Somo instinctively wanted to put on his gear and go have a heart-to-heart. The man must have noticed he was alone. He was able to build a reliable underground shelter and acquire such a powerful drainage system. I'm afraid that in the eyes of others, I am already a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Somo chuckled to himself, pulling the crossbow out of his inventory. The pitch-black surface seemed to radiate a thirst for murder, refracting the light and casting a dark shine. I didn't expect that the first creature my crossbow would have to face would be one of my own kind. If you don't provoke me, I'll let you go. But if you dare... Standing up and rubbing his forehead, Somo walked over to the bed and placed the crossbow on the nightstand. The left side of the bed was about a meter from the stone wall. The crafting page opened. Iron pickaxe regular. 2 iron blocks. 1 wood enough materials. Select. Iron pickaxe. Confirm forging. Record. Iron blocks -2. Wood -2. Record. Regular iron pickaxe successfully forged. Now in Sumo's hand was an ordinary-looking but extremely practical iron pickaxe. Swinging it, Sumo began to vigorously hit the stone wall near the beds. From the outside in it was difficult, and from the inside out it was easy. After a while, the originally smooth stone surface cracked, and over time it gradually turned into a large hole half the height of a person. While mentally reciting the survival system, Sumo stared to the big hole. Entrance and exit passage. Description: entrance and exit passage that is not yet fully open. Upgrade direction: safe passage branch. Expansion 5, opening 60, material 40, durability 200, passage door 40. Introduction: the cunning rabbit has 3 holes. Arrange. Ambush. But you will pay with blood. Seeing the peculiarities of the passage, Sumo couldn't help but smile. Having already been exposed, jumping out through the main gate would undoubtedly be the same as walking away. If an ambush happened, then as soon as he opened the door, he would be pricked like a hedgehog. With his wild imagination, Sumo came up with a reckless plan: to create a second route through the underground base. He relaxed his gaze, and the options for improvement disappeared. There was no end in sight now. Sumo and his kinsmen had always held to their ultimate goal: if no one offended me, I would not offend them. At the same time, he hoped that they could support each other without quarreling and, together to overcome this difficult time. Watching Oreo, who was still restlessly pacing the base, listening carefully and sniffing the ground from time to time, Sumo felt a mixture of heartache and pity. Be smart. Wake me up if something is wrong. I'll get some sleep. After buying 2 pieces of mutant beast meat at the market, putting them in Oreo's bowl and adding psionic water, Somo returned to bed, fully dressed, and fell asleep. The day hadn't been that scary. At night, a bloody horn sounded. He had to be alert, be on guard, and be wary of any surprise attacks. The rain continued to pour, threatening to flood the entire world and destroy it. The sound of the rain drowned out all other sounds. Squeak. Half asleep, Somo dreamed that today's alarm had been false. No one came for the shelter, and no one coveted it. Gradually, the sky outside the window darkened. The sun began to set, and darkness gradually crept over the horizon. Under the cover of night, someone was approaching. 5 dark figures crept stealthily from the southern side of the shelter toward the drainage ditch. As they walked along the stone channel, the 5 men muttered curses under their breath. Damn it. This guy is so lucky. I don't know where he got the plans and he's sleeping in a shelter. Why can't I be so lucky? Quiet, Liu Ba. Don't give me away. What's there to be afraid of? He's just a young man with a little luck. If he dares to come out, I will kill him first. The man Liu Ba replaced not only did not calm down, but became even more aggressive. If he does not come out, there is nothing we can do. The short-haired little man sitting on the left saw this clearly and pointed out the difficulties they were having. Collided. Somo's shelter was incredibly strong. So strong that the 5 men were shocked when they first saw it. The stone gates were decorated with ancient patterns that looked natural and were embedded in the ground. The drainage channels scattered across the hills were made entirely of stone, which shocked the 5 men. Boss Juan, don't you think we're being a little rude? Why don't we knock on the door and ask him to give us some supplies, and then we can just keep wandering? The bespectacled man who stayed behind the group looked around as he walked. His face was calm, but his words were quite ferocious. 4 eyes. You didn't even shake hands when you were chopping people down. Are you panicking now? Are you afraid? Liu Ba conducted a thorough investigation today. There is only one weakling in this hideout, living here by pure chance. If we can get him to open the door, we can get in, and this place is ours. Boss Huang, the leader, grinned, waving his spiked mace, half a man tall, capable of silencing a child's cries at night. How many supplies can we get from killing mutants in a day? Have you forgotten how much we took in the last 2 days? Think with your head. Is this guy harder to kill than a mutant? In the hideout, Sumo woke up from the sleep caused by Oreo. After a few breaths, Sumo came to his senses and got out of bed. He grabbed the psionic water by the bed and drank it all. Then he grabbed the crossbow and instantly entered battle mode. Dark moon, strong wind, heaven's justice. Is it a human or an animal? Sumo looked at Oreo as a last resort. After receiving a positive answer, Sumo's face turned cold. After descending the steps, Sumo pressed his ear to the stone door, trying to catch any sound from outside. Through the stone door, he could only hear the sound of rain falling on the ground. A muffled knock came from behind the stone door. Suddenly, a voice came from behind it, completely unlike the sound of rain. Huan Da, knock on the door to scare him or try to break it down? Intermittent sounds continued to come from the stone door. Sumo couldn't help but clutch the crossbow. Those coming were not kind, and there were quite a few of them, definitely not just one. Outside the shelter. It was the end of the first day, and the rain had not subsided, but rather intensified, pouring down with even greater force. Not quite yet. It got dark. Despite the dark clouds, a ray of light still lingered on the horizon, allowing people to see the land. From time to time, lightning flashed, illuminating 5 men in raincoats with black umbrellas. These raincoats were not like the usual straw ones. They were covered with multicolored rags so as not to... It was blowing. This guy was very lucky. I wonder where he found such a shelter, and even with a stone door. Boss Huang spat next to him, summoning a stone axe with his other hand and knocking it twice on the stone door. Hearing the dull sound, Boss Huang's expression darkened. This door is very thick, at least 10 centimeters. We won't be able to open it until tomorrow morning, even if we hit it with a hammer. Why don't we try digging the foundation next to it? It can't be made entirely of stone, Liu Ba intervened, looking quite experienced. He also pulled out a shovel from his inventory and waved it. Boss Huang nodded and gave the order. Okay, Liu Ba, Shu Zai, and Sun Ma Zi. Find a place to start digging. Glasses, light a torch for them and watch the stone gate. Don't let him break out suddenly. I'll go and see if there's another way. There's no way he doesn't have good ventilation. After listening to Boss Huan's instructions, the others agreed and began to act according to the plan. It must be said that the torches produced by the game panel are incredibly useful. Just like in the construction simulators on Earth, neither wind nor water can put them out, which completely defies common sense. Bang! Bang! The 3 of them found a spot to the right of the stone gate and started digging with shovels. Oh my God! This guy's hideout is as formidable as the underground treasure we found earlier. It's incredibly strong. If this were a team, I wouldn't dare bother them. The ground around this hideout is so hard. If it hadn't been soaked with water, it would have been impossible to dig. After 3 to 5 minutes of digging, Liu Ba, sweating profusely, lazily complained, "In my opinion, these people are fools. In this world, they still obey the orders of this lousy game. I don't believe in evil. Worst case scenario, I'll just die with a big scar on my face and be brave again in 18 years. Let's take care of this guy today and get a day off before we go. Hurry up, otherwise Boss Huang will be upset," Shuzai said without looking up. "Do you think there are women in this hideout? We finally caught one, but she is so stubborn and obstinate. Otherwise, she would have lived comfortably with us brothers." Sun Mazi grinned lustfully, as if remembering the victories of the previous 2 days. The 3 men chatted nonsense, diligently working with shovels in the mud, scooping it out one after another. Boom! After more than 10 minutes, when their strength was at its limit, they finally reached the wall of the shelter. A huge hole had been dug. Master Huan, we dug it! We dug it!" Liu Ba shouted excitedly to Boss Huang, who was standing on top of the hill. Hearing this, Boss Huang hurried down the gentle slope into the deep pit. Meanwhile, Glasses raised his flashlight, illuminating the contents of the pit. The 5 of them were stunned by what they saw. Damn it! This wall is also made of stone. What the hell is this? Did this guy drive an excavator through it? Damn! I'm quite happy with a stone drainage ditch and a stone door, but you're offering me a whole wall made of stone? Liu Ba and Sun Mazi stood in the pit, covered in mud, staring at each other. "Move aside and let me take a look." He motioned for the men to step aside, and Boss Huang somersaulted and jumped into the pit, spraying mud and water all around. He pulled out his pick and tapped the exposed rock. The familiar muffled sound was still coming from the ground, indicating that the rock must be quite thick. "Dig! Dig! Dig around the door!" "I don't think he has the resources to replace everything here with stone." Chief Huan, full of determination, pulled out a stone shovel and joined the 3 diggers. Dirt and water flew in all directions. In the pouring rain, the 4 of them, like industrious bees, tirelessly collected honey. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Having dug 3 meters to the left and not seeing anything but yellow-white stone, the 4 moved to the left side of the stone gate and began digging again. Another 3 meters, and all 6 meters around the stone gate of the shelter were excavated. The yellow-white stone was a hint of natural pattern, as if mocking their presumption. "Damn, I'm still digging." Liu Ba threw the shovel on the ground, sat down and sulked. It was still 6 o'clock, when the sky was still light, and they dug until 9 in the evening, when the moon rose to the middle of the sky. For 3 whole hours, the 4 of them, like coolies, dug at the entrance to someone else's shelter. What kind of sin is this? You said that the shelter... This guy is so amazing, why didn't he make it into the top 10? Is this some kind of idiotic game to tease me? Sun Mazi also looked at the stone wall sullenly, cursing. The men had been digging and breaking through the shelter for the past 3 days, but none of them were as terrifying as today's. Forget about the gates of the shelter, just the walls. Outrageous. Is this the same hidden treasure we found earlier? I clearly saw that there were people living inside. Glasses intervened. "Damn it, listen, you bastards! Open the door immediately, or I'll torture you like hell when I get in." Enraged, Liu Ba climbed out of the pit, cursing as he slammed the stone shovel against the door. Buzz! Each blow caused a quiet hum, but the stone door remained impenetrable, not a single crack. Okay. This is the refuge. Is not among the 10, so there must be a leak here. Get up, hold your flashlights and look for me. I don't believe this rotten shelter can hold a living person. Boss Wan's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was dripping from his lips. He put down the shovel and, covered in mud, walked along the dug hole. He looked at the stone door with the same unfriendly gaze. Meanwhile, his thoughts were feverishly wandering. This shelter was built entirely of stone. There must have been some chance meeting, or perhaps he had dug up something valuable to become rich. If I can break into this hideout, I can deal with this guy and find out his secrets. Who knows? Thinking about this, Boss Huang raised his head, thoughtfully looking at the four people still sitting by the pit. Quickly, find the leak. The door is so well sealed, he must need air. Look at the ground. On command, the 5 men began to move one by one. Holding umbrellas in one hand and torches in the other, they carefully examined the ground. Boss Huang, I found it. There's a piece of glass here, probably where he needs to ventilate the room. Glasses had good eyesight and immediately spotted the blast-proof glass in the center of the hill. Okay. Burn me some plant fiber, smoke this beast to death, and see if he can get out. Boss Huang approached in surprise, looking with joy at the glass embedded in the ground. Glass. At the same time, his eyes, barely noticeable until now, also acquired a hint of hostility as he looked at the other 4. A stream of green smoke gradually penetrated through the ventilation duct. In the shelter, lit by torches, the smoke began to spread, gradually reaching Su's nose. Mo, who was sitting on a stool with his eyes closed, resting, finally found it. The next moment, Sumo opened his eyes, and a murderous expression was frozen on his face. It was a dark, windy, and rainy night, the perfect time to kill people for the sake of justice. None of these. Animals can't get away. He went to the wall, threw on his cloak, returned to the table, picked up the crossbow, and stared at the hole where smoke was still pouring out. I choose to lead the leaderboard and turn on the live broadcast function, set up a camera over the shelter, and forbid viewers to look at the shelter by. At your own discretion, Sumo said coldly as he opened the game panel. Record. Congratulations, player Sumo. It is found that your shelter's disaster resistance rating is significantly higher than other shelters, automatically ranking first. Record. Live stream for more than 15 minutes, and you will automatically receive a random airdrop one based on your rating. Record. You can enter the live broadcast page and manage your live broadcast room. Push's diary. The white sugar god in the group yesterday obtained the Silver Alliance and added 20 desired collections. Pujie's tears of envy flowed from his mouth. I didn't dare to hope for such treatment. I only hope that readers will vote and collect more collections. The game panel flashed, and Sumo entered the chat and clicked on the live broadcast of aid to the victims. At this moment, a page appeared that was completely different from other live broadcasts. There were several flickering lights on the screen. Meanwhile, the overseas live broadcast room, which was originally ranked 10th, was pushed down. The live broadcast room with Hua's name on it ranked first on the page. Moreover, the rating for helping the victims under the live broadcast room broadcast was more than 3 times higher than the second-placed sanctuary of Zeus. Ignoring these details, Sumo quickly clicked on the live broadcast page, casually calling it Heaven's Justice, and began watching the following content using his privileges. In the darkness, the 5 flames were very clearly visible. In the blink of an eye, Sumo had determined the location of the 5. Okay, you are all squatting in the ventilation shaft and waiting to die, right? Yu Qisheng laughed. Watching the broadcast, Sumo walked to the hole by the bed. Concentrating, he immediately saw the properties of the large hole. Entrance and exit. Description: an entrance and exit that were not fully opened. Enhancement direction: security channel branch. Expansion 5, opening 60, material 40, durability 200, passage 40. Introduction: the cunning rabbit has 3 holes. Choose to expand, choose to open. As the words fell, the survival points dropped by 65, and a green light emanated from Sumo's body. The originally rough hole began to undergo a stunning change. The hole, which only accommodated half of a man's height, gradually melted, becoming high enough for an adult man to bend and pass through it under the force of the system. The surface of the hole began to level out, and the entire carved surface of the stone wall took the form of a closed circle. As he walked through the hole, the ground inside seemed to melt and quickly disappeared. After a few seconds, the green light disappeared, signifying the completion of the transformation. Sumo lowered his head and carefully entered. Although there were no steps, the ground in the safe passage was very hard after being compressed, and the slope was very flat. After a while, Sumo reached the end. At the end was a simple wooden board. With a little effort, Sumo opened the passage. Turning around, Sumo found the location of the board on the live broadcast page. It was opposite the acid rain lake. If you don't know the entrance to the cave and don't watch carefully, you will never find this place. Push the wooden door and come out of the shelter. The crackling acid raindrops drummed on the surface of his cloak and crossbow, giving the crossbow bolt a murderous quality. Crouching on the ground, he moved cautiously, watching the bright spot on the screen and the road ahead. Sumo walked with extreme caution. In his black cloak, he looked like a reaper with a death scythe in the pitch-black rainy night, his presence chilling. 1 step, 2 steps. Gradually, not only did the light of the fire appear on the live broadcast, but a fiery point also appeared in front of Sumo's eyes. The one with the glasses? Using the light, fire, Sumo could see the face underneath him from the darkness. Without saying a word, Sumo began to move to the left. The first blow would be the most lethal. He wanted to make sure he could hit the one who seemed to have the most fighting power among the 5. His gaze darted, and a second point of fire. Scarred face, thick neck, looks arrogant. The best way to judge a person's fighting power is to look at his neck and arms. Those with thick necks were either martial artists or had significant strength, making them much more formidable than ordinary people. It's you. Sumo heard the scarred man's curses from afar, and the cold glint in his eyes intensified. He lay down, face down on the ground, carefully placed the crossbow on the ground, aimed at the staggering scarred man, and smoothly pulled the trigger. Whoosh, bang. A sharp sound exploded among the lashing rain. Before Sumo could enjoy the beauty of the sound, he saw a scarred man clutching his chest and stumbling in the distance. Using a fallen, dying torch, Sumo saw a crossbow bolt lodged in the scarred man's chest. It was a crossbow bolt soaked in acid rain. Even one blow to the chest would have been fatal. No one dared to save the scarred man. Instead, everyone hid. One man was even smart enough to immediately put out his torch and disappear into the night. "You're so smart, it seems you made me deal with you second." It was the man with glasses who put out the torch. The man with glasses immediately rolled over, throwing the torch near his teammates to distract them. Unfortunately, the red cloth on his back was too obvious on the live broadcast. Sumo silently began to draw the bowstring with both hands. With his sturdy cloak in hand, he didn't have to worry about the raindrops. Meanwhile, the 4 men on the other side were constantly forced to hold umbrellas and crouch, making them perfect targets. 15 seconds later, Sumo loaded his second crossbow bolt and began to slowly move along the ground. Glasses, who thought his cover was perfect, slowly came into view as Sumo moved. He cocked the crossbow. He aimed. He fired. Another jet black bolt struck the bespectacled man just below the neck. The enormous force instantly sent him to the ground. A flash of lightning flashed past him. The bespectacled man saw Sumo lying down, his stunned face, and he wanted to stand up and speak louder. Unfortunately, the trickle of black blood that continued to flow from his neck got stuck in his throat. 3 to 5 seconds later, the bespectacled man was pronounced dead. By this time, all 5 torches had gone out, and it was difficult to determine their location. Lying on ground, Sumo pulled back the bowstring, using the anchor to adjust the perspective and zoom in to observe others. Got it. Sumo's lips beneath the mask broke into a smile. I guess I now understand why some people use full perspective in FPS games. In Sumo's mind, a slightly funny thought flashed through his mind, dispelling the tension of killing 2 bandits in a row. 30 seconds later, the bowstring was pulled. Change position, find a target, aim, and shoot. Another cold light flashed, and the arrow hit the pockmarked face in the back of the kidney. A huge kinetic energy pierced his abdomen and pierced his stomach. The sharp pain caused the pockmarked man to jump to his feet, screaming, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me! I don't want to die! Go and kill Huang Biao! He killed 7 people! I didn't kill anyone! He made me kill! I want... On a rainy night, the speckled man continued to run until he collapsed on a hill. The acid rain from the arrowhead and shaft ate away at his fragile internal organs and killed him almost instantly. The remaining 2 men, hearing Huang Biao's screams, knew they would die if they stayed where they were. They jumped up and ran. Under the night sky, the 2 figures were running in opposite directions, north and south. By a lucky coincidence, while Sumo was pulling the bowstring of his crossbow, a cunning man ran up to him. In his panic, he completely failed to notice Sumo, who was nearby. Only after raising his crossbow did Sumo realize what was happening and tried to scream. Whoosh! The words were stuck in his throat and he collapsed helplessly. Chase! Watching the rapidly moving figure, Sumo stood up without even looking at the man. He pulled the bowstring with both hands and chased after him. This must be the same Huang Biao they were talking about. A real bandit. Even his escape was so methodical. Huang Biao was unfamiliar with the terrain, and his steps were quiet, but his speed was incredible. Thanks to his knowledge of the terrain and the broadcast's prompts, Sumo moved quite quickly. As they chased and escaped, Sumo quickly caught up with them, lagging behind, about 50 meters. He trotted, aiming his crossbow. A black arrow flashed past, but the bolt missed Huang Biao and hit the umbrella shaft, breaking it in 2. Seeing this, Sumo quickly landed, grabbed 5 crossbow bolts from his inventory, and began loading them, preparing to pull the bowstring. Huang Biao's umbrella, still moving, broke. He had no choice but to turn around and pick it up, shouting, good man, don't believe what Sun Ma-zi says. I am a good man. I have not killed anyone. He did it, and he set me up. Let me go, please. For the sake of being from Earth, spare my life. Lightning flashed, and Huang Biao saw Sumo lying on the ground with his bow drawn. A cold sweat ran down his body. Only now did he clearly see the murder weapon that had taken 4 lives. With such a weapon, he felt there was no need to run. I will leave all my supplies here. I know one place, ruins with a huge amount of supplies, and I know where the people are. I'll tell you everything. Spare me! Spare me! I'll tell you everything! Huang Biao raised his hands and shouted as if he was about to surrender. However, Sumo, who was still lying on the ground with his bow drawn, clearly saw his footsteps on the live broadcast page. Continuously approaching? Approaching! You said there were ruins? What ruins? Where are they? Huang Biao, who continued to move, did not slow down when he heard Sumo's voice with a happy expression on his face. It's not far, just a few kilometers away. I found it underground. There's a lot of good stuff there, but we brothers can't open it, so we'll have to wander. But I know you can handle it, brother. Your base is so big and so good. You are so handsome and strong. It won't be difficult for you. As Huang Biao spoke, he walked about 20 meters without making a sound and was 30 meters away from Sumo. It would only take 3 to 5 seconds for an ordinary adult to run that distance. Huang Biao was not. Exception. After walking 5 or 6 meters, Huang Biao burst out in a loud voice. There are a lot of valuable things in these ruins, including your head. At the word head, a mace appeared in Huang Biao's hand. On a rainy night, he simply threw away his umbrella, ignoring the damage, and ran at full speed. 20 meters, 10 meters. A blinding flash of lightning flashed, and from such a distance, Sumo's face was almost clearly visible under the mask. However, in an instant, Huang's face, Biao, who clearly saw Sumo's face, was distorted with sadness. The next moment, a crossbow bolt pierced his stomach. Are you Sumo? Huang Biao weakly knelt down, clutching his stomach, his voice trembling. Do you know me? Sumo asked coldly, drawing the bowstring from afar. Unfortunately, before Huang Biao could finish speaking, another bolt of lightning flashed, and Sumo clearly saw the expression on his face. It was filled with disbelief, mixed with regret. Under the night sky, 5 bandits with evil intentions fell forever near the shelter. Blood was the only trace. left by them to prove their existence. I just want to live. Since you don't want me to live, I can only ask you to die. Putting away his crossbow and looking at Huang Biao, who was still struggling on the ground, Sumo coldly turned around to check if he had delivered the final blow, not wanting to pry the so-called secrets of the ruins from Huang Biao's mouth. Heavy rain. It was still pouring, slowly obscuring the traces of the clash. The duel between the two sides lasted only 3 to 5 minutes, and billions of players watched the entire live broadcast in the live broadcast room. It was quite a spectacle. When will this day end? The rain here just won't stop. The acid rain is so bad that I can't imagine what will happen in the future. Damn, go check the live broadcast page. Our Chinese shelter has reached the top. The Chinese shelter has reached the top? No, it's Sumo's shelter. Damn, it just crushed Zeus's hideout. The crowd, still crying over the end of the world channel, suddenly came to their senses. For a while, the world chat, which was still scrolling through the screen, was silent. Instead, countless people poured into the disaster relief channel. At this time, Sumo's live broadcast room was on the front page. The title of the video was Acting on Behalf of Heaven. Next to the room name, a Chinese character appeared, waving its arms fiercely, like a giant dragon, instilling awe. After switching to the broadcast, a bird's-eye view of the shelter opened up. Wow. Suddenly, the comments started pouring in. Damn it, am I right? Did we Chinese build this shelter? My God, look at the stone drainage pipes above his shelter. There are 3 of them. How many people are in Su Shen's shelter? I want to join him in life. Finally, an underground shelter in the top 10. I thought no one would choose it. The new viewers were delighted. The sudden appearance of the underground shelter was a novelty, causing those who had been watching the above-ground shelters all day to gasp in amazement. However, a flurry of comments suddenly appeared on the screen. Hey, is this a Chinese shelter? Forcing shelter staff to work outside in this weather? Disgusting. You disgusting kids from Zeus's shelter up there, how jealous. I'll hit you. Still humming, I'll rip your mouths out. Why don't you check the ratings? How much higher is our Chinese shelter than your filthy shelter? You disgusting America, get off our broadcast. You are not welcome here. Inside the Zeus shelter? This Chinese guy is just disgusting. He must have been preparing all this time, just waiting to suddenly take the top spot and attract attention to recruit new employees. Seeing the countless angry men spewing curses, the representative of Zeus Orphanage, bearded, was stunned. He quickly typed words on screen. But every time he said a word, hundreds, maybe even thousands of responses bounced off him. Damn, a lousy shelter like theirs would be destroyed by a natural disaster sooner or later. Slamming the wooden cup on the ground, the bearded man was so angry that he almost boiled over with anger. It was not only the disappointment of the netizens, but also their disbelief that a shelter could be built so much better than theirs. Basil, don't worry. His shelter is on the plane. Maybe he was lucky enough to find some supports. That's why he's growing so fast. He can't even compare to us when it comes to building shelters. Look at our scope. No one can build shelters better than me. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and an elegant face, who was sitting next to Basil, said quietly. I'm just angry, the bearded man wanted to say. But the next second, he saw the live broadcast screen, and the words got stuck in his throat. On a dark, rainy night, all the viewers, broadcasts saw a figure emerge from the depths of the shelter. Like a ghost, it quietly approached the 5 people mistaken for shelter staff. Although the viewing distance could not be changed, everyone watching from there could clearly see the weapon in Sumo's hand. It was a crossbow. Rapid-fire crossbow! It's just ridiculous that someone could even make something like this with their own hands. No, I thought you said that Su Shen is a level 8 mechanic. But it's only been a few days and they already have such powerful weapons. It seems like these 5 aren't from Su Shen's hideout. You're all focusing on weapons. Am I the only one who noticed the small exit at the back of Su Shen's shelter? I'm simply amazed. What kind of team could build such a huge shelter? Su Shen's cloak is much better than ours. Ugh, comparing yourself to others is just infuriating. The atmosphere on the live broadcast grew tense as the blockbuster-like scene and Sumo's agile figure unfolded before them. It was night, and except for a few people who were in dire straits and had not yet joined the broadcasts, billions of people around the world watched the massacre. From the moment the first crossbow bolt pierced Scarface's body to the final showdown with Huang Biao, where he effortlessly killed him, everyone watching the broadcast was completely stunned, pure and decisive. Killing without blinking an eye. The executioner, the devil. China's ultimate hideout. Well-equipped. Elegance. My dream lover, cross it out. Eye contact confirmed. I met the right person. When countless labels appear on one person, Soma's personality is shrouded in fog, and it is difficult to discern the truth under this fog. Which one is Soma? Perhaps all of them. Perhaps none of them. As Soma walked step by step back to the refuge plateau, the camera followed her, and everyone saw for themselves what a real underground refuge was like. A massive stone gate rose from the ground. Its intricate design and ancient patterns were behind, beyond human capabilities. Through a hole dug near the gate, thick stone walls curved around the ground, creating a sense of security. 3 stone drainage channels, like scratches, crisscrossed the hillside, draining all the acidic water into the acid lake below. Several bodies were scattered around the shelter. All this happened in less than 20 minutes. The next moment, when the camera zoomed in again, everyone was worried that Soma was about to tell everyone about the shelter and gather them together. The shelter's live feed page crackled and went dark. The message above also changed to "The host is temporarily unavailable and will be notified separately once the broadcast begins." Su Shen is so aloof. What a hermit. I worship him. Is something missing? I am willing to join Su Shen's shelter unconditionally, even if it means working 18 hours a day. I, Tom, will come straight away and work overtime on Saturdays and Sundays. I just want to live in a shelter like that. Do you think Su Mo is the only one in this shelter, so he won't recruit new members? No way. Can such a huge and sturdy shelter be built by just one person? Does anyone remember that on the first day, Su Shen sold his body and bought an illustrated book about Chen Pingan? Old dog? Chen Pingan, an old dog, is not a human. Everyone was stunned to see Sumo turn off the live broadcast room without saying a word. In most of the private messages, the word Soma became a hot topic, and almost everyone was discussing what they had just seen and heard. The only underground shelter! Bloodthirsty devil! Suddenly, if Weibo still existed, what happened tonight would have shot to the top of the popular search list. Today, I will upgrade to the new version and figure out my plan. I'm about to end my newbie period and start real wasteland survival, scavenging and farming like crazy. And finally, start the wasteland world. Record. Your continuous broadcast has exceeded 15 minutes. Random rewards will be distributed the day before the next disaster. Hearing the prompt on the game panel, Somo resolutely entered the control interface and turned off the broadcast. During the broadcast, billions of people are watching his every move. In civilized times, he might have laughed heartily, rejoicing in his fame. But in this cruel apocalypse, the more vulnerable a person is, the greater the danger. Quickly approaching the hill where Scarface died, Somo looked at them. These people are really hard to handle. It's a shame. It only takes a light squeeze of the trigger to kill someone, but dealing with these guys requires a lot of effort. On a rainy night, it's not so bad. The smell won't spread far. But in the blazing sun, it could attract a swarm of mutants in a day or two. There was even a chance of an epidemic. Opening the creation page, Somo remade the stone spear. Holding the spear in his hand, he suppressed his nausea and hung the tip on Scarface's clothes. Somo breathed a sigh of relief. In civilized times, he was afraid of even a chicken, but he never expected to take 5 lives immediately after arriving in the apocalypse. Although these people were bandits, the moral values established in civilized times still restrained human behavior a little. Nature. What is this? After dragging Scarface's body away, Sumo was surprised to find a faintly glowing turtle shell on the spot where Scarface had been lying. "Isn't this the shelter I was planning to set up?" Sumo picked up the turtle shell and was delighted to begin examining its properties. Broken vault core. The vault is bound to the player. Once placed, it is anchored to the ground and cannot be moved. When a player destroys their shelter, it automatically reverts to a broken state and cannot be placed again until it is repaired. Upon death, all of the player's items are stored in the shelter core. Entry. The detected player has a complete shelter core. Want to absorb it? Can you really absorb someone else's shelter core? After looking at the properties on the game panel, Sumo hurried to the other three. As expected, there was also a damaged shelter core lying under the bespectacled man and the pockmarked man. Reaching the rat-faced man, he this time discovered an entire shelter core that had never been installed before. Great. Sumo laughed heartily, looking at the three damaged cores and one whole core in his hands. That's right, a horse won't get fat without nightgrass, and a man won't get rich without unexpected luck. These people robbed and killed so many innocent people, and now they are in my hands. This is retribution. He threw 4 kernels into the backpack. Quickly walking to the edge of the acid rain lake, Sumo began to dig. With the harvest, even working in the pitch-black rainy night, Sumo felt relieved. He couldn't wait to get rid of the bodies and return to the shelter to inspect them. The afternoon rain had softened the soil, and within half an hour, Sumo had dug a hole 2 meters wide, 2 meters long, and 1 meter deep. Using a stone spear to force the bandits' bodies into the hole one by one, Sumo quickly returned to Huang Biao. Huang Biao, who was struggling on the ground, was now silent, leaving only a deep palm print in the mud. He poked with the tip of his spear, and sure enough, underneath Huang Biao's body, he found the damaged core of the safe house. "Since you came all this way to deliver the equipment, I can't see how you are dying in the desert. Be a good person in the next life." The acid rain had soaked him through and through. Huang Biao's face had long since been eaten away beyond recognition, making him look creepy and frightening, like a zombie from an American apocalypse movie. Not daring to take a closer look, he poked the tip of his stone spears into Huang Biao's straw cloak. Step by step, Sumo dragged the man toward the big hole. After pushing Huang Biao down to the ground, Sumo began to fill the hole. Little by little, as the earth covered the hole and the rainwater thickened, the 5 men were trapped in it forever. After doing this, he laid. "I put a branch on this place as a mark and, following the same path, returned to the entrance of the tunnel. The wooden door of the tunnel was quite convenient for exiting. By the time Sumo returned, a lot of water had already leaked into the tunnel. Looking at the entrance of the tunnel, Sumo thought, if I want to go on a long journey, this is a good option to go out. I can improve it." He dictated the survival system to himself, and the attributes of the tunnel appeared. Entrance and exit. Description. The entrance and exit to the tunnel are open. Upgrade direction. Safe passage branch. Expansion 20. Material 40. Durability 200. Tunnel door 40. Introduction. The cunning rabbit has 3 holes. You can upgrade the tunnel door to stone. I still have a lot of stone here. As the stone gradually fell, the required number of survival points for the tunnel door began to drop rapidly. It stopped changing after 20 points. Choose to upgrade the tunnel door. Spend 20 points, and Sumo's body will emit green light, and after 2 or 3 breaths, the wooden door, which originally had a large opening, suddenly turned into a stone one, like the entrance to a shelter. It seemed to be tightly sealed, and rainwater could no longer seep in. After shoveling and filling the stone passage with earth, Sumo returned to the main entrance of the shelter with satisfaction. This passage, used for raids, was usually forgotten except for long-distance expeditions or raids. It's best to treat him as a trump card. At a critical moment, like today, he could display a power that was not inferior to a dimension-reducing attack. As for opening up the defense during the live broadcast, there was no need for that yet. Returning to the main entrance, Sumo looked at the bare stone walls dug out on both sides. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What had been a perfect underground shelter had been destroyed by these people, after a few hours of digging, turning it into an above-ground one. No big deal, let's not fill it in yet. Just in time for the repairs after the rain stopped. After going around and inspecting the excavated area, Sumo shouted to the shelter, "Oreo, open the door! I'm back!" He had barely finished speaking when someone from inside began to scratch desperately at the door, and the stone door swung open with a crash. The sly Oreo first looked around the area through the crack in the doorway before stepping aside. "Well done! You're so smart, little one." Unable to pet Oreo on the head in the cloak, Somo gestured for him to move away. He then closed the door and took off his cloak in the corner of the hideout. He had two plans this time. Plan A: jump out the back door, catch the men off guard, and strike them suddenly. Plan B: if there was no chance, Oreo would make noise at the door to lure them closer and give them an opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, these people were a motley crew. Their fighting power was minimal, and their vigilance was low. They hadn't expected Somo to suddenly attack them from behind. Taking off his cloak, Somo turned and sat down on the wooden bench. He looked at the brightly lit stone base and Oreo, who had run up to the table coquettishly, and suddenly felt relieved. No one had expected this. An hour ago, he had been a man who had fallen into this desolate world and was struggling to survive. An hour later, he had become a hero who had taken 5 lives and was restoring justice. After taking out his loot, Sumo took the tortoise shell wrapped in cloth in his left hand and another piece of cloth in his right hand and began to carefully polish. The tortoise shell, simple in shape, became increasingly shiny like jade as he stroked it with a cloth. After polishing all the cores, Sumo took the tortoise shell fragments he had obtained at the beginning and, with an idea in his head, activated the fusion function on the game panel. Then, let's start fusion. This broken core. Recording. It has been discovered that the player has a complete safehouse core that meets the conditions for absorption. Do you want to absorb it? Looking at the words that appeared, Sumo concentrated without hesitation, took control of his thoughts and clicked OK in an instant. The turtle shell in his hand began to vibrate violently, or, to be more precise, the turtle shell produced a resonance. It seemed as if the entire shelter was jumping, with tiny vibrations one after another. A second, 2 seconds. The frequency of the vibrations of the shelter was getting closer and closer to the frequency of the shaking. Turtle shell in his hand. The turtle shell began to crack and melt, turning into a stream of blue water that flowed out of Sumo's hand and onto the stone floor. Boom! The ground shook, and the entire shelter shook as if an earthquake had struck. The next moment, Somo was stunned. The magical picture that opened up before him. Record: you successfully absorbed the damaged core of the safehouse. Record: the area of your shelter has increased. Record: the current area of the shelter is 110 square meters. The familiar shelter suddenly transformed, as if it had expanded, increased by 10 square meters, and in the freed up space lay neatly laid out things. Woof, woof, woof. Oreo, who was resting on the ground, barked as if he had seen a ghost, looked around the additional space, and, smelling an unfamiliar smell, quickly approached. Additional space, and Somo began to examine the objects on the ground. There were more than a dozen of them. First, 3 multicolored garments, still stained with blood, and even a pink bear mask. Next to the clothes were 2 tools, a stone axe and a stone shovel. Compared to the now rich Somo, this man's equipment was pitiful and meager. It was hard to say where he got the confidence to dare raid the hideout. Fearing the hidden poison, Somo hesitated. Carefully, he used his stone spear to unfasten his clothes, revealing the supplies buried beneath. There were more than a dozen of them. There was the beef jerky he had bought at the market on the first day. It looked substantial, at least 300 grams. There were also 4 cartons of whole milk, a loaf of bread, 2 corn dogs, yogurt, and an unopened bottle of Pepsi. Also found were 2 bottles of mineral water, already opened but not yet finished. Rich, rich. Somo smiled brightly, seeing the properties of the supplies on the game panel. It's no wonder that these people decided not to build their own shelters, but to rob them. How could they earn more by stealing batteries than by working as hired laborers? These supplies alone, if sold at the market, would cost at least several liters of water, and there was no demand. Now the market sold mainly bread, which requires a lot of water, and dry, inedible mutant meat. Even after days of shopping, Somo couldn't get his hands on even such a luxurious meal. Suddenly, these free supply boxes fell from the sky. Since fusing a damaged core increases the area by 10 square meters, let's merge them all. He pulled out the remaining 3 damaged cores and selected them one by one. The shelter vibrated again. Record: you successfully absorbed 3 damaged shelter cores. Record: your shelter area has increased. Record: the current shelter area is 140 square meters. Record: your shelter level has been upgraded. Please check the game panel. After a short shake, the shelter expanded by a full 40 square meters, making the already spacious room seem even more spacious. There was a huge pile of objects lying on the ground, and just looking at it, Somo felt dizzy with happiness. In the farthest corner, a device similar to a large television was hidden. This device was familiar to Sumo. This was exactly what he dreamed about at night. A generator. Sumo could not contain his excitement. He hurried to the car, as if he was meeting his lover. It was completely covered in sky blue paint. 3 thick black pipes surrounded the main body of the generator, and the side skirt served as a dust barrier. Looking down, Sumo's expression darkened when he saw the main body. It was diesel generator with the inscription Usi Siemens. These people probably got it by killing mutants or robbing others. But the problem was that the generator's fuel tank had been pierced by a spear, and a large piece of metal had been scraped off, revealing the insides. Crouching in front of the generator, Sumo began to carefully recall the principle of its operation, which he had read in the university library. The generation of electricity was simple. In the cylinder of a diesel engine, clean air, passed through an air filter, was thoroughly mixed with high-pressure atomized diesel fuel, injected by injectors. Under the action of piston pressure, the volume decreased and the temperature quickly increased, reaching the ignition point of diesel. When diesel fuel ignites, the gas mixture burns violently, quickly expands in volume, and pushes the piston down, which is called work. Each cylinder works in a certain sequence, and the thrust acting on the piston is converted through the connecting rod into a force that sets the crankshaft in motion, thereby causing it to rotate. By installing a brushless, synchronous alternating current generator coaxially with the crankshaft of a diesel engine, it is possible to use the rotation of the engine to drive the generator rotor. Using the principle of electromagnetic induction, the generator will generate an induced electromotive force, which will generate current through a closed load circuit. Thinking about this, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the key current regulator that failed. Otherwise, the generator would have been completely destroyed. It's just a scratch in the fuel tank, damaged, which can be repaired with a few points. Sumo concentrated, mentally called up the system, and looked at the diesel engine. Damaged diesel generator efficiency: 300 kilowatts full load, 300 kilowatt hours. Fuel consumption: 230 grams per kilowatt hour full load, 82 liters per hour. Description: diesel generator manufactured by Siemens Group in Wuxi City, Jiangsu Province, is not yet operational. The electrical circuit is normal, but the fuel tank is damaged. Improvement Direction 1. Replace and repair the main components of the generator. Improve the efficiency of the generator and reduce its energy consumption. This requires 1,680 survival points. Upgrade Direction 2. Change the generator's operating method to produce energy from biomass. This requires 6,500 survival points. Introduction: who am I to you? You are my Yulmei. No, I want to be your generator. Damn, it's so expensive. 1,680? It'll take me 10 days or half a month to upgrade it. Shaking his head, he gave up on the crazy idea of accumulating survival points to upgrade the generator. Sumo began to urge him to change his mind. Switching to the method of improving one category of small functions, although it will increase the cost a little and is not as economical as a comprehensive improvement, is a good way to solve the urgent problem of the deficit of survival points. It is expensive, but if it can be repaired, the speed of base development will immediately double. Flashed, light, and the original improvement method began to evolve and change. Diesel generator is damaged efficiency. 300 kilowatts, 300 degrees per hour at full load. Fuel consumption, 230 grams per kilowatt hour. 82 liters per hour at full load. Improvement, repair, 130. Power expansion 50. Increase. Conversion efficiency 300. Material change 420. Change of energy production method. Biomass 4,450. Repair costs 130. The price is quite reasonable and low, but Sumo can't afford it now. After today's harvest, there are 153 points left. After spending 20 points to upgrade the cloak and 65 points to upgrade the safe passage, there are only 68 left. I can only wait for tomorrow's repairs. Suppressing the excitement and anxiety in his heart, Sumo began to gather supplies and calculate the results of this battle. Huang Biao's corps clearly gave much more supplies than the other three. Even almost filled the 10 square meters of the expanded space. At first glance, Sumo noticed 3 large bags of cookies, each weighing 5 or 6 kilograms. They resembled the loose cookies you might find in a supermarket. After eating one, Sumo nodded in satisfaction, finding that the taste was not much different from the cookies in the bags. The storage area had a cooling function, and the items placed there would enter a Schrödinger state, materializing only when Sumo saw them. He gathered the bags of cookies together and removed them. Then Sumo noticed 2 large barrels in the corner. As he got closer, he was delighted. It was truly a complete package. Along with the generator, Huang Biao received 2 barrels of diesel fuel, each holding 200 liters. I thought I would make my own biodiesel, but I didn't expect it to be possible. Homemade biodiesel can easily damage the internal components of the generator, but with this system, if it breaks, I can just spend some survival points to repair it. Having the diesel fuel needed to get through the tough early stages would surely allow me to exchange it later. After spending 2 hours sorting through the items and taking the unused ones outside to dig a hole and bury them, Sumo opened a chat channel, accidentally found a dead man with a grey avatar and started sending messages to record them. 1 generator, 200 liters of diesel fuel, 6 kilograms of cookies, 2 kilograms of bread, 5 liters of unopened purified water, 800 grams of dried beef, 7 boxes of pure milk, 3 corn, sausages, 1 old yogurt, 2 bottles of Pepsi, 2 bags of Lay's chips, 1 packet of opened salt confirmed to be non-toxic, a small packet of unopened chili oil, 1 rechargeable flashlight fully charged, an extremely heavy mace, a pair of unworn sneakers size 43-15, units of wood, 19 units of plant fiber, 30 units of stone, 3 units of iron blocks, 1 unit of copper block, and a map that seemed to show the surrounding area is important. After painstakingly writing down all the supplies, Sumo felt an incredible sense of satisfaction just by looking at the statistics on the surface. Of course, at this moment, Sumo did not hesitate to share his joy. He pulled 2 corn dogs from the pile of supplies, unwrapped them, took a big bite out of one, and tossed the other to Oreo, who was drooling next to him. "Good boy, I'll feed you now, but then you'll have to work twice as hard." Oreo, dripping with grease, howled happily. With a delicious taste in his mouth and no fatigue from work, Sumo was in a great mood. He called up the game panel to find out how to upgrade his shelter. Absorbing 4 damaged shelter cores started the upgrade system. The shelter, which had not previously displayed its level, suddenly showed its current level. Personal shelter level, level 1. Description: this is shelter built entirely of stone, exceptionally strong, and provides excellent security as well as exceptional insulation from moisture and heat. Area: 140 square meters. Height: 2 meters. Readiness: 100% amenities. Iron stove, bed, large medium for growing vegetables, water extraction from psionic well, dining table. Current permissions: change shelter layout, automatically create partitions once. Please edit carefully, I can actually create partitions. This shelter, this is life. Sumo's eyes sparkled when he saw the hint on the game panel. The empty shelter, still a large apartment, was the first thing he saw when he entered. A dark corner, devoid of light. It was fine during the day, but at night it was a little uneasy. A person can't get fat without midnight snack, and a horse can't get fat without night feed. Simply killing a bunch of criminals brought in so much profit that Sumo even considered broadcasting it live to stir up hatred and recruit more criminals to deliver supplies. Level 1 can only be built once, so plan carefully. Sumo glanced at the diagram on the panel. A thought flashed through his mind, and a field appeared on the interface. Inside it, a three-dimensional map of the shelter at the moment appeared, completely marked from the floor to the stone walls, on top, down, left and right. Sumo quickly looked through all the functions, closed the interface, and opened the chat interface. After today's battle, Sumo had completely unraveled his worries about the outside world. In the wasteland, in this huge melting pot, the more he tried to isolate himself, the more trapped. Complete isolation from the outside world, treating the shelter as an isolated island in a vast ocean, is tantamount to extreme stupidity. There are different levels of understanding, and different skills have their own specialization. The architectural style and overall design of the Huaxia shelter inn were incredibly inventive during the day, and there must have been a master behind the scenes. Sumo decided to outsource this specialized design work in order to maximize the space inside the shelter. Finally able to reconstruct, Sumo was deeply dissatisfied. Existing structure, but didn't know where to start. First, the entrance to the main gate was a long staircase. This staircase would be fine under normal conditions, but if someone broke through the gate and rushed inside, it would be hand-to-hand combat, completely unsafe. A secondary buffer zone, or even 3. In addition, inside the house, in the center of the foundation, a 30-meter-long nutrient medium was placed, which not only took up space, but also significantly hindered further development. In addition to the renovation, Sumo had a second idea. After today's meeting, if someone were to overtake someone from above while they were living underground, attempting to escape would require a risky attack. Once or twice might be okay, but repeated over and over would inevitably lead to failure. So creating a buffer zone on the surface is essential. That this underground shelter does not mean that we should completely give up control over the surface. Having made his decision, Sumo used the private message function and, using the contact information from Huaxia's shelter obtained during the day, began his first historic call. The person in charge turned out to be a young. The woman who spoke in the shelter during the day is Chen K. Somo. Hello, I am Huaxia Sumo. I would like to exchange with your shelter. Is this possible? Shortly after sending the message, 3 urgent SMS messages arrived. Before Sumo could read the text, the other person dialed the video call number. After thinking for a moment, Sumo did not refuse. He had already opened up to the world, so there was no need to hide his identity now. The connection was established. Chen K's face appeared on the screen. Hello, Sumo. I am the leader. Propaganda Department at the site of the liquidation of the consequences of natural disasters of the 79th Regiment of the 13th Army. We accept your request for a transaction. What transaction would you like to make? Looking at Sumo's face in the camera, Chen K tried her best to hide her inner turmoil and not show it. In plain sight. The first thing she noticed was a flashy generator and 2 large barrels of diesel fuel next to it. Then came luxury cola, bread, cookies, and other necessary things. She also saw a corner of the nutrient medium in her peripheral vision. The luxury of the shelter was too shocking for Chen K's apocalyptic gaze. As for Sumo's handsome face, it looked even more mysterious against the backdrop of this mountain of supplies. I want to ask someone to help me. Design the structure of the underground shelter. It would be better if you could provide me with the diagram. Hearing Sumo's words, Chen Kei nodded hurriedly. The person working in our shelter is Dr. Shen, a former famous Chinese designer, and my uncle. Can I ask him to design it for you? Sure. I'm sure you all know how the underground shelter is set up. Hearing that it was Dr. Shen, Sumo was slightly surprised, but she nodded calmly and began to explain her needs. Meanwhile, Chen Kei simply called her uncle, Shen Yitian, so that Sumo and he could meet in person. After a while, they agreed on the details. Okay, we understand your needs. I will give you the drawings no later than the day after tomorrow. Don't worry, I will follow the rules of wartime and strictly adhere to the confidentiality agreement. Chen Yitian answered directly. After discussing his needs, he picked up the straw umbrella on the table and left. A simple and unpretentious man. Sumo had heard of this doctor before. He had designed many Chinese megastructures, including an 840-meter tower. Designing a shelter would certainly be easy. After Shen Yitian left, Chen Kei returned to the center of the screen. Dr. Shen did not name a price. I wonder how many materials would be needed to make such a drawing. Seeing Shen Kei's confusion, Sumo got straight to the point. As for the price, he was sure that Shen Kei would never ask for an exorbitant price. From the very beginning, when he did not ask him too many questions, Sumo understood that the Chinese refuge was completely sincere. However, the next moment, Shen Kei's words made Sumo extremely anxious. Master Sumo, this drawing does not require any materials. Let's consider this our first deal. As a sign of the sincerity of China Shelter, we hope that Mr. Su can help the Chinese people in trouble in any way he can. Even if we end up in a wasteland world, we must support each other and keep moving forward. Of course, Mr. Su, you have every right to defend yourself against criminals tonight, and we also support your approach. Seeing Chen Kei's determined gaze and her clear, precise military demeanor, Sumo nodded, silently agreeing to her terms. What follows are seemingly unrelated pieces of text and should probably be omitted. The following appears to be unrelated pieces of text and should probably be omitted. The following appears to be unrelated pieces of text and should probably be omitted. The following appears to be unrelated pieces of text and should probably be omitted. The following seems to be unrelated text fragments and should probably be omitted. Chen Kei, who had been serious until now, suddenly lost her composure, and a bright smile blossomed on her beautiful face. Su Shen, the deal with the shelter has been concluded. Can I make a confidential deal with you? A grin lit up her charming face. No one would refuse her request. I'll find out about it later, Sumo replied, with a slight smile, his expression indescribably calm and carefree. I'd like to exchange you for a liter of psionic water. The items of exchange are wires and a mechanical controller for writing control programs. Yes, we can also add intelligence. Hearing Chen Kei's words, Sumo turned around and realized that the video call had revealed the generator behind him. Sumo shook his head with a smile. No wonder Chen Kei proposed a deal. He must have known his own development needs. Not, don't worry, I'll tell Uncle, and when he draws the blueprint, he'll also help you design the circuit and everything else. Seeing Sumo's expression, Chen Kei immediately continued nervously, afraid that Sumo would say no at the next moment. 1 liter of psionic water could be extremely valuable in the eyes of others, but they will never know that the shelter can produce 7 liters of this precious substance per day. The asymmetry created by information is simply taking advantage of the deal. Sumo smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I'll change it. It's not a problem. As for the intelligence, what do you know about the ruins?" Thinking about this, Sumo learned about Liangfang City with great interest. Its ruins are different from all the known ones. There are many good things in them. Once you collect the weapons and walk through the room, you can get unimaginable rewards. Seeing Sumo's agreement, Chen Kei pushed back the hair that fell on her face, thought for a moment, and calmly said, We also organized a team to investigate this relic, and now we know a lot of information, but it has no value. Sooner or later, everyone will find out about it. According to the information we have found so far, there are 3 types of ruins. The first type is the foggy ruins that everyone has been talking about in the chat. In such ruins, players find themselves in strange places. But according to the information we have collected, these ruins are mainly associated with the penetration into the prehistoric civilization of our Earth. Due to lack of research, I can't say for sure what kind of super ancient civilization it is. The second type of ruins is the treasure in the novel. You know, we humans on Earth may not be the first species banished here to survive. Other species have come here before, so some people couldn't survive the disaster, their shelters remained, and they will turn into ruins. Thirdly, we suspect that another civilization is merging with the wasteland we are in now. What kind of civilization this is, and what its purpose is, remains unknown. The evidence is insufficient, and the information we have collected is insufficient. We can only wait for the technology to recover and then gradually explore. Chen K spoke carefully, describing in detail the 3 types of ruins discovered so far. Sumo silently copied all the information using the deceased's private message method, then nodded, indicating that the deal is done. Great, I'll give you the wires and controller later. Chen K jumped to her feet, delighted. They said goodbye and ended the video call. A moment later, a transaction request came from Chen K. After confirming that everything was correct, Sumo loaded 1,100 milliliters of psionic water. He left a message. Thank you for your intelligence and observation. This 100 milliliters is my personal gift to you. Live. For everyone! A flash of light signaled the transaction. In the humble closet of the huge Chinese shelter, Chen K raised her hands and, grinning, threw all the wires into the exchange items. Hehehehe, now you can still think of me as a girl limited to office work. With a silly smile, Chen Ki confirmed the deal and received the psionic water. But when she saw the exact amount of goods sold and Sumo's message, she was suddenly overcome by an inexplicable wave of bitterness. Tears of affection gushed from her eyes, drying her face, which had already turned yellow and black from lack of water. Realizing that she was crying, the girl didn't immediately wipe away her tears. Instead, she greedily licked them away with her dry, cracked lips. Then, the clever girl stopped crying, grabbed her umbrella, and ran out of the house shouting, "Don't worry if you catch a cold tonight. We've exchanged it for psionic water. Anyone can have it before bed." Wow! Psionic water. For minor illnesses, even medicine is not as effective as the legendary psionic water. In the camp, the people who were still working hard until late at night looked up, full of gratitude and relief. They did not scream. They weren't jubilant. Because from the first day they got to the shelter, they were taught the rules. Save energy, don't scream, don't cry. We have little food and water, but we have to return to Earth alive. Oh, it seems I really am a little autistic. There is no one to talk to me, only a stupid dog. People are truly social creatures. Looking at the pile of electric wires on the floor, Sumo, wanting only to be an ordinary fish, lay down on his bed again. Oreo, the stupid dog, also ran up, jumped onto the bed in one leap, and immediately jumped back down. A defiant expression appeared on his black and white face. "You little shit! I called you an idiot and you're not happy about it? Watch out!" Jumping off the bed, the man and the dog began chasing each other around the shelter. The booming laughter that came from Sumo's laughter echoed throughout the shelter. After a while, seeing Oreo still running forward with all his might, Sumo, out of breath, could not help but sit down on the bench. Oreo, who was still amused from afar, chuckled when he saw that Sumo had stopped chasing him. "Don't worry. For you, for me, for my parents, and for my sister, I will survive," Sumo said, looking at him intently. But a rare tenderness flashed in his eyes as he looked at Oreo. After a short pause, he spread the captured map on the table. Sumo carefully determined the location of the ruins. Judging from Chen Kei's words, it seemed to be the place marked on map, must be the same place where Huang Biao and his group found the ruins. The starting point of Huang Biao and his group must have been about 20 kilometers from the ruins. If this 3-row ridge is my base, then the ruins must be to the west of me. 3.5 kilometers. The markings on the map were done in the most primitive pictographic way. Thanks to them, they found paper to write on, and the notes were relatively clear. Otherwise, ordinary people would hardly be able to understand such an abstract map. The X above it must be the base that was attacked. He, what cruel beasts! After counting, Sumo was shocked to find that the 5 of them had been robbing everything they came across. The red crosses on the map lined up in a straight line, and there were 16 of them. Perhaps they didn't know that destroying a safe house after someone died will lead to the emergence of a safe house core. But even if they knew, it would be useless. Only the safe place where it was installed could absorb these cores. Once I was fully equipped, perhaps I could head west and see if there were any cores left. The day and night of acid rain had given Sumo plenty of time to think. As an ordinary person without academic achievements, in this apocalypse, everything depends on persistence. He not only needs to actively gather information, but also take the initiative to become stronger. Looking at the treasure diagram on the map, Sumo raised the corner of his mouth, stood up and looked to the west. In 2 days, I will know who you are. Today is my 6th day in the wasteland. January 6th on the calendar. Apocalypse. Current Vault members. Sumo, Oreo. The disaster isn't over yet, so I can lie in bed and sleep a little longer, right? Finally, I don't have to rush to catch the 7 o'clock bus. Oreo is sleeping. Looking at his drool, I wonder what delicious food he's dreaming about again. What a stupid dog. There are more supplies in the shelter, and the power will be back soon. I can definitely hold out. Somo, come on. After opening a private message and writing down his 6th day of an empty diary, Sumo closed the game panel. Even after defeating 5 people in a row last night, he still slept until almost 8 o'clock. Lying in his soft, warm bed, listening to the soothing sound of the light rain outside, Sumo silently waited for the disaster to end. Outside the shelter, the terrible acid rain that continued. 36 hours was coming to an end. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the system signaled in time about the need for regulation. January 6th, Doomsday Calendar. An unknown catastrophe occurred, and you felt completely safe in your shelter. Survival points +5. You improved. A set of simple disaster-resistant equipment. Survival points +2. While on patrol, you discovered a group of bad guys with evil intentions, and your observation skills were honed. Survival points +5. You discovered a second entrance and exit to the shelter. Survival points +20. You killed 5 bandits. Protecting your safety and ownership of the hideout. Survival points +35. You appeared in front of over 1 billion people for the first time and made them remember the name Soma. Survival points +200. You captured a lot of supplies that enriched your hideout. Survival points +10. You remained human because you know you are not a mad beast. You have loved ones, those you want to protect, and you want to survive and return to Earth. Survival points +25. Scanning the host's habitat. Evaluating survival points. 53 survival points received today. Final calculation. Survival points +365. Survival points 433. Wow, that's a lot. I'm rich instantly. Seeing the points calculated, Sumo sat down, his heart pounding. Every day he squeezed out several hundred points like toothpaste, and suddenly 400 points suddenly fell on him, making Sumo feel like he was in a dream. Live broadcast in front of 1 billion people, and just the memory of my name gives me 200 points. The system encourages me to show off. Seeing the biggest source of income, Sumo was speechless. Good? Great. Compared to the extremely dangerous death matches with humans, a single live broadcast can bring in such a huge profit. It's a godsend. Wow, now, when I have survival points, I will upgrade the generator today. He got dressed and stood up. He poured today's portion of psionic water into the reservoir, filled a wooden cup with water, and began to rinse his mouth. Gululu. He spat the water he had been rinsing his mouth with onto the edge of the nutrient medium, scooped up 1.5 liters of psionic water, and watered the garden bed. Today's maintenance work was completed. With a reverent attitude, Sumo quickly went inside the generator, looked at the damaged fuel tank underneath, and concentrated. Diesel generator damaged efficiency. 300 kilowatts full load, 300 degrees per hour. Fuel consumption, 230 grams. Per kilowatt hour, full load 82 liters per hour. Improvement, repair 130. Capacity expansion 50. Conversion efficiency improvement 300. Material change 420. Energy delivery method change. Biomass 4,450. I choose repair. Love is the green light. As soon as the words fell from the body, a green light spread out, containing Sumo's deep love for the generator. Stroking the engine cover, Sumo's eyes filled with love. What man wouldn't love such a wild machine? Gradually, the generator's fuel tank, initially gaping, began to deform slightly under the caress of the green light. Near the tank, as if from thin air, small silver-white dots appeared, which, following the green light, approached. Damaged area. The fist-sized gap quickly closed, and within 3 to 5 seconds, the green light went out. The generator tank was repaired and looked like new. Diesel generator standard efficiency. 300 kilowatts, 300 kilowatt hours at full load fuel consumption, 230 grams per. kWh 82 liters per hour at full load. Sumo leaned over the generator carefully, memorizing every little tip and easy way to open it. The generator's fuel consumption at full load was alarming. The diesel fuel supply was exhausted in less than 3 hours. At first, Sumo was worried that would not be able to control the output power once switched on. Once he had mastered its operation, he discovered that diesel generators were equipped not only with a clutch, but also, even more surprisingly, with a throttle. A full-fledged control system was built into the generator's program, allowing it to be easily control the power output by simply setting the power level. After a little practice, Soma opened the fuel tank and began pouring in diesel. Boom, boom. When the control panel above the tank lit up, signaling a steady flow of power, Soma quickly turned off the car and excitedly exclaimed, "Now, if there is a weapon or device that requires electricity, we can upgrade it." It wasn't just about electric spears, but also electric crossbows. Having received the plans and planned the interior of the shelter, he only needed a battery for the wiring in each room. Once he found the light bulbs, the torches could be put away at night. Leaning back of the chair, Soma was still lost in his thoughts. For modern people, electricity has long become an integral part of life. Even without electrical appliances, with a generator, his goal for the future was clear. Find electricity. Build a super shelter that runs primarily on electricity. Overwhelmed with emotion, Sumo suppressed his excitement and took out a cookie. He crushed a piece of Oreo cookie and soaked it in the water. When the aroma of the cookie crumbs mixed with the original taste of the psionic water, Oreo, who was still squealing at the door, immediately caught his attention and fell to the ground, desperately licking the bowl of food. Seeing how Oreo was happily eating, Sumo also felt a good appetite. He took out the cookies, poured a glass of psionic water, and finished his breakfast. While it continued to rain outside, Sumo decided to start his daily training and teach Oreo how to coordinate the training. Little by little. Closer to midnight, the dark clouds in the sky began to disperse quickly. Between the sky and, a ray of golden sun appeared from the ground, illuminating every dark corner. When the time was up, the system panel suddenly began broadcasting a message across the entire map. Recordings: the first disaster has ended. The total number of deaths so far is 145,547,893. Entries: the rookie disaster has ended. The panel announcements will be officially deactivated. Keep an eye on the panel feature prompts for future updates. Entries. The rookie period has ended. The first version update is enabled by default. Notes. Update completed. Notes. The first disaster points have been registered and distributed based on the shelter's disaster resistance rating and disaster resistance characteristics. Notes. Trade system updated. Each. The transaction requires a fee in disaster resistance points based on the weight and characteristics of the item. Notes. Secret Realm trading. Opened. The day before each disaster, secret realms are automatically opened. Members of the same channel can enter the secret realm and bring resources for exchange. Trading in the secret realms is strictly safe and prohibited. Notes. Inventory function mode has been updated. The first payment of 100 disaster resistance points will buy 1 cubic meter of storage space. Premises. The required points will double with each subsequent payment. Entries. Updated personal messages. The first time you add a friend, 1 point is required from both parties. After successfully adding, you will be able to freely communicate in the chat. Entries. Updated the crafting system, removed the following items: torches, wooden doors, wooden boxes, and grass cloaks. The required amount of disaster points to craft items will now vary depending on the difficulty of the craft. Notes. When a loss level exceeds the predicted limit, the disaster warning period will be automatically adjusted to 15 days. Notes. When. If casualty levels exceed the predicted limit, deployment of the 5117 crowd will begin. Deployment must be completed before the second disaster ends. Notes. Regional channels will be reorganized. After each disaster, channels with fewer than 1,000 players will be automatically merged. After 3 consecutive notifications, the game panel will officially open. Wow! In an instant, all survivors rush to the chat, instantly filling all world and regional channels. No way! I understand if you put restrictions on all items, but why cut this production function? Now even making a wooden spear costs 1 disaster point, and I only get 13 points? The end of humanity has already come. This damn game has no good intentions. It tries to make us die in many ways. Down with the rules of the game, this world should let people be the masters, hooray. Trading now requires points. 4 kilograms of things will cost 3 points for processing. Why? Why don't you go and rob them? Generous reward, my mother was dropped off at location XX. Are there any brothers nearby? Help take care of her. He has no glasses and we can't write private messages. It's over. No storage space. My meat will rot in a few days. Looking for kind-hearted people to warm up with. I'm probably in 20 nearby. If you're interested, just send me a private message. Sitting in the shelter, already littered with things blown up from the inventory, Sumo read one after another announcements about the shelter's upgrade with a sullen face. 69. Shucks.am Google search. Read. This change certainly brings the survival game world much closer to reality. The crafting system has been abolished, and torches that could burn for 12 hours from a single piece of wood or 2 strands of plant fiber are gone. Other crafting options, such as, providing materials to craft bug items, have disappeared, leaving only a few essential tools and weapons that require points to craft. Trading requires points. Inventory requires points. Crafting requires points. Private messaging requires points. Everything requires points. Everything. Update announcements constantly mention disaster points. Everyone thought that the days of the heroes stumbling over even a penny were over, but no one expected that their return would be so ridiculous. Opening the system interface, Sumo saw his points brightly reflected in the lower right corner. 632. Fortunately, I was the first to upgrade the shelter and get a rating. First place is worth a whopping 400 points. What a find! Sumoti looked at all the items he had spent and was relieved. Having made the first move before anyone else, and having personally enjoyed all the disaster points, he seemed incredibly rich to others. Until further changes were made, Sumo could still use the crafting and trading systems. As for the rest of us, the end of the newbie period has forced many of those still holed up in the shelter to face the harsh reality. It's time to leave the shelter and explore the wild. The most disruptive aspect of all the changes to Sumo has been significant reduction in storage space. Previously, there was no cube of space in the storage. Regardless of the size of the item, it was considered one unit. For example, all of his stone and iron resources could now be stored in one inventory, which was quite convenient. Now, after the changes, he at least couldn't store items as arbitrarily as before, throwing away dozens of units at once. Clicking on the space icon in the inventory, Somo thought, pay 100 distress points to open the storage space. Silently, like buying an inventory expansion scroll in a side-scrolling game, Somo seemed to pierce the space and found himself in a small space the size of 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high. Entry: your distress points are -100. Your current storage capacity is 1 cubic meter. Once the vault is unlocked, the specific instructions remain the same. Simply focus on the item for a second to absorb it. After a second, the absorbed item will reappear in Somo's hand or within 50 centimeters of the intended location. Switching to the trading channel and, after experimenting, Somo gave up on the idea of continuing his water business. The current trading system is calculated by weight. The first 3 kilograms of items are worth 2 points, and each subsequent kilogram is worth 1 point. This means that the idea of relying on the trading system to accumulate resources on a large scale has become a pipe dream. The main goal of the game panel is to encourage each regional channel to share resources. Resources can be exchanged and then transferred to the secret trade sphere. Of course, this is not a simple survival game. Luckily, my sister is 16 and my parents are 54, so we don't have to worry about this disaster happening yet. Otherwise, given our current research progress, we would have to risk our lives. After watching the chats on the global and regional channels for a while, Sumo once again felt a sense of urgency. When he went to the upper right corner of the game panel, where the disaster was displayed, the number 15 and a snowflake icon. When Sumo focused on the number of days, a hint appeared. Countdown to next disaster. 15 days. Disaster, snowstorm, -20 degrees Celsius, will last 72 hours. Damn, -20 degrees Celsius. Is this game crazy? The black and white text on the panel clearly hasn't changed one iota, despite Sumo's anger. Immediately after the acid rain, a blizzard will suddenly start. How would ordinary people survive? Sumo suppressed his anger, his face turning red. If the first acid rain disaster was a disaster that underground shelters could not survive, then this blizzard was a real test for above-ground shelters. Once the temperature dropped and the weather became freezing, exploring the area, getting food, and most importantly, heating became serious problems for the ground shelter. 72 hours. Somo's teeth were chattering. The area of the current underground shelter was a full 140 square meters, and the corresponding temperature was undoubtedly significantly lower than in other underground shelters. Thinking about the possibility of finding suitable heating within 2 weeks, Somo anxiously closed the game panel and began to think about how to prepare for the disaster that was supposed to happen in 15 days. Disasters in survival games happen all too often. If disasters occurred once a month, Somo would have been confident that, relying on his survival points, he would have returned fully to the electric age in less than a year. However, the second disaster, only 15 days away, completely disrupted his plans. I'll go pick up trash tomorrow. No, I'll go today. I need to find heating ASAP. Faced with the impending disaster, Somo gave up on the idea of waiting for the rain to stop before setting out again. Spending another 200 points to upgrade the storage to 2 cubic meters, Somo began clearing out the piled-up items. First, he carried all the stones and iron to the farthest corner of the shelter. Then he nailed 8 boards together from the boards, creating an ugly cupboard, and placed all the food supplies in there. Only a few scattered objects remained on the ground. Hey, isn't this the finished core of the shelter? Somo touched his forehead, picking up a glowing turtle shell from the ground. He had been so busy with his daily chores that he hadn't had time to melt the core the night before, and his attention had been drawn to the generator. Now, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. The shelter was already big enough, and the supplies simply couldn't fill it. If it expanded even more, the temperature inside would inevitably drop even lower. He would have been speechless, unable to express his suffering. He carefully put the tortoise shell away in the closet and, having hidden all the scattered things in a corner, began to prepare what he would take with him for today's exploration of the ruins. In view of the impending catastrophe, exploration of the outside world was absolutely necessary. Somo still knew absolutely nothing, not only about the unknown underground ruins, but also about the surrounding landscape. Take a bottle of mineral water, another bottle of psychic water, all 50 crossbow bolts, a jujube spear, and a mace. Take some supplies so we can use them in case of an emergency. Somo packed everything. Exploration is no joke. Be properly equipped, necessary, as a sign of respect for the apocalypse. Having collected everything, Somo opened the door of the shelter. It was midday. The blazing sun, like a god, descended into the sky, releasing its majestic power. However, time was short. The rain had not yet stopped, leaving potholes and puddles everywhere. I wonder if anyone will survive. Mutants in these conditions? Sumo's expression changed. He began to think of the black dog he met in the ruins of Liangfang City. If the mutants in the wasteland really became like this, it would probably be no less serious a disaster than the extreme cold that was coming to humans. Disaster. Either the mutants, like the humans, would die from the rain, or, as Sumo hoped, the former. After inspecting the surroundings and making sure there were no abnormalities, Sumo returned to the shelter, took out some plant fibers, and began to weave a cloak for Oreo. There was a lot of water on the ground, and any contact with skin would be fatal. He had to rely on Oreo's intelligence and early warning capabilities to go on a reconnaissance mission. Time passed quickly. After we put it in the closet and spent 10 survival points to make it, a brand new coat for the dog was ready. Oreo, who had been locked in the shelter for 2 days without being able to get out, jumped for joy when he saw his new clothes. After putting on his cloak, he rushed out of the shelter and began to sniff around frantically. Seeing this, Sumo also closed the shelter door, double-checked that he had everything, then returned to the second passage and went upstairs. The current design of the shelter door was still incredibly stupid. It could be open and close only from the inside, not from the outside. Luckily, there was a second passage. Otherwise, if his house had been robbed while he was away, he would have been doomed. After climbing out of the second passage and opening the mud-covered stone door, Sumo found himself behind a hill. Under the scorching sun, Acid Lake flickered with light. After a brief inspection and confirmation of the absence of anomalies at the site of yesterday's burial, Somo closed the small door, covered it with earth, and headed back to the main entrance. The distance between the underground ruins and the shelter was 3.5 kilometers as the crow flies. If you count the detours, you could get there in half an hour. Take a look around while it's still light. We need to get back before sunset, Somo said, walking forward. Although the ground was rutted, the terrain was familiar and walking was easy. Oreo, who was standing next to him, kept a distance of 200 meters from Somo, patrolling and tracking mutants. Woof, woof, woof. After walking more than 700 meters, the previously calm Oreo suddenly let out a bark that made Somo's heart clench. Are there monsters here? Woof. After receiving Oreo's affirmative answer, Somo did not hesitate and immediately activated the scan of the monster encyclopedia for today. Detected 6 sand unicorn wolves 331 meters away from the player. Danger factor 48. Please proceed with caution. Today's scan count, 2/3. Somo was stunned. 1-horned sandwolf or 6? Somo quickly looked through the monster manual, instantly understanding the characteristics of this animal. Previously, this type of sandwolf was the most popular mutant animal food on the market. Being a pack animal, it was not very effective in combat. An ordinary adult male with a weapon could easily defeat 2 sandwolves. Moreover, the reward for hunting sandwolves was extremely high. Not only meat, but also sandwolf skins, sandwolf blood, and the opportunity to loot treasure chests. Licking his lips, Somo suppressed his thoughts and, suddenly enlightened, pulled the crossbow from his backpack. The tireless Oreo immediately showed professionalism when confronted with the enemy. He crouched, sniffing and listening, while the man and dog moved slowly. Soon, Somo, pacing, noticed the one-horned, a sand wolf hiding from the natural disaster under a large rock 100 meters away. So these animals also have a natural tendency to seek benefits and avoid danger. Thanks to his excellent eyesight, Somo noticed 4 sand wolves resting on the ground. The remaining 2 looked around warily. Noticing Somo in the distance, the sand wolves froze for a moment before screaming in panic. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt pierced the throat, killing the snarling sand wolf. Quickly drawing back the bowstring, Somo carefully looked at the remaining 5 sand wolves. Now, after the attack, the sand wolves stood up and growled at Somo. They were trying their best to appear intimidating, using their many companions as a bluff. Unfortunately, the sand wolves clearly knew about the power of acid rain, and the swampy ground gave them no opportunity. Attack, leaving them helpless and furious. What a chance! He cocked his crossbow, took aim, and fired another arrow, taking the life of another sandwolf. The remaining 4 sandwolves immediately screamed in panic. One of them even prepared to run, but when his paw touched the still damp ground, he felt as if he had touched fire and quickly retracted his hooves. Watching the sandwolves' actions, Sumo raised his eyebrows. The first time I used the crossbow, I had full visibility, but the second time, I just immobilized the enemy. What luck! He didn't know whether to praise the sandwolves for their intelligence or their stupidity. They had no idea how this distant figure could fire arrow after arrow. Oreo's threat from the side made the sandwolves remain a target. Die. With just 6 crossbow bolts, Sumo easily destroyed an entire den of sandwolves. From afar, 6 sandwolves exploded in 2 treasure chests, 1 wooden and 1 iron. Even if they were able to penetrate the underground ruins, they had already obtained something. Coming closer, they first pulled out all the crossbow bolts from the sandwolves and then loaded all the sandwolves into the storage room. Oreo, shaking his head, walked to Sumo's feet, bragging about his achievements. Sumo patted Oreo on the head and laughed heartily. "Take care of this meat when you get home. It's all yours. Don't worry, I won't steal it. Woof, woof, woof." Oreo was instantly overwhelmed with delight, rubbing his head against Sumo's palm. Record: you opened a wooden treasure chest. Record: you got a Fanta soda. 1. Record: you got Master Kong's old-fashioned pickled cabbage noodles 1. When the light in the wooden chest went out, leaving a bottle of soda and a bucket of instant noodles in its place. Shh! Seeing the instant noodles on the ground, Sumo felt a rush of acidity in his mouth, and his taste buds blossomed as if they had absorbed the rich juice of the instant noodles. Preparations. He reluctantly placed both items in his storage. Looking at the iron treasure chest, Sumo looked even more impatiently. Record: you opened the iron treasure chest. Record: you received the workbench blueprint. 1. Record: you received the simple tool, pliers. 1. Record: you received the glass one. A series of resource acquisition notifications appeared. A blue blueprint, 4 arm-length pliers, and a glass cup appeared on the ground. The workbench blueprint isn't very useful right now, but I'll study it first. Picking up the blueprint and crumpling it up for study, Sumo grabbed both items and threw them into the pantry. What a pity. I should have made a ranged weapon earlier. But today, I was just lucky. Otherwise, these 6 sandwolves would be a real headache with their fast movements. Sumo sighed, straightened up, and set off again. The entire battle between the man, the dog, and the 6 wolves, including the prey, only took about 10 minutes. Having chosen the right time, place, and people, Sumo confidently looked at the road ahead. Resuming his journey, Sumo compared his map with the rest of the route. This time, after walking 2 kilometers, he still could not find any traces of mutants. Perhaps Huang Biao and his men had killed all the mutants along the way. This pack of sand dogs was just unlucky. They probably came here to hide from the rain, and I caught them alive. Sumo, who had been tense all the way, suddenly sighed with relief. From afar, he could already see the landmarks of the area marked on the map. Stopping, Somo began to look around. Following the path he had come from, lying on the ground, Somo felt a distinct sensation of undulation. If I'm not mistaken, I'm in a basin. 3 kilometers away, looking back along the path he'd come from, the distance became blurry, the horizon partially obscuring the landscape. Looking west, he could clearly feel the terrain rising upward. After a thorough inspection of Somo, discovered ruins. Are there prehistoric ruins here? The area looked like a shelter. There was a small hill where the underground ruins were. Around this hill, due to the terrain, there were no proper drainage systems, which led to the accumulation of large amounts of water. Of course, even without a map and ruins, choosing this place as the foundation for a shelter, and even with pipes to drain the accumulated water, would have been an ideal place. For a new one. Woof, woof, woof. Oreo retreated some distance, asking his master's opinion. Because of the pouring rain, the water near the ruins was deep, and Oreo had a hard time wading through it even with his raincoat. Seeing Oreo's frightened expression, Somo said without hesitation, "We must carefully inspect this hideout. This is the only known treasure location nearby. You wait here, and I'll wait for the next one." Woof! Oreo wagged his tail, unwilling to part with his master. Leaning down and stroking Oreo's head, Sumo reassured him, "Don't worry. Watch your master outside. There's a terrible acid rain inside. If you get caught, your fur will be ruined." Oreo, still eager to try, was startled by Sumo. His eyes showed a mixture of fear, resentment, and reluctance. He could only squat down, wagging his obedient tail. Sumo took a deep breath, pulled out the cloak from the storage compartment, and began to put it on. The liquid-type cloak did not hinder his movements at all. After checking for leaks, Sumo began to move forward, wading through the water step by step. He was now about 200 meters from the hill. The water level was already above his ankles. To be careful, Soma decided to make a detour around the back of the hill and look around from a direction less prone to waterlogging. The soil of the plain was already fragile, and the rain had turned it into thick mud. Every step Soma took was extremely difficult. Sometimes half of his foot would sink in, and it took considerable effort to pull it out. Wading through the water, he walked about 150 meters in 20 minutes. As the terrain rose, the soil became more compact and the water gradually receded. However, the scattered footprints on the ground made Soma's heart clench. They looked surprisingly fresh, and even after the torrential rain, their outlines were still clearly visible, distinguishable. Some had forked toes, while others were entirely feline. Sometimes a few strands of fur were visible in the cracks of the mud. Crouching on the ground, Somo carefully pulled the fur out of the crack and examined it closely. It looked like cat fur. Such flexibility is definitely not typical of a normal animal. Somo anxiously opened the game panel and pressed the Monster Directory button for the second time today. Not a single mutant beast was found within a kilometer of the player. Today's 1/3 strange. It makes sense that cats should be very territorial. They come here, so it's hard to tell that this isn't their territory. Cats use claw marks and urine to mark the boundaries of their territory, and also to signal other animals when they pass by to avoid unexpected encounters and conflicts. Somo looked around and shook his head, finding no marks nearby. Was it blood? Touching the hillside, Somo was surprised to find a pool of blood-red liquid soaking into the ground. He lowered his head and sniffed the earth. Besides the smell of rain soil, he smelled a faint scent of blood. There was a lot of fur lying near the bloodstains. There was also a bombing site. What was that? Damn! Was it bombed by a grenade? The higher he climbed, the more animal tracks he saw. Going around the hill to the left, Sumo was surprised to find a charred track on the ground. The grass next to it was still lush and green, but in the center of the track there was no grass or plants. This shelling was judging from the diameter of the explosion center, it was only about 50 centimeters. Moreover, the ground itself was not blown up, which was completely illogical for a targeted explosion or a hand grenade. Sumo felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly walked back to the center of the hill, along the highest point, and, almost reaching it, he saw several more traces of the bombing. And at the very beginning, a pitch-black hole had formed. Has anyone already reached there? Sumo took out a flashlight from the storage room and, shining it there, looked into the cave. From the cave to the ground, it was about 4 meters high, about the same height as the shelter. The architecture here seemed familiar to Sumo. Why did it seem so familiar? Are you sure this isn't a human shelter? If this were a role-playing game, countless questions would have flashed through Sumo's mind. Should he go down and explore? A bold idea popped into Sumo's mind, and it was developing quickly and furiously. Everything here was too strange. The inexplicable cat, wool, occasional pinpoint bombings, and a structure resembling a human shelter all shrouded these underground ruins in mystery. After opening the vault and searching it, Sumo decided to resort to the most primitive method: weaving hemp rope. Jumping down from a height of over 4 meters was easy, but climbing up was difficult. Sumo took out 2 pieces of plant fiber and sat down in the hole, painstakingly weaving a hemp rope. He repeatedly twisted several strands of tough plant fiber, weaving them on top, down. In less than 20 minutes, Sumo had woven a rope about 3 meters long. Then he took out 2 blocks of iron blocks, placed them on the ground, and tied a piece of hemp rope to them. The simple mechanism for lifting and lowering was completed. At that moment, Sumo was extremely grateful that he had joined the student DIY club. Otherwise, this simple task would have been quite difficult for an ordinary person. After clearing everything, Sumo tried to scatter small stones. After confirming that there were no traps, he began his first descent into the ruins. He had seen many stories of tomb robbery in novels, but in reality, it was quite difficult. Clumsily biting the flashlight, Sumo grabbed the rope and began to descend. The rough texture of the plant fiber greatly increased the friction, and every time he slid down, Sumo had to exert considerable effort to maintain his grip. When there was only a meter left, he released the strength in his arms and naturally landed on the ground. Sumo held his breath for a long time, straining himself, and as soon as he relaxed, he immediately began to gasp for air. But when he raised his head and looked ahead with the help of a flashlight, he couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. Human times, skeleton square root. Although he had just dealt with 5 gangsters last night, at this moment, looking at the skull that fell to the ground and looked at him obliquely, a gust of cold air hit him from behind. The skull on the ground did not make a puffing sound or belch ghostly fire from its eyes like in the novels, nor did it scream brazenly. Instead, it rose from the ground and roared, "You dare dismount and fight me, Do." Sheng, he just lay there, staring at you with empty eyes. Ask yourself, even after time travel, everyone knows that this world is very different from what they knew before. But seeing with your own eyes a skeleton scattered across the ground, it's still hard not to feel a wave of fear. After all, humans have a natural fear of ghosts. Sumo looked at the scene in front of him, his heart pounding. He stepped carefully, trying not to be seen by the skull. Bam! Sumo carefully stepped to the left, but suddenly stepped on something on the ground, making a crunch. He looked down and felt a tingling sensation in his head. Sorry, brother. Didn't mean to bother you. Sorry to bother you. Beneath Soma's feet, a white bone arm snapped in 2, leaving a crack in the middle. In the light of the lamp, Soma looked around. It wasn't just the hand. The ground was littered with bone fragments. I don't know who it was. What a tragedy. Looking at the skeleton lying on the ground, only the head remaining, Soma smiled wryly and stepped back to the right of the broken bones. The floor of the ruins seemed to be concrete, and scattered cat hairs were visible on the ground. After thinking for a moment, Soma pulled out the last one from his inventory, unused torch, and lit it. The darkness of the ruins, illuminated by the torch, was truly terrifying. It was like a scene from the movie Tomb Raider. With the background music, it could have been a horror movie. As the ruins burst into flames, Soma finally had time to take in his surroundings. The house in these ruins was small. Standing at the door, Sumo could vaguely see what was inside. Concentrating, Sumo regretfully discovered that for some unknown reason, the identification function on the game panel and the survival system were blocked. This was more likely to be an underground shelter than a ruin. Write down my shelter as Vault 1, and the underground ruins here would temporarily be called Vault 2. Opening a normal private message to the dead and finding the dead friends he had added earlier, Sumo began to write down what he saw and heard. Memory can deceive, but words cannot. Having written down what he saw and heard, he might be able to find loopholes by returning to the shelter for a thorough analysis. As he approached the door, he saw the first research entry in the chat. On January 6th of the Doomsday calendar, I entered Vault 2 for the first time. Based on a simple touch and sound, the door to Vault 2 was preliminarily identified as being made of iron or steel of unknown material. It feels like cast doors from the era of civilization. Its strength needs to be checked. No signs of water leakage have been detected. The walls are made of unknown materials. Based on observations, it is currently assumed that these are reinforced concrete products or unknown architectural stones. They are extremely durable. An inspection of the opening at the top shows that the wall is about 25 centimeters thick. There are mysterious patterns on the floor. The patterns vary in number and shape. No symmetrical figures with a referential value are formed, and no information transfer is detected. There is currently no specific reference value key point, requires study. Dozens of unknown cat hairs have been collected, and the humanoid skeleton is currently unable to determine whether it belongs to a human due to the upcoming investigation. Scattered around. Tables and broken dishes are scattered on the ground. There are no paper records, and the attributes cannot be viewed on the game panel. The cause is unknown. Combined with the previous signs, it is very likely that an unknown entity was isolated. Explosion. Hare first explored this place, and most of the valuables were taken away or destroyed. In the very depths of the shelter, there is an abandoned deep well, similar to psionic. When I first smelled it, it gave off a strange aroma. A little intoxicating. After I sniffed it, my spirits lifted. After sniffing it again, I decided it smelled like blueberry jam. After sniffing it again, I decided it smelled like fragrant spring heather. Suma, Suma, how can you be so greedy for pleasure? Have you forgotten why you came here? Smell it again and judge. Strike out the entire paragraph. Tried to manually raise and lower an abandoned well, but found that the method was incorrect and the device was stuck. The reason is currently unknown. Focus on the investigation. In the corner of the shelter, I found a straight staircase leading down. A small amount of cat hair fell on the stairs and got stuck on the edge of the stairs collected. Go down the stairs, 14 steps, and you will find the second floor of the shelter emphasize this. And what it seems is a civilized means of transportation. Holding the flashlight, Sumo absent-mindedly wrote down, recalling the smell of the abandoned well, and was stunned. As Sumo's thoughts faded, the game board slowly disappeared from view. However, none of this caught Sumo's attention. On the second floor of the basement, Sumo immediately noticed a car parked in the middle. Wasn't that Bang Bang from PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? The car's frame, reinforced by a triangular safety cage, housed an engine slightly smaller than generator, but noticeably more sophisticated. A single motor seat and an incredibly luxurious four-position ventilated folding roof, not limited by glass, allowed the driver to fully experience the caress of nature behind the wheel. If you do not count a few bent spots on the frame from the external impact and a completely flat tire, the overall shape was clearly reminiscent of a rickshaw. Human civilization? Somo didn't know. If the place hadn't been looted, he might have been able to guess the owner's identity from the details. However, the current destruction had long since destroyed any possibility. Identify the owner even from the area around the second floor, Is that word car? Seeing a pictogram resembling the hieroglyph car on the left side of the wall, Somo instinctively looked toward the lone rickshaw puller on the second floor. Looking to the right, he saw an arrow pointing straight at the rickshaw puller in the center. The meaning was obvious. Master of the ruins, trying to convey some kind of message through this machine? Somo frowned, trying to remember what he had missed since his descent. From the city of Liangfang, in the misty ruins, to the tracks in the dungeons that seemed to have been left by his fellow tribesmen, others had played a game of brute force while he had solved the puzzles. Sumo woke up and began to piece together all the details of his discovery and infiltration into the ruins. Time passed. One hypothesis after another was rejected, and all the clues pointed to one common thread. Shaking his head, Sumo quickly walked to Bonbon's fuel tank, deciding to test his hypothesis by following instructions. Unfortunately, when he opened the tank cap and looked around, he found that the fuel had completely evaporated. The diesel fuel from the shelter could have been used in a diesel gasoline truck like the Bonbon, but due to limited storage space, he did not take it with him. Himself. I wonder if there is diesel or gasoline here. If Bonbon was safe and sound, there was no place in the world he couldn't go. Holding a torch, Sumo was about to sit down on the ground and carefully search for a barrel of diesel when suddenly a loud noise was heard outside. Woof, 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 woof. First came the distinctive Oreo bark, and then two more barks with extremely strange tones as if they were being imitated by a person. Oh no, it's Oreo's warning sound. Someone's coming. In the blink of an eye, Sumo put out the torch, grabbed the crossbow with the bowstring already drawn, and rushed to the first floor. Without the bright light of the torches and the white glow of the flashlights, shelter. Number 2 was completely dark, and only a strip of light came through a large hole in the first floor. Outside, Oreo continued to bark, but the other two dogs' barks had changed in tone. For some reason, Somo caught a hint of human emotion in the two barks. Mockery or contempt? Step by step, Somo moved through the darkness, confidently climbing the stairs. The human fear in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by a hint of animal calm. Concentrating, he saw the game panel and pressed the Atlas scan function. No mutant beasts were detected within a kilometer of the player. Today's number of times, 0/3. His last. The chance was exhausted, and he was unable to scan the creatures outside, which made Somo's spirit even more tense. Crouching at the corner of the first and second floors, Sumo placed the crossbow on the railing of the stairs and quietly aimed at the hole below. Ow, woof! Hearing Oreo's panicked and hurt voice from outside, followed by another contemptuous bark followed. Sumo bit his lip hard. Oreo, run! Let them in! Sumo roared silently in his heart, hoping that Oreo would be smarter and escape quickly. Even if there was only one enemy, Sumo would have the courage to jump into the ring and fight back. However, when facing unknown creatures, when the number of people exceeded 1, people could only count on his own wisdom, which was different from the wisdom of animals. Suddenly, Oreo's loud cry was heard, followed by 2 short screams, and then another loud one. At this, Sumo's calm face was filled with joy. 10 gram kalpants, calm. This was the first letter that Soma taught Oreo during the 2 days spent in hiding. In Morse code, it was the first letter of the alphabet. P, meaning run. It represented a strong enemy outside and meant a detour. And indeed, after Oreo uttered this note, 2 excited barks sounded outside. Soma stared at the mouth of the gaping hole. 2 feet landed on the ground, their slaps faintly reaching the mouth of the cave. Reflected off the wall, Soma heard them clearly. It's lighter than mine, and not very heavy. I suppose it is an upright animal. Ignorance of the art of recognizing a person by voice did not matter. Listening carefully and comparing his own movements, Soma calmed down. The steps were clear, one after another, completely uncharacteristic for representatives of the canine family. More human. The sound was quiet, indicating that it was not a heavyweight with irresistible strength and speed. The sounds grew louder with each passing second, until the two unidentified creatures finally reached the entrance to the cave. Woof, woof, hiss, woof, woof, dee woof, key woof, woof, puff, woof, and woof, hiss, woof, woof. The two iron blocks and the rope clearly attracted the creature's attention, and from the entrance too, a wave of disturbing, inexplicable sounds came into the cave. Unable to understand their words, Somo could only concentrate, carefully analyzing the emotional swings in the voices of the two beings. Fortunately, the tone of the second being was firm. Although the first one had some doubts, I don't know what it said, but it hid them. Somo's heart sank into his throat in fear that two monsters were lurking at the entrance of the cave, or perhaps calling other monsters to attack with a human wave of his hand. Two stupid dogs? Oh no, two people who were clearly not very intelligent. Even the bravest of them had already grabbed the ropes that Somo had prepared and were hanging down. In the bright light of the cave, a furry black leg appeared before Soma's eyes. A boot of unknown material appeared at her foot. Material. So thin, like two bamboo monsters. They can't be very strong. Grabbing the crossbow from behind, with his finger on the trigger, Soma stared at the falling figure. Another half leg fell, and a figure appeared, dressed in a long, primitive leather dress. Before Soma could get a better look, the monster suddenly collapsed, its entire body coming into view. Oh shit! The light from the cave allowed Soma to see the monster clearly. The terror within him almost made him scream. Was that a man with a dog's head? Upper body. The falling monster's body was covered in scales, the color gradually changing from dark brown on the lower half to black on the upper half. Upon closer inspection, a head became visible. A slightly abstract dog head with two small light horns, shiny eyes, and a straight rat-like tail. Combined with the sounds made by the previous monsters, Somo instantly identified these two monsters as legendary familiar. All the monsters in the game are kobolds! Woof! 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 Suppressing the urge to attack, Somo calmly watched the kobolds who had just slid down and were shouting, calling for their comrades. The kobold who had descended first dropped his spear and picked it up. He then dropped the wooden stick and placed it on the ground. Immediately after that, the second kobold began to climb down the rope. Perhaps due to its belonging to a different species, its legs were covered in blood-red stripes stretching from its ankles to its sides. The kobold behind also looked more elegantly, choosing a skirt made of animal skin, which gave him a somewhat aristocratic appearance. As soon as both men landed, the first kobold kicked the unfortunate old man's skull inward, clearing the way for the noble kobold. After that, the noble kobold dusted himself off, picked up a stick, and began. Look around. Meanwhile, Somo looked away completely, his head hanging softly, allowing the edge of the stairs to block his view. It was hard to see dark places in the light. But Somo didn't dare take the risk. This world was crazy. What kind of creatures were these kobolds? If it had been a biologist, they would have been thrilled, exclaiming that they had discovered a new intelligent animal. But without extensive testing, they would have been left scratching their heads trying to explain the behavior of this new creature. Luckily, the two kobolds didn't seem to care whether there was someone inside, and they immediately began rummaging through Vault 2. After a moment's hesitation, Somo decided to kill the kobold with the spear first. Under these conditions, the crossbow could only fire one arrow, leaving him no chance to reload. Therefore, the monster had to be killed first, which was the most dangerous. Of the two, Somo chose kobold number 1, the one who was easiest to identify and the one who appeared to be armed. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on kobold number 1, rummaging under the table. Somo's finger was on the trigger. He carefully adjusted the angle of the crossbow. Each movement was as slow and smooth as possible, so that not the slightest sound of metal rubbing against metal could be heard. The two charming kobolds remained completely motionless, continuing their silly conversation and searching, trying to find something valuable. Treasure. Whoosh. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air in the pitch-black shelter. Immediately after, a stream of blood gushed from Kobold Number One's neck. The crossbow bolt, covered in acid rain, was a near-fatal blow. Without the protection of his skin, he quickly ate through the fragile blood vessels of Kobold Number One. In the next second, the only sound in the shelter was the gurgling gurgle of blood. After carefully examining Kobold Number One and confirming his inability to fight, Somo took 2 quick steps, jumping over. 3. Climbing the stairs to the second floor. He threw his crossbow at the noble kobold, obscuring his vision. Concentrating, he summoned his elm spear and rushed forward. Ah, you beast! Watch me pierce you! Somo unleashed all his power, screaming and charging forward. The thunderous scream echoed throughout Vault 1 like thunder piercing through eardrums. The kobold on the other side was so stunned by the sound that he stumbled and nearly tripped. However, Soma's attack was still. The darkness of the shelter and the obstacles under his feet prevented him from rushing recklessly into the attack. It also gave the noble kobold a chance to catch his breath. A stream of fire began to gather in the kobold's hand, and before Soma could reach it, it had already condensed into a small fireball. Damn! What the hell is this? Even if a noble kobold suddenly pulled a grenade from his bosom and shouted, "Fire!" Soma wouldn't be as scared as he is now. Hand-rolled nuclear bombs? No. Hand-rolled grenades. Fire style? Great fireball? The magic of earthly movies, TV series, novels, anime, and countless cultural influences did not allow Soma to normally relate to the monster's magical behavior. Watching the noble kobold's staff, Soma, ignoring what is on the ground, turned over and tried to hide behind the nearest table. The fireball flew at an incredible speed. Rolling on the ground, Sumo felt a burning sensation. He didn't need to look to see a hole burned into his cloak, and the terracotta armor underneath was damaged as well. Luckily, thanks to the 2-piece armor, he was able to withstand the aftermath of the fireball without causing direct damage to his skin. The fireball hit the railing behind him, breaking them in half. Judging from the kinetic damage, although the damage from this backlash was not wide in area, its impact on a single target was no less than that of a miniature explosive device. Without hesitation, as soon as the explosion died down, Sumo immediately rushed in for the second time. The first powerful charge, the second weakened, and the third was finished. Sumo didn't know if the kobold could shoot fireballs over and over again, but he knew that if this skill had a cooldown, the kobold would be dead. Without reloading, he'll be dead too. Given that choice, why hesitate? It's up to you whether I do it or not. Jumping out, Somo caught a glimpse of the noble kobold's panicked expression in the light. He even noticed the kobold's movements as it tried to grab the first kobold's wooden spear. What? That's it? And that's it? A bending at the waist, Somo felt the veins in his arms bulge, transmitting tremendous force to the elm spear, instantly lifting the kobold. With a powerful spin, the noble kobold flew into the air in a perfect arc before Somo seemingly slammed him down onto the cold ground. He yanked the elm spear sharply twice, but it was stuck. Fearing that the noble kobold would rise up and shout, "Restore the glory of our kobold race, it is our duty." And then, self-destruct like in the novels, Sumo summoned the Huangbiao mace from his storage, took 2 steps forward, and began to attack with all his might. Strength to massage the noble kobold. Large hammer, 80. Small hammer, 40. 80. 40. He couldn't count the number of blows until all the kobold's tendons were completely relaxed. Then, breathing heavily, Sumo sat down on the ground. A flash of silver light, and a silvery white treasure chest fell from the place where the noble kobold had died. Another silver chest. It was worth it. The flash of anger was followed by a short period of exhaustion. From his forearms to his shoulders, then to his arms, Sumo felt a throbbing pain in his waist and thighs. However, compared to the exhaustion he felt when he first encountered the black dog in the ruins, After only 3 to 5 minutes, Sumo felt that the pain had begun to subside significantly. This wasteland world is becoming more and more fantastic. There are even kobold sorcerers who can throw fireballs. It's just ridiculous. Sitting on the ground and watching the railing being torn down, Sumo couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. With such power, even a thin steel plate would not be enough to withstand the impact and explosive force, let alone protective gear. Concentrating and summoning the game panel, Sumo did not have time to extract the psionic water from his storage when 3 game prompts appeared on the screen. Record. You defeated the kobold owner of the underground ruins, Dolendar Fumodorandus. Record. You became the new owner of the underground ruins. Record. You gained full ownership of the underground ruins. So this underground refuge has an owner? How is the first come, first served principle determined? Soma rubbed the back of his head, took a bottle of psionic water from the storage room and drank half of it in one gulp. As the psionic water flowed, the weakness and burning in his back finally subsided. With difficulty, Soma stood up, concentrated, and looked around again. Vault number 2. This time, unlike the previous one, a new clue appeared. Entry. You discovered that you have become the new owner of the underground ruins. Entry. You can use disaster points to determine the properties of all items. A tiny starlight emanated from the surroundings of the shelter, hovering over every large object. Every time Soma focused on an item, a hint would appear. Entry. Do you want to spend 1 point to identify this item? No evaluation. Sumo shook his head and quickly closed the game panel and cancelled the evaluation. Each evaluation requires a point. This evil businessman doesn't play like that. Besides, he still has the survival system evaluation that he can use for free. Focusing his attention again, Sumo summoned the survival system in his heart and looked at the table at the entrance that should have suffered the most and was the most large. An illusory message appeared in the air. Small machine for producing laser thermal weapons. Extremely damaged description. A small machine for producing laser thermal weapons, combining the functions of cutting, casting, forging, welding, stamping, extrusion, laser, molding, and others. It is computer-controlled, made once, and has a quality guarantee. Currently, it lacks a laser probe, a central control computer, and a large number of boards are damaged. Efficiency. Ultra-micro/micro/small, 360/720/1440 seconds. Improvement direction. 1. Machine repair. Improve machine processing methods. Change materials. Machines. Increasing the efficiency of machines requires 6,820 survival points. Improvement direction 2. Repair machines. Change machine processing modes. Upgrade machines to medium thermal weapon production machines. Increase efficiency, improve quality, requires 35,240 survival points. Rating. Machine accuracy is not enough. Monks can do this. Compensate. Young man, you lack the devoted heart of Buddha? Is it possible to stamp a thermal weapon in one pass? Or is it mass-produced? Sumo looked at the machine's specifications in surprise and refreshed his knowledge base again. Select the upgrade method, he muttered to himself, and the specifications on the panel also changed. Small laser thermal weapon manufacturing machine strong. Damaged efficiency. Ultra-micro/micro/small, 360 s/720s/1440 s/enhancement. Repair 3,380. Enhancement 960. Efficiency 350. Material 1,210. So expensive. Looking at the terrifying figure, Sumo smacked his lips in surprise. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the high cost of repairs, he still felt dizzy at the sight of the figure. Looking at other places, Sumo finally understood the difference between the rich and the poor. The oil well is damaged. The level 3 alloy shelter door is faulty. The simple induction cooker is completely damaged. The lithium battery is damaged. The tungsten bulb, damaged. There were many things here, big and small. Almost every little thing on Earth was useful, but they were all broken. At this moment, if one could see Sumo's eyes through the darkness, they would definitely be full of brilliance. I'm rich. I'm rich. Sumo felt a surge of happiness coming from his brain. The quick release of dopamine even softened the pain. Oh, and that go-kart. Thinking about the buggy below, assuming that it had not suffered any serious damage and could be driven out, Sumo felt a surge of energy. He quickly walked to the place where the noble kobold had left his treasure chest. First, Sumo opened the second silver treasure chest he had seen since arriving in this world. Mutated chameleons are a real challenge for ordinary people, but compared to this kobold, they are nothing compared to the formidable. Turned out to be a real salvation, and finally appeared. Results: a flash of light and 2 sound notifications. Entry: you received the Encyclopedia of Resources initial. 1 entry: you received a sharp machete 1. What? This is an encyclopedia! This is a good thing. The monster encyclopedia alone brought him a sense of security and his first pot of gold. Sumo was overjoyed and quickly searched his storage. In the corner, he found a hardcover book similar to the monster manual he had bought earlier. He crumpled up the resource manual and activated the newly added resource scanning function. In the blink of an eye, Sumo understood how to use it. Like the monster guide, the resource guide performs 3 scans per day. It automatically detects resources within a 1-kilometer radius around the user and reports them on the user interface. To the main, resources currently include common resources such as rock, timber, iron ore, and copper, as well as less common ones such as natural gas, sulfur, gold, silver, salt, saltpeter, and oil. Overall, it is very useful for resource exploration in the early stages of development. Sumo nodded, closed the page, and took out another machete he had found to study. Unfortunately, other than its sharp blade, the machete had no special properties and could only be used as a normal knife. The resource atlas alone was worth something. After all, I can use it 3 times a day. This was a godsend. With a few machete blows, Soma cut through the noble kobold's chest and extracted a clay spearhead. Although these kobolds were called humans, in addition to their upright posture, their internal structure was significantly different from that of a human. Moreover, in the process, mutated kobolds seem to have lost their natural talents, such as superior sense of smell and agility. Instead, they gained arcane magic and combat bonuses related to using tools while standing. No, I only got that perk after I killed those 2 kobolds. Doesn't that mean they got it while fighting some cat creature before I showed up? Plus, they were digging around looking for something when they arrived. Maybe they took the missing laser probe from the machine back to camp? Countless clues connected, including cat hair on the ground and evidence of bombing on the hill outside the shelter. All pointed to a brutal battle that had taken place here earlier. Oh no. They had met here before, and the kobolds had gained access. The other side must have lost, and someone had died, but there was no body. Their comrades must have been here. If they found that damned noble kobold missing, it would be a real hassle if they came looking for him. For a moment, Soma felt like his brain was working better than ever. But at the same time, a strong sense of anxiety came over me. Security negative 1,000. I can't stay here long. Even if I had oil, this rickshaw won't move because it's all in the water. Staying here, guarding this so-called treasure, meant death. Realizing this, Somo immediately abandoned the idea of investigating the rickshaw's property. The kobolds did not consider the rickshaw a treasure and would not use it. In their eyes, it was probably just a pile of junk. He quickly pulled out 4 planks from his storage, opened the crafting panel, and, after painfully spending several points, created a barrel. Approaching the already crushed noble kobold, Somo gathered all his strength and threw him into the barrel. He then picked up the first kobold and placed them both in the barrel. After putting the entire barrel away for safekeeping, Somo looked around. Despite his reluctance, he had to temporarily abandon the idea of taking it for himself. After finding a few small items to take with him, Somo made his way to the bottom of the cave. Just as he was about to climb out, he saw blood on the ground and came up with a plan. The kobold's scent tracking abilities had deteriorated, and I had modified ceramic armor that masked their body odor. Maybe I could use it to find their lair and grab the laser probe. This way, I'll save myself hundreds of survival points. Pulling out the cat hair he had collected earlier, Somo carefully spread it on the ground, leaving a few strands on the bloody spot. Looking at the perfect crime scene he had created, Somo nodded, returned to the bottom of the cave, and grabbed the hanging rope with a light jump. Gathering some strength into his weakened arms, Somo struggled out of the cave outside Vault 2 and back up the small hill from which he had climbed. Ow. Ooh! Oreo, who had been wandering around the puddle in the distance, howled excitedly when he saw Soma climbing out. After removing the iron bar and the straw rope and roughly leveling the ground, Soma placed a few hairs in the dog-headed man's footprints. The only flaw now is my footprints, but I can't do anything about that. I can't help it. I can't be perfect. If anyone dares to chase me just when I was worried about the lack of courier delivery, I will kill them all on my homeland. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Sumo quickly returned along the same route. A little more than 10 minutes later, he returned to where he had put on his cloak. Stupid dog. You were smart for once. Next time you encounter such a monster, remember to run away. But your brave master has already dealt with those two idiots, so we have avenged you. He sat down and fed Oreo the remaining psionic water. Seeing how animated Oreo looked, Somo felt relieved. In the apocalypse, man and dog support each other. If Oreo hadn't warned him today, he would have been pelted with fireballs. I need to quickly upgrade my weapons and equipment. My combat power is too weak. Facing such an enemy face-to-face is too risky. I must ensure absolute safety. Under the scorching sun, Vault 2 resembled a giant beast crawling on the water. At the iron gate on the first floor, Somo's gaze seemed to pierce the iron plate and glimpse the cards inside. I'll kick you out soon. Then there will be no place in the world you cannot go. There was no trace of reluctance or regret in Somo's eyes. He turned and resolutely set off on the long walk back to base. This time, it was time for the first appearance of the electric weapon. Having killed two magical creatures that seemed to have come straight out of a fantasy story, Somo, returning to the shelter, saw that the mutants that frightened him had become much more attractive. Fireballs are just absurd. If all the creatures described in fantasy novels appeared, the very existence of humanity would be threatened. The fireballs were not very powerful. With only a Gatling gun and a place to hide, even dozens or even hundreds of these monsters would not be able to break through. Metal protection. But if there were other creatures, like mythical dragons, I hope not. Otherwise, humanity would forever be like rats in holes. The more Somo thought about the future of humanity, the more uncertain it seemed. He shook his head, driving away. Seeing the shelter on the horizon, he felt a long-lost sense of security. A golden or silver nest, but his own home. In just 6 days, Somo had completely inhabited this territory. Oreo, with his tail down, became more and more animated as he approached the shelter. After carefully examining, area for strangers, he reached the back of the hill, opened the back door, and slipped inside. Sneaking through a long tunnel, he and the dog found themselves back inside the shelter, and the view suddenly opened up. Sunlight was streaming through the vents, creating a blinding beam of light. In this beam, tiny specks of dust could be seen dancing in the air. The vegetable crop in the center of the base, although not yet sprouting, exuded a fragrant earthy aroma that filled the base with life. This is my refuge. If you want to destroy it, first step over my body. The thought that the shelter would now be broken into and completely destroyed by these dog-headed creatures made Soma clench his fists. Sitting at the table, in the sun, Somo took out a crossbow from his dimension and placed it on the table. A few days later, having accumulated enough survival points and generators, Somo decided to urgently switch to an electric automatic weapon. A crossbow that fired only one bolt was useful for hunting, but was too limited in a head-on collision. Especially against a monster endowed with magical powers, It was completely ineffective. Concentrating and silently reciting the system, Soma fixed his gaze on the crossbow. Hunting compound crossbow normal. Description: a long-range combat weapon with a slow reload, high initial speed, and significant damage. An indispensable tool for survival in the wild. Nature: firing speed, 140 meters per second. Firing range: 80 meters maximum damage, 165 meters effective damage, 330 meters maximum damage. Improvement direction: 1. Improve the material of the crossbow. Increase the tension force of the crossbow. Reduce the pressure on the bowstring. Requires survival points, 180 direction. Improvements 2. Improved the material of the crossbow. Added an electric bowstring tensioning device. Changed the shooting mode. Added an automatic burst shooting mode. Requires 400 survival points. The second direction of improvement requires 400 survival points. After upgrading the generator, I only had 303 points left. Let's see if I can find a way to gather some items to reduce the demand. After a moment's hesitation, Sumo concentrated and the requirements for improvement for Direction 1 floated before him. After throwing out a few details he had never heard of, Sumo noticed two main points in requirements: a 500-watt electric motor, a lithium composite battery, or a lead-acid battery. Wow, that 500-watt motor weighs at least 5 to 6 kilograms. Add a capacious battery to it, and the weight of the crossbow will increase to at least 20 kilograms. And given the extreme fatigue of the metal, if you increase the rate of fire, it will not last long before breaking. A quick calculation revealed the advantages and disadvantages of the electric crossbow. The 500-watt motor was definitely more than enough to kill. Even taking into account the losses during the shot, it would still deliver at least 200 joules of kinetic energy. But at the same time, such a high output power would inevitably lead to a loss of accuracy. The battery and motor would have to be placed at the back, shifting the center of gravity of the entire weapon back and making it difficult to aim accurately. Forget about it, there is no good solution. Let's solve the current problem first. After memorizing all the approximate parameters, Somo opened the trading platform and started searching for products. With the addition of processing fees, the current trading market was no longer as popular as it was a few days ago. Hundreds of thousands of product pages were reduced to 7 or 8 pages in a single day. Few were rich enough to use points to pay for shipping and purchase items, as Somo was doing now. After scrolling through all the pages and not finding the product, Sumo reluctantly turned to World Channel. Sumo, purchase of 500-watt electric motor, any size and weight, and lithium or lead-acid battery. Amount: I open a purchase order covering shipping costs. Anyone want to sell something? Hurry up and trade. After we survived the first disaster, everyone's daily communication system turned into 2 separate chats. When Sumo's first post appeared on World Channel, he barely registered, but when the second one came, he instantly exploded. Damn it! Hug me, Sushen. In the front row. Immortals caress my head. I get eternal life. Without further ado, I'll save this luck for the next chest. Congratulations on finding the claw. Battle-damaged quality. Sorry, I chose the wrong set. Electric motors? Lithium batteries? Has Su Shen entered the electric age yet? Do I still light a torch? Oh, I don't even have a torch anymore. It's okay. I have a lithium battery from a phone. Su Shen, do you want one? The shipping cost is ridiculous. Simply inhumane. Our Chinese are simply amazing. The overseas sumo can't, but our Chinese one can. As time went on, more and more people flocked to the World Channel to get to the front row and see sumo perform. Seeing the excitement, Sumo was delighted and posted a buy ad on the shopping channel. Soon, having spent 800 milliliters of psionic water and 11 disaster points, he successfully obtained an unusual engine that looked like it was taken from an electric car, weighing a whopping 12 kilograms. As for the lithium batteries, after careful selection, Sumo spent another 600 milliliters of psionic water and 40 disaster points to purchase 2 batteries. Blocks: a triple 20 amp hour, 8-volt lithium battery for the electric crossbow, and a standard 400 amp hour, 8-volt lithium iron phosphate battery for the initial power consumption of the shelter. The 400 amp hour battery, like the standard 12-volt battery, capable of storing about 5 kilowatt hours of electricity in normal mode, which is enough for the initial use of the shelter. After assembling the crossbow, battery and motor, this time when Sumo took a closer look, the requirements for survival points changed. Hunter's block. Crossbow ordinary improvement direction 1. Improve the material of the crossbow. Increase the tension force of the bowstring. Reduce the pressure on the bowstring, which requires 180 survival points. Improvement direction 2. Improve the material of the crossbow. Add an electric device for tensioning the bowstring. Change design mode and add an automatic burst fire mode, which requires 220 survival points. What? The two most important parts are reduced by only 180 points. Could this enhancement also change the properties of the material? Without thinking, Sumo immediately decided to enhance. The light moved, and after 220 survival points were deducted, a green light flashed, and in less than a second, the three items merged into a puddle of water-like substance with a blue glow. As the frequency of the green light increased, the water-like substance began to condense and gradually took on a new form C. Description in this chapter. The 10-kilogram engine disappeared, and the bulky lithium battery dissolved into thin air. A device resembling an airbag formed under the armrest. But most importantly, the brand new electric crossbow was equipped with a luxurious sight. Truly, awesome sight. Looking at this destructive weapon, Sumo, who was initially afraid of being attacked by kobolds, suddenly saw a green number above his head. Sense of security plus 10,000. Wow, this system optimization is outrageous. If we can figure out how to optimize batteries and motors, it will be a huge achievement for human science. Picking up the crossbow and placing it on the table, Somo looked at the upgraded electric crossbow with curiosity. The battery problem remained unsolved until the country did not embark on a journey across the wasteland. While major manufacturers feverishly added elements to batteries and tried to increase charging speeds, the general trend in battery capacity continued. The larger the size, the heavier the weight, and the higher the capacity. No one wanted to invest heavily in researching ways to increase capacity in a smaller package. Of course, even if technology returns to its heyday, achieving the horrific results of the current system upgrade will likely take decades. The overall color scheme of the crossbow remained discrete, combining wood and black. Its weight also increased from 4 kilograms to a supposed 9 kilograms. The weight of the crossbow gave it a special feeling of security. Thank goodness it came with a charging cable, otherwise you would have had to go to the mall for a USB charger. Picking up landed a piece of wire and examined it, Sumo smiled bittersweetly. The included 120-watt fast charger was more than enough for the 2-watt milliamp-hour battery. These 220 survival points were a huge victory at this point. After carefully studying design of the crossbow, Sumo understood the basic principles of its use. Before use, you must first press the switch of the electromechanism. After 3 seconds of power supply, the self-diagnosis function is automatically activated. The bolt will then automatically load the first bolt from the magazine. At the same time, the trigger safety valve will automatically drop, allowing normal shooting. The principle of the electric winding device is simple. It imitates the human way of pulling a bowstring. The force created by the motor pulls the bolt out of the magazine, achieving the desired effect. Of course, it's discharged. Apparently, the charger they gave me was meant for charging. Sumo complained after flicking the switch twice, but a happy smile spread across his face. The base already had engines and diesel fuel, so electricity was the last thing they needed. As soon as the blueprints, Huaxia's shelters will be ready, they can try to install the wiring and check the operation with the burnt-out bulbs they found today. Phew, phew. After the air was released and the starter engaged, the generator began to vibrate with a roar, following the charge on the dashboard. Ouch! Oreo, still sprawled on the ground, grieving over his singed fluffy tail, jumped in surprise. He lay there staring at the generator. Don't worry, it's good. If anyone enters the base again, be sure to protect it. After calming Oreo down, Sumo returned to the storeroom and took out the power cord he pulled out of the TV. When the power cord was connected to the generator and the indicator lit up red, Sumo was so happy that tears came to his eyes. What a great achievement of civilization! I never thought that I, Sumo, would ever surpass billions of people. I thank the ancestors of the Su family for their blessing. Having electricity symbolizes not only progress in food, clothing, housing, transportation, and entertainment. It is also a symbol of strength and a synonym for safety. He quickly picked up the two power supplies and put them aside after plugging them in. A large 400 amp hour lithium iron phosphate battery to the charging cable. After a while, confirming that the output signal was correct, Sumo connected the electric crossbow. In the dimly lit shelter, two red charging indicators blinked, accompanied by the hum of the generator. These days, after the apocalypse, there was not a moment of such peace. Listening to the familiar noise, Sumo closed his eyes and lay down on the bed, quietly feeling the warmth and gradually falling asleep. In his sleep, some scene seemed to rise before his dark eyes. It was a hot summer day. In the evening, the power was turned off. Electricity. Old people sat at a chessboard near the door, playing furiously with each other. Children, free from homework for the first time in a long time, ran along the alley with their toys, laughing and talking. The adults also took a break from their work and went outside to enjoy the cool air, occasionally glancing at the children and shouting, "Little ones, run slower. Don't fall." A roadside fast food restaurant took advantage of the opportunity and put out its own generator, cooking up delicious fried dishes one after another to attract customers. A mountain of cold appetizers and spinach noodles. Whole noodles. A piece of garlic. Whole, sticky and fragrant, crispy and refreshing. The aroma of steamed pork with rice flour and watermelon, the stench of sewage. Woof, woof, woof. And the barking of dogs selling Oreos. You bastard. I was just starting to fantasize, and before I could get to the sentimental part, you interrupted me. You're such a moron. Sumo's smiley face opened his eyes with a hint of helplessness, and immediately hid his playful smile as he looked at Oreo, who was acting as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Is anyone coming? Woof. Damn, they are walking so fast. What kind of bastards are they? Seeing Oreo's whole body shaking and his black and white eyes filled with blood, Sumo jumped to the generator. Normally, turning off the generator requires turning it off. First, you need to turn off the air switch, cutting off the power supply. Reduce the diesel engine speed from high to low, let it idle for 3 to 5 minutes, and then turn off the ignition. This is necessary for better maintenance. But now, it seems Soma has not had time to prepare. Enemy. They were already attacking. The generator had no runtime indicator, so Soma could only calculate the runtime by comparing the diesel generator's previous fuel supply to its current one and dividing it by the power consumed. 1 hour and 44 minutes. It was a rough estimate. 2 hours of charging may not be enough to charge a 20 amp hour, 20,000 milliamp hour electric crossbow, but it was certainly enough for a quick fight. He turned off the air switch and turned the ignition all the way off, and the hum of the diesel generator died down. The noise in the shelter changed to silence that even breathing could be heard. Quickly approaching the stone gates, Soma pressed his ear to them, trying to hear what was happening outside. And indeed, waves of cries, very different from those of dogs, and low, emotional barks were heard. Damn those dogheads. So smart, they know how to find this place. It seems that if we don't stop them today, there will be no peace. The enemies all fell upon the door. Unlike the previous bandits, this time there was no live broadcast to help them scout out the situation. But Sumo's gaze fell on a black square box installed inside the utility room. It was a huge TV brought from the ruins. This space-consuming TV was lying in storage room, since it was brought back from the ruins. After the renovation, the storage room filled up, and it once again ended up gathering dust in the corner. After many travels, it was finally time to put it to good use. Thanks to the lithium iron phosphate battery, the base had enough power to power Big Butt's TV. Quickly walking to the storage room where the various things were stored, Soma put them in the storage room and carried them to the generator. And then an idea struck him. The Big Butt TV was neatly positioned next to the radiator. Looking closely, he saw an illusory line of text next to the TV. 32-inch color TV. Excellent description. A technological product of an unknown era, consisting mainly of 5 components: power supply circuits, common channel, audio channel, color decoding circuit, and color image display system. It displays 25 frames per second, with 625 lines per frame. Special ability. When placed in a shelter and turned on, it can monitor a 1,000-meter radius around the shelter, with the ability to zoom in and out and switch viewing angles. Upgrade Path 1. Change the material. TV, increase its clarity, add speakers, and create a standalone personal cinema. Requires 1,550 survival points. Upgrade Path 2. Change the material of the TV, increase its clarity, expand the range of special abilities, and get a chance to add a second limited technology item. Requires 6,520 survival points. Comment: in front of this TV, you, me, and her. No privacy fair? Ignoring the exorbitant survival points needed to upgrade the TV, after confirming that it was intact, Sumo took a deep breath and suppressed his turbulent emotions. Quickly connecting the TV to the battery, Sumo gradually cooled down, and his thoughts began to spin in his head. When he found himself in the wasteland, he just wanted to be a good person and fight for survival. By raising chickens, petting dogs, and growing vegetables, he managed to build a thriving shelter, waiting for his family to arrive and for a peaceful life in the wasteland. But the more he tried to stay away, the more blind people appeared. People who are constantly trying to ruin his life and kill him. I am just an ordinary person, a 5-star citizen who has received a thorough education in my country. Even if I imitate the novel's protagonist's determined killing spree, I'll still panic if a truly formidable enemy appears. But you don't want me to live. I can only ask you to die. Bang! Big Butt's TV automatically turned on after plugging in. It seemed that it hadn't turned off properly last time. Without a signal, the screen flickered with black and white stripes. After fiddling with the buttons at the bottom for a while, Sumo found the AC1 channel, which symbolized special abilities. After pressing the switch button, a phantom burst out from the back frame of the TV. Wave, causing even the air to vibrate. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Big Butt began to shake wildly. Seeing that the TV was about to jump, Sumo quickly pressed the button to prevent further vibrations. Feeling the vibration from Big Butt, Sumo's heart sank. 69shux.com was afraid that this thing would accidentally fall apart. Luckily, after about 10 seconds, the shaking finally began to slow down, and the frequency of the Big Butt's shaking also changed from a torrential downpour of 7 to 8 times per second to a drizzle of 2 to 3 times per second. The initially chaotic, the picture of black and white lines began to change. A ray of sunset gradually appeared in the picture, and then more and more objects appeared. After the rain, there were still potholes left by acid rain, a few bushes cut down by Sumo, and people with dog heads who were looking for something. Then next to the bushes. Oh no, this thing doesn't have a remote control, and I can't change the perspective. It's too limited. Sumo tried to use the buttons at the bottom to control the rotation of the picture, but after desperately pressing, he got no response. Now let's go to the store to get the remote control. Damn, this thing is too unreliable, huh? Trade? Sumo suddenly remembered something and quickly ran to the back room to get a flat object. Behind the tablet were 3 adapter cables, red, yellow, and blue. It was the mechanical controller that Shen-Kei had sent him when he traded with him. Shen-Kei, you have helped me a lot. Hey, Sumo took the controller in surprise and plugged it into the big-ass TV. The image shook, and Sumo pressed the button on the controller, and it began to move. It was like playing a remote sensing game. As long as you were within a kilometer of the hideout, you couldn't escape the big-ass TV. Approach the group of dog-headed people near the bushes and zoom in. Somo could even see the shreds of flesh still etched from the teeth of one of the kobold warriors. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 kobold warriors with spears. The ones holding clubs must be kobold sorcerers. There are only 2 of them. It seemed that the sorcerers held a high position among the kobolds. 2 sorcerers, each with 2 kobold warriors, were carefully scanning the ground. From their eyes, Somo realized that his hideout had been discovered. But for some reason, these kobolds decided not to attack and instead ran into the bushes. Something, searching. Are you crazy? After confirming that these idiots were indeed searching for something, Somo immediately began to put on his armor. A large hole had been burned into his cloak. Having spent 10 survival points to repair it, he already had 2 layers of armor. He grabbed the electric crossbow from the ground, flipped the switch, and fired 5 acid bolts. Then, holding the crossbow, Somo headed for the second passage. Oreo hurried after him. Stupid kobolds. Although they have developed human-like habits, their running speed is not even as fast as that of a fast-running adult. At this distance, they were doomed. Opening the back door of the shelter and letting Oreo out, Somo began to think of a tactical plan. The bushland was a flat plain that offered no cover. It was still dark, so an ambush was impossible. So, Oreo, you'll visit them later. Yeah, left. Use your shouts to get their attention. Run. Don't give them a chance to hit you. Keep your distance and give me a chance to get closer. If I'm in danger, don't save them. They're slow, so we can circle around them and attack slowly. Do you understand? Seeing Somo's serious expression, Oreo also concentrated. Woof! The reasonable Oreo barked softly and dug his hoof into the ground, indicating that he was ready. Okay, ready to attack. You go there first, I'll go on foot. Don't forget to keep your distance. Don't give them a single chance to hit you. Watch out for those 2 with the sticks. They'll shoot the same fireballs they shot at you today. Without thinking, Oreo jumped up from the ground. The black and white Oreo ran furiously across the yellow-earthed ground. Before the countless puddles could react, the one who trampled him had already run several feet. Huskies are medium-sized dogs, compact and strong, with exceptional endurance. Their outstanding abilities are most evident when they are harnessed, pulling light loads and performing the simplest work at a moderate pace over long distances. Their body proportions and shape reflect a fundamental balance of strength, speed, and endurance. Seeing Oreo run a full 100 meters, without slowing down, Sumo nodded, put his electric crossbow in its case, hunched over, and galloped over the hill. All idiots need to stay in this wave. Based on Sumo's estimated running speed, it was no more than the distance of the university track, about 400 meters. Of course, in a skirmish this distance would be quite lethal. In the age of cold arms, cavalrymen completed the formation process by walking, jogging, and sprinting to cover the distance. Any longer, and they would be intercepted by enemy crossbows and suffer heavy losses. At close range, they could catch the enemy before he could fully attack and gather his strength. The 4 kobold warriors were still lying lazily on the ground, looking for something. The 2 kobold sorcerers, with their keen senses, immediately spotted Oreo, who was already running like a rushing stream. Woof, hiss, woof, gulp, woof, woof. The kobold sorcerer immediately ordered the kobold warriors to quickly line up, keeping an eye on the running Oreo. Well done. Well done. Watch for a while longer. Don't pay attention to me. Oreo performed his task flawlessly, screaming as he ran. The husky's endurance made him the perfect bait for such tasks. Crouching low, Somo ran across the yellow ground. The distance continued to shrink. 250 meters. Logically, 250 meters until he figured out that there were 120 meters left until the last kobold. Somo instantly dropped to the ground, switching to his brand new unused electric crossbow. He turned on the power. He waited 3 seconds for the self-diagnosis to complete. As soon as the green indicator lit up, Somo looked down at the scope to peer at the kobolds, still, admiring Oreo's run. The first arrow, no doubt, Kobold Sorcerer. He gently pressed the preheat button on the cocking mechanism, also known as the safety button on an electric crossbow. There was a cracking sound as the 20-amp-hour lithium battery began to release power. Engine. Then, the engine engaged the cocking mechanism, instantly launching it at full power. This process took less than a second. "Goodbye," Somo muttered quietly and pulled the trigger. You don't negotiate with monsters. Once you fight one, it's a deadly battle. Electric crossbows are as powerful as mechanical ones, but the motor and cocking mechanism eliminate the need for winding, allowing for continuous fire. However, a dark shadow flashed past, and within the sight, the kobold sorcerer on the left was instantly shot in the head. The enormous force of the blow struck the kobold sorcerer's forehead, throwing him back about half a meter, leaving him lying on the ground. Before the remaining kobolds could panic, another dark shadow flashed by. A crossbow bolt hit the chest, to a nearby kobold warrior. The arrow was meant for the head of another kobold sorcerer, but the kobold warrior turned around in panic and was deflected. With that reprieve, the other kobolds quickly huddled together, screaming and surrounding the noble kobold sorcerer. 4 10 3 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 10 11 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 20 20 10 20 11 12 20 13 20 44 25 26 27 28 29 20 10 20 11 20 12 20 13 20 44 25 26 27 28 29 20 10 20 11 20 12 20 13 20 44 25 26 27 28 20 1 20 20 20. Stealing a police car and using it as a taxi is death calling. Sumo's lips spread into a smile as he continued to pull the trigger. The creaking of the bowstring, accompanied by the whistling of the wind on the plain, was like the music of death itself. Each arrow took away the life of a monster. Like a blow from space, the kobolds with spears were completely blinded, unable to see the exact location of their attacks, and, in that same second, their comrades fell. Less than half a minute later, before Oreo could make a second lunge to attract attention, the kobold sorcerer was left in the bushes. Woof, 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 woof. Seeing his comrade dead, the previously unperturbed kobold sorcerer suddenly fell to his knees, with his head pressed to the ground. Oh. Somo raised an eyebrow, watching the kobold's performance with mild surprise. With such powerful magical power, the kobold sorcerer actually gave up. At this moment, Somo felt like he had already fallen, and I hadn't even managed to land a single blow yet. It seemed like magic. Can't compare to my technological weapons. Touching the electric crossbow in his hand, Somo chuckled and continued aiming at the ground. Perhaps leaving this kobold sorcerer alive for now would be a good option among these kobolds. But before doing so, he cocked the crossbow, opened the magazine, and loaded 5 more regular crossbow bolts. Bolts untainted by the acid rain. Pfft! A dark shadow flashed, and the kobold, still crawling on the ground, was instantly thrown back by the crossbow. A pitch-black crossbow bolt lodged in his bony hand. Purple-red blood, mixed with the screams of the kobold sorcerer, echoed across the wasteland. In addition to the noisy wind, which sounded soothing, there was also, poof, another crossbow bolt. 2 crossbow bolts pinned the kobold sorcerer to the ground. The arrowheads sank into the ground, their tails still trembling. Sheathing the crossbow and replacing it with a jujube spear, Somo stood up and walked towards the kobold sorcerer. Oreo, still circling nearby, realized that the outcome was decided and stopped 30 meters away from the kobold sorcerer, barking, "Woof! Ah! Oh! Woof!" Seeing that the kobold sorcerer didn't answer, Oreo's face distorted with excitement. He quietly moved forward about 10 meters and barked again. Woof! This time, seeing that the kobold sorcerer was truly powerless, Oreo immediately turned on the four-wheel drive and kicked the kobold sorcerer in the head with unprecedented force. He even grabbed the wooden stick he was using to... Spells Oreo was quite pleased with how he defeated the underdog, and Somo, who was approaching from afar, was confused. This little guy doesn't say it, but he actually harbors such a grudge in his heart. No wonder his own hair was burnt off. Somo smiled and walked lightly. It came from a correct understanding of his own strength and a strong sense of security that the electric crossbow gave him. What was a kobold's fireball compared to a weapon that could effectively kill from a distance of 100 meters? At best, it could be mistaken for a grenade, which is impossible to throw from a distance. The kobold sorcerer, pinned by a crossbow and then hit in the head by Oreo, now lay on the ground, somewhat stunned. From afar, seeing Somo approaching with spear, he closed his eyes in despair. A soft woof escaped his mouth. At that moment, the image of Somo rose to incredible heights in his mind. This man, like the god of death, had the ability to destroy them from the shadows. How could a weakling kobold be a match for such a demon? Even the kobold sorcerer remembered the words of his late father. If you ever meet the legendary human warriors, remember, do not rush at them immediately, they are terrible. Memories flashed through the kobold sorcerer's mind. The massacre of the human settlements, which happened a few days ago, must be retribution, right? He knew that this was the last memory before death. But suddenly, a stream of pure spring water gushed into his thirsty and bleeding throat. Thanks to the infusion of pure spring water, the bleeding wound on his arm stopped bleeding, and the burning sensation in his chest gradually disappeared. He opened his eyes curiously. What a fist, the size of a fireball! With this thought, he happily fainted. It seems that this kobold sorcerer has mental problems. I pinned him to the ground. And how are you smirking? After offering the kobold psionic water to keep him alive and seeing that he was still smirking, Somo simply punched him to teach him a lesson. Oreo was delighted with the order. His black and white face was beaming with bliss. Perhaps in his world, guarding the very thing that had disfigured him was more satisfying than a good meal. 5 kobolds, and they dropped 3 wooden and 1 copper chest. Killing them seemed to be a good help. Eventually, the kobold he had shot finally died, according to the game menu, and a treasure chest dropped. For some reason, the first kobold sorcerer he had killed had dropped a copper chest instead of a silver one this time. With a little regret, Somo collected all the chests and started opening them. Record: you got 2 bottles of mineral water. Wahaha. Record: you got 1 bottle of chili spray 30 milliliters. Record: you got 1 bottle of vegetable oil, 5 liters. Record: you got a packet of Sichuan pepper seeds. Record: you got a skateboard. I actually got vegetable oil. What a wonderful thing. After putting the other 4 items away in the storage room, Somo took out the vegetable oil, packed in a golden arowana. In the sun, the vegetable oil shone with a clear golden hue. Once the vegetables grow, maybe I'll fry something. Then I'll make noodles. No, today I'll just make noodles with beef oil. Who can resist? Just thinking about the delicious taste of noodles with beef oil made Somo feel like he'd eaten a plum, and a stream of sour liquid gushed from his mouth. His stomach, which was not hungry to begin with, began to rumble. In high spirits, Somo looked at the kobolds lying on the ground, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. The kobolds, they really are my treasures. Taking a shovel from his storage, he found a secluded spot and began to dig a hole. Although this simple burial was not particularly effective, he decided to bury the kobolds, who looked a little like people, hoping to delay their pursuit. The experience of the first burial allowed Somo to act much more deftly. With a few strokes, he dug a hole even larger than the previous one. Having dragged all the dead kobolds into the pit one by one, Somo opened his vault again and placed the wooden barrel containing the 2 kobolds from the ruins and began to bury them. Somo was like a hard-working farmer diligently cultivating the barren land. Beads of sweat ran down his forehead and fell into the deep pit, mixing with the mud. At the end of time, not only are human lives worthless, but these monsters will also have to follow the laws of the jungle. After finishing everything, Sumo took out the straw rope he used to explore the ruins today, walked up to the dog-headed sorcerer and began to play with the shackles. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. The 3-meter-long straw rope was wrapped 5 times from top to bottom, and the dog-headed sorcerer was wrapped almost like a dumpling. Sumo nodded in satisfaction. Oreo next to him also nodded in satisfaction. Under the setting sun, the backs of the man and the dog stretched out endlessly, as if they became the only characters in this small world. Shh, how thirsty, how painful. Why can't I feel anything in my hand? Monty's mind clouded over. With difficulty, he raised his eyelids as if a heavy burden were pressing down on him and looked ahead. Pitch black, but clean, was his first impression of the place he found himself in. This stone cave, devoid of the stench of the kobold castle, exuded a natural scent, a mixture of earth and sun. Monty turned his head with difficulty, looking towards the lone spot of light. What was glowing? Why was the light so soft? In the pitch-black cavern, an object no bigger than a fist glowed brightly, illuminating the corner and, incidentally, a man who looked like a reaper. Monty watched as the man, looking upset, picked up a small white bag and scooped up a bowl of white powder. Grabbing a handful of water, the man began to work on the wooden board. After a long pause, the man, satisfied, picked up each long white object and dropped them into the pot of boiling water. Suddenly, a fresh aroma began to waft from the pot. Oh, is he trying to recruit me? I have heard that humans treat prisoners with food and women to attract them. It seems that I, Mondi, will one day enjoy such treatment. He feels sorry for these creatures. It seems that he does not want to eat them. Is he trying to use this to recruit me? Eat them now, or feign loyalty and wait until he begs me before eating them? Mondi smiled. He seemed to see the man urging him to give in. But how could a poor man with a dog's head understand human food? As the man poured another bite from the small bottle, there was a hissing sound and the cave was instantly filled with a sharp, fresh aroma. What heavenly treat! Even though his dog's mouth was leaking a little for some reason, Mondi was still drooling. The stimulating aroma penetrated his mouth, then his stomach, and finally reached his entire brain. An inexplicable feeling of joy came over him, as if every cell in his body was breathing. Mondi assured him that he had never seen such delicious food, not even at the annual tribal sacrifice. Finally, the man finished it all. He divided the food from the pot into 2 bowls, one of which he poured into the bowl of the pathetic dog, still crawling on the ground, and the other into a smaller bowl. Mondi could hardly contain his smile. He envied the pathetic dog who could enjoy such delicious food, and looked forward to the next moment when the god of death would ask him to eat the food and personally appoint him as the general of the vanguard. What a fist, the size of a fireball. My God, this kobold must be a little crazy. I didn't expect to catch such a fool. What a waste. Just as Somo was finishing cooking the beef noodles, he noticed the kobold sorcerer had woken up, grinning stupidly as he lay on the ground. Despite being tied up tightly, the kobold seemed oblivious, his mouth wide open and grinning. That expression. Somo seemed unkind. He hit him again and told him to rest. It would be nice to add some garlic and chopped green onions. Watching the kobold faint again, Somo clapped his hands in satisfaction and returned to his bowl of noodles. Noodles without garlic half. Less tasty. The bowl contained chili oil, dried meat, and dried vegetables, but without Lao Shan's garlic, the flavor was still lacking. With a slight regret, Somo quickly began to scoop up the noodles. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Oreo had almost finished his portion. If Somo hadn't finished his meal by then, Oreo would have been whining and asking for more. He quickly swallowed the noodles and drank a large cup of psionic water to fill his stomach. Somo was happy. Oreo was happy too. The man and dog collapsed on the spot, enjoying their hard-earned time together. Wise men after a delicious meal. However, in a dark corner, on the muzzle of a dog full of resentment and fear, a tear quietly rolled down the corner of the eye of a sorcerer with a dog head. This diesel engine is good, but it is a little noisy and difficult to start at night. Watching the diesel engine humming while charging the batteries, Sumo felt a slight headache. After spending 2 survival points to repair the light bulb he found in Vault 2, the base finally had stable lighting. The electric crossbow was also connected to the output of a diesel engine. A typical generator consumes 210 to 240 grams of fuel per kilowatt hour, which is about 25 to 28 litres. Taking into account the efficiency of the transmission, the actual fuel consumption per litre is 3 litres. Judging by the fuel reserves at the base and the losses during the conversion, 200 litres of diesel fuel can generate about 600 kilowatt hours of electricity. That's enough for today. Somo nodded, tugging the cord of the light bulb, in front of and behind the dog's head, and called Oreo. For some reason, Oreo had been less and less active lately. Every day, after eating and playing, he lay down next to the vegetable crop, staring blankly at the small hole through which the light came. Small head, huge bewilderment. Well, I'll wake him up later. You'll be the translator, okay? Woof, Oreo asked, turning his head humanely. Just tell that dog man what I say, and when he answers, tell me what he said. After that simple explanation, Oreo nodded, flashing his signature devilish, quirky smile, showing that he could handle this just fine. Work. Hey, if you just said interrogation, wouldn't that be the end? Seeing that Oreo understood, Somo helped the dog-headed man sit on the stool, threading a wooden stick through the hemp ropes he was tied with and lifting him up. Hey, wake up! Somo reached out and hit the kobold twice on the cheek. Apparently, the kobold didn't react, probably because he had hit him too hard. Without saying a word, Somo winked at Oreo, who instantly understood, jumped up to the kobold's feet and opened his mouth to bite. Ah! Ah! A wolf howl echoed in the cave, and the kobold, who had been pretending not to, consciousness almost falling to his knees from shock. Listen, this bastard seriously screwed up. He already started, before he even had time to bite. Watching the kobold's performance, Somo became even more interested in the kobold race. How could such a low-grade and strange race even exist? This brute could even make a nuclear bomb, no, a grenade, with his own hands. Seeing the indignation on the kobold's face, Somo smiled weakly. Oreo, ask him if he will listen. Having received the order, Oreo, with a sly grin, began to explain himself in his dog language. Woof, 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 kobold, made a human face, and Somo and Oreo immediately understood its meaning. Contempt. The kobold neglected to speak to his inferior reptilian cousin, Oreo. Good old dog, you seem rather stubborn. Without further ado, I have prepared a whole criminal code for you to choose from. Let's go. You're not going to talk, are you? Seeing the kobold raise his head, Somo stepped forward and punched him in the stomach. For some reason, Somo felt his strength increase. A second after the punch, tears welled up in the kobold's eyes and he sobbed. Should he give in or not? Seeing that the dog-headed man still hadn't reacted, Sumo struck again. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After receiving 2 strikes in a row, the dog-headed man finally understood what it meant when a form was stronger than a person. If he hadn't been tied up, he would have knelt down and bowed in the next second. Oreo, who was standing next to him, also raised his chin. Although he still had to look at the dog-headed man, there was a hint of contempt in his gaze. What? You dare to stare like that? 1 blow! True, the farmer's 3 blows were rather sweet. This time, the dog-headed man no longer dared to resist. He only whined and nodded, expressing his submission. However, Sumo hit him again without hesitation. Sorry, I don't like Nongfu Spring. I like Yibibao. Woof-ha-woo-ha. Oreo, who was lying on his side, heard Sumo's words and looked at the stunned dog-headed man, gasping for breath. Oreo, translate what a surprise is. Seeing how the dogman's face twisted in pain, Sumo finally held back his anger. Although the dogman looked honest, he actually looked down on Oreo from the bottom of his heart. Even the look he gave him was full of contempt. If normal etiquette didn't work, there was only one option. First the ceremony, then the funeral. Fortunately, after 4 blows, the dogman became much more honest. Ask him why he came. Was he looking for me? Woof, 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 hiss, woof. Watching Oreo and the kobold try to communicate, as if one was speaking a dialect and the other Mandarin, Somo sat back and waited. Oreo's simple conversation dragged on for 4 or 5 minutes. Woof, you said he wasn't looking for me? Seeing Oreo shaking his head and the kobold looking at him reproachfully, Somo felt a headache. Ask him what he's looking for in our bushes. At first, Somo thought the kobold was following the trail, but now it turns out that's not the case. It seems I was too cautious. Maybe the kobold sent several teams to search for, and I accidentally stumbled upon this one? After thinking for a while, Somo decided to wait until the conversation with Oreo ended. This time, the conversation dragged on even longer, almost 10 minutes. Oreo's lips were dry from talking before he finally got the news. Woof, woof. Seeing that Somo didn't understand, Oreo simply ran to the pile of junk, rummaged through it, and finally pulled out a wooden stick. It was the tool the kobold used to cast spells. Was there something wrong with that stick? But the system can't scan its properties? Somo picked up the wand, held it under the light bulb, and began to examine it closely. In Vault 2, he examined a kobold's wand, which seemed to be used for magic. After all, who doesn't want to be a wizard? Unfortunately, not only did this magic wand have no properties, it also couldn't create fireballs with one swing. Now, prompted by Oreo, Somo took another look and immediately found a clue. At the top of the wand was a small hole, as if sealed with wood. It didn't look like something that grew naturally. Holding the stick to his nose, Somo fanned it with his hand, using the wind to focus the scent of the stick right under his nose. That smell. A familiar memory flashed through his mind. Sumo felt the stick, feeling something at the bottom center, like a button. Pressing it lightly, Sumo felt a small sealed hole at the top of the stick, and the smell became even stronger. Was it gunpowder? The small hole that sealed the smell opened, and the smell that could not be contained allowed Sumo to identify it almost immediately. Ingredients: gunpowder, or to be more precise, black gunpowder. The black particles from the wooden stick were carefully poured onto the table, and a sharp smell of sulfur could be smelled. Do kobolds really need black gunpowder to release the so-called fireball? Sumo felt a little uneasy when suddenly heard this news. Earlier in Vault 2, the kobold sorcerer first waved a wooden stick before releasing a fireball. Sumo thought it was a spell or a property of the wooden stick. He didn't dare to imagine that kobolds needed to respect science to release a fireball. So the kobolds are looking for black powder. Hearing Soma's muttering, Oreo quickly nodded, indicating that Soma had understood correctly. The kobold tied up at the table seemed resigned to his fate as he watched Soma pour out the black powder and continued to chatter. He ignored Oreo's conversation with the kobold. Soma opened the game panel, selected resource scanning, and checked the resources section for raw materials for producing black powder. Record. A small sulfur mine was discovered 465 meters southeast of the player's current distance. Record. 2/3. Times today. Of course, today they are looking for this natural sulfur mine. Soma's face remained impassive. His thoughts wandered somewhere far away. Modern technologies for extracting sulfur have been improved countless times. Through processes such as atmospheric and vacuum decompression, catalytic cracking, hydrocracking, and delayed coking, sulfides are separated from the crude oil, forming sulfide wastewater. The sulfur from the sulfur-containing wastewater is then extracted and processed to produce finished sulfur. In ancient times, when such technology did not exist, people tried to produce sulfur. One way was to exploit natural sulfur deposits, such as those located near the shelter. The other is in the smelting of pyrite and the extraction of sulfur. The kobolds' ability to detect and locate sulfur deposits is a testament to their scientific acumen. They likely already knew that these materials, when mixed in the right proportions, could create a powerful gunpowder that would increase the strength of a creature through magical catalysis. Fireballs. Woof! While Soma was thinking, Oreo, who was standing on the other side, finished talking to the kobold and returned. Oreo pointed again at the black powder that Soma had poured out, then into the distance, and finally at the kobold. You mean he's willing to lead us to where the kobolds are mining, or? Oreo nodded. I have sulfur mines here. To make gunpowder, I need enough potassium nitrate, the main component of saltpeter. Perhaps the kobolds have discovered a large deposit of saltpeter. Is it worth going? Somo thought. Black powder is absolutely essential for the manufacture of firearms and ammunition. If this small gunsmith can be repaired, there will be a serious shortage of raw materials for ammunition. Taking a look at the still chattering kobold, Somo resolutely approached and dealt him a crushing blow. Blow. Of course, we have to go. Besides, the treasure chests they drop are quite a catch. Besides, we need to explore their lair. Otherwise, standing nearby is a ticking time bomb. After a short pause, Somo made a decision. It was already getting dark outside. After inspecting the surroundings of the shelter, Somo headed there. He double-checked the ropes that tied the kobold, dragged him to a corner of the cave, and told Oreo to watch him all night before returning to his crib. In the apocalypse, when it got dark, the only place to stay was in the shelter. Pulling out the light bulb in front of him and turning it off, Somo dozed off, listening to the hum of the generator. January 7th of the apocalypse calendar. You repaired the generator, increasing your technological civilization level. Survival points +10. You discovered underground ruins +5. While exploring the underground ruins, you encountered enemy and defeated them with force. Survival points +10. You created your first electrical weapon, greatly increasing your combat effectiveness. Survival points +5. You effortlessly killed 5 kobolds, a bounty on their head. Survival points +5. You captured a prisoner for the first time. Survival points +5. Scanning the host's environment. Assessing survival points. Today, 62 survival points were earned. Final calculation. Survival points plus 102 survival points remaining. 175. The morning brought not only good news from the system, but also messages from Chen K in the personal chat on the game panel. Sitting at the head of the bed, Sumo looked at the obedient dog. The man Oreo was punishing in the corner, and couldn't help but sigh with relief. It was the first time a stranger had spent the night at the shelter, and that person was a dog. He hadn't slept well all night, fearing that this dog person was a wolf who had survived all the hardships and would burn the shelter down during the night. Opening Chen K's message in chat, Sumo studied it carefully. Chen K. Sumo, my uncle has already drawn your blueprint. Here is the transaction link. Just take a photo of it when you wake up. If you have any questions about the blueprint, feel free to ask. Below the message was an exchange item that only the two of them could see. After paying 2 disaster points, a light flashed and the blueprint appeared in the storage. Leaning against the headboard, Sumo opened the private message diary, writing, "Dead," and began to mentally write down, "Today is January 7th according to the Doomsday calendar, the 7th day in the wasteland, which is also a week. If the civilized world still exists, it should be December 29th, and New Year's is only 2 days away. Oh, looks like my sister's birthday is on Little New Year's this time. Looks like she won't be able to celebrate it. I don't know if my parents will celebrate this girl's birthday anywhere else. There are enough supplies at the base now, enough for Oreo and me to last for half a month, but we ate a lot of flour yesterday. It looks like we can only make 2 dishes of butter noodles. I'll save those 2 dishes for when my family arrives. There are almost 20 litres of psionic water left. The express delivery cost of this thing in the current trading system is high. In order to free up more storage space, I will save up points instead of exchanging them. The captured dog-headed man is very honest. I plan to deal with the sulfur mine near the shelter today and try to dig it out. If I can follow him later and find a saltpeter mine, maybe I can make black powder, so safety will be guaranteed. By the way, today's vegetable growing environment is still wow. It seems like the garlic seeds are sprouting, as are the cabbages. I see greenery breaking through the black soil. What a memorable day. Sumo instinctively looked up and noticed a tiny green sprout poking out from the sunlit environment. This green surprise seemed like a real find to Sumo, instantly dispelling his morning drowsiness. He dressed, quickly walked over to the environment and sat down to carefully examine it. From the place where the garlic seeds had been squeezed out, a small, sharp green sprout had already appeared. In the city, garlic was rarely grown from seeds. Most people buried garlic cloves in the ground, which not only grew quickly, but also required minimal care. So Sumo saw something like this produced by garlic seeds for the first time. Cabbage, on the other hand, grew even more impressively. It had a small green stem with 2 leaves, the size of a fingernail. It looked like a miniature cabbage, pale and tender. At this rate, it looked like we'd have a full harvest of cabbage in less than a month. That cut the time almost in half. The green plants like hope flourished in nutrient medium, shelter, in the sun. Carrying Soma's hope, they sprouted. This tiny piece of greenery was like a cleanser, dispelling the gloom in Soma's heart. As long as there is hope, how can I not survive this apocalypse? He scooped up a basin of psionic water and carefully watered all the beds. Under the caress of the psionic water, Soma felt, or perhaps imagined it, that the cabbage stalks were shining like jade, and the garlic sprouts were juicy and green like emerald. Reaching the food area, Soma thought for a moment before pulling out half of the cookies. He first made 2 batches of cookie dough and ate one with an Oreo, then walked over to the dying kobold with the remaining cookies in his hands. The wounds on his arm, pierced by 2 crossbow bolts, were beginning to fester. The psionic water he had given him yesterday had stopped the bleeding, but the dose had been too small, and inflammation had set in. The exhausted, pitiful kobold opened his eyes, saw Soma, and then closed them in despair and resignation. Resignation. Enough of pretending to be dead. Get up, drink some water, and eat something. You can't die today. Soma picked up a bowl of Oreos, crushed the cookies, poured some psionic water into them, and held them in front of the kobold. The kobold, who had seemed resigned until then, smelled the crispy aroma of the cookies and the slightly sweet taste of the psionic water. The desire to survive made him. Open your eyes. Woof, 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 how delicious it smells. The smell of psionic water awakened the desire to live in the kobold, but the bowl of food on the ground trampled on his dignity. 69's HUX. Com, like Oreo, was lying on the ground, licking his bowl. He still retained his half-human dignity, preferring death on his feet to life on his knees. However, before Somo could check him, the kobold moved with frightening speed, barely giving himself a second to think before swoop down on the food bowl and devour it. Oreo, who was standing next to him, had an anthropomorphic expression of disdain, his face full of disdain. Woof! Someone didn't understand what Oreo said, but the kobold ignored him and licked the bowl even faster. After drinking the psionic water, the inflamed and festering wounds on the kobold's hands have visibly healed, at least to the point that they have stopped festering. It seems that kobolds are not as robust in constitution as we thought. I think everyone should find this half-human creature in a day or 2. Somo nodded, pushing away the thought of spreading rumors about the kobolds. The situation was still unclear. The kobold lair had not been discovered. If it was near the base, someone could easily follow the clues and deduce that the shelter was somewhere nearby. In this apocalyptic world, if someone knew the location of the base, it would be incredibly dangerous. He slowly approached the rumbling generator. It had been running all night, already a little warm, the cooling fan humming against the metal cover. He glanced at the fuel level. With the generator running at minimum power, it had used about 2 or 3 liters of diesel fuel overnight. The 400-cell lithium iron phosphate battery. The ampere-hour battery was fully charged, and the indicator on the electric crossbow changed from red to green. After turning off the diesel generator as instructed, Sumo began using the storage room to stack all the miscellaneous items in the center of the field. A flash of light revealed the blueprints sent by Chen K. He brought them to the table, pulled out the light bulb, and unrolled the drawings on the base, studying them carefully. The drawings were not complicated and did not look like three-dimensional drawings that only people with an engineering background could understand. There were 2 sheets of paper. One was a plan view of the shelter designed. Chen Yitian, and the other, was tightly packed with a diagram detailing the orientation of each room, as well as some minor details suggested by Sumo. However, Sumo focused his attention and looked at the drawing. As expected, the system clearly saw the attributes of the drawing. Underground shelter drawing. Excellent description. A building design designed by the almost top architect Shen Yitian. Its design is exquisite and ingenious, making perfect use of all the space. However, it should have been perfect. But because the designer was too focused on the final space, the project was downgraded to Improvement Direction 1. Redesign the project, change the use of space in a template way, significantly improve its usability, and significantly improve resilience to natural disasters, requires 225 survival points. Improvement Direction 2. Modify the design, correct its shortcomings, maintain the design concept, and make it more suitable for the current needs of the shelter. Requires 45 survival points. Rating. Following the design, just placing a small grenade in the right place will turn your shelter into ruins in an instant. Of course, even Shen Yitian can't achieve 100% perfection. In the end, there are many factors to consider. As for pursuing the highest space, this is what I mean. But what does the system evaluation mean? Sitting at the table, Sumo stared at the system evaluation in a daze. It took him a long time to react to what the system was telling him. The more doomsday, the more wastelands, the more people will think. The inexplicable feeling made Sumo extremely uneasy. He shook his head and pushed the feeling away. It seemed that there were only a few people in this world that could be trusted. Perhaps, as time went on, as the disaster intensified, even this group of people. His gaze wandered, and Sumo seemed to see a dark hand hovering over the shelter. The seemingly solid shelter collapsed under the explosion of a small grenade, turning into a pile of rubble. Among the rubble lay Sumo, his sister, and parents. We must speed up the construction of the shelter. Luckily, I am still ahead of everyone. The more he thought about the possible tragedy, the tighter his fists clenched. This man is terrible. His aura was even more terrifying than our kobold king. The crunching of bones scared the kobolds who were squatting next to him, gobbling up cookies, and they froze, not daring to make a sound. He continued to carefully study the basic structure of the blueprints, analyzing the problem as best he could. Then Sumo placed the 2 blueprints side by side. He shook his head, throwing away all his chaotic thoughts. "I choose the second path of improvement," Sumo said quietly. When he finished speaking, a green light emanated from his body, illuminating the blueprints. The black handwriting on the white paper seemed to come alive, dancing and pulsating across the page like a living ink spirit. After 3 to 5 seconds, when the handwriting, restrained by the green light, became more obedient, and a drawing appeared on the paper that seemed identical to the previous one, but upon closer inspection was strikingly different. Although Sumo could not understand what changed, the lines on the new drawing were noticeably smoother than before. It seemed that the power of the system was simply beyond the capabilities of such an experienced architect as Shen Yitian. With a flash of light, the characteristics of the new drawing appeared before Sumo's eyes. Underground shelter devil ideal. Description: ideal. Drawing with 8 characteristics. Built according to the drawing description, it has medium earthquake resistance, medium protection, low thermal insulation, and high expandability. Facilities: 3-section entrance and exit of the shelter, plant room rear door, master bedroom, extra bedroom, second bedroom, micro research center storage room, daily supplies storage room, weapons and equipment storage room, miscellaneous goods storage room, micro command and combat center, power distribution room, living room. Comments. Goblin. If I become an architect, I will make the shelter round. Why? From now on, that terrifying demon king will never be able to corner me again. The new blueprint divides the shelter into 8 sections, including an additional operations center compared to Shen Yitian's design. It seems the system understands me better, Sumo said in surprise, carefully studying the several areas marked on the drawing. The following seem to be unrelated fragments of text and should probably be omitted. Also, area. 140 square meters, height 2 meters. Completion, 100% equipment, iron stove, bed, large environment. For growing vegetables, water separator from psionic well, dining table current permissions. Reconstructing the shelter plan, automatically creating partitions once, please adjust with caution. After clicking the Reconstructing the Shelter Plan button, the page flickered, returning to the familiar interface. Finding the function for receiving points in the lower corner, Sumo clicked on it. The first paid function for reconstruction points was importing blueprints. The cost was not high, only 15 points. But for those who lived in a group shelter, this was an impressive amount. Having spent 300 points to upgrade the storage and 54 points, spending them irregularly, Sumo found that he had 278 points left, more than enough to cover the cost of repairing the base. After deducting 15 points, the blueprint in his hand seemed to turn into a stream of light, shattering into pieces inside the base. Then, the blueprint successfully loaded onto the game panel, displaying all the planned designs and parts. After trying out the preload feature, Somo found that he could move items directly to their designated locations after planning, and got to work. First, he ran the wires in, stone slabs. This could only be done through the game panel or system. After some time, having sorted and placed all the items, Somo pressed the transformation button. With trepidation, Somo looked around the base again, now a large apartment, without feeling a drop of nostalgia. If the old does not go, the new will not come. A slight tremor emanated from the ground, as if invisible hands were caressing the foundation. The kobold, still squatting, looked around in horror, clearly wondering why such a solid foundation was shaking. Then a scene unfolded that further destroyed him. World view. The stone steps at the entrance to the shelter seemed to melt, turning into a pool of fiery red liquid before disappearing inside. The main door of the shelter opened automatically, letting in bright sunlight. The next moment, the entire shelter began to sink, and a stone passage appeared at the junction of the main door and the shelter. The dim sunlight could no longer penetrate the stone passage, but at the same time, the base became safer. Inside the base, the central light channel began to shift, gradually, moving to the upper right corner. As if obeying a divine influence, the nutrient medium in the center slowly rose from the ground and moved toward the light in the upper right corner. A stone partition naturally grew out of the ground, separating the shelter roof from the ground, becoming more and more stable. Various objects began to move into place, and just like that, the walls grew one after another. In the blink of an eye, the shelter, once a large, brightly lit apartment, was plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, as new walls were erected, the structure of the shelter was undergoing radical changes. The once spacious shelter now occupied a hallway and a living room of about 25 square meters. The living room was furnished with an old wooden table and benches, as well as tea sets looted from the ruins. Using the sunlight, Somo felt his way to interior wall of the living room. With a snap of his finger, he made the ceiling light shine brightly, instantly dispelling the darkness. In the corner of the living room lay a kobold, and Oreo, crouched nearby, watched it. Oreo was intrigued by the dramatic change, but without Somo's orders, he could only remain where he was, breathing heavily. Taking out Flashlight storage, Somo headed towards the rest of the rooms. According to the plan, behind the partition of the living room was Somo's bedroom, which was also the main bedroom of the entire shelter. Although the shelter looked spacious when it was first built, it was actually quite compact. In Sue's bedroom, Mo had only left room for a bed and a nightstand. The other two bedrooms were only large enough for beds for now, with plans to expand them in the future as needed. Storage was to the right of the door. Walking along the doorway without a door, one could find a place for weapons and equipment. Further on, there was a place for everyday needs and, finally, for small things. The three-link structure not only did not take up much space, but also allowed for extremely convenient access to things without running around looking for them. To the left of the door were the microfighting center and the energy center. In the middle of the bedroom and the room, there was a micro-research center for crop breeding. After going back and forth twice, Sumo finally got familiar with the structure of the current base. Although this design significantly reduced the visible area compared to the previous large apartment, it, in a sense, significantly improved the heating supply of the base. In this limited space, the heating efficiency was undoubtedly much higher than before. Opening the inner door, current shelter, Sumo was even more pleasantly surprised. The sloping tunnel, like the back door, was about 10 meters long. Within these 10 meters, in addition to the outer stone door, there was another door in the middle. Together with the inner door of the current shelter, it formed a three-stage structure. Such a structure not only provided the enemy with enough room to maneuver if he managed to break through the outer door, but also allowed for ambushes and traps to be set between the two doors, ensuring the complete destruction of the enemy. It was even possible to set up firing points, ensuring full firepower when the enemy entered. If the security rating of the previous base was only 5, then this one rose to 50. Sumo was delighted. The permissions this shelter upgrade provides are incredibly useful. The previous shelter was made of stone, but with this upgrade, all the partitions and accessories are made entirely of stone, which eliminated a lot of problems. Holding a flashlight, Somo found the broken tungsten bulbs he had brought from the ruins. He had already fixed one, and now he has 3 left. These bulbs also had built-in switches, making them incredibly convenient. Spending 6 survival points, he fixed each of the 3 bulbs. First, he installed one in the bedroom for evening study, then the second one above the daily supply storage to make it easier to find items. Finally, Somo installed the last one in the Micro Research Center. This will be the starting point for the future tech tree of the base. After we survive this disaster, we will have to spend quite a bit of time to figure out how to advance the base tech tree. Oh, by the way, I still have a workbench that I never built, and now I finally have a place for it. The workbench is finally here. Those who have played survival sandbox games will understand. Clicking on the crafting page and scrolling down, Somo found the crafting icon for the workbench. Hey, why is this workbench sky blue? Is there a specific color scheme? Puzzled, Somo looked at the required materials. Workbench, wood 0/12, beaker 0/1, simple pliers 0/1, simple work module 0/1, simple experiment module 0/1, simple welding machine 0/1, simple cutter 0/1, iron 0/12, glass 0/2, circuit board 0/4, wire 0/2. Crafting materials are quite complex. Apart from these simple modules, there are a number of materials that don't seem to fit into the workbench. Of the required materials, we have both wood and iron. Luckily, I had both in abundance. Otherwise, these things would be bulky and heavy, and the shipping costs would be prohibitive. Rubbing his chin, now covered in green stubble, Somo began to recall what materials were still in the foundation. There were 2 blocks of glass left in the shelter. The last time he built a light tunnel, he had used only a tiny piece of glass. After experimenting with it, Somo found that it was quite sufficient for the project. As for the glass and pliers, they had exploded along with the workbench, so there was no need to look for them again. He searched the utility room for the remaining boards and after a while found the damaged ones he had rescued from Vault 2. In his haste, he grabbed a few that looked better. But there were still 5. For 8 survival points, Somo repaired 4 slightly damaged boards. After the shelter was ready, there were still many wires left, originally intended for expansion, and now they were useful. So now there is a missing working module, an experimental module, welding machine and cutter, thought Somo, deciding to search the world channel for 4 main items. Instead of trying your luck on the regional channel in the pre-disaster trade, it's better to spend some points on shipping to collect them early and increase your combat power. Now is not the time to spend them early to enjoy the benefits later. As soon as most people will have access to the workbench plans, the prices of these modular items will inevitably go up. Suma. Sorry, I'm looking for a simple work module, an experimental module, a welding machine, and a cutting torch. The price is here. As soon as those words left his lips, the world chat suddenly exploded like an atomic bomb. In order to allow for individual use of the world channel, the game functionally omits most of the information, making it even more difficult for all players to communicate and join forces on the world channel. After all, hundreds of millions of instant messages are simply not readable by the human brain. However, to Suma's eyes, the chat window was still updating rapidly. I'm in the wasteland, fresh off the plane, got a PhD, and make $1 million a month. I'm in the front row. Please tell me if Sushen is recruiting lab staff. I'm very capable. Shut up, you up there. I'll tell you the number now, and you're in the car. Develop a spaceship in 5 seconds and arrive at 2 underground bases. Since I don't have the first cup of milk tea in the fall, could Sushen give me a cup of psionic water in the fall? That's fine with me. I have a simple working module. I can exchange you for 10 liters of psionic water. Somo, you are so greedy. If you are posting nonsense, get out of here. Don't make me kill you. After a week in the wilderness, Sumo's character had improved greatly. Now he spoke harsh words that he would not dare to say on Earth. He also decided to become a shameless merchant. In the market, he was an absolute buyer. Many people might have had these items, but now Sumo was the only one with the means to buy them and the ability to pay the exorbitant shipping costs the game imposes. Thanks to all the fuss, private inquiries coming into the trading market suddenly became much less frequent. Cluttered. After a quick scan, the items were sorted by price. Ghost, someone is selling a complex work module for only 300 milliliters of psionic water. Buy it. A simple welding machine for only 50 milliliters? You're definitely not Chinese if you don't buy this. A complex experimental module and a 2-kilogram baguette and only 180 milliliters? Wow, so many people come. Isn't this cooler than Boruto? Somo was stunned by the increasingly outrageous private trade requests coming into the trading panel. When prices became so low, when no one could see each other's prices, these people desperately tried to get a sip of psionic water by aggressively undercutting the prices. By spending only 940 milliliters of psionic water and 24 disaster points as a delivery fee, Sumo received the following goods. 1 sophisticated worker. Module. 1 complex experimental module. 1 simple welding machine. 1 simple cutting machine and 35 screws. 1 desk lamp with soft light and variable frequency for the bedroom. 2 rechargeable walkie-talkies with a range of 3 kilometers. An electric blanket, a roll of duct tape, and a telescope with 5x zoom. 2 kilogram. Baguette, 1 box of red apple drink, a bag of spicy chips, and a bag of peanuts drunkard. Scooping up water in less than a small basin, he got a lot of things. Even though Sumo was concentrating hard, his heart was pounding. It turns out that being a speculator is so great. I wish I had gone into business in my past life. I wasted my talent. The tiny fraction of people who came to the world chat to trade knew that Soma had entered the electric age, so the goods he offered were rare electrical appliances. For those who had trouble with electricity or lacked resources, these items were cheaper than scrap metal. But for Soma, they were simply amazing. It was minus 20 degrees Celsius outside. I turned on the electric blanket and slipped into bed. Wasn't it delicious? As for the food, it was mostly snacks to quench one's thirst or baguettes that could be used as weapons. However, this wasn't a problem for Soma. He sorted everything into categories, feeling a wave of euphoria wash over him like a tidal wave. With excitement, he collected all the necessary items for crafting. I am incredibly lucky. I see the blueprints of workbenches for the first time. These people don't understand their value, so I was able to get them so easily. Sighing, Soma began crafting. A workbench about the size of a large earth table silently appeared in the dark, deserted space. Obeying the thought, a rumble was heard, and the heavy workbench sank to the wall. Research Center. This workbench, made of ordinary materials, left a deep impression on Soma from the moment it appeared. Originally a single glass now, after being integrated with the materials of the workbench, it has become a set of large glassware. Distillation, extraction, separation, purification, cutting, and welding. As he fiddled with the glassware, a wave of unfamiliar information instantly washed over him. Closing his eyes, Soma absorbed it in a few seconds, instantly mastering the working principle of the workbench. Crouching down, with a slight effort, Soma effortlessly lifted a stand from under the workbench, about half the height of a man. The stand was crossed by complex electrical wiring. After a few tentative attempts, Soma returned to the electrical room to turn off the power, then lowered his head and connected the workbench's wiring to the shelter's main line. As the workbench powered up, a high-pitched buzzing sound was heard. The heavy workbench began a self-diagnosis. After turning on the working arm underneath him, it began to swing, finally settling on the side of the workbench. He pulled the stool up to the workbench and, suddenly realizing, mentally called up a system to check the specific properties of the workbench. Workbench. Excellent description. When using the workbench, player efficiency increases by 10%, concentration increases by 10%, and success rate increases by 10%. Special ability. When using a workbench to manually craft items, the item grade will be automatically adjusted according to the production level, player and the production method, as well as the workbench class, a maximum of no higher than the workbench class by 1 level and a minimum of no lower than the workbench class. There is one direction of improvement. Improve the 3 main bonus attributes of the workbench, improve the integrity of the workbench tools, and reduce the energy consumption during workbench use time. Requires 525 survival points. Improvement direction. 2. Improve the workbench class by 1 level. Improve the workbench working method and improve the workbench material quality. Requires 720 survival points. There are 3 improvement directions. Improve the workbench class by 1 level, improve the workbench special ability by 1 level, and get a chance to add a second special entry to the workbench technological side. Requires 6,550 survival points. Rating. Workbench times. Homemade nuke square root. It's in this river? In this Ganges? Actually, they offer 3 upgrade paths. From the looks of it, the workbench is the item with the most potential for improvement in the entire base. Carefully studying the pros and cons of the 3 improvement methods, Sumo feverishly thought over the ideas in his head. The workbench was originally supposed to be of normal quality, but after adding 2 top-quality accessories, it immediately became superior. If items created directly from the game panel are of no quality, then everything that can be created on the workbench will be at least grade. That is, excellent quality. I wonder if it will gain special abilities. Even if I use the system to improve the properties of the workbench to perfection, perhaps even the shovel I create will be at least of perfect quality. After figuring this out, Sumo was overjoyed and quickly brought back 1 block of wood and 1 block of iron. Of all the items, the iron axe seemed the easiest to make. All he had to do was saw off a piece of iron, hammer it into a sheet, and glue it to a wooden stick to make a quality iron axe. Arriving at the shelter's power room, Somo first turned on the generator. After making sure that everything was working properly, he switched the shelter's power supply to the generator. Cutting and welding the robotic arm was undoubtedly a power-hungry operation, and one 400 amp-hour iron lithium battery was clearly not enough. After scanning the monster encyclopedia and watching TV on kilometer around the shelter, Somo felt relieved, put on his coat and walked over to the workbench. Made entirely of wood and iron, the workbench looked incredibly heavy. Somo walked around to the left and pressed the self-diagnosis button. The red light began to blink, and after 3 seconds, it turned a delightful green. The robotic arm attached to the side of the workbench began its self-diagnosis. After a few seconds of shaking, it gradually unfolded, making room for a human hand. Sumo carefully pushed his right hand inside. With a click, the hand, as if it had sensed the activation of a pressure sensor, began to fold, completely enclosing Sumo's right hand. He carefully moved the steel-clad arm and felt only its smoothness and strength. The electric motor had significantly reduced the weight of the robotic arm, making it completely impervious to pressure. After inspecting the turbine, the welding machine, and what looked like a burning device, Sumo raised his hand to the wall, shook his head, and sighed. "Sorry, I'm Iron Man," he exclaimed, feeling the steel lines and the many tools connected to them. This powerful union of man and machine filled Sumo with a sense of pride. The human body is too fragile. I hope I can hold out until the day I create a Gundam suit. The future development of personal combat power will inevitably be directed towards mechs. And in this apocalyptic wasteland, that day is not far off. Putting aside his fantasies, Soma used the storage space to place a piece of iron and a piece of wood. He tried to press the button on the cutter to the left of his workstation with his left hand, and immediately there was a cracking sound. The saw blade in his right hand began to rotate at a low speed. Pressing the button again increased the speed to third gear, after which the disc returned to low. After some experimentation, Soma switched to low speed and extended the saw towards the iron block. Crack! Blinding sparks crackled and hit the peak of his coat. The bright light cut into Soma's eyes. For the first time in his life, and he had no experience with it, Soma felt a rush of acid to his eyes, as if he was about to cry. "This is difficult. I forgot that they wear masks when cutting. I need sunglasses." After removing the robotic arm and wiping the acid from his eyes, Sumo went to the back room and found the cola he had opened earlier, but he didn't want to drink it. He took out the cola and walked over to Oreo, who was still clinging to his post. He fed Oreo a few sips and then finished the rest. Carefully removing the label from the bottle and setting it aside, Sumo took out the machete he had found in the ruins and began to cut at the bottle. The sharp blade offered little resistance to the plastic. With a slight effort, Sumo cut off the neck of the bottle, completely splitting it in half. Carefully, with the tip of the knife, he drew 2 eye outlines on the bottle. He picked it up and pulled it apart, revealing a pair of sunglasses made from 2 bottles. He took some tape and stuck both sunglasses to the eye area of the coat. Sumo focused his gaze and called up the system. Raincoat properties appeared. Durable raincoat description. One-piece raincoat with high waterproofness, weak protection and thermal insulation. Improvement direction. Material 20, windproof 30, UV and IR protection 10-8. Thermal insulation 15. Description. Boys must wear raincoats to protect themselves. Upgrade to UV and IR protection. When the voice faded, 2 survival points were subtracted, and the glued sunglasses began to melt, gradually merging with the mask. Putting on the raincoat again, Sumo sat down to the workbench and continued the work he had not finished. The bright light and sparks emitted by the cutting machine lost their power under the improved mask. The superior quality workbench provides exceptionally powerful bonuses for crafting items. It would seem that a solid iron block under the influence of the slow cutter sliced through it with virtually no resistance, like a knife cutting a green onion. Carefully dividing the block into 5 smaller pieces and placing the remaining 4 on the ground, Somo began heating the iron. The welding machine in his right hand suddenly released a powerful stream of heat, painting the iron block a bright red. Abruptly turning off the welding machine, Somo swung the hammer to strike the red-hot iron. He used the machine to strike for a full minute before finally stopping. By then, the iron block had begun to take on the shape of an axe blade. While not as impressive as methodically hammering away in a mold, achieving this level of quality was still quite impressive for a beginner. Luckily, the tools on the workbench are powerful enough to handle the materials, otherwise the arc welding would have to wait. Pressing the feed button, to quickly cool the handle, Somo moved the sheet of iron aside, picked up the wood, and began sawing and sanding it on the saw bench. Soon, a smooth axe handle emerged. Trying to make the bottom edge of the sheet of iron the same size as the top edge of the board, he inserted wooden handle into the groove of the workbench and gave the robotic arm a little push. A brand new iron axe appeared. Then, turning the saw machine sideways, Somo completed the grinding process with the blade, successfully sharpening the iron axe. Making an iron axe is not that difficult, it is worthy of me. Having removed robotic arm and freeing the slot, Somo pulled out an iron axe, still smelling of forged iron. The smooth handle of the axe, although not as ornate as the homemade game board, was just the right diameter and length for Somo's taste. The axe was the first time it had been made. Therefore, the thickness was different on both sides, with the left side being slightly higher. However, with the cold and sharp blade of the axe, no one would doubt its power. Concentrating and calling the system, Sumo looked at the characteristics of the axe he had created and was stunned. Iron axe. Excellent description. An iron axe made by the conscientious master Suma. It is made of durable materials and is roughly crafted, but for some unknown reason, its quality has been improved to superior. Special effect, sharpness +1. When chopping trees, there is a small chance to inflict a critical hit sharpness +3. Rating. Is this the legendary axe fallen Sakura? That's all he really has 2 records? And I forged them myself. Staring blankly at the axe in his hand, Sumo couldn't help but take out the axe he had previously created on the game panel from his storage to compare it. The handcrafted axe looked incredibly crude and couldn't compare to the axes produced on the assembly line in the game. But when Sumo brought the 2 blades close to each other, he noticed something unusual. The axe blade created on the game panel, although it shone coldly, did not possess any magical power. The handmade axe blade would occasionally flash with a flickering light, as if with the help of a divine force. Taking out the scraps of wood he had previously used to make the axe handle, Sumo struck the boards one by one. The axe created in the game felt a noticeable resistance when striking until Sumo increased his strength and was able to make a cut. However, the homemade axe was similar to chopping tofu. A flash of cold light instantly chipped off a corner of the tree. Damn it! With this thing, I could chop down 50 trees in a day. Sumo cursed, unable to contain his shock. He still couldn't figure out how his crudely made axe could be so impressive. Handicrafts were a man's passion, it seemed. Making game panels will eventually become obsolete. And the best part is that it doesn't cost any points. After trying to make something on the workbench, game panels that used to cost 1 point suddenly became disgusting. Whoever is first to enter the electric age who will have a better workbench, who will have a higher level of mastery in handcrafting, will get better gear. Likewise, for some level 8 mechanics, a workbench is a real advantage. It's a surprisingly fair system. No complicated blueprints to craft epic artifacts. If you want good equipment, you just look at the blueprint, study it, and make it yourself. Walking to the bucket, Sumo scooped up a cup of psionic water, and only then did his excitement subside a little. The excellent quality of the equipment is impressive. If I could create items of exquisite quality, it would be even more impressive. Having figured out the purpose of the workbench, Somo quickly returned to it and quickly got to work. He then made a number of simple tools, eliminating the mediocre ones that he had previously. Of all the items, Somo first chose the iron shovel, which was easier to make than the others. Crackling. Donning his cloak, Somo instantly became a master, working intently at his workbench. Sparks flew from the cutting machine, accompanied by a piercing sound, as the iron block rounded and flattened into irregular little cubes. After the cutting was complete, there was a pause. Somo took the irregular little cube in the center and began to hammer and strike it. Under the enormous force of the mechanical arm, the cube gradually changed its shape, and with powerful blows from his working hand, it began to take on the shape of the shovel handle we are familiar with. This time, Somo showed more skill, beating the shovel handle to a more uniform thickness. After the shovel handle was finished, it was put aside to cool. Taking 2 pieces of wood, Sumo made a total of 10 pieces to replace the sticks of different lengths that were kept in reserve. He inserted a stick slightly longer into the groove, took the cooled shovel handle and lifted it up, opening it in front of him, a freshly made iron shovel. He called up the system, checked the properties, and after a quick glance, Sumo smiled happily. Iron shovel, excellent description. A shovel made by a conscientious craftsman named Suma. Made of durable materials and average skill, it has been upgraded to superior quality for some inexplicable reason. Special effects: sharpness +1, effort saving +1. There is a small critical hit chance when digging. Soil resistance is greatly reduced for 20 seconds. Comment: your special talent for digging and burying people has blessed you with good luck in making a shovel. Once I make a pickaxe, I'll try digging the sulfur mine next door. Then I'll be able to wield an AK-47. Just thinking about it gives me pleasure. He held back his excitement. Half an hour later, Sumo crafted another pickaxe. Unfortunately, as the system description says, unless you're very lucky, most items produced on a good workbench are of excellent quality. This iron pickaxe is also of excellent quality, but it failed to work. Critical hit of the workbench, which allowed her to achieve excellent quality. After making 3 tools, Somo turned off the workbench and went to the power room to check the power consumption. Not bad. Only about 7 kilowatt hours of electricity. So far, this is acceptable. Maybe when I have time, I'll try to make quality crossbows. After turning off the engine, letting it rest as instructed, and switching to battery, Somo returned to the living room of the shelter, drank a large glass of psionic water, and began to put on his gear. Oreo, who was standing nearby, hurried to him, signaling that he would follow him. Somo crouched down, smiled, patted Oreo on the head and said softly, "Be a good girl and keep an eye on this guy. I'll go dig up some rocks outside. It's not far. I'll be back soon." Hearing that Somo wasn't going to play, Oreo pouted, wagged his hairless tail, and lay down again in disappointment. Looking at Oreo, and then at the dog-headed man in the corner who seemed to be asleep, Sumo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Huskies are considered very energetic dogs, but Oreo has been acting very unusual lately. He often lay down to rest after eating. He didn't understand what was happening. Shaking his head and pushing aside these distracting thoughts, Somo went to the command center and turned on the TV to monitor the situation. After more than a day of acid rain, life was reviving. These horrific poisons that people avoided had become a precious nectar for the plants. The once withered grass was now beginning to turn green. In the bushes where the group of kobolds had buried themselves, there were no tracks upon closer inspection. Turning quickly, Somo noticed 2 chicken-like creatures leisurely drinking from the now enormous lake of acidic rains. Huh? What is that? Didn't the acid rain eat them away? Zooming in, Somo watched in amazement as 2 wasteland hens greedily drank from the lake, clearly enjoying it. Their feathers were the same earthy yellow as the wasteland, with a tiny red tuft on their heads. Their slightly larger wings revealed the tender flesh beneath. They had small brown beaks and dark black eyes. Except for its claws being slightly larger than those of earth chickens, its body was otherwise virtually identical to that of a farm chicken. He called up the game panel and clicked on the scan bar in the monster manual. Suddenly, he decided to take the first opportunity of the day. 2 wild feathered chickens were found 114 meters from the player. Danger factor 12. Please proceed with caution. Today's 2/3 time wild feathered chicken? Opening the guide, Somo immediately found the characteristics of this creature from the wastelands. Wild feathered chicken. a creature from the wastelands with very low aggression, possessing a strong digestive ability and able to withstand below-average levels of food poisoning, has good mobility. Once it has established a nest, it will not easily change unless attacked by strong external forces or natural enemies, and often settles near water sources. Weakness: extremely afraid of high-pitched sounds. Hearing them, he crawls to the ground and becomes unable to move. Risk factor: 12. Hey guys, you didn't bring me eggs, did you? After confirming that the 2 wild chickens with feathers had settled near the acid rain lake, Sumo excitedly turned off the TV and headed to the back door to meet my new neighbors. How can my neighbors be so distant? My shelter is warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Living in nature is not as comfortable as coming here. Hunched over, Somo quickly walked along the low corridor to the end, pushed a small stone door, and slipped out. 2 chickens with wild feathers in the distance also noticed Somo's uninvited guest. True, they were rather timid, clucking, and not moving. "Hello, hello, I'm your neighbor, Somo." He slowly approached the 2 hens with wild feathers. The pace was slow, and the hens did not react violently. Unless absolutely necessary, Somo did not want to resort to enthusiasm to invite 2 new neighbors into the shelter and live happily ever after. However, Somo underestimated his charm. When the distance between him and the wild-feathered hens was only about 30 meters away, the chickens, as if they had discovered a treasure, took off with a spread of their wings. Their goal was not that distant place. It was Somo. Their massive paws gave the wild-feathered chickens a speed comparable to that of a young man, and in just 3 to 5 seconds, they were at the feet of Somo. 2 adorable chicks sat side by side, their gazes fixed on Somo with burning attention. Huh? My beauty surpassed all my expectations? This is so exciting! Somo touched his face in confusion. But when he looked again, he realized that the 2 wild-feathered chickens were not looking at his face, but at a small patch of water on the inside of his cloak. They were attracted by the psionic water? Sumo took out a bottle of psionic water from his storage with slight doubt. He loosened the lid slightly. As the aroma of the psionic water spread, the longing in the eyes of the 2 wild-feathered hens became more and more pronounced, and their anthropomorphic expression of pleading was heartbreaking. After thinking for a moment, Somo took out a small piece of wood. He bent down, poured some water from a bottle onto the board. 2 chickens with wild feathers quickly approached, drinking with a gurgling sound. The sweet-tasting psionic water brought joy to the faces of the 2 chickens. He poured a little, and they drank. I poured some more, and the 2 chickens lowered their heads and pecked a few more times. After drinking about 100 milliliters each, the 2 chickens raised their heads, showing that they were full. "Your appetite is not very good, but why are you looking at me so strangely?" Having screwed the cap back on and returned the bottle of psionic water to its storage place, Somo looked at the chickens again and suddenly noticed a hint of trust in their eyes. Trust? Why trust? Somo tried to take a few steps, and the 2 chickens followed his example. Somo tried to run a few steps, and the 2 chickens with wild feathers also ran a few steps. Like in a role-playing game, the 2 wild-feathered chickens were programmed to automatically follow him after drinking the psionic water. Somo made a long circle around the sand dunes and returned to the front door. The 2 wild-feathered chickens approached the front door without hesitation. Doors! It seemed like they had already recognized Sumo without fearing his malicious intentions. Did you promise not to change your nest? Are you sure you are not just some cunning follower who has forgotten his home? Sumo was speechless as he stared at his followers. Returning to the back door of the shelter, Somo entered, followed by 2 wild-feathered chickens. Oreo, who was inside, caught a whiff of the unfamiliar scent and immediately rushed to the back door, barking wildly. However, upon seeing his 2 new companions, his human dog face lit up with uncontrollable joy. Not for a moment. What? Oreo wouldn't play with wild chickens? Oreo's eyes were incredibly sinister, reminding Sumo of the famous gifs from his past life where dogs tease chickens. Lowering his head, Somo pretended to tease Oreo, causing him to roll over onto the ground. Petting Oreo, Somo pretended to check, "Does he have fleas?" In fact, he quickly looked around, examining Oreo's lower body. Oreo is a girl. That's encouraging. Oreo is really a girl. Two thoughts flashed through Sumo's mind, one after another. No wonder Oreo is so melancholy lately. I heard that girls have days like this once a month. Yeah, right. After learning the reason for Oreo's melancholy, Sumo brightened up. He quickly pulled Oreo aside so as not to scare his new neighbor. "You, with the red hair, with that shape, we'll call Big Sparkle. And you, with the lighter hair, we'll call Little Sparkle." Having named two chicks with wild feathers, one tall, one short, one red-haired, the other light-haired. Sumo took out a small spare basin, filled it with psionic water, and placed it in the plant breeding room, which now occupied almost 50 square meters. Two chickens with wild feathers stared at the basin of psionic water. When Somo put it in corner, two sparkles quickly ran up and lay down next to each other, as if they were going to defend their territory. Hey, they've already made their nest, right? They are so easy to deceive. Seeing Oreo's glowing eyes, Somo had no choice but to lift him by the waist and lead him out of the breeding room. "I'm warning you, Oreo. You can play with the big and small sparks, but you can't hurt them. They're new members of our base." Oreo, hugging, was incredibly shy. Enjoying Sumo's hug for the first time, he buried his dog muzzle in Sumo's chest, rubbing it. He purred. "Then I'll consider it yours." "Agreement. Look after the house. I still need to go get some coal to feed you." Sumo carried Oreo back to the corner where the dog-headed man was lying and adjusted his clothes. Surviving in the wasteland requires more than just strength. Sometimes a little luck is even more important. For example, the acid lake that accidentally formed in the drainage ditch was initially considered an obstacle to the development of the base. Now, by pure chance, it has brought two wild feathered hens. Initially, the shelter consisted of only one person and one dog, but with the arrival of these two new companions, Sumo became even more confident in the impending disaster. There are still 13 days left. No panic. If the monsters don't attack, I'm 70% sure I'll survive this disaster. But that's not enough. I have to reach the top of the world's shelter rankings and earn more disaster points. This is the only way I can maintain my leadership. After some thought, Somo's face became calmer and more determined. He opened the entrance door of the shelter for the first time. He entered the reconstructed corridor. The shelter had not yet developed to the point where the corridor could be built as an urn, but the design already included loopholes. If we talk about improving the stone shelter, then even the exit corridor was upgraded to stone by default on the game panel. Touching the finger-sized loopholes in the stone wall, Somo felt a surge of emotion. Such a workforce, one person, without convenient game upgrades and relying solely on physical strength, could never have built this. It is the fruit of civilization, the result of the joint efforts of many people. In addition to the single-player experience, survival games offer many amenities for solo players. After they open the second door, and then the outermost one, a tunnel effect allows a gust of fresh air to rush in. Air dot. After examining the depth of the corridor, Sumo concluded that the base had sunk to a certain extent during this reconstruction. If my previous underground base had only been built underground, this time it had sunk by as much as 5 meters. Considering the height of the floors, the base of the shelter should be about 10 meters. Meters! After a brief assessment, Sumo closed the door and headed toward the bushes. The schedule was tight and there was no time to waste. It was time to develop the nearby sulfur mines. According to historical records, sulfur, a natural ore, was called sulfur even in biblical times after its discovery. In ancient Egyptian and Greek records, sulfur was used as a medicine and for fumigation. Early mining involved miners in volcanic areas such as Sicily, and until the 20th century, sulfur could also be found in salt domes. Typically, sulfur mines are found in either volcanic areas or salt dome areas. This area does not seem like the type of place to find sulfur ore. Are the resources just scattered randomly, or was there volcanic activity here before the work began? Carefully digging the earth, Somo found tiny grains of sulfur ore, similar to gravel. If you don't look closely at such things or know that there are mineral deposits here, you won't confuse them with sulfur. These are just small, multicolored stones. Somo, orienting himself by the terrain, measured the distribution of sulfur ore with his feet. Traces of it were visible within a radius of almost 100 meters. After several approaches, he found a slightly raised slope without trees. He pulled out his high-quality shovel and started digging. Wow! How could this high-quality shovel be so much better than a regular shovel? The shovel burst into flames. The first move triggered a critical hit, greatly reducing the resistance of the soil for 20 seconds. With each swing of the shovel, Somo effortlessly raked up the earth like tofu. When the earth appeared, Sumo dug around, confirming that it contained sulfur ore, and then confidently began to dig. Digging a hole is an art. Simply digging from top to bottom could easily cause the surrounding structure to collapse, potentially trapping a person. As a child, Sumo saw someone digging a cellar in his home village. Before they reached even 2 meters, they saw the ground collapse. By the time the neighbors found the man, the earth had already covered his mouth and nose, and he had suffocated in a hole less than 2 meters deep. So Sumo chose the safest step-by-step method of digging. Although it reduced the efficiency, it was safer. Under the scorching sun, Sumo loaded the earth shovel after shovel. Although it took half a day to make the shovel, Sumo felt it was worth it. The shovel's efficiency bonus was terrifying, especially its insanely high critical hit rate, which could be stored indefinitely. This meant that as long as he continued digging, he could activate the effect multiple times. When digging without mechanical tools, this shovel could effectively serve as a small excavator. There is no sulfide gas released underground here. How did the sulfur ore form? After digging about a meter, the shovel gradually encountered resistance, and a ringing sound was heard when the shovel blade touched the ground. Sumo squatted down and wiped the surface of the soil with his hand, and immediately discovered an earthy yellow sulfur ore. The surface of the sulfur ore was dotted with tiny pores indicating a sulfur gas leak. Returning the shovel to its place, Sumo took out his high-quality iron pickaxe. Iron pickaxe. Excellent description. The shovel made by the conscientious Master Suma is made of durable materials and roughly processed, but for some inexplicable reason, it was brought to excellent quality. Special effect, sharpness +1. When mining ore, there is a small chance of a critical hit. Ore with a strength below 5 will disintegrate. Comment: too bad it's not an enviable golden pickaxe. Pulling out a bottle of psionic water and taking a few sips to restore his strength, Somo took the pickaxe and struck hard at the yellow ore on the ground. A soothing sound rang out. The relatively hard yellow sulfur ore on the ground instantly disintegrated into scattered fragments. Looking down, Somo muttered, "Absorb storage," and the remaining ore on the ground was instantly absorbed into the storage. Wow, incredibly effective. It looks like an hour of mining should last me a long time. After estimating the amount of sulfur fragments he had collected, Somo made a plan. By triggering the disintegration effect, he got about 20 kilograms of sulfur ore with one critical hit. Without the need for a lot of ammunition or gunpowder, he could dig about. Half a ton was more than enough. Ding bang, ding bang. The sun, rising in the east, was slowly sinking toward the west. Every 5 minutes of digging, Somo would raise his head and climb out of the hole, scanning the surrounding area for any sign of mutants. Gradually, the sun finally reached the horizon. A ray of sunset light illuminated the vast landscape, coloring it in a sulphurous shade. Okay, that's all I'll dig up. I'll dig up more when I run out. I have no place to store this ore. Raising his eyes, Somo glanced at the sky and froze. The 2 cubic meters of storage were almost completely filled with sulfur ore. Given the efficiency of the purification process, there will be no shortage of sulfur for a long time. Somo climbed out of the pit and shook off the dirt with his cloak, starting to fill the space. Sulfur dissipates without a source, and covering it with earth can also increase the shelf life of sulfur ore. A small hillside, which was originally dug up, had become a flat area after being filled in. After making a mark, Sumo turned around and headed back to the shelter. Compared to the scorching sun outside, the shelter, submerged in water, looked more like a cool basement. As soon as he entered the entrance tunnel, there was almost no heat. Only when he entered the shelter did he feel it warm again. When would this day without a shower end? Standing in the room with weapons and equipment, Sumo took off his coat and looked at his vest, yellowed from the stuffiness. His face was filled with worry. He didn't want to do something as cruel as washing his clothes in psionic water. The Chinese had a talent for hoarding supplies in their genes. Even though he had already stocked up on about 20 liters of psionic water, Sumo only dared to wipe his face in the morning, with a rag soaked in water. This is hell. Billions of Earthlings were sent at once, and not a single one of them was sent near a water source. We'll only be able to stock up on regular water after the snowstorm. He smacked his lips, downing the remaining psionic water from his mineral water bottle in one gulp. The burning in my throat finally subsided. The strange world of survival. This is the truth that everyone has discovered these days. These mutants, like humans, came from the sky. Without water, countless creatures die of thirst in the wild. The few animals that survive on acid rain are actually forced to fight each other for blood. Fresh water sources are nowhere to be found. It is as if the world has destroyed the very concept of a water source, or more simply, speaking, did not create it. As for water, other than opening treasure chests, people can only rely on scientific methods, such as placing a plastic bag over a branch with leaves to create condensation from the vapor. Alternatively, digging a small hole in relatively moist soil in the center of the bottom of which a water collector is installed, and on top of which a polyethylene film is stretched in an arc. Light energy increases the temperature of the moist soil and air in the pit, evaporating with the formation of water vapor. When in contact with the polyethylene film and cooled, water vapor condenses into droplets and flows into the container. Both methods barely yield enough water to sustain life. The method of water collection has been adopted by most people and has gradually become popular. However, due to the high cost of express delivery, some people are unable to sell the excess water even if they have it. For this reason, even if I make a second water intake well, the system will not be able to upgrade it. Just like a cloak cannot be upgraded unless it is placed in a closet, the same applies to the water intake well. Shaking his head, throwing away the strange thoughts, Sumo began to sort through the results. This trip, the warehouse with various supplies, was already half full. After Sumo dug up all the sulfur ore, the warehouse was finally full. A faint smell emanated from the surface of the ore. After touching the powdery yellow substance on the ore, Sumo lowered his head, picked up a smaller piece, and walked over to the workbench. Refining sulfur ore is a very simple process. Simply place the sulfur ore, which is now of acceptable purity, into a distillation flask and heat it. When the temperature reaches about 200 degrees Celsius, use a filter to remove any unmelted impurities to ensure purity. After filtering, continue heating the remaining material, stirring it while heating to allow any remaining impurities to evaporate and filtered. When the temperature reaches 400 degrees Celsius, the sulfur vapors will begin to evaporate. These sulfur vapors are collected, and after cooling and solidifying, relatively pure sulfur is obtained. In ancient times, the creation of gunpowder, a deadly weapon, was delayed by the difficulty of obtaining pure sulfur. However, with a modern workbench, this is no problem. Back in Diet Energy Room, he connected the generator, walked over to the workbench, and activated the self-diagnosis button. After the red-green indicator turned green after the self-diagnosis, Soma equipped the robotic arm with a cleaning tool and began the cleaning process. Workbench was fully equipped with cleaning tools. A robotic arm crushed the sulfur ore into a fine powder and then transferred it to a cleaning vessel. When the vessel was 2/3 full, Soma began following the instructions. The purification process itself was fairly simple, requiring only the basics learned in school chemistry labs. The experimental module was equipped with a high-quality electric heating nozzle, providing high heating efficiency. After some time, the temperature required for pre-filtration was reached. After shaking and filtering through the filter, Soma began heating again. This time, there were far fewer impurities filtered out, making the next phase of filtration easier. When the temperature reached 400 degrees, streams of yellow gas began to rise. The valve opened, and the yellow gas began to rise up the tube to the nearest condenser. Over time, more and more yellow crystals formed, which flowed through the condenser into the nearest collection beaker. A workbench equipped with experimental equipment increased the collection efficiency and heating rate. After completion of the entire process, Soma calculated, based on the fuel consumption of the diesel generator, that the whole thing took less than 20 minutes. Sulfur superior description. Highly pure sulfur crystals, distilled by Master Soma using a strict and scientifically proven method. For unknown reasons, their quality has been upgraded to superior. Special ability, burns more completely and becomes even more powerful when added to certain items. Looking at the approximately 300 grams of sulfur in the glass, Soma clapped his hands in satisfaction. Sulfur is a delicate substance, flammable, and should be stored in a cool, dark place. He took out a small wooden bowl, collected all the purified sulfur, and covered it with a lid. After searching for a place to store it, Soma finally decided to put it in the second bedroom, which was empty for now. A day of hard work brought a bountiful harvest. Something was finally happening in the huge shelter. Oreo, a kobold, and 2 sparkly chickens. Hey, speaking of those little creatures, why haven't they crawled out yet? Curious, Somo approached the barn and noticed the sparkly chickens in the corner. The 2 chickens looked exhausted, huddled together and lying obediently on the soil of their breeding ground. A few young cabbages, weighed down by 2 hens, struggled to survive. These little ones are very good at choosing where to sleep. Came to sleep in the sun and nearly crushed my vegetables. After watching them for a while, Somo had a little fun. He picked up the tiny lights from the creatures' heads and placed them on the ground. Hey, what's that? Underneath where the 2 wild-feathered hens lay, Somo noticed several crystal-like stripes. There weren't many of them, only 7 or 8, evenly distributed throughout the nutrient medium. Concentrating and calling up the system, Somo looked around. Wild-feathered chicken poop description. A natural fertilizer secreted by wasteland dwellers, the wild-feathered chicken, feathers after drinking a rich active source of water. It has a refreshing, odorless aroma. Function: catalyzes plants, providing them with vitality and significantly increasing their survival. Comment: using Jinkala, the yield of wheat is 1,800 tons per mu. 1 bag is equivalent to 2 factorial great stuff. I thought it was just 2 hens, but it's actually natural fertilizer. But these 2 little ones seem very tired. Watching Twilight and Sparkle being dragged to the ground, still sprawled out in despair, Somo poked Twilight in the side curiously. A faint gurgling sound was heard in response. Maybe they're hungry? These wasteland creatures are really weird. Oreo, even though he looks like a husky, eats everything. I wonder what these 2 wild chickens usually eat. After walking inside and looking at the psionic water in the bowl, Sumo nodded and headed to the place where the daily necessities were stored. After a long day in the mine, Sumo decided to cook a delicious meal. The leftover wolf meat from the previous hunt was piled in a corner of the storage room. When he dug it up, the smell of blood hit him. He found a fatter wolf, cut off a few larger pieces, and put the rest back in the storage room. Then Sumo went to the stove. Wolf meat is lean and very tough, so Sumo chose a less healthy method: deep frying. He cleaned the blood from the wolf meat, cut all the pieces into even slices, rubbed them with salt, sprinkled black pepper, and seasoned them. He poured a small amount of flour paste, took out the hot slices, spread the chili oil evenly over the flour, and finally covered the mixture with a bowl. While the meat was seasoning, he turned on the stove, scraped it, and added the oil. When the oil was 70% hot, he added the wolf meat. At the moment when the vegetable oil and the meat of the sand, wolf meats came together, a crackling sound was heard, accompanied by a fragrant fatty smell. Once the sand wolf meat was fried until golden brown on both sides, Sumo quickly removed the firewood and took out all the fried cutlets. Without fire, the vegetable oil in the pan began to cool. When it completely cooled, Sumo took out the golden dragon fish oil barrel and filled it with almost all the oil, leaving only the bottom. Then he took out about a pound of cookies and dropped them into the oil, frying them. The already crispy and aromatic cookies, reinforced with vegetable oil, acquired a unique aroma. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, being able to enjoy such unhealthy and greasy food was a rare blessing. After finishing his meal, Sumo turned around to call the little ones for dinner, but was shocked to find 2 chickens with wild feathers playing dead, lined up in front of the stove. "Hey, you 3 little ones, you're all so hungry?" In the soft light, Twilight and Sparkle stared at the fried cookies in Somo's hands. Beside him, Oreo was already drooling all over the floor, clutching a bowl of food, his eyes fixed on Somo's bowl of fried cookies. Meat patties. "Ha ooh ooh." Seeing that Somo wasn't going to offer him any, Oreo hid on the floor, feeling incredibly offended. Be smart, everyone gets their share. Motioning for Oreo to put the bowl back down, Somo immediately poured in some cookies and then 2 meat patties. Then he dug out some cookies, crushed them in a bowl, and left them in front of Twilight and Sparkle. A delicious dinner was ready, and at Somo's command, they happily began to eat. The crispy aroma of the cookies mixed in their mouths. The once tough sandwolf meat became incredibly tender after being fried, making one want to swallow it. After biting into a large piece of meat pie and taking a sip of psionic water, Sumo felt his entire body clear up. "Ah, it seems I forgot something. Never mind, I'll talk about it after eating." Sumo shook his head, casting aside the strange thoughts and focusing on the sumptuous dinner again. "I need to eat my fill today. Go and do something grand that I've been thinking about for 2 days. The nights of the wasteland are always filled with unique beauty. In the wasteland world, which is very different from the earthly one, there is not only the sun and the moon, but even stars. Against this backdrop, it was impossible to imagine the looming snowstorm just a dozen days away. After a hearty meal and a good rest, Somo, in a rare move, donned his gear, grabbed Oreo, and left the shelter. The more information the Kobold Sorcerer revealed, the more the pressure grew on Somo. According to the Kobold Sorcerer, all kobolds were released into the world at the same time as the humans. However, unlike the forced release of the humans, the kobolds answered the call and came on their own. Importantly, all the kobolds arrived with abundant supplies, more than enough to settle in the wasteland. The 2-man team encountered earlier in the ruins, and the 6-man team encountered later, were resource scouts sent by the kobold tribe. Their duty was to scout out resources and report back to the tribe. Unfortunately, both teams approaching from that direction encountered Soma. Investigating the kobold camp and finding the saltpeter mining area was a matter of utmost importance. The distance between the 2 locations, as described, Kobold Sorcerer, was estimated to be at least 60 kilometers. It took the team almost a whole day to reach Soma's hideout. Such a distance, measured at the speed of a human walk, was simply impossible to cover in one day. Therefore, all hope was placed on the carting, inside shelter number 2 Factorial. With this means of transport, Soma was confident that he could cover the distance, even if it was not 60, but 100 kilometers, and return back in the same day. Closing the gate of the shelter, Soma turned and walked out. The sky was shining brightly with stars, filling them with pure light. How beautiful! But how many people are given the opportunity to enjoy such a starry sky? Soma stroked the electric crossbow in his hand, which glittered coldly. Under the night sky, he looked up and saw the twinkling stars and the full moon hanging on the horizon. Tonight, we will explore the ruins. If we can fix Bong Bong and get him out, we'll explore the saltpeter mines tomorrow. Closing the door, Soma moved forward with determination. Oreo also immediately entered battle mode, following the two-man support method that Soma taught him, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. The wasteland night that once inspired fear in humans now seemed much less terrifying thanks to Soma's current combat capabilities. With the electric crossbow and Oreo's reconnaissance, with the exception of particularly strong wasteland dwellers, ordinary creatures, unless they were exceptionally strong, alone would have been destroyed by Soma at a distance of 100 meters. The starlight shone brightly as they walked. Soma was extremely focused, walking for 15 minutes, stopping for 5 minutes to recuperate. Husky's incredible stamina ensured Oreo was constantly on patrol, giving Soma a safe place to rest. 3.5 kilometers is not a long way. Almost an hour later, Soma noticed Vault Number 2, spread out in the distance. It seemed that over time, there would be fewer and fewer mutants, and the catastrophe that humanity would face would become even more terrible. Along the way, he did not meet a single mutant. This has not calmed Somo, but on the contrary, filled him with anxiety. Even the mighty inhabitants of the wastelands could not withstand such frequent cataclysms. Only the strongest monsters survived. By then, with the wasteland population dwindling, humanity had lost a vital lifeline, hunting for treasure chests to replenish supplies. Farming? Somo shook his head. In 12 days, they would be facing extreme weather. Conditions: temperatures reached minus 20 degrees Celsius and snowstorms. What kind of crops could survive in such extreme conditions? Woof! Oreo carefully surveyed the area, making it clear that there were no enemies. After a day of scorching sun, the water near Vault Number 2 had thinned considerably, and Oreo, even in cloak, could move through it. Moreover, thanks to the terrain, the ground near the garage door where Beng Beng stood was dry and hard, perfect for riding. Gesturing for Oreo to step aside, Somo checked his electric crossbow once more, making sure it was charged and ready to go, shooting before moving forward cautiously. The light of the full moon illuminated the path, making it clearly visible even without a flashlight. If the previous journey along the muddy road took more than 20 minutes, this time Somo needed less than 5 to successfully locate the breach made by the kobolds. Taking a flashlight from the storage room, Somo first examined the crime scene, which he had prepared in advance. 2 strands of cat hair, which Somo had deliberately glued to the kobolds' footprints, were still firmly attached. The footprints left no traces. Looking around the ruins, he found that the situation was exactly as he remembered it. Even next to the black blood the kobolds had splashed onto the ground, there was no sign of movement of living creatures. Ha! Oreo finished his patrol, walked up to the pit and peered inside curiously. No sign of an enemy? Somo asked, and Oreo nodded, indicating that he had not seen anyone. Okay, continue patrolling nearby. If anyone is nearby, let them know first. Touching Oreo's dog's head through his cloak, Somo sent him on guard. He then took out a hemp rope that he had woven inside the shelter. The previous rope had been used to bind the kobold sorcerer, but this one had been specially prepared by Somo before leaving. Moreover, unlike the previous one, this one was a climbing rope that Somo had made on his workbench. Rope with hook is excellent description. This climbing rope, woven by the newbie Somo, consists of a hook and a rope. It provides excellent stability and is perfect for both home and outdoor adventures. Features: 8 meters long, stiff rope, does not break at a weight of up to 300 kilograms. Comments: sounds like a beginner's tool from a sea survival novel. He took out a nail and firmly drove a hook into the ground. After tugging a few times to make sure it was secure, Somo turned and began to descend. Thanks to the experience he had gained from his first attempt, this time the descent went surprisingly smoothly. In just 3 to 5 seconds, Somo had descended the smooth rope to the surface of Vault 2. As soon as he came down, Somo immediately pulled out his electric crossbow and took precautions. I remember that the angle of this bone was about 35 degrees. It matches perfectly. I deliberately hammered this nail here. No one stepped on it. The tracks on the ground are now covered in dust. No sign of biological activity. Holding the flashlight in his left hand, Somo quickly scanned the tracks left behind, keeping his right index finger firmly on the trigger, ready to fire at any moment. Luckily, it was only 60 kilometers. With the endurance of kobolds, it would take quite a while to get here. After quickly inspecting the crossbow to make sure it was safe, Somo returned it to its storage place with relief. The poor old man's head was still lying quietly on the ground inside, silently watching Sumo enter. Walking around. Dried blood on the floor, Sumo walked up to the railing that was being bombarded by the dog-headed sorcerer. The railing, about 10 centimeters in diameter, was now broken into pieces and lay on the stairs leading to the basement on the first floor. This power was truly ferocious. Sumo felt a chill in his back, carefully lifting the railing off the ground. The solid iron rod shattered into 2 pieces. If it had hit a person, it would probably have punched a hole in him in a matter of seconds. He kicked the broken rod away with his feet and slowly walked down the stairs. The orange-yellow cart he was thinking about appeared in front of Sumo's eyes again. Praise the machine. Quickly walking towards the go-kart, stroking the shiny metal safety cage, Sumo felt his heart fill with emotion. It had only been 2 days since he last saw it, and this car was like an itch in his heart, a shadow that haunted him, even in his dreams. In the wasteland, where there were no roads, such a small car with some off-road capabilities was much easier to drive than a sedan. Fewer mechanical parts meant easier maintenance. Simple design meant easier repairs. Running your hand from the hood to the engine, Sumo became increasingly sympathetic to him. Forcing himself to concentrate, he focused on the maps he had missed last time. A blue screen appeared next to the body, revealing the cart's stats. Small, 2WD desert off-road racing car. Excellent damage description. This racing car is for the mid-level desert truck built by Manga, boasts excellent off-road capabilities and plenty of power. Sleek design and durable materials make it a great vehicle for navigating the wasteland. Damage. The car has been subjected to external impact, resulting in multiple dents, minor battery loss, and minor engine damage. The repair cost is very high. Power, 212 horsepower. Torque, 400 Newton meters. Fuel consumption, 14 liters per 100 kilometers, may increase or decrease depending on the terrain. Improvement Path 1. Repair the car, improving its 2 main parameters. Protection and chassis height 4. Greater cross-country ability. Requires 1,750 survival points. Upgrade Path 2. Rebuild the vehicle, changing its design to increase its versatility, adding a gun port and a navigation system to further enhance its combat capabilities. Survival points 4,800 required. Description. Please fix it and turn on the radio. You will make an important discovery. This is the first time the system evaluation is so serious. Does the machine really have some shocking secret? Sumo's gaze was riveted. Using a flashlight, he noticed a small black box under the steering wheel of the car. Near the play button, a black area the size of a fingernail suddenly tore off. Normally, if it weren't for the notification, no one would notice. But now, after evaluating the system, Sumo's heart began to pound. I definitely can't afford 1,750 points. Even if I survive this disaster, I'm unlikely to be able to save that much. I'll have to consider another option. After thinking about it, I came up with a detailed improvement plan. Small rear-wheel drive off-road desert racing car, excellent description. Desert racing car built by a mid-level craftsman Manga. Improvement direction. Repair 410. Power increase 200. Torque increase 200. Fuel economy decrease 150. Protective glass installation 270. Even a detailed repair will cost 410 points, but I only have 159 right now, which is pretty tough. Survival points are spent when there are not enough of them. After all, time is short. Otherwise, according to the fixed daily growth, it would take 2 to 3 days to replenish this amount. However, now I can only try to supply materials to reduce the need. After checking the required materials, since this was a large-scale repair, the system did not give specific requirements, so Sumo had to take them one by one. First, he had to install an iron block. After he installed 3 blocks, the number of survival points needed for repairs decreased by 18. After he placed another block, there was no change. He took out a block of wood, and nothing changed. He took out 35 screws, 10 of which were sparkling, reducing the need for them by 10 points. He took out a bottle of psionic water, a bag of spicy chips, which he opened but did not eat yet. Sandwolf, still smelling of blood-pink bear mask. Wait, why is this thing still in storage? Throw it away, throw it away. Sumo took out and put the items one by one. Before he pulled out the broken circuit board, the amount of survival points needed to repair it dropped by another 44 points, leaving a gap of 189. The situation is difficult. If nothing helps, I'll have to check tomorrow. Sumo frowned and pulled out the items one by one, testing his luck. However, even after he had pulled everything out, the demands remained the same. Hey, what's this? A small object floated out of the corner of the warehouse in his mind. Sumo picked it up and examined it carefully. Suddenly, in a flash of light, the required amount of survival points suddenly dropped by 210. Is this the same high-quality rotor I collected earlier? Seeing the sudden drop in survival points, Sumo was both surprised and delighted. He had forgotten when he had acquired this little object, but now it did not affect its usefulness. It seemed that the engine damage required rotor repair. What luck! Sneaking into Vault 2 late at night, he found that the harvest was indeed a joy. Surprised, he placed the rotor on the ground and called up the upgrade panel. Sumo mentally blocked all the materials, and at the same time, the required survival points were reduced to 128. The current 159 points are more than enough. God bless those who work hard. Repairing this rickshaw is entirely my own work of collecting materials, and now it's finally paying off. Thinking about the upcoming revival of the rickshaw, Sumo couldn't help but feel excited. He shouted, "System, fix it!" As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful green light began to shine, moving towards the materials and car body lying on the ground. Small silver-white rotors danced on the ground, the circuit boards began to melt, and the iron began to change color. The green light, as if super radiation, caused several completely unrelated objects to fall into a subordinate position. Rumble. Rumble. A sound like a tidal wave swept through the basement of the Vault 2 garage. The previously bent safety frame began to make a rattling sound. The curves visibly disappeared, becoming straight and smooth. The engine, covered in waterproof paint, began to shake slowly, as if an invisible hand was fiddling with the bearings inside. The discharged battery hummed quietly, and everything returned to normal. After 3 to 5 seconds, the green light went out. Everything. The strange visions disappeared, and Sumo turned on the flashlight to inspect the repaired Bang Bang. This time, from the chassis to the engine, there was no trace of any defects. Even the small dents and scratches on the hood disappeared after a thorough repair. Even if it was taken to a 4S workshop, it would be called brand new. After several attempts, Sumo found the engine's fuel tank. He unscrewed the cap and, using a flashlight, made sure there was no residue inside. Garbage, and Sumo woke up. The storage compartment opened automatically and a barrel of diesel fuel flew out. When the 100-kilogram barrel was half full of diesel fuel for the generator, there were still about 50 kilograms left. He unscrewed the lid, tensed up, and grabbed the handles of the barrel with both hands. Taking a deep breath for 2 seconds, Sumo lifted the barrel and placed it on the engine's fuel tank. Gulp! Gulp! Oil gushed out of the tank, filling the tank completely. It seemed like my training was paying off. My strength had definitely increased. Grabbing the 50-kilogram barrel of diesel with both hands, Sumo only felt a slight strain, not the inability to lift it as before. The veins in his biceps bulged and the blood rushed vigorously to his arms, transmitting strength to his arms. The rickshaw's fuel tank was bottomless. In the blink of an eye, after filling up with all 50 liters of diesel, it was only 2/3 full, which was still far from full. This volume of fuel was significantly larger than a small car, even comparable to some mid-size cars. Returning empty, container in the trunk and carefully screwing the tank cap back on, Sumo walked to the front of the rickshaw and leaned over. I wonder where Magu got those leather seats from. They're so comfortable. Sumo was surprised, adjusting the seat to a comfortable position by pulling the mechanical handle. The bucket seat, covered with seemingly unknown leather, perfectly hugged the sides of his buttocks, providing excellent support. The safety frame was securely fastened, creating a feeling of complete safety. Pressed the ignition button of the cart. Beep. Bang! After a dull sound, the engine started successfully and began to supply electricity to the battery. Without trying to control the cart, Sumo simply pressed the play button on the radio. Now he was very interested in learning the secrets of the system. The discharged battery converted electricity through the engine and then fed it to the radio station located at the front. A series of intermittent sounds rang out, then stabilized. The next moment, a distinct cough sounded. Cough, cough. Well, is that a human voice? Although he had already guessed who Magu Sumo was, he was still a little excited to hear the coughing sound from the radio. Is it the same? Cough. The cough did not subside after 2 light coughs. On the contrary, it became stronger as time went on. Later, Sumo even worried that the brother who recorded this voice was coughing up his lungs. Fortunately, after more than 10 seconds, it seemed like something was coughed up, and the cough gradually disappeared, turning into a groan. Can you hear me? Hello? I am Magu, okay? Start recording. Earthling? No. Chinese? Sumo was stunned when he heard the opening words, and his usually calm face showed shock. Was this a meeting with a compatriot from another world, or a compatriot from his own country? After pondering these 2 questions, Sumo had not yet had time to change his mind when the radio rang out again. Magu's broken voice. The fact that you know how to start and repair this car means that you are from Earth or some advanced civilization. Haha, even advanced civilizations wouldn't look down on this junk that I, Magu, built. I'm sure you have a lot of questions now, but I still need to introduce myself. Hello. My hometown is in a distant universe, on the 3rd planet from the inner to the outer solar systems on Earth. My country is Huaxia. My name is Magu. I am very glad to meet you in this way, and I am also glad that there are those who can continue my work. Magu's voice was a little muffled, as if there was a lump of phlegm stuck in his throat, and you could even feel his poor condition from the sound of his voice. Hello, I am Somo. I also from Huaxia on Earth. Nice to meet you. Somo calmed down and said these words in his mind. This was not the second time he had met his old friend in a foreign country. In the city of Liangfang, he had seen structures and objects identical to those on Earth. Unexpectedly, the underground ruins near the base, by a strange coincidence, turned out to be the legacy of the Chinese with Earth. Today is day 433 of the apocalypse calendar, and this is the 19th disaster I've had to face. My God. Can you imagine? The radiation outside the shelter is 55 degrees right now. I'm almost out of water, and I don't have enough disaster points to buy more. It seems that I, Magu, will remain in this world. Perhaps from the moment the expeditionary force arrived in this world in 1999, we were destined to perish. It is only a matter of time. I won't accept it. Magu's voice rose and fell, became calm and then furious. After listening for a while, Somo fell silent. If it were true as Magu said, then in this heat outside without sufficient supplies, a person would certainly lose his mind. But Sumo couldn't watch. Death in the face so calmly, and Magu even more so. After a while, Magu's hysteria finally subsided. A wheezing sound, similar to the noise of an exhaust fan, further increased the fear that he would die on the spot in the next second. If you can come to my base, then I am dead. Everything in this shelter is yours. You can even directly merge your core with this shelter and use it as your future base, if you don't mind that some trash died here. I forcibly closed the oil well. It will be difficult to open it later. It all depends on your level and achievements. By the way, look straight ahead. Under the fourth floor compartment, from front to back, I left a diary. If you can return to Earth, return to China, please help me bring it to my family. Please! Magu's voice grew faster and faster, not giving Sumo time to even think properly, as if something was chasing Magu from behind. Dong! Chi-che-che-che-che-che-che! The chaotic voice echoed again, announcing that Magu's last words had been spoken. Without getting up, Somo. He turned on the radio again, listening carefully. Having recorded all the information in his personal message to the dead, he turned off the engine and left Benben. Following the markings on the floor tiles with a flashlight, Somo did indeed spot something odd under the fourth floorboard. A tiny protruding corner, a shovel or stone axe lodged there, could easily pry the tile loose. Thinking about it, Somo pulled a thin shovel from his storage area, pointed it into the crack, and scooped it up. With a little effort, the tile slid out, revealing an unlocked iron box underneath. He put the shovel away and, after the system's telepathic scan confirmed the correctness, bent down and picked up the box. The contents of the iron box were very clear, only the yellowed diary. On the cover of the diary, a line was carefully written. Ma-gu, a platoon commander of the 22nd Army Expeditionary Force in 1999. Blowing the dust off the diary and returning to the maps, Sumo began to leaf through Ma-gu's diary with a flashlight. The date on the first page was very old, and Sumo saw the words 5. February 5th, 1999. Today is February 5th, 1999. The World Security Bureau has detected a signal from deep space. This signal is different from the natural fading of stars. It's a normal signal. Some idiot at NASA's stupid headquarters got it, but was obsessed with responding to it before reporting it. The reason was that his intuition and qualities as a scientific researcher told him that the source of the signal was friendly. Incidentally, just 6 hours after responding to the signal, a low-orbit Earth defense platform transmitted an alarm signal stating that an unidentified object was approaching Earth through the curvature of space. Everyone thought it was just a joke because nothing could bypass the forward base on Europa. Even the wreckage of a booster rocket in space would have been destroyed as it approached Europa at 20,000 meters. And yet, that is exactly what happened. At that moment, the handwriting became sloppy, and even a whole sheet of paper tore off and disappeared. Today is February 18th, 1999, the 6th day of the Doomsday Calendar, and here is the first disaster. There is a very strange game that dictates to everyone what to do, but fortunately, there is a place for exchanging messages. World chat. What a heavy snowfall. Luckily, I came here in a thick cotton coat. Now, I am immensely grateful to my company commander for his wisdom. Today is March 6th, 1999, the 22nd day of the Doomsday Calendar, and here is the second catastrophe. This damn weather is so strange. There is still a thick layer of snow on the ground, but it is 30 degrees outside and the sun is shining brightly. The snow has begun to melt. Many are celebrating the warming and the rebirth of all things. However, my mind tells me that a catastrophe could happen at any moment. A mad flood. Fortunately, my shelter was chosen on high ground. Even if the flood starts, it will only flood the shelter. Luckily, my supplies were transported up there in advance, and I should be able to hold out. Today is September 21st, 1999. That's so far away on Earth's calendar. Many people only remember that today is the 199th day of the Doomsday Calendar. By the way, I made a small tool for a thermal weapon. A good thing. I got a lot of resources for the weapons I made. I live much more comfortably than others. I also exchanged it for a bottle of what they call foreign cola. Hey, I drank it in one go. I am so happy. Today is January 1st, 2000, and also the 301st day of the Doomsday Calendar. The millennium has already arrived. I wish my beloved manman a happy holiday. This time on New Year's Eve, your brother Ma can't come back to accompany you. You have to be happy alone. The world is so big. It's much bigger than our Earth. Of course, it's so big that we can't get together to celebrate the holidays. But on this holiday, I have to wish that I can survive in this desert and that the remaining 73 million people on Earth can return to their hometowns. Today is May 10th, 2000, and also the 432nd day of the Doomsday Calendar. The 19th catastrophe is coming. Sorry, Manman, I may not survive this catastrophe. The temperature outside continues to rise. According to this damn game, the temperature will not drop until it reaches 60 degrees and stays there for 24 hours. Damn this damn game, why doesn't it come and experience what 60 degrees is? I'm about to run out of water. I'm so thirsty, and I think I'm going to puke. I'm shaking. Who's going to come and save me? Today is also day 433 of the apocalypse. I just wrote down my last words. Hehe. Of the billions of people who arrived from Earth this time, there are still 2.2 million left. At least I, Magoo, am among the first, not counting my Ma family. I heard them say that all the dead will have their memories erased and will return to our home planet, Earth, to forget everything and continue living. Ha ha ha, my stomach hurts so much from laughing, but I'm so thirsty I can't cry. The man who created this lie is so wonderful. It's a pity he doesn't know anything. I would rather take this opportunity to see you again. My head is all in a tangle. I understand that I will indeed die, but at this moment I am less and less afraid. It seems that I can accept the blatant word, death. It's just that I suddenly had a question that I haven't answered. When did I die? I guess when I left you at 20, I was already dead. After he made an entry on the 433rd day of the Doomsday Calendar, Magoo's handwriting abruptly stopped. The small, superficial diary he kept seemed very important to him. After writing dozens of pages, he filled them with various papers and stuck them together with tape. Judging by the quality of the paper, Magoo's standard of living reached its peak between the 200th and 340th days of the Doomsday Calendar. However, starting from the 344th day of the disaster, the curve of Magoo's shelters began to deteriorate, descending in a straight line. Among the 19 clearly recorded disasters, Suma found neither nervous acid rain nor snowstorm. There were only disasters that were simply quantified. Super snowfall 72 hours. Major flood 72 hours. Temperature 30 degrees Celsius 72 hours. Monstrous riot 72 hours. Temperature minus 30 degrees Celsius 72 hours. Meteorite fall 30. Plant disease 48 hours. Temperature 60 degrees Celsius 24 hours. It is unclear if this is related to Magoo's notes or with different versions of the games. The records do not mention the newcomers who defended the disaster, and the disaster itself is not described clearly. Only through these simple words can we see the lives lost. Magoo repeatedly reflected in his diary on the reasons why humanity was baptized. Catastrophe. But each time his guesses were refuted by the previous ones. From the first alien war to the tricks of a civilization from another dimension, from brains in a vat to fantastic cultivation, Magoo's limited imagination reached its limits. However, reality was harsh. In the end, he did not survive and became the one who learned the secret. Magoo's decline began when he planted large tracts of improved crops without effective protection against disease. This was his biggest mistake, which also turned his previous savings into a mockery, forcing him to sell his entire fortune to buy the things he needed to survive. He managed to survive in the ruins of a mass grave using his own methods. Having obtained the plans for a thermal weapon workbench, he waited until he had built it, and only then did he become famous. He made a fortune reselling small thermal weapons, which made him a significant figure. Unfortunately, he was unable to keep his fortune. Alas, what a shame. Sumo read the many unrepentant words in Magoo's diary with a little regret. As one of the last 1% who managed to survive, Magoo had had many adventures, but perhaps he had not been lucky enough to reach the end. With his oil wells and two-story, a high-class shelter, Magoo, despite his modesty, was truly a legend. But for now, Sumo did not sigh or lose hope for the future. It took Magu more than 400 days to build the shelter to its current state, but Somo almost matched him in just a week. And there is a system! By the time 400 days have passed, my shelter could be at least 100 times more powerful than his. Maybe I could even upgrade it to a psionic shelter. Putting Magu's notebook away in his storage, Somo felt his gloom clear up, and he no longer feared the future. Only the weak fear the road, stopping in place and seeking death. The strong, however, courageously move forward. After fiddling with the gate at the entrance to the cave, he pulled it twice to make sure it was damaged, then activated the system to check its properties. The alloy door of the basement of Shelter 1. Level normal, faulty description. The hinges, made of a mixture of different alloys, are now difficult to open due to a long period of lack of maintenance. Improvement direction. Repair 20. Demolition 450. Improvement material 1100. Replacement of wiring 750. It seems that this is simply due to lack of maintenance. Maybe the loop is stuck, but it only costs 20 points. I can definitely afford it. With such a small cost, Sumo decided to fix it without hesitation. 31 survival points were deducted by another 20, and the green light flashed. Only 2 loud clicks were heard. This time, Mo tried pulling the hinge plate next to the basement again, and sure enough, the basement door on the first floor started to slowly rise. Every time the hinge mechanically rotated, the basement door would rise about 10 centimeters. Twisting and twisting it until it was almost 2. Third, Sumo pressed his hand, pulled the loop down, and it got stuck in the buckle. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes and making sure that the door would not suddenly fall, Sumo returned to the crankcase with a calm soul. Finally, I will drive this thing. No one in the world could have imagined that in just a week, I, Sumo, would have a car that would allow me to travel around the world. He got into rickshaw, looking at the open door of the basement. Sumo felt the urge to show off and couldn't help but say it. He got a car so quickly, but he had no one to talk to. If you don't return to your hometown, rich and handsome, it's like traveling at night in fancy clothes. Opening the deceased's personal messages, Sumo sent him dozens of messages. I have a car. Then closed the panel and buckled up with satisfaction. He pressed the button again. Ignition, and 2 jets of black smoke roared out of the exhaust pipe. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the engine cylinders, working vigorously, undamaged, reached Sumo's eardrums, resonating deeply. The Desert Racer's gearshift lever was located in the center with only 2 gears, forward, backward. He stepped on the brake, grabbed the drumstick-shaped gearshift lever and pushed hard. With a wheezing sound, the gear engaged. Gradually, Sumo's left foot, which was pressing the brake, slowly withdrew. The loss of the brake caused the car to shake slowly until the brake was released and it began to move forward. At this point, Sumo could no longer maintain the slow pace, and his right foot stepped straight onto the gas. The low roar of the engine echoed. The next moment, like an arrow from a bow, Ben broke free from its original position and rushed forward furiously. In just a second, a khaki-colored shadow flashed across the garage. The low roar of horsepower echoed between heaven and earth. 20, 40, 60. On the rotten wasteland, Sumo accelerated to a terrifying 60 miles per hour in one breath. Without a windshield to block the wind, the thundering wind scraped the peak of his coat like a knife, whistling. Oreo, standing on the hill, saw a yellow figure flash past, and, unable to contain his excitement, let out a wolf howl. Under the moonlight, Sumo drove faster and faster. The frantic rush of powerful horsepower and the whistling sound of the car cutting through the wind caused a surge of adrenaline. However, Sumo's mind told him that the diesel fuel was running out. After 4 or 5 minutes of long driving, Sumo returned to the entrance of the basement. Oreo was pacing restlessly at the entrance of the basement. When he saw Sumo return, he was so surprised that he pounced on the car and clung to the safety cage, as if asking, "You scoundrel took my master." Sumo laughed heartily, quickly got out of the car and patted Oreo on the head. He didn't stop until the baby calmed down. There's no parking space in my shelter right now. When trouble hits, I'll have to park in Vault 2. But I can get the production platform there before disaster strikes. He returned to the shelter, lowered the winch, and closed the basement door. Sumo returned to the first floor. Pulling out the wooden box he had already made at the base, Sumo carefully lifted Magu's skull and put everything inside. Large bones I could find. Brother Magu, thanks for the car. There's not much I can do. I'll just take your remains. If I return to Earth alive, I will definitely take your diary with me. After bowing 3 times to the wooden box in gratitude, Sumo put it away in the storeroom and climbed up the climbing rope. Finding the highest point of the hill, he took out a shovel and quickly dug a large hole. Sumo placed Magu's coffin there and began to bury it. Under the moonlight, as spoonfuls of earth gradually covered the coffin, Sumo sighed and muttered, "Friend, you don't have to be alone. Right here, at the highest point. Look up at the starry sky, look down at the earth. One day, humanity will rule this wasteland. One day, humanity's fate will be in his hands again." Seemed to see the grey clouds on the horizon, outlining the smiling face of Magu, a real man who did not desert at the end. The dead were gone, as were the living. Holding Magu's notebook, Somo felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on him even more. But now was not the time for compassion. Oreo was already howling below, clearly interested in the racing car. Quickly covering his tracks on the ground, Somo quickly walked to the bottom of the hill. The car had a single-engine cab, but Magu had also installed a small cab behind it, presumably for carrying small loads. Now there was a perfect spot for Oreo. He lifted Oreo up, placed him in the back seat, pulled out the seat belt, and buckled it. "Don't move or you'll fall and become a disabled dog," he threatened. Seeing Oreo sitting obediently like a giant spark, Sumo returned to the front with a smile. He slid into the cabin, fastened his seatbelt, and skillfully pressed the ignition button. The scooter started up again and hummed. Oreo, who was sitting in the back seat, was clearly frightened, but after hearing Sumo's warning, he did not, reacted. After confirming once again that everything was fine, Sumo shifted the gear to forward and released the brake. The scooter began to move slowly. Woof! Woo! Ooh! Oreo looked at his feet curiously, clearly wondering why he wasn't moving, and began to move forward. But the next second, when Sumo stepped on the gas, a huge gulp of air suddenly burst into Oreo's open mouth, making a buzzing sound. Woof! Whoa! Sumo shouted excitedly, feeling the roar of the wind again. The powerful sound of the engine was no worse than that of a luxury V8 sports car on Earth. The birds flying in the sky were frightened and scattered in all directions. 6HUX. Excited, I turned my hand to the radio and turned on the music. A sound like a subwoofer rang out in the wasteland. On the dark, deserted highway, a cool wind blew through my hair. The warm scent of colitis rose in the air. Ahead, in the distance, I saw a flickering light. My head felt heavy and my vision blurred. I had to stop at night. There she was, standing in the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I thought to myself, this could be heaven or it could be hell. The classic Hotel California song Magu had gotten hold of somewhere blared across the land, accompanied by the hum of Oreo cookies. The car was going almost 40 miles an hour, and by the time the song ended, she was already back in the shelter. At this rate, we can tomorrow. Explore the saltpeter mines where the kobolds live. He unloaded the Oreo cookies with a look of horror and reluctance on his face, hinting at another lap of the trek, and set them down on the ground. Somo began preparing the garage for the buggy. The place where the car was parked was a hole dug earlier by Huang Biao and his crew. These guys have been a huge help to me. Just build a ramp, put some boards on top, and we'll have a temporary garage. Somo smiled, took out a shovel, and began working on the previous project. Thanks to the high quality, the construction was quick. In less than 10 minutes, Sumo had dug a simple slope that ended in a stone wall. Although this temporary garage was crudely made, it was more than enough to keep out the mutant beasts. As for humans, On this dark night, Sumo didn't think anyone else would have the courage to wander around the wasteland. Besides, even if there were, with Oreo's vigilance and the current, they would be nothing more than couriers for a formidable military force. Back at the base, Somo quickly rolled out several long wooden planks and laid them on the slope, completing the makeshift garage. After inspecting the area and making sure everything was in order, Somo returned to the rickshaw. He restarted the engine and started the car, then carefully drove it back into the garage. He lowered the front boards, forming a wooden box that enclosed the rickshaw. Excellent. Dusting himself off and nodding, Somo returned to the base, satisfied. I'm moving too fast. I'm afraid that by the time my sister is sent to duty, she won't understand how formidable her brother is. Taking a sip of psionic water and making sure the doors of the shelter were closed, Somo walked over to where the kobold was lying with a satisfied expression. Looks like he's not dinner. Patting his head, Somo suddenly remembered what he had forgotten at dinner. However, the morning treatment with a paste of psionic water and cookies did not worsen the kobold sorcerer's wounds. He looked almost dead, but only from starvation. After searching, Somo pulled out a handful of cookies, mixed them with some psionic water and placed them in front of the kobold. The kobold sorcerer could not die until they found the saltpeter mine and the kobold camp. Watching as the kobold devoured his "I'm going," Somo nodded and returned to the center of the base. At night in the wasteland, there is no concept of time. Everyone had to rely on the most primitive method, observing the position of the moon. It must be about 11 or 12 o'clock at night. Unfortunately, who else could live at night in this wasteland? He straightened his yellowed clothes and changed with slight disdain. Naked Somo got a cup of water and came over to rinse his mouth before the nutrient medium. Twilight had already fallen asleep. Seeing Somo appear, they only symbolically raised their heads and fell to the ground in relief. Life is getting better and better. With a desk lamp and an electric blanket, my sanctuary was finally better. After rinsing his mouth, he returned to the warehouse and took the desk lamp and electric blanket he had traded for that day. He went into the master bedroom, spread out the electric blanket, plugged the lamp into the outlet, and settled down comfortably on the small beds. If I continue like this, then in a few days I'll probably be able to make a full-fledged gunpowder or even an improved explosive charge. Then, Sumo thought happily, if I can make a good explosive charge, then smashing the kobold camp to smithereens won't be a problem. Will be difficult. The treasure chests dropped by the kobolds will surely yield unimaginably terrifying loot. Just the thought of a silver or gold chest containing items such as psychic energy filled Sumo's heart with excitement, and he wanted to scream at the top of his lungs. Voice: this kobold is so fragrant. No, I need to talk a little to calm down, otherwise I will definitely be too excited to sleep tonight. The soft light of the variable frequency table lamp filled the bedroom with warmth. If you ignore the wasteland, this place looks more like a guest house, full of primitive features. Somo settled in and concentrated slightly. The game's illusory interface popped up. Concentrating, he clicked on the World Chat channel, and the messages began to scroll slowly on the screen. By this time of night, most people had already used their speakers during the day, and the remaining messages had been filtered by the system, so the message rate was not very high. After checking and noticing that someone had already mentioned centaurs, Somo nodded and switched to regional channel. Centaurs arrived in this world together with humans, and judging by the rate of development, many humans should encounter these strange creatures. However, World News did not describe their characteristics in detail, only calling for caution. After surviving the first catastrophe, the number of people on the regional channel didn't drop much, from just 1,000 to 982 in 2 days. There were only 18 unfortunate souls who probably died because of danger or other reasons. Since there were no word limits, dozens of people on the regional channel chatted casually, as if in a group. QQ chat. Feiji. I'm so hungry, brothers. Lying on the floor of this leaky wooden house, I'm freezing from head to toe. When will this end? Liang Jian. Brothers upstairs. Are you okay? I ate a packet of instant noodles today, and I had diarrhea in the evening. I almost died. Liang Jian, is there any old man who knows if I can eat what I pooped? We're really running out of food. Wen Xing. Liang Jian, didn't you say your shelter was pretty good? Why is it so abandoned? Have you even gotten to the point of eating shit? Liang Jian? What the hell? I saw that this shelter would be completely destroyed in a few days. Previously, it was mutant beasts chasing people, but now people are chasing mutant beasts. This is outrageous. Liang Jian. I'm just trying to hold out until the secret trading kingdom opens. Then I'll go find Su Shen and trade him for some goodies. Kai Junfeng. What's wrong? Do you have anything good? Liang Jian. Hehe, it's a secret. Anyway, just hold on as long as you can. Luckily, we still have Su Shen on our channel. I heard that some other crappy channels are almost half dead and there is no one cool enough to give people confidence. Du Fu. Here is a piece of advice for everyone. The bark of the bushes is actually edible. I tried it today and it was quite tasty. If you're really hungry, just eat it. It's much better than eating dirt. Emma Dewan. By the way, Mr. Sumo should be full by now, right? Hooray, how jealous. Lily Haroon. I can hold out for another 2 days. When I run out of food, I'll also take refuge in the world chat. Alas. Jidong. You idiot up there, don't get caught fishing. Lily Haroon. Huh? What is fishing? Looking at the regional channel where his name was often mentioned and the misunderstandings caused by the cultural differences between China and the West, Sumo smiled helplessly and closed the chat. If only these people knew that he ate fried meat patties, fried biscuits, and drank psionic water. At night, he slept on a large soft bed, at the head of which a soft variable frequency lamp was burning, and even the captive people with dog heads ate a paste of psionic water and cookies. I'm afraid these people would envy him to the point of madness. No, go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow to inspect the camp. Thinking about the many things to do tomorrow, Sumo gradually began to fall asleep. He raised his hand to turn off the soft variable frequency lamp at the head of the bed, and the shelter fell silent. January 8th, Doomsday Calendar. The vegetables you planted unexpectedly, sprouted, and the story behind them warms the soul. Survival points plus 10. You redesigned the shelter, greatly increasing its resilience to natural disasters. Survival points plus 200. You created the shelter's first high-performance tool, the workbench. Survival points plus 10. You manually crafted a superior tool. Survival points plus 10. You handcrafted a superior tool for the first time. Survival points plus 50. You handcrafted a superior material for the first time. Survival points plus 10. Your shelter has grown in number, and you are overjoyed and full of hopes for the future. Survival points plus 10. You are the owner of the first great car in the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Survival points plus 200. Scan the owner's habitat. Assess the survival points. Today, 88 survival points were earned. Final calculation. Survival points plus 588. Survival points remaining, 599. Wow, this is amazing. My God, I got almost 600 points at once. Going out and doing something is a surefire way to unlock the system. Sumo was incredibly surprised when the system sent him a notification at exactly 8 a.m. Last night, before going to bed, he was still worried about only having 11 survival points left. To his surprise, the system immediately sent him so many points, greatly reducing the burden on survival points. Opening the personal messages from the dead on the game panel, Sumo quickly switched, and a string of characters appeared, starting to write, "Today is the 8th day in the wasteland. I am progressing quickly. Who would have thought that I would become the owner of a car in the apocalypse? Ha 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 ha. No, Sumo, you have to remain calm. Why are you so proud of such a small reward? Remain calm. Today's mission is to investigate the place where the dog-headed camp is mining saltpeter. If there is time, it is best to find their camp. Attention! This time we may have a serious battle ahead, so we cannot take it lightly. All equipment must be upgraded to the maximum. Take care of your own safety. We must go to the shelter before 7 p.m., just before sunset. Remember, you can't spend the night in the wild. I'm ready. Satisfied, closing the private message page, Sumo used the strength of his waist to do a somersault and confidently stood up on the bed. After only a week in the wilderness, he felt that his physical fitness had improved by more than a level. The previous occupational diseases have completely disappeared, replaced by a strong and powerful body. All my ailments have been cured by an unlimited supply of psionic water, and my strength is at least half of what it was the first time. Clenching my fists, watching the veins on my hands bulge and the blood seemed to be flowing madly, Sumo felt an unprecedented sense of strength. The human body is a real treasure. If an ordinary person's strength is 5 and regular weightlifting brings it to 6, then the transition from 5 to 10 can be extremely painful and difficult, requiring incredible effort, but with adequate nutrition and exercise, recovery from 2 to 5 or even 6 can happen incredibly quickly. Psionic water is probably the best decision I made. Somo sighed, standing up to pour all the psionic water he had collected yesterday into a storage container. He scooped up some, walked over to the nutrient medium, and began brushing his teeth. Sparkle was already awake, gurgling and running around the base. Oreo was hard at work, curled up in the corner of the living room, his eyes fixed on the kobold wizard. The morning in the shelter had finally lost its silence and gloom, taking on a farmhouse feel. The food here at the base now seems a bit bland. Without vitamin supplements, eating this every day is somehow tasteless. After rinsing his mouth, wiping his face and watering the vegetables, Somo went to the warehouse, where he rummaged through a pile of supplies, thinking to himself. Fresh fruits and vegetables were a luxury in the wasteland, even for him. Without vitamins, people would develop a lot of diseases that even psionic water won't cure. A week might be enough, but if they don't drink it for 2 or 3 weeks, I'm afraid that in addition to general malaise, they'll develop irritability and other symptoms. But the cookies are almost gone. I've only been eating it for a few days, and I'm sick of it. He bent down, pulled out the remaining bag of cookies, and walked out of the back room. Fresh fruits and vegetables weren't hard to come by. Just open as many boxes as you can. There's always a chance they'll fall. Mutants were rare now, and the only goal was kobolds. He made 4 servings of his usual cookie paste, sharing one with everyone on base. After breakfast, he filled a mineral water bottle with the remaining cookie paste, screwed the cap on, and returned it to storage. He then went to his workbench. If he was going to explore the kobold camp, he definitely needed to upgrade his gear. The electric crossbow, a ranged weapon, was good enough for now. No upgrades were needed yet. Melee weapon, elm spear, defensive, ceramic armor, and outer insulating cloak. All of this needed to be improved. Obeying the thought, a familiar spear appeared on the workbench. Calling up the system, Sumo took a closer look. Obscene wooden spear. Description: a completely new wooden spear with an elegant texture and lines reminiscent of flying geese, hard as iron, and very lethal. Improvement Direction 1. Improve the material and turn it into an excellent iron spear. Increase the rigidity of the material, increase the flexibility of the material, and increase the sharpness of the weapon. Requires 55 survival points. Improvement Direction 2. Improve the material and turn it into an excellent iron spear. Increase the rigidity of the material, increase the flexibility of the material, add an electric device, and increase the attack speed. Requires 80 survival points. The electric spear used to cost me a lot of money, but now it's a mere trifle. Looking at the price indicated by the system, Sumo smiled and quickly walked to the storeroom to get an iron block. After installing 3 units of iron blocks, the second direction, the improvement dropped to 65 points and did not change. After thinking about it, I immediately took off 65 points. Green, give me green. I have no money today. With a sweeping gesture, Sumo looked at the green light proudly, as if it were a hard-working worker, and began to hammer on the spear. A sound came from the void, like the clanking of metal. The spear of elm, originally decorated with beautiful patterns, began to shake, and sawdust naturally fell from it, revealing a layer of magnificent silver underneath. The sawdust, shaken from the air, did not disappear, but, on the contrary, formed a long rectangular device. The device, about 3 centimeters tall and 12 centimeters long, guided by a green light, hooked onto the base of the wooden spear and spiraled upward. The tip of the spear, also engraved on the original wooden groove, took on a matte silver-black hue. When the green light went out, a new iron spear fell on the table. Sumo picked it up and held it in his hand. Pure iron electric spear, superior description. Made entirely of special iron material, it has exceptional strength and rigidity. The spear tip is equipped with a blood groove, providing significant lethality, and the spear's tail is equipped with an electrical device. Special ability. The electrical device slightly increases attack speed and damage. Comment. Ouch. Oh, the spear. The original wooden spear was very light, weighing only about 3 kilograms, making it unsuitable for the now powerful Soma wielder. Now, after the upgrade, the pure iron electric spear weighs about 10 kilograms, making it incredibly useful. After a couple of trial hits, Soma pressed the power button on the back, only to find that it didn't work. This system really doesn't give me any freedom of action. I pay for this small charge of electricity. After connecting the thin iron electric spear to the extension cord, Soma placed his most used cloak on the table. It may be called a cloak, but in reality, it has many uses. These days, Soma wears it almost exclusively, whether it's work in a shelter or hunting. Thanks to its excellent heat dissipation, even under the scorching sun, it is not stuffy at all. But on the contrary, it protects against the harmful effects of the sun's rays. Do not constantly neglect your personal combat power. It's time to improve your overall characteristics to become even stronger. Durable. Raincoat description. The raincoat has been repeatedly improved and now has 3 properties: high waterproofness, red ultraviolet protection, and low thermal insulation. The first direction of improvement: improve the raincoat material, add thermal insulation materials, improve the comfort when wearing, and improve windproof properties. Survival glasses 85 are required. Improvement direction 2: improve the material of the raincoat, add optical materials, improve concealment when wearing, and slightly improve windproof and heat insulating properties. Requires 120 survival points. 2 directions. The first is obviously to improve resistance to natural disasters, and the second is to transform into a combat form? Dong Dong Sumo tapped his hand on the table, looking at the 2 options suggested by the system, and thought deeply. With the previous improvement, the cloak, the system suggested electric, but this time, to my surprise, it cancelled it and chose stealth. For current needs, both upgrades are acceptable. Both provide significant daily benefits. However, subsequent upgrades were more difficult. When disaster strikes, the main thing is survive. Otherwise, everything else becomes meaningless. Realizing this, Sumo blurted out without hesitation, "I choose to improve." 2. With these words, 120 survival points were deducted from him. This time, the light emanating from his body was not the usual green, but red, as if radiating heat. The light fell directly on. Cloak and stripes of glitter began to appear on it, although not very bright. The once loose fabric of the cloak became noticeably thinner, its color matching the color of the desktop. What a stunning feature! Simply by placing it on the table, a certain degree of optical invisibility can be achieved. Optical combat suit is excellent. Description: high-performance combat suit, waterproof, UV resistant, infrared resistant, slightly windproof, and heat insulating. Special ability: optical invisibility. At certain angles, negative refractive index metamaterials and the optical conversion structure developed on their basis can refract light, achieving optical invisibility. Comment: if you can continue, improve yourself, and I mean if you can, you might just open the door to a new world. Picking up the improved optical combat suit, Soma examined it closely and found a clue. Without looking directly at it, simply tilting the suit at a 45-degree angle away from your line of sight. would create a degree of optical invisibility. He had never seen this effect on Earth before, and this was the first time he had seen it. After trying it on, Soma moved his arms and legs and experienced a completely different sensation. Although his previous cloak had been tight, it still retained a certain distance, making wide movements a little awkward. The upgraded optical combat suit now resembled a thin membrane, perfectly fitting to the skin. If you tried to ignore it, you could almost feel like you were wearing the 01 cloak without even wearing it. The visor, originally made of plastic, it was upgraded to a more advanced, flexible rubber, providing even more breathability and protection. To quickly familiarize himself with the uniform, Sumo simply left it in place and pulled out the last piece of terracotta armor that needed to be upgraded. Put it on the table to study. Terracotta hunter armor. Description: fine material, neatly stitched, impressive protection, and a unique scent of hidden grass, masking the smell of the hunter's body. 13% சதவீதம் 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% 10% சதவீதம் 10 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 calm improvement direction. 1. Change the armor shape to semi-light armor. Slightly improve the material. Maintain the body odor masking properties. Improved defense requires 105 survival points. Improvement direction. 2. Change the armor shape to light armor for the lower body. Slightly improve. Material, reduce armor weight, improve defense, requires 130 survival points. Improvement direction 3. Change armor shape to full body light armor. Slightly improve material. Add power supply device, improve defense, requires 180 survival points. Of the 3 options offered, Sumo chose the third direction of improvement without hesitation. Electricity is the main productive force. No matter what device is used to burn boilers and convert energy in the future, the cheapest and most convenient resource will always be electricity. An electrical device. In the eyes of foreigners who do not understand technology, he will also be a person who uses magic. Without power, even if he upgrades his weapons to be as tough as mud and his armor to be incredibly tough, he will still only be slightly stronger in close combat. The risks associated with melee combat in an apocalypse were huge, and Somo naturally understood the importance of both. He experimented with the materials he had, and after adding 2 iron, the upgrade cost dropped to 165, remaining unchanged. Gritting his teeth and resisting the urge to save points, survival, Somo slowly chose the third direction. The terracotta armor that had accompanied Somo in life and death had fulfilled its mission. The next second, under the terrifying power of the green light, it melted, turning into a pool of grey-black liquid. Like invisible hands, the green light began to form a liquid. What had been a puddle of liquid gradually solidified, its parts gradually adjusting to Somo's dimensions. After 3 to 5 seconds, the green light went out. Click! The loose armor fell onto the workbench with a dull thud. It was a full-fledged suit, consisting not only of from the upper and lower parts of the armor, but also from the shoes and a rather ridiculous-looking helmet. Forget about the helmet. Even if I had this thing on right now, if I got shot in the head, I'd die. After fingering the intricate patterns on the helmet and making sure there was no electrical device inside, Somo returned it to the equipment storage. The large helmet would stretch the optical combat suit as if a school was being bombed. 2. Building an amusement park is a crime against the wind. The upper and lower parts of the armor are not heavy, and wearing them will not hinder movement. Light armor weighing about 10 kilograms not only provided some protection, but also did not affect the speed of dodging during combat. Weighing the two parts, light armor, Somo nodded. So the electrical device must be hidden in the shoes. Picking up the light-armored boots from the table, Somo held them up to the light and looked inside. From the top to the heel, two long strip-shaped devices stretched. The location of the battery was unknown, as it was completely invisible from the outside. After searching, Somo found a charging port on the heel and a sensor button on the toe. The lack of automatic hazard detection is probably the biggest drawback of electric devices, but it doesn't matter. Simply tapping the toe on the ground to activate it is quite convenient. Picking up the boots and plugging them into a power source, Somo began to prepare the last item. Special crossbows. The crossbows created in the game were more than enough to deal with regular kobolds, but this time, getting on enemy territory, they would inevitably encounter stronger opponents. To ensure effective damage, Somo decided to make a batch of special crossbows, completely different from the usual ones. Returning to the power room, he connected the generator and turned on the workbench. He took out a piece of iron, placed it on the table, and closed his eyes to rest. About 10 minutes later, Somo opened his eyes, intently examining the material in front of him. The robotic arm on the workbench sensed his approach and automatically began to attach itself to him, wrapping it around him and then merging into a single whole. The left hand switched to high-speed cutting mode, and like a butcher cutting up a bull, Somo divided the iron block into 10 pieces, each 18 centimeters long. The crossbow bolts created by the game board were a standard 25 centimeters long, combining lethal force and speed. While this uniformity also affected their performance, it also lacked specificity. This time, Somo took a different approach, focusing on the length of the arrow, turning it from a broadsword into an axe. Following the system's arrow pattern, Somo focused entirely on cutting and polishing, achieving the greatest possible uniformity in the width of the tip and tail. With the increased stability of the robotic arm, Somo was able to reduce the accuracy significantly. Sparks flew and hit the stone wall. Somo worked diligently and efficiently. Each arrow took only about 3 minutes, after which it was set aside to cool. By the time all 10 were ready, Sumo's back was already covered in sweat. This kind of work requires extreme concentration. Even the slightest mistake could render one crossbow bolt completely useless, requiring a complete rework. 2. Luckily, thanks to the bonus concentration provided by the excellent workbench, all 10 arrows were made without a hitch. Fully prepared, he headed to the saltpeter mine to inspect the 10 crossbow bolts, the arrows of which were pointed upward and hooked onto the buckle. Although the smell of burnt iron spread throughout the shelter, Somo did not notice anything. For the first time, making something so meticulously, the feeling of duty fulfilled was immeasurable. Somo concentrated, and when he saw the characteristics of the crossbow, his inner joy soared from modest to irresistible. High speed. Crossbow excellent, 3 excellent, 7. Description: a special crossbow bolt made by the almost novice Master Suma. The skill was average, but for some inexplicable reason, its quality was high. Special abilities: excellent, high-speed flight, silent flight. Excellent, high-speed flight rating. From simple to almost beginner level. This is a qualitative leap. Excellent. I am considered an almost entry-level craftsman. It seems that the bonuses from a superior crafting table really cannot be underestimated. The powerful stats of the crossbow bolts matched their quality bonuses. Although the overall crafting table bonus of only 10% may seem insignificant, in practice it significantly improves concentration. 10 crossbow bolts, 3 excellent, 7 excellent. Although Somo hadn't tried them yet, he had a feeling that the powerful stat bonuses far exceeded those provided by the in-game crafting panel. He stood up, shaking his stiff neck from side to side. With a wave of his hand, Somo collected all the crossbow bolts and carefully placed them in the storage area. He turned to look at the charging station, noticing the crossbow, spear, and combat boots laid out on the ground. A strong feeling rose in Somo's heart. With these few pieces of equipment, he could face even 10 kobolds. Even if the kobold camp was a dangerous place, he would definitely go. Time flew by as he patiently waited for his equipment to charge. In the blink of an eye, it was midday, and the batteries, all 3 pieces of equipment, were fully charged. The green light lit up. Taking out the baguette he had exchanged earlier, Somo poured 2 kilograms into the pot, making bread soup. He poured 1/5 of the soup into sparkling small and large bowls for today's meal, scooped up about half of it, and poured it into the bowl with the Oreo. He finished the rest of the bread soup, waited for it to cool a bit, and drank it down in one gulp. After a nice rest and a hearty meal, he felt refreshed. Entering the room with the weapons and equipment, Somo began to put on his equipment. First, he put on the bottommost layer of light armor. It looked a bit like the bright silver willow leaf armor worn by the Red Turban Rebellion. He began to put on the light armor, starting with the chest plate and back. Opening a hole in the center, Sumo grabbed the armor with both hands and pulled it over his head like a sweater. The chest plate and the back, custom made from special steel, better followed the curves of the body. Thanks to advanced technology, they weighed about the same as a winter down jacket. The lower part of the armor consisted of a forked skirt that was attached to the upper part and secured with a belt, preventing it from falling off while moving. Once both armors were on, he took the last part, a shoulder pad, and placed it on his shoulders and forearms, securing it securely. The size and shape of the shoes were expertly matched to Soma's feet. Putting them on, he felt even more comfortable than his regular sneakers. The armor gives courage. Although he was a little thin from long inactivity, the armor gave Soma a surge of strength. He almost wished for the kobold warrior to come and fight him. He raised his foot and tapped his toes on the ground, making a few crunching sounds. Soma then took a few hesitant steps. It seems like walking doesn't give me any extra benefits. The electric boots didn't seem to respond to his movements. Intrigued, Soma tried to run. The next second, a powerful force burst out from his heel. For a moment, Sumo felt as if someone had pushed him from behind, almost knocking him off his feet. So fast. Who could withstand such speed? He tried to run a few laps, and the joy on Sumo's face grew with each step. Oreo, who was still licking his food bowl, was also shocked, watching in amazement at the speed at which Sumo was running around the base. The acceleration generated by the electric boots, it wasn't just a quickening of his running speed. Even after gaining speed, Sumo greatly increased his maneuvering efforts. Click. He tapped his fingers on the ground again, took 2 steps, and the acceleration effect disappeared. Switching from musket to cannon. If I had this equipment in the ruins, the kobolds wouldn't have had time to shoot fireballs. The light armor had already given Sumo many surprises. He was even more inspired by the iron electric spear. But before that, Sumo put on his optical combat suit over the light armor. With the armor on, the optical combat suit that once fit him perfectly suddenly expanded. However, the thin material retained its strong plasticity. The suit, tightly fitting to the body, once again hugged the armor, fulfilling its function. He took the charged iron electric spear and turned on the power. After a humming sound, the electric spear returned to normal. He tried to lunge forward, and at that moment, an inexplicable force appeared, accelerating the blow. As he swung, a lateral force appeared, causing the electric spear to move even faster. He cut the power, and the extra force disappeared. Somo looked with delight at his new equipment, feeling a surge of pride. He threw the iron electric spear and electric crossbow into the storage room, walked to the corner, and grabbed the kobold. The kobold, still sleeping, shuddered and woke up. He looked up in panic, realizing it was Somo, and his despondency returned. For 2 days, Somo had shown no interest in recruiting him. The kobold had completely abandoned his illusions and was beginning to face reality. Woof, woof. Oreo, who was standing nearby, barked excitedly when he saw Somo capturing the kobold. Let's go. Tell him to show us the way. If he leads us the wrong way, he's finished today. Somo picked up the frail kobold and headed for the main entrance of the hideout. Hearing that they were going to play, Oreo barked several times to contact the kobold. After receiving confirmation, Oreo barked twice, indicating that the connection had been established. Having prepared everything, he opened the main door of the shelter. After inspecting the rooms inside, Somo closed it tightly and went out through the hallway. The day in the wasteland was, as usual, blindingly hot, with yellow dust swirling everywhere. Every now and then, a vulture or two flew across the sky, cawing and cawing. Throwing the kobold to the ground, Somo returned to the main. The entrance of the shelter positioned the crowbar at an angle, turned outward, and yanked the door shut. There was a dull thud, and by the time Somo pushed the door again, the internal bolt had already fallen, blocking the force securely. After numerous unsuccessful attempts to open it from the outside, Somo nodded and walked over to the garage door. He removed the outermost boards, and inside the sparsely furnished garage, Bong Bong stood quietly, waiting for Somo to inspect him. He entered, sat down on the seat, started Bong Bong, and deftly rolled up to the main entrance of the shelter. Woof! The kobold, lying on the ground, looked at him in bewilderment. Him, as if perplexed by how the metal box could move at all. Oreo, standing nearby, saw the kobold's unsightly appearance and expressed his disdain. Oreo, I'm going to have to endure you in my arms today. Having placed the kobold in the back seat and buckled him up, Somo leaned over and picked up. Oreo was picked up and returned to the front seat of Bong Bong. Hearing Somo's words, Oreo couldn't resist. He buried his dog-like face between Sumo's combat uniform, standing there, timid and motionless. After making sure once again that everything was ready, he shifted the gear into forward and looked at a shelter that looks like a giant beast. Let's go. Destination: Dog's Head, Saltpeter Mine. The next moment, Sumo shouted, pushing away his nostalgia, and stepped on the gas. The cart shot forward like an arrow from a bow. A low roar rolled across the deserted wasteland, accompanied by a powerful low-S storm to the west. The first exploration, a magnificent saltpeter mine. Speed 45, speed 62, speed 23. The road to the kobold's saltpeter mining site was difficult to navigate. The bumpy rocks made it difficult to increase speed. After driving for almost 40 to 50 minutes, Soma had travelled less than 30 kilometres. Seeing that the car was slowing down, the kobolds immediately understood everything and continued to show the way. The kobold camp and the saltpeter mine seemed to be to the west. Following the kobold's instructions, the car travelled more than 20 kilometres before crossing another high slope that blocked their view. Noticing the kobold's gesture, Somo instinctively raised his head and looked in the direction of the finger. His pupils suddenly narrowed. In the distance, for miles, a silky expanse of ice crystals stretched across the hilltops. Even from a distance, about 10 kilometres away, Somo could clearly see this huge, seemingly natural saltpeter vein. Not to mention that an even more terrifying and shocking sight would appear before him when he approached, standing under the vein. Such a huge saltpeter mine. How did it form? Sumo's face trembled with amazement. He quickly got out of the car, took a 5-power telescope from the trunk, and examined the mine. With the help of the telescope, the entire saltpeter mine became clearer. With the mine in hand, there was no need to panic. Gustav II, once known as the Lion of the Northern World, led the Protestant League to multiple victories over the Catholic coalition thanks to his muskets and the saltpeter mines of his native Sweden. However, most European countries did not produce saltpeter, and its extraction was a serious problem. In peacetime, it was somewhat easier, but with the outbreak of war, the severance of trade routes became a serious problem. King Charles I of England, struggling with domestic and international opposition, suffered from a shortage of gunpowder. As a result, the worthy British king had to turn to stinking cesspools. To ensure the production of gunpowder, the king ordered officials to remove topsoil saltpeter from latrines and stables throughout its territory. Saltpeter was purified from clay vessels, and orders were even issued throughout the country to pave latrines and stables with stone or wooden slabs so that it would not interfere with the collection of saltpeter. Even tanners, who were the main consumers of saltpeter, lost their jobs. At that time, the respected clergy of each church were given the honor of calling on the townspeople attending services to urinate collectively. From then on, urination ceased to be a shameful or dirty activity, but became a contribution to the development of the nation. Church chairs were especially valuable since people were expected to urinate during worship. However, because people had to go to the toilet so often, the chairs often wore out and had to be scraped off to get high-quality saltpeter. At the time, the British believed that women's urine contained a particularly high concentration of saltpeter. A slogan even emerged: "Please contribute your share to help your husbands fighting on the front lines." But now, Soma, looking at the huge saltpeter mine in front of him, could not understand why such a huge vein had formed here. If I were told that a huge monster had gone to the toilet here, creating such a huge saltpeter mine, I would believe it. But the kobolds must really value saltpeter mines, since at least 100 of them have set up camp here, eh? What is this? A man. Through the telescope, Somo clearly saw an upright creature that didn't look like a kobold at all. The kobolds behind him had clearly never seen such a ferocious artifact, and their thoughts wandered the entire way, unconsciously pondering something. 10 kilometers was still too far away, and the image in the 5-power telescope cast a shadow on Somo's mind. Returning to the rickshaw, he picked up Oreo, who was still scrabbling along the ground, and started the machine again. This time, he decided to go further, 5 kilometers. The rickshaw was not going very fast, but after about 10 minutes, he successfully reached the place that Somo had in mind. This time, even without a telescope, Somo clearly saw in the distance a large area built up with what looked like wooden houses. Next to them, Somo even saw a building built from the core of the secret house. He got out of the car again and took out telescope. Seeing the scene through the telescope, Somo was furious. His fists clenched. In the huge mine, dozens of people were working, extracting ore. However, these people were not kobolds, they were people. Scattered around the ore veins were kobold warriors. Somo counted them in his mind. At that moment, there were at least 200 kobold warriors in his field of vision. And the worst thing was that in the center of the camp, there were 50 kobold sorcerers having fun. And that was only what he saw, including those he couldn't see. There were probably more than 300 kobolds in this saltpeter camp. 300 kobolds watching dozens of people mining saltpeter? Under the telescope, Sumo suddenly realized. I thought that Huang Biao had taken care of everyone near my soldiers' landing site. Now it looks like the kobolds have captured the rest and brought them here to me. Luckily, my hideout is 60 kilometers away. Otherwise, I would have encountered these monsters in the first 2 days. I kept wondering why the Chinese hideout was so careful to hide information about the extraterrestrial civilization. I'm afraid that countless people in other places have already been enslaved by these monsters. But is their communication in chats limited? Otherwise, why haven't I seen such news on the World Channel? Sumo remarked as he thought to himself. With so many kobolds, not to mention his current equipment, he would need a Gatling gun and unlimited ammunition today to even attempt to attack the base and save humanity. With his current equipment, at least before gunpowder, capturing this base would have been a difficult task. I didn't expect this saltpeter mine to be so difficult. I'm afraid there are many more monsters in the kobold camp than here. More than 1,000 kobolds. The thought of him having such a hospitable neighbor, like himself, who would invite him to his home as soon as he saw them, suddenly gave Soma a sense of security. Minus 10,000. No, I have to check the kobold camp. If there are more of them than I expected, it will be a disaster. Soma returned to the buggy with a serious expression, and Oreo quickly jumped into it. Oreo, have him show us the way to their camp. With that, Oreo began to communicate with the kobold. A moment later, the buggy sped away, heading north from Saltpeter mine. The area near the mine was a steep-stepped slope. Although the speed was slow, the distance between the mine and the kobold camp was not great, judging by the speed of the car. The kobolds signaled that they were almost there. Soma parked the car in the shade of the bushes, pulled the kobold out of the seat, and walked forward, carrying him in his arms. After walking for about 500 or 600 meters until they reached another high slope, Soma finally spotted a kobold camp. Could this be called a kobold camp? Perhaps it would be more correct to call it a castle. Standing on the slope, Soma looked at the majestic structure in front of him in amazement. If the saltpeter mine was a miracle of nature, then the kobold castle in front of him was an unrivaled architectural feat. Judging by the diameter, the castle was more than 500 meters. With its round towers, narrow windows, semicircular arches, low domes, and raised doorways, it was a magnificent sight. Stylistically, the extensive use of columns and vaults of various shapes created an aesthetic of solidity, weight, balance, and stability. And relics. The narrow windows contrasted sharply with the spacious interior of the castle, darkening it and creating a feeling of mystery and gloom. 4 pointed towers rose at the 4 corners of the castle. Through the telescope, Somo saw kobolds patrolling inside. Looking down, in addition to the sorcerers and warriors, Somo noticed a kobold in white robes. This is the 3rd type of kobold. I wonder what their special features are. The kobold was not tall, but as he walked along the wall, 4 or 5 kobold sorcerers followed him respectfully and obediently. The wall was not very long. The kobold in white robes continued to speak without moving. Gradually, the group disappeared at the end. Walls. But before Somo could see anything, the small gate underneath the kobold castle suddenly opened and a group of kobolds came out, heading straight for Somo. Oh no, they found me? The front of the castle was bordered by a single gate. Because it was a structure with 2 doors, it looked unusually heavy. Next to the main gate, a small, simple door opened up to allow entry and exit. The door swung open, and a small group of kobolds emerged. Unlike the scouting party, this group consisted of a full 12 kobolds, 6 warriors in the front, 3 sorcerers in the middle, and 3 warriors in the back. Through the telescope, Somo saw the purposeful gaze of the kobolds. They were heading this way. However, the kobolds were walking slowly, as if they were not chasing something, but were carrying out some kind of mission. This group was heading for the saltpeter mines? He guessed, seeing that there was still just over 1,000 meters between them. Turning around, Somo summoned a beautiful iron lightning spear from his storage and, without saying a word, threw it straight at the captive kobold next to him. Although the spear lacked electrical power, the terrifying power, Somo was still able to split the captive kobold's skull clean apart with one crushing blow. Seeing the red and white bodies about to fall to the ground when the spearhead was pulled out, Somo, suddenly realizing, placed the bodies in a barrel prepared for human burials in his storage room. Need be ruthless. Since the captive kobold's mission was accomplished, there was no need for further discussion. Returning him to the kobold god's embrace would be the greatest kindness he could show. We can't kill these guys yet. Go after them and see what they're up to. A 12-man kobold squad, whether hidden in a kobold saltpeter camp or defending a kobold castle, could still be a tough challenge. But once they were out in the wild, Somo was 100% confident he could destroy all the kobolds in one fell swoop. He watched the kobold squad for a few more seconds, seeing that they were still about 500 meters away and had not changed direction. Reacting calmly, Somo ducked and quickly retreated along the flank. Oreo, walking next to him, immediately understood Somo's intention and followed him through the wilderness. Man and dog, free of their bonds, they came and went without a trace. Lying in the grass next to Oreo nearby, Somo coldly watched the troop of kobolds pass by, completely unaware of their presence. The troop of kobolds was extremely loose in formation. Time to march. Even the 2 kobold sorcerers who walked in the middle and the back of the group were whispering to each other, their words interspersed with laughter and howls to the sky, seemingly full of joy. Oreo, Go ahead and see if there are any kobolds who can support you. If there is, let me know in time, and I will follow them." Somo reached out, stroked Oreo's round head through his battle uniform, and whispered a command. Oreo, who understood human language, nodded, growled softly, and suddenly rushed forward. Compared to the slow-moving kobolds, Oreo was, on all fours, was terrifyingly fast. In just 5 or 6 breaths, he caught up with the group of kobolds, outflanked them, and was in front. Good. Standing up, Somo quickly reached the high ground. After making sure once again that there were no other groups in the kobold castle, he ran after them. From the saltpeter mine camp to the kobold castle. The distance between the two places, measured on the maps, was small. But relying on human strength, Somo walked for over an hour before he finally followed the group of kobolds back to the saltpeter mine camp. Far in the distance, less than 500 meters away, was the kobolds' makeshift defensive camp. In front of the camp gate lay a horizontal, several huge wooden spikes sharpened to the base. The fence surrounding the camp also had wooden spikes, so sharp that even those suffering from trypophobia would flinch. On either side of the camp stood 2 reconnaissance towers, about 10 meters high, providing a view, surrounding area. This arrangement did not disconcert Somo. On the contrary, he felt something familiar. If I had not seen these kobolds, I would have taken this for a shelter built by people. Somo chuckled self-deprecatingly, taking out his binoculars and peering towards the saltpeter mine. From the moment, it was the first time he had seen the miners, and it had been about 2 hours before he had made the entire journey there and back. But the men in the mines were still feeling oppressed, toiling under the scorching sun. This time, as he came closer, Soma could clearly see through his telescope the pain and numbness on the faces of the miners. Standing on the hillside, he could see the entire mine, and then he could see more than 50 miners. Now, squatting near the camp, he could see only one side of the mine. Now, I can clearly see 12 yellow ones, 17 black ones, and 6 white ones. Why weren't these 2 miners? Through the telescope, Soma's face expressed surprise. The others, digging diligently, dripped sweat, washing away the dark earth and leaving clear tracks. But around these miners, 2 men with wooden spears walked. They didn't look like miners at all. He took off his telescope, rubbed his eyes, which were sore from so much concentrated watching, and waited a moment to rest before looking again. This time, he could clearly see the skin color of the 2 men. One was yellow, the other white. It was, "Overseer? Where there are people, there is hierarchy." Even among the kobold slaves, the appearance of 2 so-called overseers was the norm. However, the next second after Soma aimed his telescope, his anger suddenly flared up. In the large house in the center of the camp, he clearly saw a man with a distant Japanese appearance sitting in front of the kobold, chattering and laughing. The 3 kobold sorcerers who had arrived from the castle were now sitting in front of him, gesticulating, talking incoherently. Damn it. This guy eats better than me, lives more comfortably. I wonder how much blood and sweat they squeezed out of him. The others were digging, sweating. The man in the house sat in front of the grill, stirring it haphazardly and throwing in handfuls of something that looked like seasoning from time to time. Not even smelling the confused aroma, seasoning sprinkled on the meat, Soma still caught an echo of that smell in his memories of Earth. Time passed unnoticed. Soma watched as the man grilled the meat, then cut it with a knife and distributed it into the kobolds' bowls. After everyone had finished eating, they left the hut and chatted in the center of the camp. Even Oreo was a little nervous, but Somo remained calm. Damn it. Why did this guy look so familiar? Through the telescope, he saw the ugly face of the man in the center of the camp. The traitor who had betrayed humanity and became a traitor. At the same time, it awakened a small fragment of Somo's memory. If I remember correctly, this bastard's name should be Kento Maeda. I think I saw this guy's comments in the world chat after the first version update. Gradually, as Somo worked hard, dug deeper, memories started to surface. This guy seemed to be looking for people with good character to warm up, but suddenly it turned out to be a regular special operation. In this already dangerous wasteland, a profession of traitor suddenly appeared. Suddenly, Somo felt that the game chat, exposed by those with ulterior motives, reveals all sorts of malicious intent. Chat may have been a valuable tool for communication in the early days, but as time goes on, it becomes more difficult to determine the character of everyone speaking in a chat, whether their intentions are good or bad, and whether they words of evil intent. By then, trust in the individual will collapse, and no one will trust strangers. In addition to official shelters, private shelters will be full of intrigue. The remaining lone wolves will be left alone in the apocalypse. I fear that what Magu alone survived 19 disasters without wanting to. To look for comrades is a true reflection of the collapse of trust between people. The more he thought about it, the more he looked at Maeda Kento, who had not even wiped the oil from the corners of his lips, the more the desire to kill burned within him. This child cannot be allowed to stay. Awkward negotiations between the two sides in the center of the camp continued. Without a professional translator like Oreo, neither Maeda Kento nor the kobold could accurately understand each other's meaning. They could only rely on the most basic gestures to communicate. As Somo watched, he slowly grasped the meaning of the message. Maeda Kento was probably giving the kobold advice, his gestures reminiscent of helicopter rotors barely rising above their heads, ready to take off. The clumsy kobold tried, catch the meaning, anxiously barking, trying to understand the numerous gestures. About half an hour later, when even Somo was tired of watching, the parties finally ended their conversation. Maeda Kento waved his hand and shouted to his henchmen, calling a small cart from a distant warehouse. Is this the same saltpeter we've already collected? Even through the telescope, Soma could smell the highest purity of saltpeter, white with a slight earthy tint. Compared to dung and urine saltpeter, this saltpeter was an indispensable resource for arms dealers when they were just starting out. Kobolds treated Maeda Kento fairly. The two henchmen were less fortunate. From afar, they saw the kobolds shouting at the henchmen with an arrogant look, but they could only endure, not daring to show a single drop of anger. Humans, having reached such a state, completely lose their dignity. They're just trying to survive for the day. With his murderous urges somewhat calmed, Soma slowly stood up and retreated. The kobold team that had just arrived was most likely responsible for transporting the mined saltpeter back to the castle. He already had a plan for the future. It seemed the kobold leader. He's not a fool. He knows that there can't be a weapon as powerful as gunpowder in the camp outside, or the kobolds in the camp will become independent and lose their sense of priority. What a shame. What a shame. These kobolds are probably bringing saltpeter to me, Somo. With a grin, Somo stood up resolutely, walked away at a sufficient distance, and without looking back, ran back to where the kobolds came from. Only children make choices. I want everything. This time the saltpeter is mine, and the kobolds' lives too. Hurry up, everyone. Otherwise, if Lord Doug accuses you, I won't be able to save your lives. Watching the kobold squad leave with the cartload of saltpeter they had mined, Kento Maeda wiped the sweat from his brow and addressed his minions in a commanding tone. Thanks to the game's built-in race translation, any human would easily understand what was being said. Speech. Yes, Mr. Maeda. The two henchmen quickly straightened up and bowed deeply to Kento Maeda. Seeing the gazes of the two people next to him, Kento Maeda expressed satisfaction and continued. Well, Yingxiong, how are you doing with the recruitment I asked you to do on the game panel? Has there been any progress recently? Hearing this, Yingxiong, who was standing on the left, instantly trembled and frowned as he said, Mr. Maeda, all the fish nearby have recently been caught on the hook, and coupled with the two scoundrels who deliberately leaked the news the day before yesterday, many of us have become, be afraid. Baga! Hearing Yingsun's words, Kento Maeda suddenly became angry and kicked him in the chest with all his might. How many times have I told you? You can't call me a dog here, you have to call me Master Dog. Are you a pig? Don't you understand me? If you do this again, I will send you to hell, where you will meet those two from the day before yesterday. Knocked to the ground, Yingjong nodded several times with a pained expression on his face. Beads of sweat were running down his forehead, but he pressed his lips tightly together, not daring to express his pain. Seeing Yingjong's expression, Maida Kento nodded and said to the other, "Marshall, come with me." With these words, Maida Kento turned and headed to the room in the back. The man named Marshall followed him with a numb expression. The dark room was lit only by a small window the size of a human head. Standing in the darkness, Marshall couldn't see the expression on Maida Kento's face as he sat at the table. "It's been a long time. I told you to hide it, didn't I? How are you? It works. I didn't really hide it. I just took advantage of the fact that the mages were sleeping and stole a little. I dug up almost a kilogram. Excellent." From the pitch-black room came Kento Maida's barely contained excitement. "How is the reconnaissance for the Soma base that I asked you to do?" Hearing Kento Maida's words, Marshall almost burst into tears. "Master Maida, last time I deliberately sent most of the kobolds towards the Soma shrine, leaving only 2 scouting parties. More than a day has passed, and there is no news. I'm afraid..." "We brothers really don't dare to go. The Soma are ruthless and bloodthirsty. The shrine is so safe that we can't do anything even if we go." Hearing Marshall's words, Kento Maida first felt a headache, and then a sinister smile showed that he was in control of the situation. The laughter was so eerie that despite the bright sun and heat outside, Marshall felt like he'd fallen into an ice cellar. "Bullshit. Should you be looking at what I told you to hide? I have news. If you can put this in the right place, you can easily crack his supposedly strong shell. Then, let alone stone, even if it's reinforced concrete, if you do as I say, the so-called #1 shelter in the world will be nothing more than a luxurious tomb. Then go and take away his shelter core. You let me know such a secret, and some kobold dares to stand up and talk loudly to me?" Hearing Maida Kento forbid others from calling him a kobold, even though he didn't care, Marshall responded without hesitation. The casual insult caused a slight look of disdain to appear on Marshall's face, but the next moment his expression froze. "By the way, Marshall, how is the investigation I assigned you to conduct in the kobold castle going?" Maida Kento laughed recklessly as he stood up from the table. He sat down on the small bed inside, in the bright light, and looked out the window. Kobolds did not understand human language. Maida Kento had enough capital and confidence to know that even if he spoke freely here, no kobold would overhear or report him. "We went to Kobold Castle, but each time we could only get up to the 3rd floor. We couldn't even get to the 4th or 5th. I suspect they keep gunpowder here, or perhaps there is some secret here." Marshall respectfully pulled a folded piece of yellow paper from his pocket and held it out. 4th and 5th floors. It seems that this kobold castle also holds a big secret. Looking at the map showing the full locations of kobold floors 1, 2, and 3, as well as the storage locations of the castle's supplies, Kento Maida nodded with a creepy, lustful grin on his face. "Marshall, you're doing well. Next time you serve the kobolds, be sure to be resourceful and find a way to see what the 4th and 5th floors look like. But remember, until we figure out Soma's secret, we must be extremely careful and not let any information leak out. By the way, we must not let these fools find out anything about Soma. I will figure out how to deal with the 2 missing scouting parties. Once we destroy the Kobold Castle, you will become my trusted general. In this new world, you and I will establish a new order. Beauty, wealth, and safety. Within our reach," finished Kento Maida. In the light, he grinned recklessly and thrust the card into his hands, as if already imagining a better future. In the darkness, Marshall's expression changed rapidly. From indignation to impulsiveness. From impulsiveness to calm. As his calmness gave way to a slight grin, he clenched his already hard fists. Marshall said in a thin, obedient voice, "Yes, Master Maida, I will justify your trust. The new world will definitely be ours. In civilized times, the entrance exam to a Chinese college was a grueling ordeal. But knowing the answers and handing them in, the euphoric feeling of complete control was enough to make him pass out from joy. "You're here?" Woof! Lying on a slightly higher slope, he touched Oreo, who was running toward him, still breathing heavily. Seeing Oreo nod obediently, Somo couldn't help but hold back, heart pounding. About 60 meters in front of Somo, there was a patch of scorched brown earth covered with scattered weeds that seemed to be in perfect condition. But as the approaching kobolds remained unchanged, a smile played on Somo's lips. Even if dogs evolve into humans, they still retained certain habits. The kobold trails leading here and back were clearly visible. A close examination of the tracks showed that these chaotic tracks followed a straight line. Moreover, after so many traverses, the weeds had gradually been trampled down, almost turning into a road. Hurrying from the camp with saltpeter and seeing how these animals did not change their path, Somo suddenly had an epiphany. He quickly dug a trap right in the middle of the ambush. The sadly light weight of the kobolds would not have destroyed it, of course, but if a cart with saltpeter had passed by, it would undoubtedly have fallen apart instantly. The kobolds would have no choice but to find a way to pull the cart out. Of course, as soon as he thought of that, he went to the underworld. Don't change, don't change. Yeah, just keep going up. Well done. Boom! While Soma muttered quietly, 4 kobolds pulled the cart from the front, and 2 pushed it from the back. As soon as they passed the trap, the cart crashed to the ground. One of the kobolds pushing the cart from behind pushed too hard, causing himself to fall and bark in pain. "Woofty woof woof shiz! Woof woof woof!" the kobold sorcerers shouted, and all the kobold warriors immediately formed a circle, protecting the 3 noble sorcerers in the center. All the kobolds, with utmost, looked around with vigilance. The kobold sorcerer even raised his staff, ready to cast a spell. But a minute passed, then 3, then 5. A gust of wind threw a leaf into the face of the outermost kobold. Even the wind seemed to mock their battle of wits with the air. A moment later, as if realizing, having frightened themselves, the kobolds scattered, barking and laughing. Woof, woof! The kobold warriors began to figure out how to pull out the cart with saltpeter, while the kobold sorcerers took cover under the nearest bush. All the kobolds took turns furiously working in the pit. A cool breeze blew, and one of the kobold sorcerers could not stand it and stepped forward to give instructions to the others. The remaining 2 kobold sorcerers sat down under a bush. In this harmonious and safe environment, the kobolds relaxed. The kobold sorcerer sitting to the left of the bush lowered his staff and chatted casually with the other kobold sorcerer standing next to him. Unfortunately, after 4 or 5 seconds, no one. Noticing no reaction from the neighboring kobold, the kobold turned around curiously. He saw that the man, who had been healthy a minute ago, had a black arrow stuck in his neck. At that moment, the kobold's eyes flashed with horror, and he quickly tried to stand up and scream. However, the next second, the same black arrow pierced his neck, and a trickle of black blood flowed from the large arrow hole. As expected from a quality silent crossbow. I'm afraid even a sniper rifle can't evoke such feelings. The mysterious death of 2 kobold sorcerers did not affect the subsequent murder. Pulled out the remaining crossbow bolts, replaced them with regular ones, and aimed at the last kobold sorcerer. Somo pulled the trigger, and a stream of blood suddenly gushed down the narrow path. The last danger, dead. With the elimination of the 3 kobold sorcerers, the kobold squad had lost not only its main leader, but also its long-range combat ability. All the poor kobold warriors could do was gather in a circle, roaring incessantly, and were repeatedly mown down by Somo's arrows. The 12-man team fired all 5 crossbow bolts from the crossbow magazine. In an instant, only 4 dogheads remained. At this point, the doghead team was on the verge of collapse. Without making a sound, Sumo waved his hand towards the void, and 5 crossbow arrows appeared in his hand. The next moment, the crossbow bolts fell into the magazine. As the last kobold reached the ground, the kobold warrior suddenly imitated the kobold sorcerer who had surrendered earlier, dropping to the ground and kneeling in submission. Surrendering again? It seems that if too many kobolds are killed or injured, the kobold's fighting spirit will fade. Lying on the ground, and once again confirming that only one kobold remained, Somo mentally turned off the power to his electric crossbow and returned it to its storage compartment. The next moment, out of thin air, a thin iron electric spear appeared, which Somo grabbed. "Oreo, hold the line." With a low growl, Somo rose from the ground. The kobolds immediately noticed Somo, and the fear in their eyes faded significantly. Moreover, right before Somo's eyes, the kobold warrior stood up again, holding the spear in his hand, staring at him. "What's the matter? Still want to fight me? Come on, try it." He was wearing light armor, holding an electric spear in his hand, and wearing a combat uniform. Compared to him, the kobold warrior looked like a primitive creature. His equipment was far weaker. Step, 2 steps, 1, 2 steps. A devilish pace. Somo slowly advanced. As he approached, he distinctly saw the kobold warrior bend the handle of his spear slightly. Fearlessness flashed in his eyes. "Okay, come here, fight!" Seeing that the distance between them was less than 20 meters, Somo roared, rushing forward with a lightning spear in his hand. Seeing this, the kobold warrior followed suit. The seemingly fragile kobold, in the moment of close combat, changed his lunge to a powerful blow. Boom! A dull sound echoed through the air, resonating with a chorus of resonance. "Block your hand, dig your foot." Somo held the lightning spear tightly horizontally, blocking the blow with incredible force. With a flying kick, he sent the still stunned kobold warrior flying 10 feet. Good. Your strength isn't even close to enough to hit me." Soma's eyes flashed with impatience. He kicked the kobold's spear, signaling it to resume its attack. Noticing Soma's provocation, the kobold warrior, overcome with rage, leapt to his feet again, howling and lunging. There was a cracking sound. Soma, deciding to practice close combat, defended himself. Extend and slash, flank attack, kick and lash. The kobold warrior seemed to have the upper hand, attacking constantly, but Soma's relentless defense kept him down. The fight lasted for 3 to 5 minutes. Then, when the kobold warrior lunged again, Soma dodged it, turning his spear into a whip and knocking the kobold off his feet. The kobold warrior dropped his weapon and simply collapsed to the ground. No more fighting. That's it. And that's it. Feeling his hands still giving off endless energy and watching the kobold lying on the ground, already suffocating, Somo looked at Oreo next to him in surprise. Oreo, who was nervous at first and now almost dozing, also looked at Somo in surprise. "Huh? Am I that strong already?" Seeing the kobold warrior's despair, Somo smiled faintly and sat down next to him. "Oreo, translate for him. Just tell him that I'll wait until he's rested before we fight." There was no hurry, there was still plenty of time. Hearing Somo's words, Oreo, who was lying nearby, lazily approached and barked in his fluent dialect. The kobold clearly had not expected Somo to be so unsportsmanlike as to take a translator with him when he went to battle. Hearing Somo's friendly request, the dog was completely stunned. A faint look of fear flashed in his eyes as he looked at Somo. The next second, the kobold, still sprawled on the ground, tried to quickly flee the battlefield with his hands and feet. However, 2 muffled sounds were interspersed with a humming electrical sound. Behind the kobold, a dark shadow flashed by. The humming electric spear turned into lightning, and by the time it disappeared, it had already pierced the kobold's chest. "I said I'd wait for you to fight. If you want to run, I can only send you down." He pulled out the electric spear, cut off the power from behind, and wiped the blood off the spear tip on the kobold. Sumo sighed as he walked towards the large pit to inspect the rich spoils of this battle. On the grass, black blood gushed out from the kobold's chest in streams. In his dying moments, he seemed to have overcome racial barrier and realized the words that still echoed in the air. War fist. It's so terrible. In terms of individual strength, a kobold warrior might not be able to defeat even an ordinary adult armed with a weapon. Humanization has not only made kobold sorcerers stronger, but for these warriors, it actually weakened their lethality. Without the flexibility of quadrupedal legs and deadly teeth, the fragile kobolds lacked strength and speed, and could naturally only take blows. As they approached the large pit, the kobolds, still waiting inside, looked at Somo in confusion, as if asking, "Huh? Where are my teammates? Have you betrayed me already?" Unfortunately, Somo did not give the broken kobold time to think. He quickly drew his crossbow and fired an arrow into the kobold's forehead. Snap! The 12-man squad was completely annihilated. The battle had barely begun, only 10 minutes had passed. Not counting the close combat with the kobold warrior, Somo easily dealt with this isolated squad of only 11. Crossbow bolts. The difference in equipment and fighting ethics could not be compensated for by sheer numbers. Sheathing the crossbow and making sure there were no other opponents around, Somo pulled out a hook with a rope, stuck it into the ground and, pulling it, jumped into the cave. The kobolds might not have been able to get their hands on the saltpeter ore, but for Somo, it was surprisingly easy. First, he cleared out the barrels of bodies in the warehouse to make some space. He placed his hand on the cart of saltpeter, and with a thought, the saltpeter ore on the cart began to slowly disappear, all piled up in a storage room. In just 5 or 6 seconds, the saltpeter ore on the cart had completely disappeared, leaving behind a now overflowing storage room. With great effort, Somo easily pulled the rope out of the hole and began clearing the battlefield. First, he had to get crossbow bolts. 2 high-quality crossbow bolts were rare artifacts. Their terrifying silence alone could be a game-changer in such an ambush. He carefully pulled out his machete and slit the throat of the kobold sorcerer, pulling 2 short but powerful crossbow bolts from the blood. Frowning at the blood on the arrows, Somo set them aside to let them drip slowly. The remaining crossbow bolts on the kobold were easier to deal with. He simply pressed his foot against the kobold's body and yanked them out with force. After he pulled out the slightly misshapen crossbow bolt and tossed it into the pit, all 8 of the remaining bolts were usable. Not bad. 1 bolt was worth 1 reward. Let me count. 3 copper chests, 1 iron chest, and 1 wooden chest. It seems that with my growing power, or maybe with time, the kobold sorcerers are finding it harder to throw away silver-quality chests. Somo shook his head, pondering the reason as he collected all the chests. If the former, then acceptable. If last, it hurts. Over time, the chest, once silver, became wooden. Who can stand it? Isn't this just a clever way to make people kill monsters quickly? Ma Huateng is me. The number 1. One Marine, Lubin. I'd give 10 years of my kobold life for a chance at luck. After muttering a few unpacking slogans, Somo first reached for the wooden chest of the worst quality. Good things need cushioning, as those who understand will understand. The wooden box slammed open at Sumo's touch, turning into a flash of white light. Immediately a notification appeared on the game panel. Record, you opened a wooden treasure chest. Record, you got a bull guide, 5 meters 1. Range? Not bad, quite useful. Watching the power cord fall to the ground after the wooden treasure chest disappeared, Sumo rubbed the back of his head, a look of satisfaction on his face. As long as the wooden chest didn't drop plastic, it was a victory. He put the power cord aside, took out iron box, and continued to open it. A flash of light and a game notification appeared. Record. Congratulations on opening the iron treasure chest. Record. You got 1 Meng Shui brand canned fruit mix in syrup, 388 grams. Record. You got 1 canned yellow peach in Meng Shui brand syrup, 408 gram. Wow. I opened 2 large cans of canned fruit at once. I'm rich. Seeing the jars that had fallen to the ground due to the overflowing storage, Sumo hurriedly picked them up with a frustrated expression. These 2 jars were quite heavy. Getting them out of the iron treasure chest was pure luck. A perfectly sealed jar was a rare luxury in the apocalypse. Despite the taste, it contains a huge amount of essential vitamins, making it the best food reward. Looking at the cluttered space, Sumo reluctantly took out a piece of iron and placed the can inside. 2 cubic meters is still not enough. I can't do without an iron block. This is really a difficult choice. Sitting on the iron block, Sumo began to open the boxes. This time, Sumo decided to open all 3 copper treasure chests at once. Record. Congratulations on opening 3 copper treasure chests. Record. Congratulations on getting 15 kilograms of wuchang rice. Record. Congratulations on getting 250 grams of fueling mustard. Record. Congratulations on receiving 3 wood-grade resource replication coupons. Record. Congratulations on receiving 1 2 million warehouse expansion coupon. Bound. Resource replication coupon. Warehouse expansion coupon. Sumo was beside himself with joy as the copper treasure chest disappeared. A message appeared on the game panel, and 4 shiny pieces of paper the size of bills floated above his warehouse. I told you it would expand by 100 disaster points per expansion, and it would do so gradually. By the time you reach 10 square meters, you will need 102,400 survival points. Even if I manage to get the highest number of disaster points every time, even after a dozen disasters, it will probably be difficult for me to accumulate that many, let alone others. Now, it seems that even ordinary people can get such expansion coupons from treasure chests. Relieved. Sumo crumpled the expansion coupon. As the expansion coupons flickered like tiny twinkling stars, the pitch-black storage space silently expanded by 2 meters, reaching a total of 2 meters. As for the resource duplication coupons, Sumo took the coupon and studied. Detailed description. Like the levels of treasure chests, resource duplication coupons are now divided into 5 levels: wood, iron, copper, silver, and gold. 3 resource duplication coupons opened in the copper treasure chest can be used to duplicate resources of equal value. For example, if Sumo opened 15 kilograms of rice from the treasure chest, he could spend a duplication coupon and another one would appear nearby. However, the duplication cannot be used on resources that have not been opened in a treasure chest or have already been opened, such as opening 15 kilograms of rice and adding 15 kilograms of your own rice. After understanding this rule, Sumo thought about it and removed the 3 duplication coupons. Duplicating food is a waste of time. Besides, I have better duplicating items in my hideout. Thinking about the many items in the hideout, Sumo smirked and collected all the dropped items into the storage. Standing up, he looked around at the dead kobolds scattered around. Summoning a shovel, Sumo began to collect all the kobolds with the shovel and pushing them into the pit trap in the middle. While this simple burial wouldn't stop subsequent kobolds from tracking them down, it was more than enough for now. It took about half an hour to bury all the kobolds, and once the area was clear, Sumo quickened his pace as he headed towards the spot. From where the kobold castle could be seen, a whole group of people died. I want to see if these kobolds will get out one by one like the Calabash brothers who saved their grandfather. Well, Sumo ruined everything. Law of the Wasteland. Be merciless to yourself, be merciless to monsters, and as for your fellow tribesmen, those who treat me well, I will naturally repay. Those who treat me badly and those who want to harm me, I must repay 10-fold or 100-fold. Lying on the weed-covered hillside, Sumo leisurely wrote down the 0 version of the rules for surviving the apocalypse in the personal messages of the dead. There are currently 3 basic types of personal messages from the dead. 1 for journaling, 1 for survival rules, and 1 for recording supplies. My powers have been tested, and I can easily handle 3 kobold warriors. Besides, I have armor, so I have enough margin for error. In some matters that require decisive action, perhaps I should be bolder and more courageous, Sumo muttered as he wrote down 2 more points. People always change. Even the most conscientious and kind-hearted, having seen the cruelty and mercilessness of the apocalypse, gradually lose their humanity, turning into animals driven by the desire to survive. Sumo did not want to become such a person, in the literal sense. At least after Magu more than 400 days he maintained his integrity, his inner competitive spirit pushing Somo to a more principled view of the future. Oreo, standing nearby, enjoyed the long-awaited sunbathing that he had not enjoyed for several days. "My little Oreo, what is wrong with you? Are you sleepy here? So indifferent." Looking at the still-closed gates of the kobold castle, Somo simply rolled over, lay down and stroked Oreo's belly, feeling his touch. Oreo barked weakly, closed his eyes, and continued to enjoy his happy moment in the sun. If only Oreo wasn't feeling well just a few hours ago and hadn't eaten anything, Sumo would have thought he was dying. Okay, go to bed. There's nothing to do today. I'll stay here anyway. If it comes out, I'll just accept it as a parcel. If it doesn't come out, no big deal. Seeing that Oreo was not paying attention to him, Sumo turned away, folded his arms under his head, and lay quietly, looking at the azure sky of the wasteland. It seems like I haven't lived such a quiet and measured life for ages. Actually, if it weren't for the constant disasters, life here would be quite interesting. At least, I have become stronger. A smile touched the corners of Sumo's lips as he thought. A person's confidence and charm come from insight and strength. In his previous life, he worked in a small office in the Magic City. Although he never faced such terrible situations as bosses, beatings, or colleagues setting him up, he never achieved economic freedom or freedom of thought. Every day, returning to his small 120 square meter room in the Magic City and looking at pale yellow ceiling, Sumo thought that if the apocalypse ever came, he wouldn't have to worry about so many things. Unfortunately, when several asteroids actually flew towards the Earth, panic gripped not only Sumo, but also those standing on its summit. In just 3 months, enormous shelters were built one after another on the Earth. The state machine entered a state of war and became incredibly terrifying. Everyone became a cog that needed to be controlled. Therefore, until the very escape, Sumo could not buy a ticket home. Especially when he heard his parents' worries on the phone, Sumo pretended to be confident and consoled them. "Mom and Dad, what are you afraid of? It's an asteroid, not aliens. The Earth is so big, how can it be broken?" At this time, Sue's father always acted like an old engineer who knows everything and grumbled, "At your age, you don't understand anything." When your father and I worked in the explosives team, we attended the great scientists' classes. The academicians spoke about the connection between kinetic energy and power. Don't try to make your father happy. I take good care of your mother and your sister. If you take care of yourself, your mother and I will be better off. As expected, Sue's mother intervened at this moment. "Don't forget to bring more clothes. The shelter said they would give you food and water, and they don't care about your personal belongings." Sometimes his sister even said slyly, "Brother, don't worry about us. We worry about you. You're an old otaku." In such circumstances, we must be prepared not to see each other for more than 10 years. You can bring your daughter-in-law, but don't bring me your nephew. I'm not ready to be an aunt yet. He recalled the repeated warnings from the two elders. Looking at the sky, Sumo seemed to see a hint of a mischievous smile beneath his father's seriousness, and in his mother's eyes, always happy but with a hint of worry. "Dad, Mom, everything will be fine. Me, us, or the people of Earth, for now. We want to survive. There is always a way out." Licking his dry lips, Sumo waved his hand, took out the cookie dough he had made that morning, and shared it with Oreo. In addition to food, he now consistently drank more than 7 liters of psionic water a day. Although he was not free to eat, at least he had an unlimited supply of psionic water. He took out the psionic water and drank about 300 milliliters. Then he turned around, opened Oreo's mouth, and poured the rest of the water in. Somo used the void technique to remove the bottle. Turning around, he looked at the motionless kobold castle again, then stood up and walked forward. This hillside was about 500 meters away from the castle. According to common sense, the kobolds on the watchtower could observe and confirm, happening at a distance of 200 to 300 meters. Of course, it was impossible to rule out the possibility that the kobolds on the watchtower had developed some kind of exceptional vision. So Somo decided to use the time before sunset to carefully measure the observation range of the kobolds on the watchtower. Signaling Oreo to stay down, Somo crouched and ran forward. Judging by the position of the sun in the sky, it was 5 o'clock in the evening. Night falls late in the wasteland, with sunset not appearing until around 7:30. The sunlight was not particularly strong at this time. Somo did not switch from running to standing, lying down until he was about 400 meters from the watchtower. He didn't feel the weight of his armor and combat uniform while running, but they felt a little heavy when he was lying on the ground. After climbing another 100 meters, Somo looked up. At that moment, the kobold on top of the nearest south, the eastern watchtower, although he seemed to be staring at that corner with a piercing gaze, did not really understand where his gaze was directed. Rise. These kobolds can't run as fast as I can, so they can't catch up. Under his armor, Somo smiled and continued his slow walk. 280 metrů, 250 metrů, 230 metrů, 150 metrů. The resolution of the naked eye is about 0.003 radians, which increases by about to 4 centimeters at a distance of about 150 meters. At such a close distance, thanks to Somo's ever-improving eyesight, he could vaguely discern the expression on the watchtower's face even without the aid of a telescope. Was he dozing off, trying to trick me into competing in wit and courage with the air? He took a telescope from his storage and brought it to his eyes. This time, Somo saw not only the kobold's expression, but even the size of his pupils and the placement of the black spots on his lips. Everything was clear. At that moment, the kobold sentry's pupils flared and his ciliary muscles tensed. It was obvious that he had used a secret technique that many a high school student would envy, sleeping with his eyes open. Well done, old dog. You have something? After watching the castle for another 5 or 6 minutes, carefully examining it for other loopholes, the size of the gate and other details, Somo mentally removed the telescope, replacing it with a cold electric crossbow. He clicked the switch and waited for the self-test to complete. Crossbow. Somo slowly moved from a prone position to a kneeling position, his crossbow naturally cocking as he changed position. Looking at the kobold sentry, who was not reacting to the sight, Somo smiled. Good boy, sleep. He pulled the trigger. A black arrow flew through the air, instantly piercing the kobold's fragile skull. A foot-high stream of blood began to spray freely into the azure sky. At that very moment, alarm bells began to ring in the kobold castle, and suddenly there was a barking sound. The noise in the huge castle was terrifying. At first glance, it seemed as if there were at least 1,000. Kobolds! Even with an automatic rifle, there was little chance of defeating so many kobolds. Run! Sheathing his crossbow, Sumo threw away all pretense and began to run. The death of the kobolds in the watchtower was like a drop of water in a frying pan of boiling oil, instantly, exploded throughout the kobold castle. Ooh! Ooh! Death activated the monitoring mechanism, and a series of alarms rang out, echoing across the desert. Hundreds of dogs howled. Screams shook the earth. Thousands of dogs howled. Complaints pierced the sky. Running through the overgrown desert, Somo looked back and was even more surprised. At this moment, the middle gate of the kobold castle was completely open, and within sight, hundreds of kobolds came out of the small gate. Seeing Somo running in the distance, all the kobolds suddenly turned their attention and ran after him with powerful steps. Damn. What, did you stir up a hornet's nest? Sumo cursed and quickened his pace. At this moment, Sumo was immensely grateful for the new shoes he had purchased. Waves of powerful force swept from his toes to his tail, increasing the potential energy of each step, making the next step lighter and faster. Every time he stepped hard on the ground, he clearly saw the small holes, one after another. Sumo never thought he could run so fast. The dog-headed man didn't expect Sumo to run so fast. Oreo, who was still sleeping on the hillside, was awakened by the roar and looked ahead with sleepy eyes. The next moment, a black Oreo's white face reflected an echo of canine shock and stupidity. "Oh, Oleo, you stupid dog, run!" Seeing Oreo still standing on the hillside with a confident face, Somo ran breathlessly and shouted from afar. The next moment, countless kobolds, pursued by them, turned into two targets. One man, one dog. 500 kobolds. Sometimes they advanced along the potholes, sometimes they maneuvered on higher slopes, using both hands and feet. Unlike the kobolds from the scouting party, the kobold warriors in the castle were clearly much tougher. The distance between the two sides was shrinking. 380 meters, 350 meters, 300 meters. Woof, ha, woof, ha. A cruel grin shone on the faces of the kobolds running ahead. It seemed that in a minute or two they would catch up with this hated invader, carry him back to the castle on stone spears and tortured. But then woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, before their eyes, the intruder sat down on the metal shell. The next second, a puff of black smoke burst out of the iron shell, rapidly increasing the distance between the two forces with terrifying speed. Even a kobold in his prime would have been amazed at such speed, let alone already about the horde of kobolds, which had already covered a kilometer in pursuit. Seeing that the distance between the two sides was increasing, the squad of kobolds stopped. An expression of human confusion ran across their faces. They looked at each other, each at the other. They seemed puzzled, how something between the intruder's legs could have travelled so far without being driven by an animal. On the higher slope, more and more kobolds were rising to their feet, watching the iron shell move further and further into the wilderness like a Los storm. Silence fell upon all, kobolds standing on the hillside. The roar was the roar of a Somo Oreo cookie jumping through the wild. "Whoa! Ha 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 ha! Woof woof! You idiots still want to chase me? Look how fast your Grandpa Sumo's red rabbit is." He stepped on the gas, feeling the gust of wind blowing into his face, and applauded heartily. Only 2 or 3 minutes had passed. Humans, using the power of machines, could demonstrate their unique magic to these so-called fantastic creatures. Diesel is their blood, the engine is their heart, and the wheels are their legs. Power is the magic of the wind. As Sumo drove down the hill, he had already accelerated the car to 65 miles per hour. Before Sumo could even figure out who had lifted him up, the clouds of yellow dust had disappeared in an instant. In the light of the setting sun, Sumo hurried to a safe place and stopped the car. Oreo was still standing in the back seat, his flowing hair fluttering in the wind, an indescribable feeling of grace and freedom. He turned his head and looked at the kobolds crowded tightly on the hill. Sumo's heart filled with pride. Raising his middle finger, he shouted to all the kobolds looking his way. "Hey dogs, one day I, your grandfather, will come after you. When that happens, I will show you what it means to be an honest man." His high-pitched voice echoed through the air, spreading far away. Whether it was because Sumo stopped or because they heard his words, the kobolds on the hill began to bark. It was as if they were shouting, "Come here!" After a few more glances, Somo leaned over and got back into the car, continuing on his way without looking back. Only when the mountain range where the kobolds lived, kobolds shrunk to the size of ants, Somo turned the car around and headed east. He had already collected a lot of information, and the warehouse was full to capacity. He had fully achieved his goal before setting off. He drove at a constant speed of about 40 miles per hour until sunset, successfully returned to Vault 2. It was only 3 to 5 minutes away from his vault. Oreo, realizing that he was back in his territory, began to meow softly. As they got closer to home, Oreo's excitement grew, his voice changing several tones. Having such a reliable shelter in this post-apocalyptic wasteland is just a miracle. Parking the car in front of the gates of the shelter, Somo, looking at the incredibly strong stone walls, felt a surge of emotions. So what if it was a castle? He was just an ant in the face of a natural disaster. On the contrary, the underground shelter became much safer than a castle the deeper they went. Next time you go out, just put on a helmet. This crunchy gravel gives me a headache, Sumo smiled, rubbing the back of his head. He shook his head, noticing the greyish-white pebbles on Oreo's body. Although the wasteland roads allowed him to bypass most obstacles, it was still a bit of a nuisance for a car like Bang Bang, since it was practically lying on the ground and had no windows. After dropping Oreo off and parking the car, back to the basement, Sumo drove to the back entrance of the base. Tomorrow, I'll figure out how to make a secure lock. Otherwise, I'll have to go through the back door every time, and there's no lock there, which is quite dangerous. He lifted a heavy stone slab and put Oreo inside. After looking around once more, Sumo crouched down inside and closed the stove. Coo! Coo! Sparks of all sizes heard the noise and hurried out, sitting in a row at the back exit. Seeing Soma appear, they stuck out their small chests and circled around Soma. Okay, I'm back. Are you hungry? Seeing the small crystals appearing on the nutrient medium, Somo realized what the big and small sparks meant. Well done. Did they come to ask for a reward? After stroking the little spark on the head and holding 2 chickens in his arms, Somo entered the living room and turned on the light. The dim shelter suddenly became illuminated. It was as if he had gone out to earthly work and returned to his room. At that moment, an incomparable feeling of peace came over him. Here is sulfur and saltpeter. There are still 12 days left. Hey, dog creatures, wait for me. Don't worry, little ones. Let me first assess today's harvest. After teasing the clinging sparklers, he set the 2 chickens down on the ground and beckoned Oreo to him. Suma went into the storeroom and began digging things up. First, the large blocks of saltpeter that filled the warehouse. This saltpeter was extremely pure, practically required secondary processing, and could be immediately crushed and used. Any warmonger who saw this would exclaim, "My fate is mine." Looking at the warehouse, already overflowing with sulfur, Soma could only put the saltpeter in the second bedroom. The smell of saltpeter was not as strong as that of sulfur, especially from this natural saltpeter ore. Except for a slight bitterness, other flavors were difficult to discern. This saltpeter weighs at least 300 to 500 kilograms. I won't even have to rob again anytime soon. Somo nodded with satisfaction after gathering all the saltpeter ore into a pile and laying it out. The joy of storing so many supplies like a squirrel was simply unimaginable. Just a little charcoal mixed in the right proportions and will produce the perfect fuel, black gunpowder. As for food, this 15-kilogram bag of rice will solve our immediate problem. And these 2 cans of food, eat a little, and we will have enough for a month. Having taken out the supplies, Somo took the bag of rice and headed to the stove. Now it was either bread and soup or cookie dough. At first, it is normal for 1 or 2 meals, but overeating can cause severe nausea. At the sight of rice, Somo's stomach immediately began to rumble and his mouth began to taste sour. The average person eats about 2 taels of rice per meal, or a little more than 1 tael. A kilogram of rice lasts for about 3 days. Of course, Soma, now starving and quickly gaining strength, needed at least 3, maybe even 4 taels of rice to satisfy his hunger. Strange, how lucky I am. 1 copper treasure chest contains enough rice for a month. It was logical that everyone should have enough food at first. After pouring out some psionic water, Soma washed the rice, wandering in thought. At this rate of loss, if he had been a little luckier and had gotten 2 bags of rice, eating frugally, he would have easily lasted 2 or 3 months. But it was clear that too many people still did not have enough food, some even living on tree bark and dirt. There were too few real samples to judge. Maybe I'm just lucky and always buy the best. Putting that unanswered question aside, Somo put the washed rice into the already lit clay pot and sat quietly by the stove, waiting. No electric rice cooker, no problem. Using the most primitive clay pot and the most primitive steaming method, the steamed rice will smell like firewood and become even more aromatic. First, boil the rice in a pot until the hard core softens. Put the wooden lid above the water level, spread the rice evenly over it, and cover the pot. After about 10 minutes, Somo could no longer hold back his smile as he smelled the increasingly fragrant aroma of cooked rice coming from the pot. On civilized Earth, a bowl of rice meant nothing. Buffett, even if you asked for 10 or 20 bowls, they would give you as much as you wanted. But in the dangerous apocalyptic wasteland, smelling that smell, even Somo, who remained impassive in the face of hundreds of kobolds, felt tears welling up. Viscous, tingling, fragrant. The aroma grew stronger as the steam rose. Oreo, still playing with Twilight, was stunned to catch the scent. Oreo, usually handsome, suddenly stared blankly at the white steam rising from the clay pot. The two chickens, with their feeble sense of smell, reacted briefly, and then caught a whiff of the rice. The poor wastelanders had never smelled such a delicacy before. In the food chart stored in genes of Oreo and Twilight, there was no trace of rice. Even the Oreos, imitating Twilight, sat in a row in front of the clay pot, not taking their eyes off Soma's food. However, that was not the limit of Sanxiao's taste buds. When Sumo pushed the steaming pot of rice aside to cool and greased another pot, smelled of oil. He opened a package of fueling pickled mustard and poured a full 250 grams into the pot. A rich, sweet, sour and spicy aroma enveloped him, overpowering the aroma of the rice. A few seconds later, Sumo picked up a wooden lid that stood nearby, poured all the rice into it, and began to fry. Wow! Wow! Sumo moved upward, and the eyes of the three little ones immediately looked up. As soon as Sunday Monday, down, as the three little ones immediately lowered their heads, even pressing themselves to the ground. From the very beginning to the end, the pots held the four people captive in the shelter. Finally, when all the rice was coated with pickled mustard, such a fragrant smell was heard that anyone in the apocalypse would faint. "Dinner's ready?" The moment he said, "Okay," Oreo's two tiny hind legs skidded across the ground and the four-wheel drive kicked in. He ran over in a flash and brought Sumo his bowl of food. Twilight and Sparkle followed suit, nodding and signaling for Somo to set them down and ate. Seeing how greedily the three babies were being eaten, Somo did not keep them waiting. He scooped up 3 large spoons for Oreo, then a small spoon for Twilight and Sparkle, and poured the rest into his own bowl. The next moment, the shelter was filled with the sounds of food being swallowed. Every now and then, the cough of those who ate too fast. Somo ate almost a pound of rice along with 300 or 400 milliliters of psionic water. How could this be called survival in the wasteland? The only thing missing from such a life was a food article glued to Somo's head. He poured out all the remaining rice, crusts from the pan into the Oreo bowl, then stood up and went back to the pantry. This time, he pulled out canned yellow peaches. He easily unscrewed the can, scooped up a piece with his chopsticks, and popped it into his mouth. A wave of delicious fruity aroma washed over him. Biting into the yellow flesh of the peach, he felt the peach acid quickly ooze out, filling his mouth with the aromatic aroma. He swallowed the piece with relish, and, seeing the expectant eyes of the 3 little ones, he took out another one and shared it with Oreo. He bit off half and gave it to Big and Little Sparks, and swallowed the other half. Looking regretfully at the remaining yellow peach, Somo simply turned away, screwed the lid on, and returned the can to the pantry. At this point, canned goods were a strategic resource. Eating them wasn't even a delicacy, but a luxury. 1 piece a day will provide him with vitamins. These 2 cans should last him at least a month. At this point, Somo finally understood the saying, "When food is at hand, you have nothing to worry about." So, today's task is to try to purify saltpeter. This is going to be incredible! After a hearty lunch and a few drinks, it was time to get back to work. Somo didn't take a break, immediately placing a small piece of saltpeter on the workbench. Although it's clean, if it can be cleaned up a bit, I'll try. Perhaps when it reaches superior quality, the resulting material will be even more powerful. Returning to the energy room, he connected the generator and turned on the workbench. After waiting for the self-test to complete, Somo donned his iron hand. Purifying the saltpeter was simple. Simply crush it, heat it in water, and when it boiled, begin a fine filtration. Carefully adding psionic water, Somo began to prepare the solution. He took out a spare wooden basin and, holding the hammer in his right hand, he crushed the earthy white saltpeter into pieces, slowly grinding them into a fine powder. Moving the lab table, he slowly poured the saltpeter powder down the tube into the psionic water until the tube was 2/3 full. He then closed the lid and began heating. As soon as the blowtorch flame appeared, the temperature inside the distillation tube began to rise rapidly. Monitoring the temperature and maintaining it at 80 degrees, he stopped heating and began filtering out the infusible impurities. Shaking the remaining filtrate and placed it in the center of the work table. Somo patiently waited for it to cool. When the temperature returned to 20 degrees, he filtered the precipitated substance again, and a small amount of pure white powder began to condense in the beaker. The next moment, Somo waited impatiently. Opportunity to call the system and look at the saltpeter powder. He was simply stunned. Saltpeter, excellent description. Highly pure saltpeter, purified by a practically novice craftsman named Soma, has a wide range of applications, including the production of matches, pyrotechnics, black gunpowder, glass, and food preservatives. For unknown reasons, its class was upgraded to superior. Special abilities: create nitric acid concentration 95% up, create gunpowder energy plus 50%, create explosives energy plus 50% rating. Many users, wide range, fast results. Is this just a scam? Righteous words. The property page that appeared on the system was filled with saltpeter's special abilities for the first time. There are over 30 uses in various aspects, all of which have been strengthened to a certain extent. But that's not what surprised Sumo the most. It turns out, a mixture of psionic water, and these things will make so many changes. Sumo swirled the saltpeter in his glass in surprise, still not understanding how this thing got so many characteristics. But if it really is as powerful as the system says, my tech tree will explode. Staring at saltpeter, Soma remembered the oil wells in Vault 2. Initially, after refining saltpeter and sulfur, mixing them with charcoal, they got the famous black gunpowder, opening the era of firearms. But now Soma remembered a strange term: picric acid. The composition of the SAD. The famous dynamite TNP, also known as picric acid explosive, contains trinitrophenol, which is often confused with Nobel's safe explosive TNT. In 1771, Englishman Peter Wolfe synthesized the dye. He mixed concentrated sulfuric acid, nitric acid and phenol, possibly purified. He obtained crude phenol from coal tar, or indigo phenol was unknown at that time. He obtained a bright yellow crystalline powder with a sharp bitter taste, hence the name picric acid. At that time, picric acid was used exclusively for dyeing clothes and making paints. In the dyeing industry of that time, trinitrophenol was often called yellow. People had been using picric acid to dye fabrics for 100 years, but no one had figured out how to make it explosive. In 1871, salespeople at a Paris dye house ran into a problem. There was an overflowing can of yellow paint that seemed to be rusted and wouldn't come off. So the worried shop assistants decided to use the easiest and most brutal way to open the can: smash it. The blacksmith they hired had a large iron hammer worth 80 yen. This time, the blacksmith summoned all his strength and struck the hammer. Suddenly, the can exploded with a roar. The entire dyeing shop was instantly destroyed, leaving only a group of survivors in colourful clothes groaning in the ruins. After numerous investigations, people ruled out the possibility of the canisters containing unidentified explosives and linked the problem to cans of picric acid. Suddenly, people realised yellow pigment exploded from a hammer blow. This incident caused a sensation in society and people began to worry about yellow. But the French military of that time brightened up. This was undoubtedly the best military weapon sent by God. The yellow color proved safe for long-term use and could also be easily prepared in large quantities. Later, the Frenchman Eugene Turpin led the development of a method for injecting picric acid into artillery shells and gave it the name melinite or melanite. This term is unfamiliar to many, but when it comes to the 75mm field gun model 1897, everyone is familiar with it, that is, Lee. Italian Yunlong gun. Now there is saltpeter, which can be used to make nitric acid, and sulfur and saltpeter can react to form sulfuric acid. With oil, toluene can be obtained. If that is possible, I am afraid that my bomb-making technology will skip gunpowder and cotton nitrate and go straight to the age of dynamite. Thinking about the explosive-making methods his father had muttered before coming here, Sumo suddenly inspired. Black powder is, after all, just fuel. In a powder bag, it can only complete two processes: explosion and combustion. With picric acid, everything is different. After the detonation of the shock wave with a chemical reaction at the detonation point, the first explosive reaction will occur, creating a large volume of high temperature, high pressure, high velocity airflow that initiates a shock wave in the explosive. The shock wave will strongly compress the adjacent thin layer of explosive, causing it to react, releasing large amounts of gas and heat, completing the blast wave process. Even if enough picric acid could be accumulated, it could be used to make explosive packets and throw them into the kobold castle. Just one lap under the blast wave, and the kobolds will know the true meaning of divine justice. Tomorrow, we will try to fix the oil well. Sumo got up and sat down at the workbench, his heart pounding. Pouring 500 grams of purified saltpeter powder into wooden container and placing it in the second bedroom, Sumo returned to the workbench. I know the formula for purifying TNT, and I learned how to make nitric and sulfuric acids back in school. That's not the problem. The key to success is extracting toluene from oil and mixing it to make picric acid. When Nobel made explosives, he blew up his brother. Although picric acid is not as difficult to make as nitroglycerin, it can explode when exposed to high temperatures, friction, or impact. Furthermore, it reacts with iron to form picric acid salts, much like mercury fulminate forms mercury salts, creating the danger of an accidental explosion. Perhaps I can trade it for information on how to make picric acid and then upgrade the system to something more perfect and safe method. After understanding this, Sumo did not hesitate and immediately opened the game panel to search for contacts. Looking through the list of friends, Sumo finally stopped at the line with the name Chen K. Concentrating, he opened the chat panel. Somo. Hello, Chen K. Do you have time? Want to chat? I'd like to make a deal. After sending the message, Sumo continued to sit at his desk, silently waiting. Sure enough, less than 5 seconds later, Chen K's video appeared. The video connected and the screen flickered, revealing Chen K's handsome, slightly tired face. Wow, Mr. Su. Mo, how quickly your shelter has grown. It doesn't look like a wasteland at all. Quickly, to my old brick house. Bright lights. Clean, neat partitions. In the distance, sparks of different sizes and Oreo cookies still played on the ground. Then, he looked down at himself. The decrepit wooden house was still illuminated by homemade torches. It was pitch black outside. Every now and then, a headwind blew black smoke into the room, making people cough. No, I was just lucky. I had only achieved a certain amount of success. Compared to you, it was nothing. Sumo waved his hand and quickly finished the pleasantries and got straight to the point. I want to make a deal with you. You know dynamite, right? It's picric acid. I think someone in your area knows the formula and method, right? Yeah, that's not a problem. If it weren't for the raw materials, we would have made it. Do you have one nearby? Chen K blurted out without hesitation. After all, it wasn't that difficult. Compared to TNT, RDX or volumetric explosives, dynamite was, in fact, easy to make, if only there were raw materials. But the problem was raw materials. Ancient China was unable to create explosives because of the difficulty of extracting oil. Oil was not available everywhere, and being a strategic resource, top tier, it was definitely not near Chen Kei's hideout. Ahem. As for this raw material, I got it from the treasure chest. I just happened to have some lying around, so I decided to make some explosives for self-defense. Sumo remained calm and talked nonsense with his eyes open. But there was no need to explain too much. Everyone was just trading, so let's leave it at that. Chen Kei, on the opposite side, nodded. What about the trade item this time? Still psionic water? No, this time I will exchange intelligence with you. Information about alien creatures. Sumo smiled confidently and waved his hand. I'm afraid I can't make a decision. I need to ask my superiors. Chen Kei looked embarrassed. After receiving Sumo's consent, he hung up. After a while, when the connection was restored, two middle-aged men with majestic faces were sitting opposite. Behind them stood four receptionists, nervously glancing at the camera. Hello, Somo. We agree to your deal. Just share information about alien beings, whether we know them or not. We will give you the full recipe and cooking instructions later. Nodding, Somo, unconcerned about the enemy's escape, continued to slowly and directly relay information about the kobold warriors, kobold sorcerers, and the still unidentifiable white-robed kobolds. He left out some details of the battle, mentioning only the spell-casting methods of the kobold sorcerers, the fighting strength of the kobold warriors, and the supplies the kobolds had brought with them. The four recorders were recording furiously, and Somo could see on the video their shocked faces as more and more information leaked out. Even the sullen middle-aged man sitting to his left had tried to clarify the details more than once. Okay, Somo, thank you for your contribution to humanity. Your information is very useful. The Chinese orphanage will gradually spread this information. Do you have any objections? No, they replied, and the men quickly stood up and Chen Kei returned to their seats. While the other man was preparing the bitter acid, they exchanged a few words casually. By the way, Chen Kei, who is that man sitting on the right? He seemed a little strange to me. After changing the topic several times, Sumo moved on to the question of his doubts. The man on the left held himself resolutely and upright, and the man on the right seemed quite decent at first, but after a few minutes he was already sitting relaxed. What bothers me most is that when I just told him about the man with the dog's head, he looked shocked, but his face showed that he had known about it for a long time. Oh, you mean President Ying? Ying Tianlong is the president of the Civil Mutual Aid Association. They have quite a large family. When they came here, there were more than 20 of them. They are the current main force of our tundra shelter. Chen Kei smiled innocently and answered without a trace of concealment. Tundra? Yes, that is the name of our shelter. Of course, if we win first place in disaster resistance next time, we will still use the name Huaxia. Only the first place shelter can use this name. The rest of the time, we will call it Tundra. Really? After receiving the information he needed, Sumo immediately changed the topic and started talking about some aspects of life. After a while, a transaction request from Chen Kei appeared. Looking at the diagram of the yellow explosive in the goods, Sumo smiled under the light. A flash of light and two pieces of paper appeared in front of the desk. With the text, "Something's wrong." Good thing I didn't just follow instructions from high school chemistry to make this thing. Otherwise, I would have been blown up and I wouldn't have even realized what had happened. Sumo, with a hidden fear, looked at the picric acid preparation diagram, written in clear and legible handwriting. Indeed, Master 404 is amazing. There are so many tricky twists and turns in this thing. Concentrating, he called up the system, and a phantom diagram of the properties appeared next to the picric acid diagram. The process of producing yellow dynamite description. This is a clear, rigorous, and scientifically sound diagram of the production of explosives. Strict adherence to the flowchart will allow you to obtain powerful yellow dynamite. Comment: a reliable method, you only need your hands. No problems this time. It seems like the system just crashed last time. Sumo laughed as he touched his head. In the process of producing explosives, any mistake could cause buildings to collapse and people to die. Tomorrow, We'll go repair the oil well." 2 days later, hey. Remembering the hordes of kobolds that had broken out of the castle but were blown into the sky by explosives, Sumo suddenly felt inspired. He stood up and carefully put the flowchart away in his storage. "It seems like I won't be able to trade psionic water in peace anymore. Even if I do, I will make sure that it is not collected. Otherwise, it will be the enemy's support." Walking to the tank of psionic water, Sumo gritted his teeth and poured some water. With difficulty, he took off his underwear, put it in the basin, and began to rub it. The transparent psionic water quickly became cloudy and, in 3 to 5 minutes, it had completely taken on an earthy hue. On Earth, I wouldn't last a week without doing laundry. The wind and sand on this plane are too strong. Wringing the water out of his clothes, Somo pretended nothing had happened, watching the 3 children staring in his direction. He poured the water along the edge of the growth medium. Destroy body times, water growth medium. Although the muddy psionic water was undrinkable, the growth medium was fine, soaking it all up. After some thought, Somo decided to use tomorrow's area to wash clothes outside, which would also be a good way to water the vegetables. After pumping out some more water, brushing his teeth and wiping his face, Somo settled comfortably into his bunk. From his arrival on Earth to the crash into this wasteland, and now, 8 days into his existence, the amazing adaptability of humanity completely accustomed him to the rules and routines of the wasteland. Sunrise and sunset. In the vault in the tundra, where there is no reliable source of fire or electricity, ordinary people can only lie in bed after sunset, waiting for the next day. Unlike the smokeless torches created earlier by the system, artificial torches, due to the animal fat they contain, emit thick black smoke, which is definitely not a good means of lighting at night. As for more modern lighting, it would be a waste of resources at this stage to devote resources to such projects. Perhaps 8 days? That's because I was in too much of a hurry, making others seem so slow. From nothing to something, other shelters developed quickly. I hope this disaster doesn't take too many lives. At this thought, Sumo seemed to understand something, his gaze wandering to the stone ceiling. Unfortunately, the stone patterns, with their simple yet majestic appearance, were unable to give Sumo an answer. Under the warm light from under the bed the shelter was unusually quiet, except for the occasional gurgling of small and large sparks. After a while, Somo silently opened the world chat and typed a message into the field. Somo. To all human survivors, please beware of private shelters, sting use, and alien slavery. Just as he was about to send the message, just as his mind was about to touch the send button, Somo deleted the message, closed his eyes, and slowly fell asleep. Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou don't believe in tears, and the apocalypse certainly won't. Since he saw so many people quietly mining, or in the kobold saltpeter camp, and had not seen such news on the World Channel, Somo was unwilling to admit the truth. In this cruel wasteland, there must be countless alien resource deposits similar to the kobold saltpeter camp. Among them, there must be several, tens, if not hundreds, of times more slaves than we see today. Except for a small number who still yearn to return to the official sanctuaries, most people don't really want to go back. Although they are enslaved by monsters, at least they don't have to worry about food and drink. As long as they have enough strength, they can survive the apocalypse. Isn't that a blessing compared to those starving to death in the wild? Should he speak up? Sumo doesn't know. At least not yet. No one will tell him. The moon sets and the sun rises. Before 8 o'clock, Sumo woke up and could not fall asleep again. The dream was very restless. Some kind of remorse made him see the same nightmare all night. In the dream, Sumo stood at the edge of a cliff, watching people with smile on their faces jump down. Seeing countless children imitating these people, they gradually forgot that they were not rootless duckweed. Sitting on the edge of the bed, they felt the soft sunlight already penetrating the shelter. Clenching his fists, Sumo opened the world chat again and decisively pressed send a message that he didn't send last night. It was like a bomb had dropped in the peaceful world chat. and the players who were discussing how best to deal with mutants suddenly exploded. Shit, give me a hug, Su Shen, in the front row. This wave, this wave. The early birds are getting a hug from God. Su Shen, look at me. We are on the same channel. The view is familiar. Wait for the secret kingdom to open. I have something to share with you. Fishing control? Yesterday, someone contacted me to go to his shelter. Damn, it's good that Su Shen reminded me. Everyone should find out if there are official shelters nearby. The private ones are not very reliable. I have a brother who went to a private shelter. He first tricked me into going there, but he died the next day. Mind your own business. It's their business if they want to go there. What does this have to do with you, Sumo? It's true that your shelter is very good. Why don't you allow everyone to live there and spread rumors here? Don't believe me? My shelter is in the 20th place. As long as you have at least a little strength, I will not refuse anyone. Sumo is probably just looking for fame. He was just lucky last time. He took first place, and now he is jumping for joy? I wonder if it's possible to freeze to death in the next snowstorm. I'm just a police blind. I'm here and you come and beat me? Let's see how long your arms are and if they can reach us. The screen, which at first was still somewhat readable, scrolled faster and faster. At first, many people thanked him for the reminder, but after 3 to 5 minutes, the screen was filled with insults. Especially after Sumo did not respond, these people became even more arrogant and began to make rude remarks one after another. It seemed like they were making Sumo look like a villain and inciting everyone. Criticize him. Sumo looked at the disgusting words on the screen with a stern expression and spoke through his small speaker once again, for the last time today. Suma, from today on, if I see a private shelter with human rapists enslaving and betraying humanity, no matter whether they are good or evil, I, Sumo, will kill them. Sumo, if you dare, come to my shelter. Well said, Su Shen. Next time you come to me, I will treat you to tea. You bastard Sumo, who are you? You are so cool. Master Su Shen does not hold a grudge. I was just talking nonsense. This doesn't count. Do you even want to ruin words? I see that you do. So Su Shen is doing this for the common good. That's great. Those who swear are against me, Bao. Looking at the chat room that was still buzzing with insults a second ago, he suddenly froze, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. Some of the more aggressive waverers fell silent. Sumo closed the world chat with a grin. In life, we seek clarity of thought. Sumo, I can accept any invisible darkness, but if I see it, you will die. There are no rules in the apocalypse, only fists. If my thoughts are unclear, you will pay for it. After writing these 3 points in the private message of the deceased responsible for the rules of the apocalypse, Sumo got dressed, stood up, brushed his teeth, and wiped his face. Being a good person in a sense, Sumo can easily leave behind what he cannot see at any time. But in order to escape the darkness he sees, he must ensure his own safety. The light that belongs to Sumo will eventually pierce the darkness of the apocalypse and illuminate the hearts of everyone, who is stained with ink. Ever since the three of them met, they spent the night together. Seeing Sumo get up so early, Oreo, who was lounging in the living room, raised his head, nodded, and continued to sleep soundly. Beside Oreo, sparks of all sizes curled up into a ball, resting their heads on Oreo's soft belly, enjoying the moment. After stretching a few times, wiping his face and rinsing his mouth, he took off his coat and pants, washed them in water, and hung them to dry in the sun by the ventilation window. Turning around, Sumo poured the turbid psionic water into the nutrient medium again, then sat shirtless on the stone bench. It was still cool in the wasteland in the morning. However, sitting in the shelter 5 meters, Sumo felt the coolness. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, Sumo concentrated and looked at the system message of January 9th. January 9th, Doomsday Calendar. You have obtained your first weapon with more than 5 points of combat power. Survival points plus 10. You have obtained your first armor with combat power. More than 10 points of power. Survival points plus 25. You killed a team of kobolds without difficulty. Survival points plus 10. Your melee skills and alertness have improved significantly. Survival points plus 50. You successfully incurred the hatred of 1,862 kobolds for the first time. Survival points plus 350. You created a material for the first time. Top quality survival points plus 50. Congratulations, Somo! In humanity's trials between darkness and light, you chose to stand between them, found the path that suited you best, and successfully broke through the trials. It was because you stood in the darkness that you yearned for the light even more. Survival points plus 1,500. Scanning the host's environment, assessing survival points. Today, 90 survival points were awarded. Final calculation, survival points plus 2,085. Survival points remaining, 2,334. Survival points have exceeded 1,000 points. The Doomsday survival system has officially been updated. Updated and improved 0%, 0%, 0%, 100%. The Doomsday survival system has been updated to include its second function, automatically providing one extraction function. We wish the owner a long and strong life in the apocalypse. Line after line of text flashed before Sumo's eyes as he looked at each bonus item. Seeing all 1,500 survival points awarded, Sumo clenched his fist and his expression became even more determined. 2,300 points. This is enough to double my power. It won't take long, Maeda Kento, Kobold. Putting aside all distractions, Somo concentrated and summoned an illusionary panel, Doomsday Survival System. Somo hadn't actively opened this panel since the system was first activated. Previously, it had only one passive improvement. Now, after the system update, there is a new feature, Creation. Creation? Sounds familiar. I just don't understand what this system has to do with Fengling Yue Ying. Remembering the Fengling Yue Ying sect, the most powerful sect in all the games on Earth, Somo smiled and clicked on it, starting to explore the functions. After a few tries, Somo figured out the new capabilities of the system. Creation. As the name suggests, with enough survival points, you can create anything you've ever seen in your memory. Of course, even if it's something new or just a fantasy, you can implement it directly by entering the requirements and investing enough survival points. System. Give me the main. Type 99 main battle tank, Sumo said, recalling the Type 99 he had seen before. At this point, the tank would easily destroy not only the Saltpeter camp, but also the Kobold Castle. Not enough survival points, Type 99 main battle tank. Required survival points, 1,210,000. Damn, is it really that expensive? Touching the back of his head, Sumo lowered the query and tried, Wheeled Infantry Fighting Vehicle Type 09. Not enough survival points, Wheeled Infantry Fighting Vehicle Type 09. Required survival points, 990,000 Dongfeng 41. Not enough survival points, Dongfeng 41. Required survival points, 120 million. Hey dude, don't give me those quirks. Can you give me 2 beef buns and a steamed bun with lamb soup? Enough survival points, meat bun plus steamed bun with lamb soup. Required survival points, 145. Is this a creature? No, don't do it for me. Seeing the system prompt pop up, Sumo rejected it several times and quickly cancelled the creation request. It seems that I can only use this creation function when I can get tens of thousands of survival points every day in the late stage. Although the creation function is powerful, breakfast costs 145. Glasses. It's definitely not available now, and I can't afford it. But in a critical moment, it's worth using as an emergency measure. Sumo stood up and was about to turn off the system, but he glanced and saw the number 1 in the lower right corner. Oh yeah, it looks like the system update gave away the creature for free, but I don't know what good I can get out of it. Since the previous draws were very expensive, Somo didn't expect to win anything. Something worthwhile. Given the nature of the system, it certainly wasn't giving him anything invincible at the moment. The screen flickered, and as soon as he touched the draw button, Cards suddenly appeared. Aircraft carrier, star destroyer, water drop, 2D foil, force lightsaber, lightning, controlled thermonuclear power plant, room temperature, superconductor material. Countless maps full of super weapons that Somo could never even imagine, and materials and resources that push the boundaries of technology were vividly depicted on each map. Mentally flipped the Star Destroyer card over and saw the odds of winning this time on the back. 0. Damn system! If you could just give me a 1 after the countless zeros after the decimal point, that would be great. Is this really that real? He flipped through the cards a few more times, seeing that all the high-tech weapons were nulls. Even the conventional nuclear power plants were nulls. Therefore, Somo simply stopped flipping through the pages and mentally confirmed the card he had pulled out. Countless illusory cards quickly flashed through Somo's mind. Unlike the cards he had pulled out before, this time Somo casually picked one out of the countless cards. With such a small chance, anything he pulls out will be a win. Whether it was a mutton bun or a cold sweet and sour noodle soup, it would be delicious. After clearing his thoughts, he watched as the illusory card slowly unfolded its graceful body. Without rushing, Suomo's consciousness turned into an illusory hand, slowly turning over the lower left corner of the map and looked up. A concrete sidewalk? The tiny glimmer of an image in the lower left corner seemed very familiar to Sumo. It was a concrete sidewalk on Earth. Sumo lifted the lid a little higher, and a black tire appeared before his eyes. Something. Damn it. Oh my God, you're not kidding. Seeing the huge tire on the card resting on the concrete sidewalk, Sumo stood up excitedly and peeled off the entire card. On the dark grey card, a large camouflaged truck obediently stood on the concrete sidewalk with a yellow line on a black background. The truck wasn't something unusual, and it wasn't that big in size, and despite the 5 tires on each side, it didn't surprise Sumo. However, in Sumo's opinion, there was a combination of letters and numbers on the truck that was all too familiar to any Chinese person. DF-17. Damn it! They actually gave me a Dongfeng delivery truck. Aren't you afraid of 404, brother? Sumo stood in the shelter, his eyes fixed on the image on the map. He was shocked, completely shocked. Especially when Sumo looked at the details of the courier truck, he felt both his legs shaking, as if they had lost their bones and were about to fall on the ground. The dizziness did not stop. What is a courier truck? What is the Courier 17? The DF-17 has hypersonic speed and glides in the upper atmosphere. It does not fly along a parabolic trajectory, but flies straight horizontally and drifts on the water. Having reached the target, it falls sharply vertically downwards. Such a super weapon is nothing more than a flying sword from fantasy, cutting off heads from thousands of miles away. Even as a casual fan of military equipment, I still looked with envy at the American B-2 bomber more than a decade ago. Sumo never imagined that it will be so fast. The US didn't even have hypersonic missiles, but he still got them? The bright camouflage combined with the huge missile head made Sumo's head spin just from the sight of the pattern. With this deadly weapon, be it a kobold, even an entire dragon would be defeated in minutes. I won so many prizes on Earth, and they are such losers. I didn't expect that my luck would increase every day in the wasteland. The excited Sumo wished that he could just pull out the Dongfeng rocket and release the powerful creature right now. When the deck of cards was completely revealed, the remaining cards gradually disappeared from the creation system. The lottery page disappeared, returning to the functional interface. This time, however, an additional card was saved in the creation function, and its attributes became obvious when Soma looked at it. Experience use: Ballistic Missile Vehicle DF-17 Rare. Description: This missile vehicle carries a Waverider hypersonic near-space tactical ballistic missile equipped with a hypersonic warhead. It is an all-weather, independent, and very formidable hypersonic weapon capable of precision strikes against short and medium-range targets. Special ability: Baby, please turn around. Activating this grants access to the map for 10 seconds. Any location the host sets foot on can be loaded onto the map for manual targeting. Speed. High-speed, unpowered flight. 12,359 kilometers per hour. Mach 10 atmospheric takeoff. 24,758 kilometers per hour. Mach 20. Combat range. 2,800 kilometers. Accuracy. 86 meters. Vision, one of the favorite weapons. Divine Beast River Crab. Please use with caution. He glanced at the experience card above her, and after his mind touched it, a message appeared. So it's only a one-time use. I thought I could keep the rocket transport after launching it? Sumo licked his lips, reluctantly speaking. Throwing away the destructive weapons, the rocket transport itself is invincible under the current circumstances. The power of 10 tires, with a little modification, can turn into a walking machine for production of beetles. But don't be too greedy. With this weapon, if anyone dares to touch me within a radius of at least 2,500 kilometers, I will show you what baptism is. The bright camouflage trump card gave me unshakable confidence. What monsters, what fantastic dragons just take away my D-Force? With this destructive weapon, Sumo suddenly felt a surge of heroism in the apocalypse. Forcibly closing the system interface, Sumo tried not to think about the creation panel, and his mind gradually calmed down. He went to the storeroom, took out the remaining black bread, cut it for several people, and put it in the cauldron. Added a few spoons of psionic water and waited for the wood under the cauldron to ignite, and the water to gradually heat up. Opening a personal message in the diary, Sumo sat down on a stone bench and began to write down his thoughts. Today is the 9th day in the wasteland. Okay, I admit I'm a little arrogant, but I'm making quick progress. I'll have yellow dynamite soon. By the way, I also got a very powerful deadly weapon. Hey, let's keep that a secret for now. Time to start the oil well in Vault 2. I'm curious to see if the high-quality oil well will have any weird features, but that's not a problem. I've mastered the full extraction process. It just takes some effort. Every time I leave the shelter, I worry that the back door is unlocked. It would be bad if someone got inside. Fortunately, I have harvested today, and it's time to upgrade the gate. By the way, the good things in shelter number 2 need to be put back. Otherwise, it's always unsafe to leave them there. Gurgling over the water in the cauldron that began to boil, Sumo closed the diary, sent private messages, and prepared food for today. Was simple, but filling. Nuts, raisins, and crushed peanuts floated in the bread soup. The broth was rich and sweet. He took the bowls of Oreos and glitter, poured about the same amount, and poured the rest into his own bowl. A simple breakfast was ready. After breakfast, Soma went to the armory and began to put on his equipment. His outer clothing was still wet, so he had to put on a cloak underneath and put on his armor. He opened the inner door of the shelter and walked down the hallway to the outermost gate. An idea struck him. The stone gate of the refuge description. Gates made of solid stone. After lowering the crowbar, the door becomes indestructible and extremely safe. Improvement Direction 1. Improve the material of the stone door, change its shape, add a new lock, improve safety and practicality, requires 220 survival points. Improvement Direction 2. Change the size. Stone door. Improve the material, add an opening for shooting, increase the plasticity and make the door practical, requires 240 survival points. The price is not high, but the material from which the shelter door is made is quite sufficient now, so there is no point in spending money. Shaking. Head, Sumo concentrated and demanded another way to transform. Stone shelter door. Description: a door made of solid stone. After the plunger is lowered, it becomes indestructible and extremely safe. Enhancement: material 180, shape 60, size 35 to 600. Independent function 2300. Combination lock with iron tape, measure 70. Excellent! This mechanical combination lock is exactly what I need. It's very practical and rarely breaks. Sumo clapped his hands and sighed softly, his face beaming with satisfaction. Compared to the apocalypse, the older the mechanical lock, the more practical it is, especially for a gate like this. On the other hand, fancy locks like combination locks with fingerprints and keys provided by the system are not very secure. Mechanical combination locks, such as this roulette lock, are much more secure. Back in the storeroom, Sumo began collecting iron blocks. Thanks to his previous purchases, he had dozens of them stacked together like iron wall. Returning to the gate, he placed 4 more blocks in a row, and the price of the combination roulette lock dropped to 35, remaining unchanged. He mentally chanted, "Renewal." A green light flashed, and the iron blocks lying on the ground instantly soared into the air, turning into a puddle of fiery, red molten iron. Under the green light, the molten iron stuck to the stone surface without any trace of human intervention, as if the handle had grown into the stone by itself. After 3 to 5 seconds, the green light disappeared. The new lock for the shelter gate was ready. The initial combination, 7 zeros. Well, let's change it to 7,355,600. It would take at least half a day to crack such a complex combination by hand. Even a professional locksmith would have a hard time cracking the large, tape-like lock in such a short time. After setting the combination, sliding the bolt, and opening the door of the shelter, Somo stepped outside. The morning sun of the wasteland had not yet had time to warm up the air completely. A cool breeze carried dust across the plain. After inspecting the area for any abnormalities, Somo confidently closed the door and began to try opening and closing it. First, he closed it. When the combination was correct, he could turn the wheel until the bolt would not latch. If the wheel stopped turning, the lock was successfully locked. If the combination was mixed up, the wheel would not turn. When all the combinations matched, he could turn the wheel back the same way to open the bolt. Good. Now I feel much calmer. At least I won't have to go in and out of the back door anymore. Looking at his masterpiece, Sumo tried again and again to make sure everything was in order, and then walked along the hill to the back door. Sumo had his own thoughts about this back door. He called up the system and aimed at it. When Sumo's voice faded, 5 survival points were taken off him. The back door that could be opened was completely closed and fused with the ground. There was no trace of a gap left. This back door will definitely come in handy when a crisis hits. At such a moment, even if it costs another 5 points to open, it is worth it. On weekdays, it is locked and used as a trump card. Sumo nodded, opened the front door, and returned to the shelter, and began to pack the things he was going to take with him. It was time to reap the benefits of the wealth of shelter number 2 factorial. We are heading to shelter number 2 on the go-go car. The distance is almost unnoticed. After a little exploration, Somo had laid out most of the things in his storage and grabbed some repair materials he might need. Oreo, I'm going to Vault 2. Do you want to come with me? Somo finished his words. Oreo, still playing with the big and small glitter, hurried up to him and sat down obediently, rolling his eyes. Don't worry, I'll drive. Woof, 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 woof. Oreo's eyes lit up at the word ride. He barked, eager to get out and ride the go-go car. Somo laughed heartily. After making sure everything was packed, he picked up the Oreo, opened the door, and walked out. The 2 Sparks, one big and one small, who was sitting behind him, watched Sumo leave, cast a dissatisfied glance at him, and then, with a grumble, returned to their territory, quietly waiting for the return of the 2. What a strong one today. It looks like a snowstorm is really coming. The wind, once picked up on the plane, is now relentless. When I had just repaired the door, it was a light breeze, but in less than half an hour, it had turned into a howling north wind. Gusts of sand flew up, hitting the armor with a rustling sound. After placing Oreo on the ground and pulling Bebo out of the makeshift basement, Oreo deftly jumped into the car, using his mouth to fasten the seatbelt. Not bad, you care a lot about safety. Sumo smiled when he saw Oreo, ducked into the car, and with one movement of his hand put on the helmet that came with it. Armor started the engine and drove away. 3 to 5 minutes later, shelter number 2 appeared within sight. Parking the car behind the hillside, Somo got out, put Oreo down, and stood guard. After Oreo circled the area and signaled that it was clear, Somo confidently put away his weapon, unsheathed his hook and rope, and headed for the opening. Swinging the hook like an experienced hunter, Somo stuck it into the ground. He pulled the rope to make sure it was secure and then climbed down into the shelter. Just like last time, Vault 2 was now littered with broken glass and wood. He passed the damaged small thermal weapon production platform and touched it. Somo walked up to the internal oil well and began to inspect it. Compared to traditional oil production equipment, this well was clearly much more complex. It was immediately obvious that its shape did not look ordinary. Rather, it looks more like a well built directly from the game's blueprints. Sumo, after stretching a steel cable in the well, made a preliminary assessment of the malfunction. When Magu stopped the well, he must have damaged the drive unit with force, causing problems with gears and its failure. Repair should not be too difficult. After silent testing and calling the system, the well characteristics became visible. Micro-oil well. Excellent damage level. Description: scientific well device with several functional modules, such as oil production, processing, purification, and separation. Due to the insufficient number of modules during construction, there is currently only an oil production module. In addition, due to illegal parking caused by external influences, the well's own diesel engine was damaged. Several parts inside the well were damaged, and the air pressure in the well was abnormal. Efficiency: 30 litres per 24 hours. Improvement Direction 1. Repair of oil. Wells, restore normal operation, add a purification module. Storage module requires 920 survival points. Improvement Direction 2. Repair oil well, restore normal operation, add a processing module, purification and separation module, purification module and storage module. Requires 1,580 survival points. Rating: I dedicate oil to the motherland. It turns out that the oil well Magu received was not equipped with all the modules. If there is only one oil extraction module, should it be sold as a resource in the trade secret realm? Sumo put his hand on the edge of the well and looked into it. It was bottomless. As with the psionic well at the base, the method of operation of this oil well clearly does not correspond to the generally accepted understanding. As for the various strange modules, they are easy to understand. This is probably the same type that is on the workbench and defies common sense. Which one should I choose? As soon as Sumo saw the description of the well, he gave up the idea of fixing it alone. The mere presence of oil does not give much. It takes a lot of time and effort, and even a whole plant is needed to process it into the desired products. On an industrial scale, atmospheric distillation allows us to obtain petroleum gas, gasoline, kerosene, and diesel fuel. Vacuum distillation produces lubricating oils, paraffins, larger, alkane pentanes, and aromatic hydrocarbons such as benzene and toluene. Catalytic cracking and cracking produce light oils and gaseous olefins such as ethylene, propylene, butane, and butadiene. Each of these processes requires the study of the corresponding technology tree, but it is now simple.